Chapter 2001. A true combat skills master, even in IKEA, can become the Furniture City War God. Freedom, extreme intent, effortlessly natural, return to its original state. My moves are combat skills. Thus, Levi spent a long time pondering how to fully integrate and master the combat techniques he had learned. Finally, the Extreme Deo strategy came into being. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Extreme Deo strategy, level 7, 1/50,000, special effects, 10 absolute extremes, 10 evil martial arts. 10 absolute extremes. As a weapon master, you are proficient in a variety of melee weapon combat techniques, as well as unarmed combat skills. To you, grass, wood, bamboo, and stone, everything can become a weapon to slay your enemies. Limitless transformations, all lead to the Extreme Deo. 10 evil martial arts. Your martial techniques become instinctive movements akin to those of ferocious beasts. Your physical reflexes are faster than your consciousness itself. Your strikes are swift, precise, and unpredictable. When entering the 10 evil martial arts state, you can freely switch your combat styles, activating different martial forms. Currently available: Heavenly Badger Path, Sky Peng Deo, Sky Lion Path, Heavenly Cold Path, Sky Dragon Path. Heavenly Badger Path, sweeping slashes, bold and unstoppable, invincible with my presence. Sky Peng Deo, peerless movement, peculiar strikes, ultimate ferocity. Sky Lion Path, devouring the heavens and earth, unmatched dominance, overwhelming aura. Heavenly Cold Path, frigid to the bone, freezing all beings, locking everything in ice. Sky Dragon Path, the path of ultimate strength, no weaknesses, most comprehensive. After pushing the Whale Emperor Power Book to its maximum, it can also integrate into the 10 evil martial arts, forming Sky Whale Path, unparalleled in strength, the power to shatter all techniques. The 10 here is symbolic, encompassing endless variations of martial techniques. In the future, as I learn new techniques, everything can be integrated into it, creating entirely new martial forms. The Extreme Deo strategy is not fixed. With further understanding of combat skills, I can create more techniques, unlocking additional special effects. At this point, my path of combat skills has been simplified and unified. No matter how many skills I learn in the future, they can all be integrated into the Extreme Deo strategy, ultimately forming a complete and systematic methodology for combat skills. Master one technique, master all techniques. This decade-long retreat has surely caused my rank on the demon slaying list to drop again. Levi opened the leaderboard to take a look. As expected, his ranking had slipped to 150th. Hey, Elena has actually climbed to 99th place, with 1.9 million points. It seems the invasion of the ancient dragon continent by demon lords has been relentless over these years. As for monsters in the top 10 like the Destruction Realm Thunder, Light Divine Sword, and Hand of Fire God, their points had already broken into the tens of millions. The top rank even neared 20 million, completely insane. The powerful beings of the wizard world had clearly been suppressing their bloodlust for far too long. This blood battle against the demons had fully unleashed their thirst for slaughter. Moreover, with rare oddities like Radiant Sun and Bright Moon available for exchange, everyone was fighting as if on a frenzy. Meanwhile, Levi lived like an old recluse, shutting himself away for cultivation. He hadn't paid attention to the affairs of the ancient dragon continent in a long while. Currently, the ancient dragon continent's collective strength was already at the highest level among top-tier organizations. Just their level 7 guardians numbered 3, Ghostbone Dragon, Giant Elephant King, and Snow Mountain Dragon King. Coupled with 100 Flowers and Levi's own presence, the demons knew this was a hard nut to crack. Over the years, they had become increasingly aggressive toward the ancient dragon continent. There had been over 100 invasions, large and small. After each demon slaughtering battle, the organization always dispatched teams to spray purification elixir, to prevent excessive contamination by demonic aura. Demon corpses were piled up in the fungal botanical garden. Those fungi were used to absorb the demonic aura from the bodies. Levi glanced at the newspapers from these years, his brows furrowing. Endless See Legal Gazette. Recently, the Snow Lotus Witch from the Witch's family encountered an assassination attempt by assassins from the Council of 10,000 Clans during a demon hunt. Gravely injured, she managed to escape. The Witch's family spokesperson has issued a severe condemnation. As expected, the Council of 10,000 Clans is stirring up trouble again. The blood war has spread the forces of the Wizard Council too thin, leaving no time to deal with these petty clowns. truly adding insult to injury. Levi sighed helplessly. This calamity of the Great Planar Convergence far exceeded the previous ones. Hopefully, those reincarnated legendary wizards will emerge soon. The witch's family is really unlucky. The Snow Lotus Witch was just about to achieve 6th circle perfection, and now this misfortune, a complete lack of successors. Aside from the Snow Lotus Witch, there were some promising witch children of the elements, but none had advanced to the primordial soul stage yet. In the 6 pagodas of the Endless Sea, they were gradually falling behind. With the Council of 10,000 clans making a comeback, I'd better be more cautious during future Holy Infant missions. After all, his very existence draws provocation. Concluding his retreat for now, Levi headed to Little Cold Mountain. The ice crystal snow pear trees he had planted over a decade ago had finished blooming, and the crystalline honey snow ice pears had begun to grow. In about 30 more years, they should fully mature. There are 98 in total. I'll use some to accelerate spell cultivation, let 100 flowers and my 3 avatars consume the rest, giving extra to the Holy Infant. I'll set aside 10 some for Triss to repay her kindness, and a few for the Tower of Dawn to inspire its members. This honey snow ice pear was definitely not for sale. Levi didn't need the money, it was strictly for internal use. Meanwhile, the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant had entered another deep slumber. Levi estimated that after its next shedding, it should advance to level 6 late stage. Chapter 2002. That level 7 crystal core is truly priceless. The area of Little Cold Mountain has expanded considerably compared to before. In fact, with the advancement of mana to level 6 late stage, the entire ancient Banyan Fairyland has expanded in size. Even the secondary plane, the Ice Sea Secret Realm, has seen some expansion. Nowadays, the ancient Banyan Fairyland is no longer an embryonic plane but a true small-scale plane. However, compared to something like the ancient Dragon Continent, it is still much smaller. After all, its time of existence has been too short. Within the Ice Sea Secret Realm, the Snow Elf clan is flourishing and growing. Patches of gardens designated for cultivating frost medicine grass have been cleared and prepared. These gardens are jointly tended to by the Tower of Dawn and the Snow Elves. In the sea water, transcendent creatures released by the giant beast paradise are frolicking. Not bad, it won't be long before we can turn the Ice Sea Secret Realm into a botanical garden. Every top-tier wizard organization has many specialized secret realms for tasks such as cultivating medicinal herbs and mining resources. These are the foundations of their strength. Levi then headed to Skyfire Fortress. A group of dragons was scattered across their respective territories, sleeping. They were convulsing and growling as though playing VR games. Clearly, these creatures were at war in the Nightmare World. Levi also entered the Nightmare World. Black Dragon Territory. A massive black dragon loomed, its shadow blotting out the sun, as it patrolled its domain. Only 21 years remained until the millennial locust plague. Even Levi, amidst his busy schedule, had to check on everyone's preparations. Counting Black Dragon Territory and Dread Tree Territory, he had a total of 17 territories under his command. With the sub-dragons and transcendent creatures inhabiting ancient Banyan Fairyland, as well as the 6th-level nightmare creatures that had naturally arisen within his territories over the years. He could perfectly allocate 1 creature per territory to maintain order. The once sheltered Triangle Head and Electric Saw Head had now advanced to become level 6 Nightmare Lords. The King of Thousand Eyes, with the help of Golden Fertilizer, had also mostly recovered its strength, returning to the level 6 late stage. In the chaotic wilderness, the blood-sucking demon dragon, Black Lotus Beast, Snake King Dragon, and Three-Eyed Shrimp, these 4 dragons were battling a wandering Nightmare Lord. This Nightmare Lord bore a mosquito-like appearance and emitted a constant buzzing sound. That's the Mosquito Beast Lord. The mosquito beasts were a relatively common type of nightmare creature in the Nightmare World. Their power varied wildly, with extremes on both ends of the spectrum. The weak ones weren't even at level 1, but the strong had the potential to become nightmare monarchs. For example, the infamous Bloodsea Mosquito Lord was originally a mosquito beast. Additionally, the true body of the Blood Rain Overlord was also a mosquito beast. Clearly, a significant number of living beings across the multidimensional plane deeply feared and loathed mosquitoes for the suffering they caused. Among the 4 dragons, the strongest was the Snake King Dragon, which had reached level 6 late stage. The other 3 dragons were only at level 6 middle stage, and many had just barely advanced. This Mosquito Beast Lord, however, exuded an aura at level 6 peak, not far from reaching level 7. Levi took a step forward, ripples spreading across the fabric of space, and disappeared. The mosquito beast lord exuded terrifying might, rivers of blood swirling around it fiercely while its sound wave attacks annoyed and disturbed the blood-sucking demon dragon and the others. Suddenly, on the mosquito beast lord's back, Levi appeared with a calm expression. 10 Evil Martial Arts Heavenly Cold Path. He nonchalantly thrust out a palm strike. From his palm, frost chi spiraled and surged outward. In an instant, billions of ice crystal particles coalesced, forming an azure crystalline structure with a 5-kilometer diameter. The mosquito beast lord felt an unstoppable force of frost enveloping it. Its movements and consciousness slowed, its body stiffened, and the rivers of blood froze solid. It was immobilized, staring in terror at the black-armored swordsman standing with hands behind his back. Black Dragon Lord, spare me, I serve the Blood Rain Overlord. Levi frowned. Continue. For some time now, Levi had been wary of the Blood Rain Overlord. This creature was also a mosquito beast, so it was highly likely to be one of the Blood Rain Overlord's subordinates. The mosquito beast lord recounted everything without leaving out any details. Hearing this, Levi fell into deep thought. It turned out that this creature truly was under the Blood Rain Overlord's command. After the last Overlord-level war, the Tyrant of Horror had retreated and vanished with injuries. The Blood Rain Overlord had gained a significant opportunity from the Tyrant of Horror at that time, one likely related to its ascension to monarch. Subsequently, it went into seclusion, ignoring worldly affairs. The Blood Rain Overlord had 8 trusted great lords with level 8 strength under its command, collectively known as the Blood Rain 8 Kings. Without the Blood Rain Overlord's suppression, these great lords' ambitions steadily grew. While devouring the territories of the Tyrant of Horror's subordinates, discord arose between the Black Death King and Yellow Fever King among the 8 kings due to disputes over spoils, leading to a ferocious war between them. Eventually, the conflict embroiled the Cholera King, Smallpox King, Dengue King, and other kings as well. This ultimately spiraled into the current state, where the 8 kings were completely mired in infighting, with smoke and chaos engulfing the Blood Rain realm. Blood Rain City turned a blind eye to all of it. There was even widespread rumor that the Blood Rain Overlord had failed its ascension to level 10. Otherwise, the Blood Rain Overlord would have intervened to put a stop to it. Being a mosquito beast itself, it believed that the Blood Rain Overlord was unlikely to have perished. As such, it sought to avoid siding with the rebellious 8 kings, desiring only to protect itself. However, the 8 kings were intent on dragging more lords into their conflict. Thus, the mosquito beast lord was stripped of its territory and hunted, fleeing all the way to the remote wilderness. It had come to the god-forsaken Black Dragon territory, intending to seize a domain. But it was discovered and besieged by the 4 dragons instead. And so, this was where things stood. Levi sighed inwardly. We've just barely weathered the war of the Twin Cities, and now we have the 8 kings' turmoil. This nightmare world never knows peace. Then again, with these great lords' level of strength, it's true they wouldn't be too troubled by the impending millennial locust plague. Chapter 2003. He gazed at the mosquito beast and said, "What is your true name?" The mosquito beast replied, "Lord, my true name is Mose." Levi unleashed his level 7 aura and said, "I originally intended to kill you, but seeing as you seem honest enough, I could spare you. You need only acknowledge me as your lord." The mosquito beast replied, "Lord, I was already thinking of doing so. The 8 kings are truly foolhardy. Once the Blood Rain Overlord breaks through his seclusion, he will surely settle accounts with them." After subduing the mosquito beast, Levi sent it to Triss to assist her with her tasks. The blood-sucking demon dragon flattered him. As expected of Lord Dragon King, a level 6 peak being capable of destruction at the flick of a finger. Levi said, "From now on, reinforce our vigilance. Though remote, this area might still be affected by the 8 kings' strife. Furthermore, the Millennium Locust Plague is now only 21 years away. When the time comes, another tide of bloodshed and chaos will arise." The Black Lotus Beast replied, "Understood. With us here, the territory will surely remain unharmed." Black Dragon Territory. Greed, Lust, Sloth, and Mosquito Beast, the 4 protectors, stood guard over the 4 corners. The Wizard Tower loomed high above. Triss was not at home. Levi assumed she was out collecting nightmare creature materials. After a fiery rendezvous at the Tower of Summer Flowers with 100 Flowers, he resumed his seclusion. In these years, he had acquired several new primordial soul spells. Next, he planned to push through cultivating all 27 witch marks in one effort. Midland Continent. Fire Dragon Shop. Alexandra's form materialized, her face brimming with excitement. Master, the evil spirit armor you consigned for sale has auctioned for 5 billion. Elsie said. Indeed, in these chaotic times, such armor naturally sees its value skyrocketing. If only it suited our sect, we would surely have purchased it ourselves. The Holy Infants said. You're not far off from becoming sixth circle artifact makers yourselves. Just strive for some additional time, and you'll be able to forge wizard tools perfectly tailored to yourselves. No matter how fine someone else's refinement may be, it cannot compare. Unbeknownst to him, Alexandra and Elsie had been studying weapon making under him for nearly 3 centuries. Alexandra said. The 7th level demon slaying list. Most of the top 100 belong to officials or top wizard organizations. Master, when will we begin our hunts? The Holy Infant replied. There's no rush for now. Strength is the true king. The blood battles still have a long way to go. Elsie said. Master is right. I glanced through the rankings of the top 100, and practically all of them are 6th circle perfect wizards. Given Alexandra's and my current strength, even if we make the cut early on, it would be difficult to maintain our position. Moreover, those in the military specialize in demon hunting. For us civilians, attaining a high rank will not be easy. As the three conversed, Gondaf strolled in, beaming. Not long ago, he had ascended to become a 6th circle perfect wizard, significantly bolstering his power. Most importantly, after centuries of effort, he had also risen to become a 6th circle alchemist. Now, equipped with a skill of his own, he was a man riding high on dual blessings. Naturally, his mood was excellent. Ace, traces of the level 7 flame demon have been discovered. Prepare for action. The Holy Infant immediately perked up and said. Ladies, please tend to Fire Dragon Shop. Alexandra said. Rest assured, Master, you be careful as well. Hunting level 7 demons is no task for us. We wouldn't want to hold you back. Elsie nodded. We wish you triumph. After this battle, you 3 heroes of Gundor City should make it into the top 100 of the 7th level demon slaying list. After proper arrangements for Fire Dragon Shop, the Holy Infant headed to the weapon refinement room, where 2 streams of light darted into a storage space. They were his newly refined bag of gluttony and purple holy crucible. After infusing them with fury liver and heart of jealousy, the 2 top-grade wizard tools had significantly increased their power. Even against a level 7 flame demon, they should be able to trap it for a time. First, an actual battle test would verify their effectiveness before sending them to his main body. Meanwhile, Daybreak Tower. Victor opened his eyes. 9 witch marks. Still 6 more to go. To ascend to the next ring, I'll need much more time. Cultivation is truly arduous. Having only practiced for 150 years, Victor couldn't help but sigh. 6 circle senior ranks, 6 perfect ranks, and 9 marks were already the minimum requirement for ascending to the 7th circle. The mere thought of his main body needing to brand 27 witch marks filled him with despair. Victor, let's go. Gondaf and Holy Infant's forms emerged. Victor polished his star sword, plucking it gently. Buzz. Its killing intent burst forth. He exhaled deeply. Let's move. May our hunt be thrilling. God-forsaken continent. Since the Wizard Council implemented the Fixing the Heaven plan, this desolate land, long abandoned, saw some improvement. But with the onset of the Abyss Blood Battle, the Fixing the Heaven plan was forced to halt once more. Flame Demon Tyrant Khasa's 7th Legion, under the command of several level 8 demons, began a massive invasion of the God-forsaken continent. Including the Mountain Giant Wizard Group, over a dozen wizard battle groups descended upon the land. Gondaf naturally obtained intel on the flame demons via Soraya, the frontline stronghold. In the distance, war raged endlessly, demon flames soaring high. Clearly, a fierce battle was underway. The Mountain Giant Wizard Group's temporary barracks. Inside the Wizard Tower, Soraya had just returned from the battlefield, her expression slightly pale. She asked. Gondaf, are you certain about hunting the level 7 flame demon? Gondaf spoke resolutely. The demon's assault grows stronger by the day. As members of the wizard world, it is our duty to contribute our part. Hunting demons is an unequivocal obligation. Soraya glanced at Ace and Victor. You two have decided as well. Ace and Victor nodded. Chapter 2004. Soraya said. All right. We've learned that at the 8th construction site of the Heaven Mending Plan, a level 7 flame demon is leading an army invasion. Currently, the various battle groups on the God-forsaken continent are tied up by the demon army and cannot spare duplications. Only a small battle group stationed at the site is resisting. Please go and provide support. Gandalf replied. Don't worry, leave this mission to us. You stay safe at the front line too. Soraya waved her hand. Go quickly. Gandalf and his companions immediately rushed to the 8th construction site. Soraya looked with a heavy expression as they disappeared. I hope you can live up to your word. At the 8th construction site, two parties were engaged in a fierce battle. On one side was the wizard battle group stationed there, and on the other was the overwhelmingly strong demon army. From a distance, Gandalf could feel the shockwaves transmitted from the war. Victor, I'll take on the frontal fight alongside Master Fire Dragon. You're responsible for delivering a killing blow. Victor responded. You two be cautious, safety first. Gandalf and the Holy Infant exchanged glances, their figures flickering as they vanished. On the battlefield, the echoes of slaughter and spell explosions were relentless. Every now and then, meteoric streams of magic radiance lit up the sky. The wizard battle group was retreating step by step under the pressure of the sudden demon army attack. A towering flame demon, 1,000 meters tall, stood high against the heavens. With every gesture, magma flowed, and heavenly fire descended. Ha ha ha, perish! To die under the flames of the great lord of flame demon, Roner, is your honor. The flame demon's arrogance soared to the heavens, releasing the aura of a level 7 early stage force that shook the sky. The strongest from the wizard battle group were merely a handful of 6th circle wizards. They could only rely on their combat array to barely hold on while fighting and retreating at the same time, awaiting reinforcements. Warband wizards continued to die, reduced to ashes under the flames. Compared to the demon side, the battle group was vastly inferior in terms of lord numbers and ash demons. The sole advantage was their training, cooperation, and combat array, which the demons lacked. Demons often started fighting among themselves mid-battle, a common occurrence. Yet the absolute numbers rendered all of this insignificant. Roner slaughtered madly, striking the combat array with great force, causing several wizards to spit blood and grow mentally exhausted. Too weak. Pathetically weak. Battle Group Commander Nerad calmly said. The combat array is about to collapse. I'll try to buy some time. Everyone, use whatever means you can and prepare to escape. He was a 6th circle perfect wizard, and with his hidden cards, he felt capable of stalling that level 7 flame demon for a while. After the battle group evacuated, he would then attempt his own escape. The 8th construction site would have to be abandoned. There was no other option. The demon army's invasion of the god-forsaken continent was too aggressive this time. While the Congress had dispatched over a dozen battle groups, they wouldn't make an impact anytime soon. Fortunately, non-official wizard elites had been arriving gradually, holding off the first wave of attacks. Upon hearing that the commander planned to risk his life against a level 7 demon, the warband wizards who had worked alongside him for a long time all had their expressions change. But as soldiers, their prime duty was obedience. Staying behind would only lead to greater casualties. Thus, everyone prepared themselves mentally for the sacrifice. Breath of destruction. Roner roared, unleashing a terrifying flow of flames that swept across the combat array. Crack! Amid spreading cracks, the combat array crumbled to pieces. Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella. From within the battle group, a crimson-haired wizard draped in fiery robes appeared, his clothing fluttering. Holding an ancient burning sky umbrella in his hands, he stood unmoved under the torrent of flames. The Holy Infant spoke softly. Commander Nerad, lead the battle group to deal with the other demons. Leave this level 7 flame demon to me. Nerad's face paled with shock before lighting up with joy. Thank you, Master Fire Dragon, for your support. It seemed like a civilian wizard had arrived. But Master, this is a level 7 flame demon. Are you sure you're confident enough to handle it? He hesitated. Roner, seeing his breath of destruction blocked by a 6th circle wizard, was infuriated. What insect dares challenge me? Die! Suddenly, a voice rang out from the high heavens, accompanied by laughter. Ha ha ha, damned flame beast, it's you who will perish today. Radiant King Shocking God Palm. Within the cloud layer cloaked in demonic aura, an ancient god atop a white elephant descended in awe-inspiring fashion. The ancient god assumed the thousand-hand Avalokitesvara stance, as the white elephant trumpeted. Millions of ancient god runes interlaced with heavenly dragon runes formed a colossal palm, spanning 1,000-meter diameter and blotting out the sun. Rumble. After achieving sixth circle perfection, Gondopha's radiant king Martial Wei had grown even more formidable. With the might of a single strike, heaven and earth shook. Under the awe-inspiring palm, the vast body of the level 7 flame demon was driven underground amidst roaring dust and collapsing mountains. Gondoph gripped the Sun King's sword, aiming its blade at the massive pit. Sun King's cannon. Boom! An incandescent burst of white light pierced layers of shadowed clouds, scattering the demonic aura across the cosmos. Within the explosion of white light at the pit's center came Ragnar's agonized screams. Countless low-level demons around Ragnar vaporized instantly, unable to even let out a single cry. Nerod's eyes widened with astonishment. Is Lord Gondoph also here? Could it be that the Gondor City 3 heroes have all emerged? Steadying his thoughts, he exclaimed excitedly. Thank you all. Everyone, recover quickly and prepare to engage the demon army. Gondoph gazed numbly at the pit below. This sword is ridiculously powerful. If it didn't take so long to charge, I'd fire it 10 more times and silence the whole battlefield. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed. I'll tear you all apart. A flame demon emerged at lightning speed, half its flesh melted away, its appearance gruesome and horrifying. Chapter 2005. It wielded the flaming whip, lashing toward Gandalf in the sky. Radiant King world-suppressing fist. Gandalf unleashed a punch, and the 1,000 hands behind him formed a wall of fist winds. Crack! The wall shattered. The demon-suppressing Ming King and Gandalf both recoiled violently. Just one exchange, and the Radiant King wizard form visibly faded. The power of a level 7 being, truly terrifying. At the same time, the Holy Infant's ultimate move was already upon them. 7 ice phoenixes and 9 red flame fire dragons roared out, surging forward like an unstoppable army. A purple sun rose over the battlefield, enveloping Ragnar. Victor, strike now! The Holy Infant thought to himself. In the distance, across the wilderness, demons roared as they charged toward Victor from all sides. His expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. Gold Star Tebe. Boom! A platinum-white star, 1,000 meters in diameter, burst across the sky. The low-level demons were instantly shredded by sword chi within it, vanishing without a trace. Go! The star sword emerged from the Gold Star Tebe, carrying the power of the metal elements from a 20-mile radius. A billion streams of elemental sword energy shot forth instantly. One by one, the phantom shadows of distant sword sages followed, heading out to battle. On the battlefield, Ragnar was now besieged by both the demon-suppressing Ming King and the purple extreme holy dragon. Ice flames ravaged his body, rendering him stiff. Even the flame demon fire could no longer flow properly. His furious roars echoed across the battlefield, spreading for hundreds of miles around, where no one dared to approach. Nerod watched the battlefield. Can they really hunt a level 7 demon? Even if Ragnar is outmatched, surely he can escape. As expected, Ragnar, sensing he was no match for the combined might of the Holy Infant and Gandalf, thought of retreating. Those two were simply monstrous. His pride, the level 7 flame demon fire, couldn't even penetrate their layered armor. These are supposedly 6th circle wizards? The depth of the wizard world is unfathomable. Magma spewed violently from within Ragnar, and fiery storms billowed forth, blasting apart the purple extreme holy dragon and the demon-suppressing Ming King. I will still. Before he could finish, a streak of starlight flashed, and Ragnar's rigid, magma-encrusted head was abruptly pierced through. Sword chi rampaged, slicing in interwoven arcs. The headless flame demon's body was hurled backward by sheer force. Immediately afterward, phantom sword sages entered his corpse, and cracks spread across the surface of his body. Buzz! Thousands of streams of sword chi burst outward, shattering Ragnar's body in a colossal explosion. A level 7 demon soul emerged, trembling as it looked around in terror. Another one. What kind of power is this? Seeing this, the Holy Infant quickly threw out the purple holy crucible and the bag of gluttony. A powerful suction ensued as the demon soul was drawn into the purple holy crucible. Jealous poison water filled the crucible, dragging the demon soul into a nightmare. Enveloped in confusion, the soul was tossed into the bag of gluttony, where endless flames mingled with the sound of exploding fat, consuming it completely. Before long, the demon soul evaporated, its dazed remnants heading toward the underworld. A crystal core emitting scorching heat floated in the air. Amidst the scattered chunks of flesh and shattered remains, a faintly trembling heart of magma could be seen. The Holy Infant collected both. It's done. Let's clean up the battlefield, and earn some extra war merit while we're at it. Nerod's heart quivered in awe. The Dawn Divine Sword was here as well. With the Gundor 3 heroes united, what is there to fear from a level 7 demon? The upcoming 7th level demon slaying list will truly be a contest of titans. With the death of the level 7 demon lord, the aftermath was a one-sided slaughter. Ordinary level 6 demons were no match for the Holy Infant and his allies. As for the low-level demons, a single primordial soul spell could obliterate hordes of them. In the end, the demon army scattered in panic, utterly crushed. They didn't pursue the fleeing remnants. For safety's sake, the Holy Infant and his team stopped in time. Nerod and the warband wizards narrowly escaped with their lives. Thank you, all three of you. I will report the details of this battle to the Congress. There should be additional war merit rewards. Gandalf replied. Slaying demons is the duty of all. No need to be so formal. We must head to other battlefields to provide support. You should also retreat and regroup with the main forces. Elsewhere. Soraya prepared herself, looking toward the distant battlefield, refraining from dwelling on Gandalf's situation. It's a success. Thank you, Gandalf. Before departing, her communication device transmitted Gandalf's message. Her anxious heart finally calmed. What was I even worrying about? That old fellow, how could he possibly be in trouble? I'd better focus on dealing with the enemy in front of me. Before long, the names of 3 individuals suddenly appeared within the top 100 of the 7th level demon slaying list. Fire Dragon Master Ace, rank 91, 1.01 million points. Demon Suppressing Ming King Gandalf, rank 93, 940,000 points. Dawn Divine Sword Victor, rank 97, 900,000 points. The competition within the 7th level demon slaying list was second only to the 6th level. To make it into the top 100 was a mark of the greatest talents among primordial soul wizards. For years, the Gundor City 3 heroes had been relatively unknown. But after their joint takedown of the level 7 Flame Demon, they skyrocketed to prominence. They divided the credit for the Flame Demon's death, along with the kills of other demons, plus the extra war merit granted by the Congress. They immediately surpassed even those still in seclusion. A projection of the Flame Demon hunt caused a significant stir in the wizard world. Gandalf's mighty palm, Victor's unparalleled sword, and Ace's purple sun. These left a profound impression on countless witnesses. After this battle, the rankings for the Holy Infants and Gandalf's wizard forms and soul artifacts advanced considerably, nearing the top 500. Demon Suppressing Ming King at 530th, Purple Extreme Holy Dragon at 535th. Above them, the rankings mostly belonged to the wizard forms of 7 Circle Wizards. Chapter 2006. The 100 Flowers and 1000 Trees, which had just advanced to the 7 Circle rank, ranked only 478th. Meanwhile, Triss, who had been living in seclusion in the nightmare world and had virtually no record of combat achievements. Her wizard form, Medicine Girl, ranked an even lower 489th place. However, the lady didn't care about rankings and had long since become indifferent to them. After this battle, the Gundor City 3 greats wisely withdrew and hurried back to the Midland continent. Drawing from the repeated experiences of the Holy Infant being targeted by the Council of 10,000 clans, they understood that staying on the God-forsaken continent meant inviting trouble from those schemers, who would inevitably come looking for trouble. Thus, they needed to lay low for a while, wait for the storm to pass, and then act again. God-forsaken continent. The chaotic clashes between wizards and demons intensified by the day. In such murky waters, there were always those tempted to fish for profit amid the chaos. In the land of darkness beyond the continent. In the vast void, a lone airship flew silently and concealed. On the deck stood a figure dressed in purple, hands clasped behind his back. This was none other than Taigu, a level 7 member of the Amethyst race. Over these years, the Amethyst faction, led by Taigu, had created endless trouble for the wizard world. He had personally killed numerous 6th Circle wizards. Of course, the Amethyst race had also suffered significant losses. The Gundor 3 greats, those damn troublemakers, alone had taken the lives of several members of the Amethyst race. Projections of the Snake Envoy and Emperor Dagon surfaced. Taigu, traces of Fire Dragon Ace and others have been discovered on the God-forsaken continent, the Snake Envoy reported. Taigu replied, I've already heard. I'm heading to the Forsaken Land, planning to remain hidden and act only when the opportunity arises. The Snake Envoy added, the Black Dragon pirate group is now part of the Council of 10,000 clans. They've taken advantage of the chaos to also hide themselves on the God-forsaken continent. When the time comes, you can coordinate with them. Emperor Dagon said, Taigu, if you manage to capture Ace alive and deliver him to me, I can transfer ownership of a small mining plain to you. This emperor was still coveting the Holy Infant's weapon-making skills. Taigu sneered coldly, my fists are merciless, and my blade is blind. I fear one punch from me will kill him outright, unlike those weaklings like that level 7 flame demon. As a member of the Amethyst race, his pride was unwavering. Emperor Dagon's expression darkened. Do your best. I need this man. As silence loomed over the plain teetering on the brink of death, the Snake Envoy spoke calmly. Let us not forget, we are now fighting on the same front. For survival and dignity, we must give it our all, no matter the cost, even if it requires sacrificing our lives. Human Realm. Ancient Dragon Continent. Outer Sea Region. A black-robed figure silently appeared. His face was hidden beneath a hood, and his gaze, deep as a black hole, seemed to devour all light in its path. He gazed calmly at the distant horizon, seemingly lost in thought. Black Sun Adam, you actually dare to show yourself in the human realm, came a voice. From the ocean waters emerged a figure robed in blue. His face was sharp, a middle-aged male wizard emanating the majestic aura of a grand wizard. The waters for thousands of miles trembled as though boiling, pulsating at his mere thought. It seemed as if, with a single notion, he could cover the sea and overturn the heavens. Despite having his identity exposed, Black Sun Adam remained unperturbed, smiling as he said. Sea-covering wizard Mattia, you truly live up to being the prized disciple of the Black Abyss Walker. And congratulations on quietly advancing to Grand Wizard. Relax, my friend. I'm merely passing through the human realm, no need for such animosity. Besides, you're not my match. The sea-covering wizard sneered. You should know, the 100-beast berserk witch, whom you manipulated, has already been slain. Black Sun Adam sighed, of course I know. Poor Caesar, a pitiful creature whose entire life was under someone else's control. Boom. Thousands of miles of seawater surged upward, pouring toward Black Sun Adam. Black Sun Adam, unhurried and composed, snapped his fingers. Solar eclipse. In an instant, the world plunged into darkness, and all light vanished. A sinister black sun descended upon the ocean. Seawater transformed into black flames, turning the scene into an infernal sea of ink that illuminated the sky dome. Goodbye, Mattia. You're as impatient as ever, a faint voice echoed. The darkness receded like a tidal wave, leaving a massive vacuum spanning 1,000 miles in the ocean. The black flames slowly extinguished, and the seawater gradually flowed back into place. Gazing at the sky dome, the sea-covering wizard furrowed his brows. Black Sun Adam has returned to this world, and he's set his sights on Levi. I must inform my master of this immediately. He cast a glance at the ancient dragon continent behind him, sighed softly, and vanished. Time flies like an arrow, years pass like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had flown by. Year 250 of Nora's calendar marked the 38th year of the blood battle. The abyssal onslaughts came in relentless waves, growing larger like inexorable tides. The god-forsaken land had become the main battlefield of the first phase of the war. The Abyss sought to seize the relatively weakly defended god-forsaken land, intending to use it as a bridgehead for their assault on the wizard world. Endless demon armies flooded this already scarred and battered land. Once serene caverns had now become the demons' natural nests. The council continuously dispatched reinforcements to the god-forsaken land. Countless independent demon-hunting wizards and teams also flocked to this perilous yet opportunity-filled region. Among them emerged waves of exceptional demon hunters, striking fear into demons' hearts and making them flee on sight. Of course, there were also terrifying demons entrenched in various regions, slaying countless brave souls who attempted to challenge them. The battlefield was a relentless meat grinder, where demonic blood and wizard blood spilled across skies and land alike. And in this brutal war, the mechanical creations of the council made their debut. The demon extermination shuttle, mechanical battle group, and heavenly element divine cannon. These advanced inventions, jointly developed by Herman and the Council, dazzled on the battlefield. Powered by intellectual property royalties and council funding, the Tower of Dawn thrived immensely. More demon extermination shuttles and extreme battle armors started rolling out across major organizations on the ancient dragon continent. To Herman, war represented the greatest opportunity. The old school of alchemy underwent rapid transformation, evolving into the more advanced mechanical school. The Fire Dragon Knight and the Dark Queen also rose to fame during these 20 years, becoming renowned as the ancient dragon duos. The former was granted the title 10,000 Demon Slash by the Council, ranking 49th on the leaderboard. The latter, undeterred by her gender, held the 56th spot. However, not long after, the two suddenly went silent. People noticed their leaderboard scores had not changed for a long time. Until one day, the names of the Fire Dragon Knight and the Dark Queen appeared on the 7th level demon slaying list. Only then did everyone realize that they had ascended to new heights. A year later, in the year 251 of Nora's calendar, Levi emerged from a long retreat. This time, he had primarily focused on cultivating spells. Through tireless diligence, both Dry Hand and Water Ghost Hand had reached their maximum limits. Additionally, over the past 20 years, he had learned 8 new primordial soul spells, though none had reached perfection, leveling instead at around 14th tier. After scanning through messages, he found updates from organizational leaders that the materials required for the Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique had been prepared. However, this year was clearly not the time for advancement. Because, the Millennial Locust Plague had begun. Chapter 2007. Emperor's Palace. Leaders from major organizations such as the Tower of Dawn and the Dusk Holy Temple, as well as those in charge of the various battle groups without current missions, all sat around the massive round table. Levi said, "Everyone, the Millennium Locust Plague of the Nightmare World is about to begin. Aside from countless ordinary famine worms, this plague will also give rise to famine raiders with strength comparable to primordial soul wizards, ranging from level 6 to level 8. Therefore, we must not take this lightly. Aside from the essential personnel needed to guard the ancient dragon continent, each organization must dispatch troops to suppress the insect calamity in the Nightmare World." The Blood Knights said. At the Dusk Holy Temple headquarters, aside from the 4 main battle groups responsible for maintaining order on the continent, Fire Dragon, Steel Dragon, Silver Dragon, and Snow Dragon all can head to the Nightmare World. If it's only for a year, that shouldn't pose much of an issue. Moreover, during this period, we can still return to the real world if any matters of greater importance arise on the ancient dragon continent, which naturally takes priority. The Black Knight added. As for the branch divisions, aside from leaving personnel to guard their sites, they too can enter the Nightmare World. Next, all organizational leaders discussed their respective situations. Levi, who had been in seclusion for decades, also grasped the current state of affairs. First, there's the 18 Twilight Cavalry. Among the old generation of knights, the Blood Knight, Ash Knight, and Divine Light Knight, who had all reached level 6 early on, are now at the middle stage of level 6. Golden Lion, Saint Ape, Goddess Knight, and Black Knight are still at the early stage. Since Elsa's level 6 promotion, decades have passed. Among the middle generation knights, the Silver Dragon Knight has also successfully advanced to level 6 without relying on Levi's life-saving rare treasure. Dark Moon, 100 Flowers, 1000 Illusions, and Steel Dragon remain at peak level 5. 100 Flowers needs no elaboration, her numerous roles occupy her time, and she's currently pushing hard toward a breakthrough in Realm. The other 3 middle generation knights are still refining their combat techniques, divine weapons, and advancement materials. It may still take them some time before reaching level 6. Thus far, the knights advancing to level 6, aside from Goddess Knight Elsa, have all had relatively smooth journeys. Among the newer generation of knights, Fire Dragon Knight stands out unmistakably. He is a true anomaly, a monstrous talent capable of surpassing even the wizard world's apex prodigies. Although he joined relatively late, he has ascended rapidly, leaving the rest of his generation a full cycle behind and now even surpassing the middle generation knights. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before he overtakes the old generation and becomes the leading figure of the future 18 Twilight Cavalry. Levi holds Fire Dragon Knight in high regard. He treats him as the flagship knight, cultivating him accordingly. After the blood battle began, Fire Dragon Knight already established the knight's reputation in the wizard world. This has greatly aided both recruitment efforts for the Dusk Holy Temple and increased the Congress's attention on knights. Knights, long lagging behind, are still viewed by some of the wizard world's antiquated elders even today as mere upstarts, despite their resurgence. Such ingrained stereotypes will require time to dismantle. Aside from Fire Dragon Knight, Jade Elephant Knight and Snow Dragon Knight are both at peak level 5. Jade Elephant Knight's meteoric rise can be attributed not only to his decent talent but also to fortunate timing, as Levi happened to bring back the level 7 Giant Elephant King. Using such high-level secret medicine for cultivation at lower realms is naturally an overwhelming advantage. Take, for example, the Sea Demon Knight Order, whose members all started their cultivation using level 6 secret medicine. With high-intensity training and a sole focus on knighthood, they quickly reached level 5. As the saying goes, a favorable wind aids my ascent to the heavens, which also applies to Snow Dragon Knight. His compatibility with the Snow Mountain Dragon King's bloodline essence is unparalleled. Other knights, even if they stockpiled a wealth of contributions, currently lack access to such high-level secret medicine. Feather Knight, Pheasant Knight, and Halberd Knight are all at the late stage of level 5. This constitutes a relatively precarious situation, as within the Dusk Holy Temple, geniuses sporadically emerge. These individuals might later surpass them, relegating them to obscurity. Still, even if relegated, their battle group allocations will not be revoked. After all, extensive teamwork makes frequent changes impractical. Moreover, while they might temporarily be surpassed, all possess the potential to eventually reach level 6, indicating their capacities are not negligible. New members joining the 18 Twilight Cavalry can form their own battle groups. These are different times the Tower of Dawn has gained wealth, and the cost of extreme battle armor has significantly decreased compared to before. Establishing new battle groups is now merely a matter of time. On the side of the ancient Dragon Empire, following Feather King's advancement to level 6, Wing King and Lord King also achieved level 6 successively. In addition to the 3 kings, 2 ancient kings attempted to advance to level 6. One failed, and not even a rare treasure could save their life. The other succeeded but didn't achieve perfection. Levi realized that even for ancient saint-level prodigies of the ancient Dragon Empire's bygone era, level 6 advancement entails substantial risk. In truth, the same applies to the Dusk Holy Temple. Although the current members of the 18 Twilight Cavalry who advanced appear to have relatively smooth journeys, this impression stems from survivorship bias. After all, they already stand at the pinnacle, excelling in talent, mental fortitude, perseverance, technique, and luck. As more knights attempt advancement in the future, failures and deaths will inevitably increase. These are the objective laws governing organizational development. No one can evade them. That said, unless one is like Levi, who created his own breathing technique, level 6 advancement for knights is actually less challenging than for wizards. The battle group led by Algerda, the barbarian ancestor, has also produced numerous level 5 experts. Chapter 2008. In the early days, people like Tiger were already at the peak of level 5, but whether they could advance to level 6 was still unknown. The cultivation of the giant breathing technique by those two-headed beings under the roar of the giant soldiers has shown positive results. They are naturally powerful transcendent races, with rich frost giant bloodlines flowing within them. Whether it's their knight talent or wizarding talent, both are excellent. Commander Byzada fully utilized their strengths. Those who enjoy spell casting were directed to the Tower of Dawn for further studies, while those skilled in combat techniques were sent to the Dusk Holy Temple for training. Additionally, those with Chi Sect talents could even become giant Chi Sect practitioners. It was entirely feasible. On the ancient dragon continent, regardless of your race, as long as you demonstrated sufficient talent, you could choose an extraordinary path that suited you. As for the Doomsday Valkyrie and Song of the Sirens, they have also developed beyond Levi's expectations over the years. The Tower of Dawn, in particular, is flourishing. Aya, whom Levi had brought out from the ancient tower over 400 years ago, has now become the star of tomorrow in the wizarding world. The Shadow Queen, who has attained perfection in 9 talents, like Levi, is a one-person army, commanding the Shadow Army with unmatched efficiency in slaying demons, even better than the Fire Dragon Knight. This gave Levi a sense of accomplishment in nurturing talent. As for Sorit, he is now a senior 6th ring wizard, living in seclusion in the tower while teaching students and nurturing many excellent seedlings. One of his students, Sta, whom Levi brought out 300 years ago, is now a 5th circle perfection wizard, currently refining the 9 talents. Because of his talent as the Thunder Wizard, STA has gradually emerged in blood battles, making remarkable achievements. On the 6th level demon slaying list, he's now ranked within the top 1000. These individuals are regarded by the council as potential candidates for achieving the 6th ring in the future. Whether they can reach that level still depends on their fortune. Toby, at 180 years old, a rare child of the fire element and a bearer of Earth's special talent, descends from the lineage of the fire god's hammer. Under the guidance of the Holy Infant, he has already become a senior 4th ring wizard, and even a 4th circle weapons craftsman. Though his advancement speed does not match that of Simon, the dual fire talent master of the past, Levi finds this pace healthier. In the future, steady advancement to the 6th ring will suffice. If that happens, the Holy Infant can essentially step back entirely. Occasionally putting some top-grade wizard tools refined by himself up for auction would suffice to maintain popularity. Beyond that, he wouldn't need to worry much. These geniuses are but a microcosm of the Tower of Dawn. In truth, over its 400-year history, this organization has produced numerous talents. But whether they can successfully reach the finish line remains uncertain for everyone. Lastly, the Panda clan and the Chi sect, though cultivating with a relaxed attitude, are developing anything but passively. First is Saint Emperor Zhou, who had been stuck at the 6th level middle stage for a long time. Then, during a teaching session, he unexpectedly had a moment of enlightenment. At that time, the skies were adorned with celestial flowers, the earth surged with green lotuses, azure dragons circled overhead. A grand anomaly appeared. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, he directly broke through 2 minor stages in a row, reaching the level 6 peak realm. The Chi sect practitioners present were dumbfounded, and the event even alerted the Chi sect Research Institute under the Wizard Council. Wizard cultivation has always been step by step, with no concept of breaking through multiple minor stages at once. The sense of shock was immense. After various interviews and studies, the council members could not derive any substantial conclusions and eventually left disappointed. Saint Emperor Zhou himself could not explain it, merely remarking, "When the spirit is attuned, enlightenment comes naturally." After this event, the number of people signing up for Chi sect's heart inquiry test rose sharply. Out of the applicants, one true talent emerged. It turned out to be Link, who possesses a golden spear iron heart. This is one of the strongest talents in the giant Chi sect. Link subsequently joined the Golden Stone Chi sect and embarked on a dual cultivation path, combining Chi sect and secret sword flow wizard disciplines. However, most of his time was spent on the front lines of the blood battlefield, honing his skills through practical combat and slaughter. This caused his points to surge ahead. Like the Fire Dragon Knight of the past, Link is now ranked among the top 50 on the demon slaying list, becoming a rising star. Beyond that, the 4 sons of Chi sect An, Chen, Li, and Hong had long advanced to level 6. Some who had experienced more enlightenment have already reached the 6th level middle stage. They have returned to their respective Chi sect mountain gates to become figures guarding their territories. Observing the talents and flourishing development of the ancient dragon continent nowadays, Levi, as the Supreme Elder, has finally felt at ease. All he can do is continue charging toward higher realms, constantly raising the organization's ceiling. Several days later, after intense preparations, the personnel began entering the nightmare world, heading toward various territories to defend them. Since Levi's capacity to bring people in was limited, priority was given to selecting powerful individuals. The Dusk Holy Temple, Tower of Dawn, Ancient Dragon Empire, and other major organizations each retained at least 2 level 6 experts for defense. Guardians like the Ghostbone Dragon, Giant Elephant King, and Snow Mountain Dragon King all level 7 stayed on the continent to guard against level 7 demons. In addition, the entire Dragon Palace and undead creatures adept at combat were also sent in. As for the Shell Demons and Snow Elves, they continued to hold their respective posts. Levi, 100 Flowers, and Triss would all reside in the Nightmare world over the coming year. The Gundor City 3 Greats were also invited to join in the insect extermination operations. Nightmare World. Chaotic Wilderness. In the peculiar grasslands, a bug-like monster with a dry and sallow human face and beast-like features crept out slowly, measuring about 1 meter in length. Chapter 2009. Sounds of rustling came from underground. Within the soil layers, it was as if countless ants were crawling. Before long, layers upon layers of pitch black, monstrous insects began emerging on the earth. Some were small, about the size of wild dogs, while others were as massive as giant elephants. Some were even over 100 meters in length. Their bodies were covered in durable heavy armor, gleaming with a metallic sheen, with 6 legs like sharp blades. Every one of them, without exception, was a 6th level famine worm. They belonged to the special soldier species known as the Famine Raiders. Each one was an extremely troublesome nightmare lord. With bodies forged of iron armor, impervious to blades and bullets, and blade-like legs capable of slicing through anything. In fact, even the weaker famine worms were immensely dangerous. Their mouth parts could chew through anything, even 6th circle defensive fields. Their flapping wings could create terrifying negative energy storms. On this day, throughout the nightmare world, after hibernating for 1,000 years, countless famine worms broke out of their shells. They gathered together, forming black mist, their noise resonating for hundreds, even thousands of miles, like thunderclaps. Whether it be the territory of nightmare monarchs or nightmare lords, they were equally unmerciful. Outside the Black Dragon territory, this was Levi's stronghold. It was guarded personally by him. Additionally, a phantom apostle group led by the 1000 Illusion Knight was stationed here to alternate shifts with him. Then there was the nightmare creature army native to the Black Dragon territory. It could be said that Levi relied on his own strength to defend the Black Dragon territory. Levi had deployed the forces of the ancient dragon continent to other territories. Both 100 Flowers and Triss had also gone to 7 Sin City, ensuring that each territory had at least 2 6th level guardians so as not to lose any ground. Yet, due to the 1000-year locust plague, Levi was mentally prepared to lose some territories. As long as losses weren't excessive, everything could be regained once the plague ended. Buzz buzz buzz. From the distant horizon, it was as if 10,000 planes were streaking by, their engines roaring. The 1000 Illusion Knight looked a bit tense as she gazed at the silent figure standing there. Commander alone, is it really going to be all right? She knew the commander was powerful, but facing such an intense locust swarm all alone was hard to imagine. Soon, countless locusts swept down and blanketed the skies. A black energy storm dyed the skies within a range of hundreds of miles completely black. Levi said, 1000 Illusion Knight, you and the battle group are responsible for cleaning up the locusts I miss. 1000 Illusion Knight replied. Understood, Commander, take care. Levi's figure vanished. The storm formed by countless locusts swept toward him. Shadow Dragon Group. Attack. At his command, shadows behind Levi erupted. 3,000 soldiers from the Black Shadow Army surged forth like tidal waves. Among them, the most striking was undoubtedly the Shadow Centipede, hundreds of meters long, and the arrogant Golden Brain. Thousands upon thousands of spells and spell-like abilities lit up the sky like fireworks. In an instant, tens of thousands of locusts were annihilated, nightmare crystals falling like raindrops. Levi gripped the Crimson Dragon slash tightly, his figure stepped forward, arriving before a famine raider that was recklessly slaughtering shadows. This raider exuded an aura not inferior to a 6th level early stage powerhouse. Behind Levi, an invisible dragon-like aura surged, solidifying into substance as if it were an emperor's cloak. Sky Dragon Path. Among the 10 evil martial arts, the Sky Dragon Path was the most versatile. One sword fell. The raider was severed in two, its vitality extinguished. This also meant that Levi's Shadow Army would gain an additional rank 5 elite. Leon, collect the raider's corpse, Levi ordered. The raider's armor was naturally 6th level biological metal. Perfect for forging divine weapons, extreme battle armor, and the demon extermination shuttle. Thus, the locust plague, while dangerous, was also an opportunity. Among the locust swarms, there were plenty of raiders like this. Leon carried a woven bag crafted from spider webs, activating the auto pickup function. Following Levi closely, he was in charge of collecting spoils of war. Occasionally, he'd also snag some locust true souls to be canned as reserve food. But his tastes had grown picky, other than 6th level ones, he ignored the rest. According to Leon, these lower level food items were no longer nutritious for him. Eating too many just took up space in his stomach. Over the following hours, Levi charged through the locust swarm 7 times in succession. One raider after another fell under his sword. Whether they were 6th level early stage, late stage, or even peak tier. To Levi now, they required at most 1 or 2 swings of his sword to be dealt with. He and the Shadow Dragon group successfully stalled the locust army spanning hundreds of miles. Watching from afar, the 1000 Illusion Knight opened her small mouth slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with awe. Incredible! Members of the Phantom Apostle group were even more stunned. With the thought, 3,000 shadow soldiers followed him. Any 6th level enemy fell within a single sword stroke. Though they had imagined such strength in their minds before, seeing it in person was entirely different. And so, taking advantage of this locust plague, Levi used live combat to enhance his proficiency in the extreme Deo strategy. The results were far superior to regular training. Although Levi's current extreme Deo strategy was at level 7, only requiring tens of thousands of proficiency points. This was because the proficiency panel had been calibrated during the fusion. The current level 7 actually corresponded to his 7th level realm. Acquiring one proficiency point now was vastly more challenging compared to the past breathing techniques at level 7. On the ground, the pile of locust corpses continued to grow larger and larger. Chapter 2010. In other directions, hordes of locusts continued to arrive. However, Levi had the Shadow Dragon group, along with the Phantom Apostle group and the Nightmare creatures in his territory, and so far, they had successfully held their ground. After months of battle, his shadow army had suffered considerable losses. But at the same time, new locust shadows joined their ranks. Just among the plunderers' level 5 shadows, 4 new ones had been added. For now, at least, neither the Black Dragon territory nor the other territories had seen the emergence of a level 7 plunderer. This gave Levi a brief moment of relief, as the level 6 plunderers weren't too difficult to handle. When he grew weary, he let the giant Whale King take his place. Alternating strategies, taking turns. He had lost count of how many locusts he had slain. It felt as though the locust armies were endless, infinite, and impossible to eradicate. Meanwhile, in the nightmare world, territories across the dreamscape were being consumed by the locust swarms, which blotted out the skies. More and more nightmare lords were becoming wandering lords. Those who attempted to fight to the death alongside their territories were relentlessly bitten apart by countless locusts. The mother flesh trees within the territories collapsed and vanished in the face of the insect plague. Thus, new unclaimed lands began to form. The mother flesh trees were destroyed, though their roots remained, leaving the possibility of sprouting anew in the future. 7 Sin City. 100 Flowers crushed the plunderer before her effortlessly, in her wizard form. Can Levi really endure this for an entire year? Even after just a few months of slaughter, 100 Flowers was already feeling mentally fatigued. She found herself mechanically spellcasting, numb to the action. Triss, too, had the same feeling. She was slightly concerned about Levi's mental state. Black Dragon territory. After finishing his rest, Levi instinctively summoned Crimson Dragon Slash, only to find the sword blade dulled. Expressionless, he returned the divine weapon to his body to be nurtured. Kill. He was a machine of senseless slaughter. Heavenly Badger Path. He seemed to embody the spirit of the Heavenly Badger, as the sun, moon, and stars man's 3 vital forces converged within him. With every punch, countless locusts were shattered mid-air into fragments. If he unleashed the Red Emperor domain or employed large-scale primordial soul spells, the killing efficiency would skyrocket. But in doing so, the materials from the middle and low-level locusts would all be reduced to ashes, a complete waste. Every bit counts, and Levi felt capable of sustaining himself for now. Of course, if his territory ever faced a life-and-death crisis, he wouldn't hesitate to deploy such power. Time swiftly passed. Half a year had gone by. The locust plague was finally nearing its end. Surviving just a few more months would mean victory. During this time, the ancient dragon continent had seen only occasional demon incursions, but nothing significant. During his rest intervals, Levi would scrutinize the outside world. Suddenly, he received a transmission. His expression subtly changed. Over in Dread Tree territory, a level 7 plunderer had emerged. The stationed Blood Apostle group, along with the level 6 Blood Knights and blood-sucking demon dragon, had been entirely annihilated. Levi could only sigh. Currently, he could only set resurrection points in the Black Dragon territory. By the time he led the Blood Knights back to Dread Tree territory, it was too late. The locusts devoured at an astonishing speed. Thus, Levi decided to let the Blood Knights return to the physical world for recovery and stationed them to protect the Black Dragon territory instead. Fate had dealt him a bad hand. A level 7 plunderer had appeared. If it had shown up near 7 Sin City, it would have been manageable, as 100 Flowers and Triss could have provided support. Judging by the level 7 plunderer's trajectory, its next stop is the Black Dragon territory. If I can weather this storm, the locust plague should be over. Levi used this opportunity to quickly recalibrate himself. A few days later, a black storm, stronger than any before, approached from afar. At the center of this storm was a massive locust, with a wingspan of 1,000 meters, exuding overwhelming pressure as it closed in. What a monstrous beast! Level 7 middle stage. Levi's eyes narrowed in alarm. The level 7 plunderer's head was adorned with thousands upon thousands of gaunt human faces. Hunger! 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 The entity emitted an eerie, chilling voice, gazing at the black dragon territory with greedy, ravenous eyes. Levi stood tall in the void, the shadow dragon group materializing behind him. The scarred giant whale king silently rose to its feet as well. 1,000 illusion knights, blood knights, focus on clearing the stragglers. Against a level 7 middle stage plunderer, Levi had to exercise utmost caution. The shadow dragon group roared into the locust swarm. The giant whale king, wielding its bone knife, brandished its brilliant blade fearlessly. Levi set his sights resolutely and appeared above the level 7 plunderer in a flash. Underhook earth-shattering fist. The doomsday fist struck downward. The plunderer's steel wings folded inwards, slashing toward Levi, rending the void wherever they passed. Bang! Levi was sent flying into the sky dome, hit as if by a thunderous impact. The plunderer didn't walk away unscathed either, crashing heavily to the ground and crushing a batch of locusts beneath its body. A dented fist mark marred its steel wings, but it was hardly affected. Such formidable defense, stronger even than Andreas. It was the first time Levi encountered a foe that his underhook fist couldn't severely injure. He didn't feel fear, but sheer exhilaration. This plunderer's steel armor, how many wizard tools or battle armors could be refined from it? Priceless. This fight wasn't simply about winning, he had to ensure minimal damage. With this resolve, Levi summoned the 9-headed Emperor Dragon and his Emperor allies. The Emperor Dragon called forth 4 level 6 late-stage spiritual weapons, activating his innate spell before engaging the plunderer head-on. The Emperor, gripping the Emperor's sword, joined Levi in pinpointing and opening and attacking. A surge of terrifying chaos sword energy streaked toward the plunderer's head. The plunderer's blade-like limbs swung violently, shredding the sword energy to pieces. Before long, even the 4 spiritual weapons that had previously been unbeatable were torn apart like paper. Chapter 2011. There was no choice. Levi's wizard realm was vastly inferior compared to that of the plunderer. This opponent was even harder to deal with than the Snow Mountain Dragon King. The Emperor, wielding the Chaos Shield and the Emperor Dragon Path, managed to pin down the ferocious plunderer. Levi seized this opportunity to charge up the Doomsday Fist again. Skypeng Deo. His figure soared like a rock, riding the wind, ascending 90,000 miles into the heavens, vanishing from sight. In the void, Levi activated the Red Emperor Domain, the Strength Rune, Holy Image Law, Falling Star Ring, and other enhancements. Buzz. When he reappeared, Levi had already blinked to the plunderer's armored yet relatively vulnerable abdomen. Upper hook sky-splitting fist. Levi unleashed a punch, the force of his energy creating white waves like a raging river, 1,000 troops galloping in unison. On his gauntlet, 2 wind element energy cores instantly dimmed. Boom! A heaven-shaking punch. It tore open the plunderer's belly, propelling its massive form into the high heavens with Levi's strike. The chi radiating from his blow ripped through the crimson-black firmament of the nightmare world. But it wasn't over yet. Levi swiftly installed 2 new wind element energy cores. As if embodying the sky rock once more, he vanished again before the plunderer's eyes. The plunderer hadn't yet reacted when Levi reappeared above it. Heaven and Earth Destruction Fist. The ultimate profound meaning of the Iron Fist clan was unleashed by Levi. The 4 artificial wind element energy cores disintegrated in an instant, reduced to dust. Surging, overwhelming power infused his gauntlet. Levi descended from the heavens, his fist crushing down on the plunderer's head. The plunderer raised its 4 limbs to block. Crack! Its pair of 4 limbs were utterly shattered and fell away. Moments later, the countless gaunt faces on its body were obliterated like dead leaves swept away by a roaring tempest. Boom! The plunderer's body plummeted like a cannonball to the earth, the resulting shockwave lifting dust clouds that covered a 100-mile radius and surged into the sky. Levi immediately followed, pummeling the plunderer's head with a barrage of ferocious punches, like Wusong slaying the tiger. Viscous fluids splattered as the plunderer's imposing presence weakened with each blow. Even headless, its body struggled to lift Levi mid-air. The Emperor's longsword descended. It struck down the creature, slamming it into the ground. The Emperor Dragon unfurled its wings, pressing the monstrosity into the earth. Thus, the brutal beatdown began. Nobody could say how much time had passed. The plunderer's lethal aura finally dissipated completely. Only a powerful true soul emerged, and Leon had to expend considerable effort to capture it. Not bad, another level 6 mid-stage shadow, Levi muttered, panting as he watched the shadow army slaughter their foes on a massive scale. If it weren't for the shadow dragon talents, no matter how strong he was, he'd never dare hold a territory on his own. The feeling of being a one-man army, how intoxicating. After gathering the spoils of war, Levi continued his killing spree. The terrifying shockwaves of his battles could be felt by distant battle groups, leaving countless onlookers in awe. One punch to obliterate a level 7 mid-stage. Is this the commander? The Thousand Illusion Knight murmured. The plunderer's bladed forelimbs, capable of slicing through a sixth circle wizard in a single strike, had been broken by the commander's fists. The commander keeps advancing so far on the path of knights, we, as his subordinates, must work harder to catch up with his shadow. After witnessing the commander's battles over the past year, the Thousand Illusion Knight felt enlightened. She believed that she could reach level 6 within a century. And so, 3 more months passed. One day, beyond the territory, the remaining swarms of locusts suddenly dropped dead from the skies. The 1-year period has passed. All the locusts will perish like ephemeral mayflies, reduced to dust. What extraordinary creatures, someone remarked. Even the level 6 plunderer had died in an instant. It was hard to imagine a level 6 being with only a year-long lifespan. This locust plague is likely tied to the nightmare world's self-regulating mechanisms. All things in the world required balance. Just as the abyss harbored a powerful will that Levi couldn't yet comprehend, the nightmare world was no different. These wills could be the will of the world itself, or that of other mighty beings, or perhaps both. In any case, to sustain its balance or drive its evolution, the abyss waged ceaseless wars beyond its borders. The nightmare world was no different. For someone like me, at level 7, these matters are too far away to grasp. Having survived the locust plague, Levi breathed a sigh of relief. A full year of relentless, high-intensity battles was a true test of his willpower. In Seven Sins City, the pale-faced flower knight gazed at everyone else, equally exhausted but smiling in relief. It's over. We've won. Ha ha ha. Victory is ours. The millennia-long locust plague was nothing after all. Flower Knight declared. Everyone, take turns resting and recovering, then quickly gather the spoils and account for both gains and losses. For these foreign avatars descending upon this world, death was not the end. But for the native nightmare creatures born in the territories, there was no coming back from death. After this battle, everyone would undergo a major metamorphosis. In terms of combat experience, techniques, and tempered willpower, they would make great strides. This would be of immense benefit for the blood battles to come. Time flew by. A month later, on the ancient dragon continent, at a conference summing up the locust plague, Levi listened to everyone's reports with a satisfied expression. Aside from the Dread Tree territory, the other 16 territories had survived unscathed. Although the Dread Tree territory could be rebuilt in the future, it would require a long time. In this battle, 1/3 of the nightmare creatures within the territories had been lost, an inevitability. The forces of the foreigners alone could never have eradicated the entire locust horde. Chapter 2012. The main force still has to be the nightmare creature cannon fodder born locally. Fortunately, they upgrade quickly, and these losses will more or less recover after a century of rest and rejuvenation. Moreover, the level 6 nightmare lords are all safe and sound. In this battle, a total of 2 level 7 raiders were hunted. Besides the one Levi killed, another was slain by Triss. As for level 6 raiders, as many as 27 were killed in 1 year. This is an extremely terrifying number, equivalent to the number of primordial souls in a top wizard organization. This was just a millennial locust plague. Thinking of the once in 10,000-year locust plague makes Levi's scalp tingle. Fortunately, he has a millennium to prepare, so there's no hurry. As for level 6 and below ordinary locusts, there are many more. Just the nightmare crystals have piled up like mountains. Biological materials have already filled the warehouses of major organizations. Levi also had the Holy Infant take away the materials from the level 7 locust. Everyone has worked hard this year. After this battle, everyone can receive rewards from the organization, and those with excellent performance will receive even greater prizes. Be clear about rewards and punishments, one shouldn't be stingy when generosity is needed. The commander's generosity. The commander's might. The Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple were the first to shout. Then, more and more people called out loudly, celebrating the victory of this grand operation. After the award ceremony ended, each battle group continued to plunge into blood battles, continuing to fight against the demons invading the continent. Meanwhile, outside the Black Dragon territory, in the chaotic wilderness, underground, new mother flesh tree seedlings began to sprout. Triss looked at all this from the air. In the distance, the seedlings stretched endlessly, filled with vigorous life. She muttered to herself. It is death, but also rebirth. Apparently, it was the death of these locusts that brought new life to the nightmare world. This is a complex and subtle internal cycle within a world. In the near future, the Black Dragon territory and other territories will continue to expand. After the 10,000-year locust plague, there could be a connection forming one vast territory. As far as she knows, many great lords' territories are a single vast one, rather than fragmented like the Black Dragon territory. The nightmare world is indeed fascinating. 4 years later. The year 256 of Nora, the 44th year of the Blood Battle. Ancient Dragon Continent. Intis Mountain Range. The Dragon God Temple stands here, inhabited by the Wind Spirit clan. On the plaza outside the temple stands a statue of a black armored swordsman. On this day, the Wind Spirit clan warriors were patrolling high in the sky. Suddenly, in the distant mountains, a terrifying element tide was forming. One after another, fearsome dragon phantoms were forming. Then, a black armored swordsman let out a long shout and charged into the sky. He tore the giant dragons apart with his bare hands. The terrifying battle shook the heavens and earth. This is the Dragon God Lord undergoing tribulation. The ancient prophecy tells me, the Dragon God Lord will surely overcome this disaster. The clan leader said earnestly. Sure enough, shortly after, the black armored swordsman easily passed the tribulation and disappeared. The clan leader is mighty. Truly worthy of being our Wind Spirit clan's chief wise man. The Dragon God's might. Emperor's Palace. Levi, 680 years old, opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath Technique, 19th rank, 1/10,000,000, Special Effect, Golden Brilliance Dragon Body Mythical Level, Level 7 Early Stage. Bloodline Dharma Idol, Golden Dragon Frenzy. Blood Source Armor, Brilliant Golden Dragon Armor. Exclusive Weapon, Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield, Level 7. Bloodline Divine Patterns, 0/66. Sure enough, the mythical breathing method requires 66 bloodline divine patterns. Levi introspected into his body. The Golden Divine Palace also began to slowly disintegrate. Within one tiny cell. Aside from the Power Divine Palace, another palace of control began to emerge. The Golden Brilliance true form clad in a golden imperial robe sat high on the throne, face obscured. The fusion of breathing techniques might be combining the 6 divine palaces, perfectly integrating them into a flawless hexagonal divine palace. Such a perfect palace requires a nearly equal number of dimensional bricks in each dimension. Achieving all this might require the completion of physical divine palace transformation. Moreover, no significant quality difference should exist between the 6-dimensional breathing techniques. Presently, Levi still has many legendary level breathing techniques to evolve. My current Golden Brilliance Dragon defense should not be inferior to that of the level 7 middle stage raiders. The raiders' defense left a profound impression on Levi. The Golden Brilliance Dragon and the Crimson Emperor Dragon, one attacks and one defends, are the 2 most crucial attributes among the 6 dimensions. With these 2 stepping into level 7, my strength will further advance. Currently, Levi is eager to go to the God-forsaken continent to hunt demons. However, as he is about to advance to the 7 circle, he must temporarily shelve this desire. In the previous closed-door cultivation session, he practiced 8 primordial soul spells. Among them is the poisonous faction spell 5 corrosions, which causes enemies' internal organs to deteriorate and decay after casting. Additionally, the remaining 7 spells come from the 7 elementalist schools, some dual faction, and some single sect. Geothermal skill, Heavenly Fire Burning City, Hidden in the Morning Breeze, Sea King's Wrath, Harvest's Golden Hound, Frost Maid, and Thunder 9 Flashes, include attack spells, summoning spells, and escape spells. For instance, Thunder 9 flashes allows one to transform into thunder and travel across the void 9 times consecutively, each time crossing 500 miles. In general, these spells are mainly to gather 27 witch marks. However, Levi carefully selected them for their excellent grade and potential use, spending a significant amount of money on them. Next, he only needs to cultivate them to perfection, and he can advance to the 7th circle. This closed-door cultivation was solely for practicing spells, to make the final push. Time flies. Years quickly pass by. Within the ancient Banyan fairyland, honey snow ice pears have matured. Levi immediately took some for his spell practice. The rest he distributed to the 3 avatars, 100 Flowers, Triss, and others. It could also serve as Triss's payment for refining the Flame Demon Potion. Triss did not disappoint and successfully refined it in one attempt. Levi's breakthrough potion was also settled. It's undeniable, the effect of the honey snow ice pear is indeed excellent. After consuming it, Levi felt as if his thoughts became sharper than usual, and his understanding of spells grew deeper. His cultivation speed increased significantly, and his proficiency in spells rose rapidly. Thus, 20 years had passed since Levi began his closed-door cultivation. The year 276 of Nora. The 64th year since the start of the blood battle. This year, Dragon King Li reached 700 years old. Within the ancient Banyan fairyland, he opened his somewhat weathered eyes. On the proficiency panel, all 27 primordial soul spells were perfected. The wizard forms unfolded, showcasing brilliantly varied witch marks, testament to Levi's centuries of effort. He consumed the Flame Demon Potion and seized the opportunity to begin another closed period. No hesitation reflected in his eyes. Because he was confident of 100% success. 700 years of life, finally entering the 7th circle. Chapter 2013. 6 years later. Nora year 282. There are 100 years left until the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm opens. God-forsaken continent. The sky here is always shrouded in a faint haze. The demonic aura swirls around, the lower one descends, the denser it becomes, eventually turning into demonic fog that blankets much of the continent. Demonic creatures, black beasts, and demons occupy the natural caves as their nests. The corpses of wizards and alien races are frequently seen. The cruelty of war is laid bare for all to see. This marks the 70th year since the start of the blood battle. Following the 8th Legion led by the Flame Demon Tyrant, Causas, his elite 3rd Legion, the Burning Expedition, also descended upon this land. The Burning Expeditionary Army consists of the finest warriors under the Flame Demon Tyrant's command. Among them are hundreds of demon lords, of various sizes and ranks. The pressure on the Wizard Council continues to mount. The composition of the Burning Expeditionary Army predominantly consists of flame demons. The flame demon fire rampages across the lands, causing crustal shifts and magma eruptions, turning the god-forsaken continent into a purgatory on Earth. To counter these numerous flame demons, not only have the Bright Faction, Ocean Faction, and Frost official battle groups joined forces, but numerous demon-hunting wizards from the populace have also flocked here. The protracted battles show no signs of ending. On a battlefield engulfed in raging flames, a level 7 early-stage flame demon lord, wielding a great sword forged from flame demon fire, roared and swung the blade fiercely. Blades of fire stretched tens of miles, shredding the world into fragments. Hovering beside it, 2 6th circle perfection level auras clashed amid the clouds. A towering ancient god, standing 500 meters tall, riding a white elephant with 1,000 hands shielding the sky, appeared like a celestial Buddha in the heavens. Radiant King World Suppressing Fist. Rumble. Waves of fist wind, forming walls of cyan energy, pressed toward the flame demon from all directions. Within his wizard form, Gandalf stood majestic, his body covered with 7 million shimmering ancient god runes, resembling dense scales that inspired an unparalleled sense of security. After 300 years of cultivation, the 1,000-handed ancient god body refining technique was not far from reaching the 7th circle milestone. When his ancient god runes break through 10 million, the moment of advancement will come. Among the gaps in the ancient god runes were radiant heavenly dragon runes imbued with the aura of wind. With them, each of Gandalf's movements was accompanied by dragons' roars, elephants trumpeting, and the rumble of tigers and leopards. As the dense fist wind shattered the magma armor protecting the surface of the level 7 flame demon layer by layer, the flame demon's strength seemed endless, quickly reforming new armor. Die! The world-destroying flame sword slashed toward the ancient god. Thousands of arms shielded his chest, and the radiant King Vajra bracelet shone brightly. Accompanied by the sound of clashing metals, the demon-suppressing Ming King was sent flying. The flame demon advanced with relentless aggression, continuing to strike at the demon-suppressing Ming King. In that split second, an inconspicuous snowball fell upon the flame demon's head and exploded with a loud bang. Freeze! A surge of frost power erupted instantly, cooling and solidifying even the magma on the ground. Falling snow and ice encased the flame demon's body beneath a thick layer of frost. In an instant, it was completely frozen. Roar! Amid the dragon's roar, the holy infant descended from the sky, his purple hair flowing as he rode atop the purple extreme holy dragon, his purple wizard robe billowing. The majestic purple divine dragon, stretching nearly 1,000 meters, was extraordinary, with 9 faintly shimmering witch marks on its forehead in shades of red and blue. He stood upright on the holy dragon's head, with a weak, floating little snowball on his shoulder. It was his companion spirit, the Snow King. Over the years, as his cultivation advanced and he consumed the Frost King's finger, the power of the Snow King also surged. A full-strength strike could even momentarily immobilize a level 7 flame demon. After years of seclusion for cultivation, the holy infant had reached the qualifications for advancing to the 7-circle witch mark stage. But it wasn't enough, his goal was 15 marks. While the Snow King momentarily sealed the flame demon, a Purgatory 9 dragon flash spun above the holy infant's head, radiating brilliance. He then waved the Frost Sky 7 feather fan lightly. The 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes painted the sky in crimson and azure hues. A sinister purple sun emerged in the heavens, enveloping the level 7 flame demon in its light, devouring it. Rumble! A terrifying explosive shockwave surged out. In the distance, a meteor streaked across the sky dome. In the blink of an eye, it reached the battlefield. The star sword plunged into the sinister purple sun, as unmatched gold element sword chi detonated. The rampant sword chi shattered the void, splintering space like a cracked mirror, chaotic currents swirling everywhere. Radiant King shocking God Palm. The clouds above dispersed as divine energy surged. An unfathomable ancient god's 1,000 arms descended, ancient god runes flowing, coalescing into a massive, sky-veiling hand. Rumble! Beneath the sinister purple sun, the level 7 flame demon emerged. Its figure visibly shrank, exposing its bloody magma bones. The massive, sky-veiling hand collided violently with the flame demon. The flame demon's body was torn apart inch by inch, bursting into countless waves of scorching demonic aura, forming a fiery storm. Wearing a suit of golden armor, the sword spirit let out a crisp cry. With her right arm raised and her long sword pointing to the sky, billions of gold element sword chi converged, forming a massive great sword nearly 3,000 meters long that pierced the heavens and earth. Crack! With an astonishing strike, the flame demon was split in two amidst its enraged roars. As the demon's soul attempted to escape, it was devoured by the bag of gluttony. The horrific flames of wrath began refining it. Shortly after, the demon's soul faded into the void, heading toward the underworld. The holy infant collected the flame demon materials and said, "One more down, just 2 more should suffice." After decades of dormancy, the Gundor 3 heroes re-emerged, searching for opportunities to hunt demons. With clear goals, they only targeted high-level challenges. They focused on hunting level 7 early-stage flame demons. At the sight of a level 7 mid-stage demon, they would retreat without hesitation. Gandalf let out a breath of relief and said, Chapter 2014. Let's go. Suddenly, a ray of purple light pierced through the void, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, and the shockwave lifted the crust, surging into the high skies. Within a radius of 100 miles, mountain tops crumbled and disintegrated under the aftermath. Amidst the swirling dust, a towering, burly figure cloaked in purple scale armor emerged, the Amethyst race. He lifted his head and grinned broadly. "Long time no see, geniuses." Holy Infant's face changed drastically. "It's the Ancient." "Retreat." Boom. As soon as the words fell, 2 gleaming purple fists materialized out of the void and exploded behind Holy Infant. Feeling the imminent danger, the snow iron dragon armor automatically materialized. The purple extreme holy dragon coiled layer upon layer, shielding Holy Infant in its center. Crash! The holy dragon witch phase dissolved swiftly under the force of the fist wind. Crack! The fists collided with the snow iron dragon armor. Created from the strongest scales of the level 7 sub-dragon clan and level 6 peak purple crystal, this top-grade wizard tool cracked wide open. The immense aftershock blasted Holy Infant away, scattering him into the skies as ice and fire elements. The ancient has reached level 7 middle stage. Seeing the snow iron dragon armor shattered by a single punch, Gondafa's ancient god rune blazed with radiant light. The demon-suppressing Ming King swooped in fiercely. Radiant King Dragon Elephant Seal. Gondaf merged with White Elephant, clad in silver elephant armor, his arm adorned with the clinking Radiant King Vajra bracelet. Veins bulged, sheer power erupted, and Gondaf unleashed his most powerful punch yet towards the ancient. Radiant King Martial Way Third Technique Radiant King Dragon Elephant Seal. Rumbling bangs filled the air. A majestic phantom of a 10-winged heavenly dragon and a towering sky-supporting elephant god appeared. One dragon, one elephant. Both symbols of power. This punch, ordinary 7-circle wizards wouldn't dare to confront head-on. But the ancient didn't dodge nor evade, casually retaliating with a punch that blasted the dragon and elephant phantom into nothingness. With merely level 6 cultivation, you could deliver such a punch? Remarkable. Truly, you cannot be left alive. The ancient snorted coldly, his figure vanishing. When he reappeared, he was already before the demon-suppressing Ming King. He thrust out a palm. Holy Extreme Destroying Realm. Boom. Purple light waves surged, instantly obliterating the demon-suppressing Ming King. Gondaf groaned in pain. Flash Technique. A flash great sword appeared in his hand, its brilliant glow illuminating heaven and earth, veiling perception. Sun King's Cannon. The Sun King's sword materialized, its tip releasing a streak of white light. The energy blast struck the charging ancient, blasting him away. Scratching an itch, are you? Holy Skill 9-star Continuous Fire. In an instant, the ancient unleashed 9 bursts of fist wind. These attacks disappeared into the void. Soon after, 9 massive purple stars emerged atop the sky dome, each with a diameter of 10 miles. Boom! 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 One after another, purple fist winds cascaded from the heavens. Holy Infant decisively threw out a stack of red dragon talismans, 49 in total. Explode! With a single thought. 49 ferocious crimson dragons coiled the 100-mile radius and detonated explosively. The fierce shockwaves and fist winds cancelled each other out, even enveloping the ancient in the terrifying blasts, the high temperatures wreaking havoc. His originally resilient body, capable of enduring 7-circle spells without harm, withered drastically, resembling a melting wax figure, reduced to a puddle of purple ooze. Retreat! Holy Infant flicked his sleeves, the extreme fire wheel shimmered, and vanished into the void. Gondaf quickly followed, disappearing as well. In the distance, Lord Victor gestured, his sword light returning to his side. The Council of 10,000 Clans is making a comeback. We must act with greater caution from now on. In this era of blood battle, most enforcers responsible for maintaining order have been dispatched to the front lines. This undoubtedly gives the Council of 10,000 Clans an opportune advantage. Abyss Demons, Council of 10,000 Clans. Under the double siege, this is the darkest of times. On the battlefield, the ancient had already fully recovered. The terrifying Supreme Divine Talisman explosions earlier, if faced by ordinary 7-circle wizards, would either kill or severely injure them. However, his high magic resistance coupled with an invincible body resulted only in superficial wounds. He gazed calmly at the vanished Holy Infant and Gondaf. To think they could wound me. The ancient was not discouraged. He had a feeling that the Gondor City Three Greats would undoubtedly return to the god-forsaken continent. He would have another opportunity. Having witnessed their methods firsthand, next time, he would not make the same mistake. Midland Continent. Gondor City. Holy Infant returned to the Fire Dragon shop. Gondaf, report this matter to Soraya, inform the Congress that the ancient has shown up in the god-forsaken continent. Let the Congress prepare. The god-forsaken continent already hides countless members of the Council of 10,000 Clans in its shadows. Gondaf replied. Understood. I'll inform Soraya. If not for your talismans in this battle, it would have been perilous. Holy Infant said. There are still 2 level 7 flame demons remaining, we'll look for other opportunities later. You and I are still far from reaching 7 circles, no need to hurry for now. The next potion should go to Victor. Lord Victor nodded. Having engraved 12 witch marks already, he was only 3 marks away from full perfection and advancing to 7 circles. A few days later, the level 7 demon slaying list updated. Initially relegated out of the top 100, the Gundor City Three Greats reclaimed their positions within the top 100 due to the points earned from slaying this level 7 demon. Fire Dragon Ace ranked 89, Lord Victor 92, Gondif 94. Their accumulated war merit had reached roughly 2 million. Over the years, besides hunting level 7 flame demons, they occasionally exterminated demons invading mortal lands in Midland or collaborated with official forces to execute missions, amassing additional war merit. With 5 million war merit, they could exchange for one randomized Morning Star level oddity. The three eagerly looked forward to it. Chapter 2015 God-Forsaken Continent. The cavern that once belonged to the Black Dragon Empire had now become the base of the Burning Expedition Army. The searing and blistering underground world, with its magma and sulfur, set the tone for this place. An imposing flame demon, towering 3,000 meters high, clutching a flaming scepter and draped in molten armor, slumbered upon its throne. This was Nova, army commander of the Burning Expedition Army, a flame demon lord with peak level 8 power. Suddenly, it opened its copper bell-like eyes, and its violent aura caused the lava sea to surge wildly. A streak of pitch-black lightning crashed down ahead, transforming into a black demon dragon with a wingspan exceeding 1,000 meters. Atop the demon dragon's head, a level 7 intermediate flame demon lord dismounted. Lord Nova, the one who killed Diego, has been found. It happens to be the same 3 human wizards who slew Aroner years ago. They are said to be renowned prodigies of the wizard world, all possessing 6th circle perfection cultivation, and are called the Gundor 3 heroes. Nova replied in a buzzing voice. Ximu, since the culprits have been identified, surely you already know what must be done next. The flame demon lord called Ximu responded. I understand. I've already dispatched mind flayers to Gundor City to gather intelligence. When those 3 dare to show themselves, I will reduce them to ash with fire and lightning. Nova said. Go. This blood battle, the Wizard Council seemed to have mastered a method to detect energy fluctuations above level 9. Whether it was the abyss well or the stealthy appearance of level 9 demons, the Council could accurately pinpoint their locations and summon Grand Wizards in an instant to strike. Otherwise, killing a few prodigies would not be such a hassle. The greatest threat still lay in the legendary Dragon Flame Sorcerer. Despite being situated in the Central Realm, this legendary wizard could, through legendary means, unleash terrifying dragon flame magic across all of Nora's territory. In truth, Nova's actual power wasn't just level 8 peak, it was level 9. However, it had forcibly suppressed its strength with secret techniques to hide within the God-Forsaken continent, making it easier to command the Burning Expedition Army. As for Ximu, it was itself a level 7 intermediate flame demon that had tamed a level 7 early stage Black Flash Demon Dragon in the Abyss as its mount. The Black Flash Demon Dragon was a warped product of the Black Flash Dragon. The Black Flash Dragon was a sub-dragon species descended from the pure-blooded dragon clan's Black Annihilation Dragon. This was a dragon clan born with innate mastery of exotic thunder. Upon undergoing demonization, the Black Flash Dragon grew even stronger. With Ximu alongside its mount, striking down those so-called Gundor 3 heroes should pose no difficulty. To Nova, the Gundor 3 heroes were merely a trivial distraction. Its true adversary remained the Wizard Council's ace battle group stationed on the God-Forsaken continent, the Deep Blue Expedition Army. The leader of the expeditionary forces was an 8th Circle Perfect Wizard who had participated in the 5-sector expedition. It was said that this army had been established in tribute to the legendary wizard known as the Deep Blue Sage. Its members were all veterans from that historic 5-sector expedition. From commanders to warband wizards, every one of them was battle-hardened. The Burning Expedition Army had suffered multiple humiliating defeats at their hands on the battlefield. Sworn opposites. One day, Nova swore it would burn that ace battle group to nothingness. Ancient One, you failed. The Snake Envoy's tone suggested it had already predicted this outcome. The Ancient One lay lazily across the wilderness, chuckling. Indeed. The Snake Envoy sighed. I told you to cooperate with the Cave Wizard. But alas, you didn't listen. Sheer brute strength alone is no match for Fire Dragon Ace. The Ancient One replied. The brute strength simply wasn't strong enough. Our Amethyst race will not cooperate with wizards, even cave wizards. Emperor Pangong snapped angrily. Absurd. The Council of 10,000 Clans requires teamwork, otherwise, how can we stand against the wizards? Your actions have tipped them off, and now Fire Dragon Ace is probably hiding like a coward in Gundor City, avoiding any risks. The Ancient One said. I don't think so. Those three always appear with the objective of hunting level 7 flame demons, not other level 7 demons. I suspect they need materials from level 7 flame demons as advancement ingredients. As long as we monitor the movements of level 7 flame demons on the God-forsaken continent, we'll encounter them sooner or later, and next time, Ace will meet his end. The projection of the snake envoy dimmed until it spoke no more and vanished. In the desolate deep space, the snake envoy gazed ahead at the increasingly radiant light point of Nora and the collapsing crystal wall of the world behind it. As expected, relying on others is futile. For what it's worth, all past grudges and regrets I, the ancient serpent, will burn my life to the bitter end. 3 years later. Nora year 285. The 73rd year of the blood battle. Nightmare world. The 1000-year locust plague had passed over 30 years ago. Black Dragon territory. Inside the towering spire, Triss gazed out at the chaotic wilderness. The newly sprouted mother flesh tree was flourishing. The 4th circle breakthrough potion for the Nightmare series is ready. The war merits accumulated over these years can be exchanged for a Morning Star level oddity. Throughout the blood battle, though she appeared to stay in place, her efficiency in earning war merit surpassed many who fought on the front lines. She exited the Nightmare world and awakened in Triss's cabin at the witch's family base. Suddenly, the magic tree shook violently, and the colossal form of fairy banyan dragon Lady Izera emerged, coiling around the trunk. She spoke coldly. An enemy approaches. Indeed. Looking upward, an ancient city inexplicably mirrored itself across the skies. An endless ocean engulfed the witch's family headquarters. Within a 1,000-mile radius, all was consumed by seawater. Chapter 2016. The old witch's expression was grim, and the momentum of her 8-circle perfection cultivation pierced the heavens. She spoke loudly. Master of the immersed ancient castle, are you planning to exploit this situation and ignite a new war between the dark and righteous wizards? Within the ancient city, a wizard in a black robe, tall and commanding, with his hands behind his back, appeared and smiled. Old witch, long time no see. Rest assured, destroying a minor group like the witch's family won't be enough to spark a war between us. As he spoke, billions of tons of seawater poured down like an overturned vessel. Reefs, coral, sea beasts, sea monsters, and all sorts of objects cascaded from the skies. From a distance, a vast expanse of ocean, likely spanning 1,000 miles in diameter, stretched across heaven and earth, its spectacle unmatched. Triss's heart trembled. It's said that the immersed ancient castle itself is an extraordinarily powerful war treasure. Now it seems the rumors are true. Such might has already reached the level of a grand wizard. The immortal banyan dragon roared. Prepare to die. The magic tree behind it began to sprout countless shadowy branches and leaves, blotting out the sun like a canopy, shielding the witch's family. Boom! The earth-shaking energy clash startled the figures within one wizard tower after another. In the old witch's hand appeared a blue staff, clearly another powerful exotic treasure. A vast blue light barrier expanded, deflecting the attack from the immersed ancient castle. Triss also brandished the demon dragon whip, unleashing the momentum of a senior 7th ring wizard. The whip transformed into a nightmare black dragon, which lunged toward the ancient city. The soaking city lord sneered coldly. With a wave of his large hand, a massive black palm, spanning 100 miles in diameter, descended to grab Triss. Like the old witch, he too possessed 8-circle perfection cultivation. Even a casual strike from him made Triss's face pale. The demon dragon whip was pushed to its limit, and the nightmare black dragon roared, only to be smashed to pieces by the massive palm in the next instant. The demon dragon whip always belonged to the immersed ancient castle. Today, I shall reclaim it with interest. Triss exclaimed in shock as the demon dragon whip flew out of her grasp. The soaking city lord smirked, easily dispelling her restriction on the whip, and with a swift motion, lashed back at her. Boom! A black dragon, stretching hundreds of miles, roared into being. See this? This is the true power of the demon dragon whip. At the critical moment, a towering and solemn figure clad in a black robe appeared behind Triss. It was the Black Abyss Walker. He sighed and said, "So, immersed ancient castle is intent on breaking ties with the wizard world." The soaking city lord felt a flicker of panic, though his face remained composed. "Ha, the wizard council has no authority to represent the wizard world. With the tides shifting and this ramshackle colossal ship approaching its end, I have no desire to be buried with it. A mere projection, I fear it not." The ancient city rumbled, pouring out even more seawater in torrents, vast and overwhelming as 10,000 stampeding horses. Blade of Fury. Behind the Black Abyss Walker, a massive great sword wreathed in black gas emerged. The great sword turned into a streak of light, cleaving through the blockade of the ancient city and slashing toward the city lord. Sun Wheel. Within the ancient city, a new presence with the momentum of the ninth circle emerged. A hooded figure with an indistinct face appeared, and behind him spun a black sun, 1,000 miles in diameter. Primordial soul wizard form, eternal darkness sun. Who would have thought, Black Abyss, you've chosen to tread the Seven Sins road? That blade of fury impressive. The Black Abyss Walker's expression subtly shifted. Black Sun Adam, what are you planning? Behind Adam, the colossal black sun erupted with an inky solar wind, engulfing the blade of fury. He chuckled and said, "Until we meet again, all of you. Believe me, one day, above Nora's highest heavens, there will rise a black Sunday. That never sets." He had only ascended the ninth circle a few centuries prior. Despite his extraordinary talent, how could he possibly rival the Black Abyss Walker? Boom! The black sun gradually shrank, collapsing into a black hole that swallowed the immersed ancient castle and everything around it. The black hole then condensed into a single black point and finally disappeared. My demon dragon whip! Triss, as though awakening from a dream, stared at her now empty right hand. The old witch quickly offered her thanks. "Thank you, Senior Black Abyss, for your intervention. This immersed ancient castle has truly gone mad," Triss said. Could it be that the immersed ancient castle did all this just to reclaim the whip? All this chaos for a level 8 exotic treasure? The Black Abyss Walker responded. "From now on, be careful. Some opportunists might believe that during this blood battle, the wizard world won't survive and might defect to the Council of 10,000 Clans." Several days later, the news of the top wizard organization Witch's family being brutally attacked by the immersed ancient castle spread across all major schools. An uproar followed. The dark and righteous wizards had their clashes from time to time, of course. But during a blood battle, when unity was essential, initiating internal conflict was tantamount to outright opposing Nora. Countless wizards voiced their strong condemnation, and the Wizard Council dispatched forces to investigate and hunt down both the immersed ancient castle and the Black Sun steeple. As the immersed ancient castle severed its ties with the wizard world, an invisible force began to spread throughout the wizard world. Some sought to incite fear, dividing the remaining vital forces. A year later. Nora year 286. Blood Battle year 74. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The Black Soul Demon Tower loomed above the graveyard of the dead. With Levi's growing strength, the expanse of the graveyard of the dead and the power of death energy also continued to expand. In the Demon Tower, miasmic fog thickened and ghostly energy swirled. On one level was the dwelling of the vengeful spirit girl. On this day, an intense energy storm gathered within the inner heaven and earth of the Black Soul Demon Tower, enveloping the vengeful spirit girl. From within the storm, a jet-black, skeletal finger emerged and pointed toward her. Cradling a doll in her arms, the vengeful spirit girl let out an eerie giggle, tore off one of the doll's fingers, swallowed it, and began chanting an unsettling incantation. Chapter 2017. In the next moment, that withered finger shattered inch by inch, turning into flying ash. A surge of level 6 energy burst forth. As the vengeful spirit girl broke through, in the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Beside the small stone pond. Within a 30-mile radius, the elemental power of earth, fire, wind, and water surged like countless rivers converging, forming a massive tide of elemental energy that engulfed Levi. Within his mind, the 6-layered divine ring tower began to grow incessantly, countless intricate runes becoming its bricks, stacking higher and higher. Eventually, the 6-layered tower grew into a 7-layered tower. Inside the tower, Levi's primordial soul, unadorned, coiled within. The soul resident, Jin, stood in amazed shock at the scene before him. His master's entire being flickered like neon lights, oscillating between brightness and darkness, between reality and illusion, as waves of majestic spiritual force swept outward. Jin was also absorbing this energy, feeling an incomparable sense of comfort. His smooth fur ignited with golden flame particles, dazzling and splendid. Moreover, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. Moments later, warm streams of spirit force surged into Levi's mind from the void, his spiritual force growing in tides. Several days later, Levi opened his eyes, and an aura of the 7 rings spread forth. He gently raised his hand, and within a 30-mile radius, the elemental power churned like boiling water. Interesting. Although my spiritual force is still far from reaching the level of a senior 7-ring wizard, the range of elemental power I can command is already comparable. He placed his hand upon the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 8029/13029. Spell power, 8,029,000. Under normal circumstances, a 7-ring wizard's spiritual force ranges from 7,000 to 12,000. At 9,000 spiritual force, one attains the level of a senior 7-ring wizard. At 11,000 spiritual force, one reaches 7-ring perfection. At 12,000 spiritual force, the maximum threshold is reached, qualifying for advancement to 8 rings. Levi's current spiritual force still falls short by around 1,000 to qualify as a senior 7-ring wizard, but he already possesses the elemental power command range of 1. He speculated that this was likely the result of the infinite primordial soul beginning to exert its power. From now on, within the same realm, the range of elemental power he could control would likely surpass others. This meant that his spells would also be more potent. Undoubtedly, this was an exhilarating revelation. As expected, the infinite primordial soul is truly an endgame profession. After 7 rings, each point of spiritual force equates to 1,000 spell power. The spell power within my body is several times greater than that of my 6th circle perfection days, making it even easier and more effortless to cast 6th circle primordial soul spells. Primordial soul spells cannot progress simultaneously with innate spells and realm advancements. However, after reaching 7 rings, they remain usable. With higher realms, casting lower-level primordial soul spells results in improvements across casting speed and spell potency to varying degrees. Although they don't achieve the instantaneous casting of innate spells, they aren't far off. Most 7-ring ordinary wizards still primarily rely on innate spells and 6th circle primordial soul spells in combat. After all, the acquisition and learning difficulty of 7-ring spells sharply increase. In one thought, Levi's primordial soul projected itself into the outside world. In the heavens and earth, 9 color anomalies materialized. A 9-headed emperor dragon soared across the sky, its head-to-tail length measuring 1,000 meters, its wingspan a full 2,000 meters. Big is strong, and big is mighty. Such an enormous wizard form brought a visual impact far beyond the petty forms of ordinary wizards. On the training grounds, the 9-headed emperor dragon opened its mouth and spewed forth a fire dragon tribulation. With an explosive roar, searing heat waves swept forth, evaporating everything in their path. After advancing to 7 rings, the spell potency of Crimson Dragon's Scourge is no longer inferior to that of 6 Suns' Continuous Explosion. However, 6 Suns' Continuous Explosion is merely a 6th circle spell. It's time to study the advanced 7-ring variants. Following 6 Suns' Continuous Explosion was 7 Suns' Falling Domain, then 8 Direction Fierce Sun, and finally 9 Suns Suspended in the Sky. Levi had long since acquired the spell model for 7 Suns Falling Domain. These sequential spells were the easiest to purchase. Its creator, the Emin Grand Counselor, actively encouraged the spread of this magic. After all, no successors could surpass him in this particular path. With a single thought, 4 wind spirit weapons emanating level 6 peak aura took the form of divine eagles and soared in the sky. Assemble. The 4 wind spirit weapons fused 2 by 2, forming 2 spirit weapons emanating level 7 early stage aura. Levi mused. For now, with my ordinary 7-ring strength, I still can't awaken 4 spirit weapons at level 7 early stage. It seems I'll need to reach senior 7-ring status. But 2 are more than sufficient, they completely overpower wizards in my realm. He conducted further experiments on other innate spells, finding their potency enhanced to 7-ring levels. As he advanced through minor realms, the power of these spells continued to improve. He tested his common spell, Thunder Dragon Skill, and its potency had significantly increased compared to the 6th circle period. The follow-up spell to this was Thunder Beast Technique, but Levi had yet to obtain its spell model. Nevertheless, acquiring it wouldn't be difficult, wealth makes one mighty, and activating the power of money would suffice. Additionally, with Levi's wizard cultivation now raised to 7 rings, the strength of the Emperor's essence rose proportionately. This elevated Levi's power to an unimaginable degree. Should he encounter that level 7 middle stage plunderer again, he could annihilate it without resorting to the heaven and earth destruction fist. A squeaking sound echoed in his mind. Levi was thrilled to discover that even Jin had undergone a dramatic transformation, sprouting wings and fur that shimmered like fiery flames, extraordinarily magnificent. Chapter 2018. Hope you, little fellow, can be more useful in finding treasures in the future. After consolidating his seven-ring realm, Levi arrived at the ancient Banyan fairyland. Inside the Black Soul Demon Tower, a strange-looking little girl was clutching a doll in her hands. She timidly spoke. "Master." Her voice was crisp and, strangely, sickeningly sweet. Levi's face lit up with joy. "After reaching level 6, you can finally speak? Not bad, you're slightly better than that Scythe Demon Spirit." The Scythe Demon Spirit had died long ago during a catastrophe while attempting to ascend to level 6. No matter the race, advancing to level 6 requires facing calamities. The heavens are fair. The original triad of spirits from the Book of the Undead produced 2 level 6 entities, Swordsman Jerry and the Vengeful Spirit Girl, which was already impressive. Levi asked. "What's your current level in curse techniques?" The Vengeful Spirit Girl spoke in a fierce yet coquettish tone. "Master, as long as I obtain a trace of a life form's unique essence, I can curse them to death." Unique essence, nothing but the soul, body, and spiritual force, those qualities unique to each individual. No two beings in this world are exactly the same. The heart of Skynet recognizes wizards' identities through their spiritual force imprint. Levi asked. "Can you handle level 6 targets?" The Vengeful Spirit Girl said. "I can try, but success isn't guaranteed. Once my power reaches a higher level, perhaps the likelihood will increase." Upon hearing this, Levi replied. "Not bad. Keep working hard, I may need your assistance in the future." Curse techniques and prediction skills both fall under the astrology category. They are rare and challenging spells to learn. Even the simplest spell, Destiny Coin, had taken Levi a long time to master despite his speed. That was enough to imagine their difficulty. Thus, Levi greatly valued the Vengeful Spirit Girl's potential for growth. The Vengeful Spirit Girl, feeling her master's recognition, clutched her doll tightly, her legs swinging shyly. "All right, Master. I'll keep working hard." Levi glanced at the other undead inside the demon tower. Swordsman Jerry, Snowflake Warrior, and Bone Dragon Sing Song were absent. They were currently patrolling the ancient dragon continent with the undead army, hunting demons. The Snowflake Warrior had already reached level 5 peak state. With its talent, ascending to level 6 was just a step away, requiring only a suitable opportunity. Swordsman Jerry, Snowflake Warrior, and Black Knight Little Black, collectively known as Levi's Undead Three Swordsmen. Levi believed these three must have been extraordinary individuals in their previous lives. Even in death as undead, they still retained a powerful gift for sword skill within the mysterious flow of fate. Of course, regardless of who they were in their previous lives, they had entirely new lives now. After a decade of secluded cultivation, Levi had reached the age of 710. Unknowingly, he was close to being a millennium-aged monster. At Little Cold Mountain, Levi went to harvest Ice Mountain Snow Lotus to prepare for refining soul-suppressing potion. He discovered that the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant had already reached level 6 late stage. Not bad. Next, aim for level 7 sprinting forward. Under general standards, the gap between the late stage and the peak isn't significant. The early stage matches ordinary wizards, the middle stage corresponds to senior wizards, and late stage and peak levels combined align with perfection for wizards. Hence, once it's late stage, level 7 is not too far off. Under the ancient banyan tree, Mana and Martha were playing chess. Martha had benefited from Mana's radiant energy, reaching level 6 middle stage. For someone like her who ruled over realms, cultivation was completely casual. Advancement held little meaning since her fate was tied to the plane, whether in success or failure. In the banyan tree's canopy was the green fire crow's nest. It lay there, eyes shut tight, wings flailing as if dreaming. Clearly, this creature was rampaging in the nightmare world. The green fire crow meanwhile had also restored its full strength to level 6 middle stage. Its future perhaps held stronger milestones still. Mana chuckled. "Looks like you've broken through. Congratulations on entering the Seven-Ring realm." Levi replied. "Thanks. Has anything happened recently in the fairyland?" Mana said. "All is well. Oh, by the way, over at Thunderclap Mountain, the Thunder Rock has also advanced to level 6. I've sent it to the Tower of Dawn." Levi nodded silently. Understood. During his secluded cultivation period, everyone else had worked diligently. The Thunder Rock was a thunder elemental spirit he had brought from the dark ancient tower years ago. In 500 years, with the help of consuming elemental cores, it also successfully reached level 6. Levi was gratified by these advancements. Now Phoenix could have an elder companion. At the seashore, Levi's companion creature Akun was leading a group of sea beasts in a joyous swim, Leviathan's jubilant whale song resonating through the sky. Leviathan is already level 4, quite remarkable. Levi sighed like a proud father, understanding deeply the sentiment of the rise of one lifts all around. If not for his assistance, Leviathan, though blessed with a longer lifespan than humans, would likely have died of old age by now. Gustav and Crimson Netherworld Sparrow were among the elders who had reached level 5. Levi could only aid them so far. Upon hearing of Levi's advancement to 7 ring, 100 Flowers ended her seclusion to come and congratulate him. Perceiving Levi's spiritual force, vaster than her own, she couldn't help but marvel at the strength of infinite primordial soul method. By the way, during your seclusion, your ranking on the demon slaying list dropped to 170th. I've climbed to 82nd myself. Levi inspected the rankings. He had accumulated 500,000 points, still trailing many 6th circle wizards in the 7th level demon slaying list. His 3 avatars each exceeded 2 million points, stabilizing their spots within the competitive top 100. On the level 8 demon slaughter list, the leader Destruction Realm Thunder stood at a staggering 30 million points, followed by Light Divine Sword at 28 million points and Hand of Fire God with 25 million points. Such terror! The blood battle lasted only 70 years, yet millions of points accumulated. By estimate, for 7th level early stage demons at 1 million points each, that meant dozens of 7th level demons killed per capita. Levi thought most likely these individuals had utilized their army affiliations to gain points for slaying low-level demons rather than exclusively hunting 7th level demons. As for the top 10 of the 9th level demon slaying list, it was a clash of titans. Levi noticed that the Molten Gold Wizard King was among them, ranked 23rd with over 20 million points. The leaderboard was populated by high-ranking organizational leaders from regional schools. Levi said, "Once I stabilize my realm, the two of us should start aiming for the rankings. Getting into the top 10 should suffice." He needed to obtain the oddity hand of the Winter Emperor sooner rather than later. As for the random oddities, he wasn't in a rush after all, every participant secured at least one chance at the end. After exchanging oddities, it'd be rewarding to swap for rare treasures, cultivation resources, or wizard knowledge. A few days later, Levi's inner circle threw a small celebration for his recent breakthrough. Triss came to the ancient dragon continent to congratulate Levi. "Congratulations, congratulations! From now on, we're equals. You've finally caught up to me." Triss's expression was a mix of emotions. She had witnessed firsthand Levi's rise from a 3rd circle wizard to his current triumph, surpassing her. There was even a sense of pride, proof her judgment of character had been sound. Levi replied, "Ha ha ha, Madam is already in the senior realm. There's still quite a gap between us. By the way, I heard recently the immersed ancient castle attacked the witch's family. Seeing you safe puts my heart at ease." Triss sighed. "Don't even mention it. My demon dragon whip, which I finally mastered using, got snatched by the Soaking City Lord." Levi's expression darkened. How dare they rob Madame Triss of her treasure? The Soaking City Lord was hereby added to his list of targets for special attention. Months ago, the Red Whale ancestor witch from immersed ancient castle had sought to assassinate him, a debt he hadn't settled. From now on, all grievances, both old and new, would be avenged together. Chapter 2019. Triss saw Levi's grim expression and said, "It's nothing. It's just a level 8 exotic treasure, it doesn't affect me much." 100 Flowers responded, "Damn it! Don't worry, sister. Sooner or later, Levi will help you get it back. If 1,000 years isn't enough, then 2,000 years. Just trust Levi." "Levi?" Triss couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, 2,000 years? Unless I find some life-prolonging potions, I won't even live that long without advancing to the 8th circle." Elena said confidently. "Don't talk like that. You're only 1,300 years old. One way or another, you'll surely advance to the 8th circle. By that time, make ample preparations, better yet, follow my example and try to brand more witch marks before advancing. We're not just aiming for the 8th circle, we're aiming to become grand wizards." Elena's greatest strength was her confidence. Triss deeply admired this, for Elena certainly had the foundation to back her confidence. Even with multiple responsibilities, she had managed to advance to the 7th circle quickly, which was her source of pride. Levi said, "Miss, don't worry. Once I have fully mastered my 7th circle weapon-making skills, I'll craft a top-grade 7th circle magical artifact for you. It won't be inferior to the Demon Dragon Whip. A level 8 exotic treasure cannot unleash its full power in the hands of a 7th circle wizard. In practical terms, it might even be less effective than a 7th circle magical artifact." Triss smiled and said, "Your thoughtfulness already makes me happy. Let's stop discussing this, it's all history now. Once I save up enough war merit, I'll go to the merit shop and exchange for an even better treasure." To be honest, losing a level 8 exotic treasure definitely hurt. But the Soaking City Lord possessed 8th circle perfect cultivation, coupled with a mighty war treasure. Moreover, he colluded with Black Sun, a grand wizard of great infamy, and had betrayed the wizard world to likely join the Council of 10,000 Clans. Recovering the Demon Dragon Whip would be no easy task. Even if Levi attained the strength of a grand wizard or even a legendary wizard in the future. Whether she would still be alive was an open question. Nonetheless, seeing Levi and Elena care so deeply for her, Triss felt warmth in her heart. She said, "By the way, I recently spent 5 million war merit to exchange for a Morning Star level artifact, but my luck was bad. I ended up randomly with the Burning Faction's Heart of Flame King. If you or your friends ever come across an artifact of the Ocean Faction, don't forget to introduce me. I'd prefer not to trade with strangers to avoid unnecessary complications." Levi's mind stirred. Heart of Flame King? This artifact is from the same set as the Holy Infant's Flame King's arm. After thinking it over, he said, "Miss, you should hold on to this artifact for now. Master Fire Dragon needs it. I'll ask him to find an Ocean Faction Morning Star artifact and trade it directly with you." Triss replied, "That sounds good. I think Master Fire Dragon will soon save up the 5 million points required too." Meanwhile, Levi, the Lord of Ancient Dragon Continent, only with 50,000 points, ha ha ha. Levi chuckled and said, "I've been too busy before. Now I can commit more effort to contributing to the wizard world." He had learned so many spells from the Bright faction specifically for the blood battle. Now, it was time to put them to use. Anya, Triss's doting son, also came to congratulate Levi. He had been a 6th circle wizard for over 250 years, now a veteran wizard. His progress along the mechanical pathway had been smooth sailing. The Tower Master took time out of his busy schedule to toast with his wife. After advancing through the mechanical pathway, his level of power could no longer be gauged by conventional realms. If he commanded his army of mechanical creatures, no one below the 7th circle could contend against him. Levi took the opportunity to express his heartfelt gratitude to the Tower Master for the efforts he had undertaken over the years. Fellow members of the Great Tower also came with complex emotions to offer their respects. The aged and weary Ms. Marlene said, "Remarkable, truly remarkable 7th circle wizard. Back when we were in the Outer Sea region, such a thought would have been inconceivable." Winnie said with a bitter smile, "True enough. I got so giddy after advancing to official wizard back in the day. At the time, even 3rd circle wizards felt godlike to me." Levi laughed boisterously. "Onward and upward, everything will get better." Though he said this, he couldn't suppress the pang of sadness in his heart. Ms. Marlene was close to her millennial end. Getting her to advance to the 5th circle had been his utmost effort. The 6th circle was beyond his ability to help. Ms. Marlene didn't possess exceptional talent nor the extraordinary luck of a child of destiny. She was merely an ordinary figure in the wizard world. Had she not encountered Levi, she likely wouldn't have reached the 5th circle. But to Levi, Ms. Marlene held a uniquely special place. Memories of the past flooded his mind, turning silently into an inaudible sigh. After the banquet ended, Levi brought a sky-level artifact he had obtained earlier and went to Ms. Marlene's residence. The elder gazed at the stars as she sensed his arrival, smiling serenely. "You're here," Levi said. "I have a sky-level artifact here." Ms. Marlene shook her head. "It's useless. I know my own limits. Even a Morning Star level artifact can't uplift me. Don't waste such a fine item on me, keep it for the tower's geniuses. And don't go to such great lengths to seek out life-prolonging potions, heavenly materials, or earthly treasures at my expense. It would be meaningless." "Levi, I have no regrets for having come this far in my cultivation. For the remainder of my days, teaching and nurturing students in peace, this is fulfillment enough for me at this stage. Levi sighed. The path of cultivation, it's always like this. Chapter 2020. Marlene smiled and said. Indeed, for you, as old acquaintances pass away and new ones come into your life, isn't that a form of loneliness as well? Levi nodded. Teacher, I won't disturb you anymore. Get some rest early. Marlene was momentarily stunned when she heard the word teacher, then smiled and said. You should also balance work and rest. Little Levi. The next day. The sun rose as usual. Marlene continued to carry books and teach the newcomers about pharmacy amidst the chaos of war. Returning to the Tower of Summer Flowers, 100 Flowers sensed Levi was in a heavy mood. You've already done your best. She comforted him. Levi replied. I understand. For most short-lived species, cultivation is a race against death, until one day, they accept reality. But, I believe I will outpace death and leave it far behind. You must join me as well. 100 Flowers paused for a moment, then smiled in relief and said. Of course, I'll do my best, though catching up to your pace won't be easy. Although Levi had advanced to the 7-circle rank, he wasn't in a rush to slay demons. His current priority was to stabilize his realm. Then to master 7 Suns Falling Domain and Microlysis Technique. 7 Suns Falling Domain was relatively easier, especially with 6 Suns Continuous Explosion as its prerequisite spell foundation. Microlysis Technique, however, had a difficulty level far higher than the previous Destiny coin. Levi estimated that if he could push this spell to its limit before achieving 7 rings perfection, it would be quite impressive. At the same time, he began directing his subordinates to find other 7-circle spells for him, including Thunder Beast Technique. Path of Knights. The Brilliant Golden Dragon and Crimson Emperor Dragon had already reached level 7, so Levi proceeded with regular cultivation. With the Black Lotus Beast, Snake King Dragon, and Four-Eyed Shrimp Dragon providing level 6 secret medicines, it was still sufficient to sustain the breathing technique. However, the speed was slower compared to his level 6 period. But this was inevitable, his progress had been too rapid. Finding dragons of equivalent rank for each level was incomparably difficult. In fact, even having so many sub-dragon species in the ancient Banyan fairyland was an extraordinary occurrence. Moreover, the Sky Dragon and Scarlet Dragon were nearing the level 6 limit. Thanks to obtaining the bloodline crystal of the wind-shaped dragon, Levi aimed to evolve the Sky Dragon once more. Based on the experience with the Brilliant Golden Dragon, it would most likely advance to mythical rank. As for the Scarlet Dragon, since negative energy-related dragons were relatively rare, the organization had been busy for so long yet hadn't found suitable bloodline essence. Bloodline crystals were unreliable for now. Thus, advancement remained the priority. The Death Ember Dragon still had some distance from its limit. It was already mythical rank, and Levi had no plans for another evolution at the moment. He believed that as his realm progressed further, finding stronger dragons would become easier. At that time, another evolution wouldn't be too late. As for the Ash Dragon kept in the fairyland, Levi had completely given up on it. It had been stuck at the late stage of level 5 for so long. And this was after consuming dragon scale fruits. One had to understand that it was born at level 5. The growth of pure-blood dragons was truly too slow. It could be said that the balance enforced by the multidimensional plane was basically, open one door, and close another for you. Therefore, Levi decided not to bully the youngsters. However, he still occasionally drew some Ash Dragon bloodline essence. By pairing it with the essence of the Black Lotus Beast and refining it into secret medicine, the effects were still quite impressive. Levi contemplated his next steps after level 7, which involved searching for new advanced fire element dragons. Exclusively relying on the Black Lotus Beast for resources was somewhat hindering its growth. After all, both the Death Ember Dragon and Crimson Emperor Dragon required its bloodline essence. The ideal scenario, similar to the Sky Dragon, would be having 2 lightning-affiliated sub-dragons alternating resources. This would minimize the impact on those dragons. As for the Nightmare Dragon, it had just reached late-stage level 6. Since its breathing technique provided more support rather than direct enhancement, its realm wasn't particularly critical. Levi was quite at ease about this. Regarding combat techniques, the cultivation of extreme Deo strategy would not be accomplished overnight. Later, when Levi engaged in blood battles with demons as opponents, Practicing it could yield twice the result with half the effort. Whale Emperor Power Book had also been cultivated to level 7, granting a strength boost of 280%. Once perfected, it could be integrated into the 10 evil martial arts. Only after mastering Whale Emperor Power Book would Levi consider seeking new combat techniques to further refine the Extreme Deo strategy. The current Extreme Deo strategy was merely a blueprint, still far from Levi's envisioned Supreme Realm. Next was Primordial Spirit, a secret technique integrating spirit and flesh, which was currently at the 9th rank peak realm. Now that Levi's wizard spiritual force had advanced to 7 circle, he could attempt to break through its limit and see what transformations could occur. In the future, merging the path of knights and path of wizards would likely hinge on the primordial spirit path. Lastly, there was the rune language. The Lover's Rune was not far from level 11. At that point, the luck boost would likely reach 100%. The Moon Rune had already reached level 8, providing a lifespan boost of 70%. Levi, now a 7-circle wizard, was guaranteed to live at least 3,000 years by wizard calculations. Adding the enhancement from the Night Path, even without doubling it, assuming his base lifespan was 5,000 years. With the Moon Rune's enhancement, it would be extended to 8,500 years. By this calculation, even a Grand Wizard's lifespan wouldn't surpass mine. Chapter 2021. Levi shook his head. His intuition told him that if practitioners from 2 professions were involved, lifespans couldn't simply be stacked together. That would undoubtedly be unreasonable. It could only be said that, due to the longevity bloodline in his body, there would be a significant enhancement. However, it was absolutely impossible for knight lifespan and wizard lifespan to simply add up to become his total lifespan. According to current research by the Dusk Holy Temple, within the same realm, knights generally have slightly longer lifespans than wizards, but only marginally. In any case, given Levi's current progression, he felt that before ascending to legendary status, he obviously did not need to worry about lifespan issues. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed in a flash. Nora, year 290. Dragon King Li, now 715 years old. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, he opened his eyes and attuned himself to the changes in his spiritual force. Spiritual force, 8066/13029. In 5 years, my spiritual force increased by 37 points. Without consuming meditation potions, simply relying on arduous cultivation, I gained roughly 7 points annually through meditation alone. As expected, after advancing to the 7-circle wizard realm, the difficulty of enhancing spiritual force has increased once more. This is me we're talking about with the proficiency panel. For an average 7-circle wizard, meditating without potions and grinding, achieving even half of my results would be commendable. Just to push their spiritual force to the maximum might take close to 2 millennia. As such, after the 7th circle, yet another batch of primordial soul wizards is eliminated. Those who can ascend to the 8th circle and become leaders of top-level wizard organizations are truly rare existences. Only supreme talents, provided they have abundant resources, can relatively maintain a faster progression pace and continue striving for the 8th circle wizard realm. Once at the 8th circle, the difficulty surges further. Ascending to the 9th circle is no longer about talent alone, it will inevitably require being favored by fortune, assistance from influential benefactors, or extraordinary luck. Reflecting on his cultivation journey thus far, Levi increasingly realized that to go further on the path of wizard cultivation, no single factor could achieve it. It often required excelling in all aspects. And many things were beyond his control. But effort was not. Grinding. That was the divine weapon that everyone could wield. If supplemented continuously with meditation supplementary potions, maintaining an annual spiritual force increase of around 10 points should be achievable. Adding soul stones, oddities, soul artifact fragments, and other external factors, reaching the spiritual force maximum within 400 years is not difficult for me. But considering that I also need to imprint 27 witch marks, achieving the 8th circle realm within approximately 500 years would already be a victory. By then, I will only just be over 1,200 years old, making me one of the youngest in the 8th circle wizard ranks. If anyone ascends faster than me, they must either possess the bloodline of a frost giant ancestor, like the Frost Witch, or be the reincarnation of a legendary wizard. Other so-called top-tier geniuses would, barring miraculous opportunities, likely be unable to achieve this. Levi noticed that his progression curve had accelerated compared to others in the later stages of his journey. Before the primordial soul stage, his progression speed could only be described as excellent. However, compared to many top-tier geniuses, it was still far from extraordinary because he had been accumulating resources and multitasking in his cultivation. But after reaching the primordial soul stage, the infinite primordial soul technique, combined with the explosive payoff from his earlier groundwork and the emergence of the three avatars, allowed him to streamline his efforts. This caused his cultivation speed to far outpace those top-tier geniuses. Consider the Snow Lotus Witch, a second-generation top-tier genius born to primordial soul wizards. She still hasn't reached 6th circle perfection. To his knowledge, among the top-tier geniuses from the ancient tower cohort, only a handful, like the Sky Dragon Wizard, had achieved perfection. And for them to even contemplate reaching the 7th circle would require at least another 2 centuries. I must not grow complacent. After all, my current achievements are predominantly due to my cheat, while personal effort and character have played relatively minor, non-decisive roles. Levi began extracting the potion materials he had accumulated over the years and started refining them. After numerous failures, he finally succeeded in refining the materials for the 7-circle meditation potion. His pharmaceutical skills also advanced to the 7-circle level. As the leader of multiple organizations, Levi obviously did not need to worry about acquiring meditation supplementary potion materials. With so many people assisting in collection, he had an uninterrupted supply to sustain himself through cultivation to the 7-ring limit. What's more, he always maintained a cash flow of around 1 billion gold coins in his personal accounts. That said, he rarely used his own funds. The numerous organizations he had painstakingly established over the years were specifically created for today's publicly funded cultivation. Of course, he only took a small portion for himself, with the majority serving as operational funds for the organizations. After all, he wasn't some grossly corrupt official. In the coming period, Levi focused on refining meditation supplementary potions to improve his pharmaceutical skills. 2 years later, after he had honed his 7-circle pharmaceutical skills to a satisfactory level and improved his success rate, he finally began attempting to refine the soul-suppressing potion. The materials for the soul-suppressing potion were exceedingly precious, not something that could easily be purchased on the open market. After years of preparation through his organizations, Levi managed to gather enough materials to refine only dozens of doses. Furthermore, once the petals of the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus were harvested, it would take another century for the flower to bloom again. As such, the refinement of this potion could not withstand too many failures. Time passed swiftly, and, unwittingly, another 3 years slipped by. Before he knew it, Levi had been in the 7-circle wizard realm for a decade. During these 10 years, he remained secluded, focusing on solidifying his realm and honing his pharmaceutical skills, refraining from participating in blood battles. Fortunately, for someone like him, a leader of a transcendent organization, the Wizard Council did not impose mandatory demon hunting targets. As long as his subordinate organizations contributed adequately, it was sufficient. If Levi were a nomadic wizard, as a 7-circle wizard who had participated in 83 years of blood battles and amassed only 500,000 points, he undoubtedly would have received warnings from the Wizard Council. Chapter 2022. The blood battle is a war concerning the survival of civilization. It seems there's no need for conscription, but in reality, everyone is a soldier. The Wizard Council, through the heart of Skynet, sees clearly who is slacking and who is hardworking. If anyone tries to escape, they are directly taken away and forcibly drafted. In these years, Levi's pharmacy proficiency has been rising rapidly. Refining meditation supplementary potions has a success rate of 3/4, and the soul-suppressing potion is at 2/3. He estimates that by the time the 3 avatars need a breakthrough potion, he won't have to trouble Madame Triss, he can refine the Flame Demon potion for them himself. However, at this stage, even Lord Victor is still some way off from promotion. The likes of the Holy Infant and Gondif might need over 100 years. And Levi calculates that it's not too far from the next opening of the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. He can enter it once more to search for Demon Dragon Grass. If he can find a level 7 Thunder Element Demon Dragon, it would be perfect for refining a bloodline crystal. After 10 years of cultivation, his Sky Dragon breathing technique has reached its maximum. Besides this, over the 10 years, the 7 Suns Falling Domain spell, based on 6 Suns Continuous Explosion, has been cultivated to level 15, becoming Levi's first 7-circle elemental soul magic, engraving the first 7-circle witch mark. It's worth mentioning that the witch mark of the previous 6 Suns Continuous Explosion still remains. As for the microlysis technique, it's still some way from entry level, and Levi has no choice but to proceed slowly. This ultimate space-related killer move is naturally hard to master. Now that the realm is stabilized and the 7-circle spell is mastered, it's time to start climbing the rankings. If this continues, I'll become the last on the 7-circle wizards list. Levi opened the leaderboards. He found himself dropping to 198th place, and looking at the current participants, excluding those in retreat or with special circumstances, there are only a little over 257 circle wizards. 100 Flowers has been steadily rising up to 80th place after hunting many level 6 demons in the ancient dragon continent, with 3.4 million points. The top 3 liver emperors have over 30 million points each, which is simply ridiculous. During my retreat, the 3 avatars were attacked by the amethyst race of ancient times, which needs to be settled. The race is likely hiding on the God-forsaken continent. The God-forsaken continent, as the main battlefield of the blood battle, is a mix of fish dragons. Levi believes, with the headstrong nature of the amethyst race, they would likely try to ambush the Holy Infant and others. Having dealt with the amethyst race many times, Levi understands them better than anyone. If he finds an opportunity, he must crush the ancients thoroughly. However, the opponent is a mid-stage level 7 amethyst race, which should be beatable, but to capture them, thorough preparation is required. 2 years later. Nora year 297, Blood Battle year 85. Midland Continent. Gundor City. Dawn Tower. With 14 witch marks, just the final one is left for victory. Victor put away the spell model crystal ball, feeling pleased. Tower Master, Link has come again, reported his subordinate. Victor smiled slightly. Looks like he's reached 6 circles, not bad. At the tower's base, Link emitted a sharp 6-circle aura, with 8 secret swords rotating clockwise like clock hands behind him. A boundless murderous aura was wrapped around him, showing he emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. Lord Victor, I wish to challenge you once more. Link felt grateful in his heart, finally reaching 6 circles before Victor advanced to 7 circles. He knew the odds of winning this battle were low, but just dueling Victor was enough. Victor applauded. Good, good. A quarter hour later. Link sighed slightly, looking at the 13 secret swords of the 5th circle surrounding him. I lost again, thank you for your guidance, and I wish you a successful advancement in advance. Victor stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a grandmaster demeanor of the energy sect, and encouraged. To hold out for so long under my offensive is enough. How is your progress in the path of the energy sect? Link replied. I'm still at innate conviction chi currently, but I feel I've touched the threshold of the Heaven-Man connection. Victor praised. Not bad, keep working hard. As expected of the owner of Golden Spear Ironheart, this kind of talent indeed far surpasses regular practitioners of the energy sect. Link departed, continuing towards the God-forsaken continent, determined to become the brightest new star. Fire Dragon Shop. The Holy Infant woke from seclusion. Still 5 witch marks to go. Alexandra's hearty laughter echoed. Haha, Master, I did it, I'm a 6-circle artifact maker now. The Holy Infant heard this, and his face lit up with joy. Weapon Refinement Room. Alexandra was drenched in fragrant sweat, her face somewhat pale. In her refining furnace, a basic 6-circle standard secret sword floated, emitting a blazing aura. Not bad, next you can take the 6-circle artifact maker exam, and after getting the certificate, practice some more. Once you can produce top quality items, you can sell them in the shop. Alexandra nodded. Hehe, it's not easy, finally, I don't have to rely on others. Upon hearing Alexandra crafted a 6-circle magical artifact, Elsie, Bronzebeard, and Iron Teeth hurried over. Congratulations! Elsie directly hugged Alexandra. After following the master in diligent cultivation for centuries, it finally bore fruit. Alexandra said. You should work hard too, Elsie. Across from the Fire Dragon shop, there was an unremarkable wizard tool shop called Guillermo's Accessories Store, only selling wizard rings, necklaces, and the like. Chapter 2023. An elderly white-robed wizard with snow-white hair was meditating. Suddenly, the shadowy silhouette of a black-armored swordsman appeared before him. Guillermo hurriedly spoke. Master. Levi said. It seems you've been doing well in the abyss already at level 6 mid-stage. Guillermo replied. Yes, but without the master's guidance, I wouldn't have achieved this today. Levi asked. So, the burning expedition army sent you to spy on Ace and the others? Guillermo replied. Yes, Master. I've been mingling in the wizard world for a while now and have a better understanding of it. That's why our Mind Flayers clan leader recommended me to a flame demon lord, appointing me as an undercover operative. Levi smiled. Very good. Guillermo added. That flame demon wants me to report Ace and the others' movements in real time. If they head to the God-forsaken continent, I'm to notify him immediately. Levi asked. What's the strength of this flame demon lord? Guillermo replied. Level 7 mid-stage. But he's also accompanied by an abyss demon dragon at 7th level. Apparently, that dragon once served as the second layer lord before being subdued by Ximu. Levi's heart stirred. Do you have detailed intel on this dragon? Guillermo replied. I don't know its exact name, but I suspect it's of the lightning element. However, its thunder seems to fall into the category of exotic thunder, somewhat akin to the thunder dragon spell you cast, Master. Levi laughed and said. Good, this intel is invaluable. Here, take these level 6 abyss crystal cores to refine and enhance your strength. The sooner you infiltrate the higher tiers, the better. As for Ximu, tell him that the Gundor 3 heroes will next head to the God-forsaken continent. Let him take action. Guillermo replied. Thank you, Master. Levi hadn't expected Guillermo's wizard world experience to be so highly regarded in the abyss. Next, it was up to Maria to deliver her part. A few days later, under Levi's instructions, the Gundor 3 heroes once again boarded the Phantom 60, heading for the God-forsaken continent. God-forsaken continent. Devil's Den. Ximu, who was napping soundly in a pool of magma, abruptly opened his eyes. The Gundor 3 heroes have arrived on the God-forsaken continent. Guillermo's efficiency is impressive. Being an undercover operative is truly the specialty of Mind Flayers. You can't help but admire them. At the shore, the thunderous snoring of the dark demon dragon disrupted the surroundings, prompting Ximu to say, Black Flash, wake up! The hunt begins. The demon dragon opened its eyes, its crimson tongue licking its lips. Master, the flavor of wizard prodigies should be exquisite, right? Ximu chuckled and said. Naturally. Roner and Diego, those dimwits, have shamed us flame demons. Allow me to show the wizard world what a real flame demon looks like. Deep Blue Expedition Army Headquarters. Ms. Lucy, here's the latest battle report. The 8th Circle Wizard Sergei handed the report to Lucy. The blue-haired girl read through it, her expression calm, saying. Have the first battle group temporarily retreat. Soon, the demons are highly likely to dispatch a large force for encirclement. Sergei hesitated and said. Ms., the first battle group currently holds the advantage. Are you sure we need to do this? Lucy's deep gaze locked onto Sergei, and she said softly. Sergei, a soldier's foremost duty is to follow orders. Just carry out what I've instructed. Colliding with Lucy's gaze, Sergei, despite being an 8th Circle wizard himself, felt a wave of invisible pressure. Understood, Ms. Though it defied logic, he chose to trust Lucy. Since the Deep Blue Expedition Army landed on the God-forsaken continent, the previously unstoppable momentum of the Burning Expedition Army had been sharply curtailed. Sergei knew that Lucy likely had access to some form of powerful astrological foreknowledge, but whether such spells would prove effective on a battlefield of civilization war spanning 2 races remained uncertain. After all, the demons surely possessed corresponding anti-astrology methods as well. Lucy gazed into the distance. Her thoughts echoed silently. Levi has arrived too. May his battle go smoothly. Mountain Giant Wizard Corps Headquarters. Soraya, I've come to visit you. Gondafa's voice rang from afar. Accompanying him were Victor and Ace. Soraya said. You're supposed to stay in Gundor City to complete your 7-ring promotion. Why are you here again? Gondaf said. The mere thought of you shedding blood fighting demons on the front lines breaks my heart. So, I'm here to help ease your worries. Soraya scoffed and said. Oh, you silver-tongued old rascal. You're just out for level 7 flame demon materials, aren't you? Gondaf replied solemnly. Correct. Are there any leads on level 7 early stage flame demons? The 3 of us can help you take them down. Soraya furrowed her brows and said. You're all reckless. Did you forget the ancient ambush last time when you hunted that level 7 flame demon? How can you be so sure the ancient forces wouldn't show up again? The Council of 10,000 Clans has already corrupted the Black Dragon pirate group and infiltrated our ranks. Can't you consider your own safety for once? If it weren't for Master Fire Dragon, you would have ended up as minced meat last time, and you. She sighed heavily, her tone exasperated, as if scolding him out of frustration. Gandalf chuckled awkwardly. It's fine. This time, we're prepared. Just help me out, would you? Sarai rubbed her temples, shaking her head. Then she sighed and said. Forget it. Do whatever you want. If you die, it won't matter to me in the least. Gandalf grinned cheekily and said. Oh, sharp tongue, soft heart, hey. Sarai's voice chilled and she said. Get lost. Armed with the intel, Gandalf dragged Victor and Ace along, disappearing in a flash. Chapter 2024. Don't worry, my life, Gandalf's life, is as tough as iron, but you should take care of yourself on the front lines. In the wilderness. At the entrance of some cave. The Dragon Knight Wizard group was poised for action. Yabek spoke. According to the current intelligence, there seems to be a level 7 demon lurking in this cave. For this mission to eradicate it, we must be cautious and aim for minimal losses while slaying the level 7 demon. Though many years had passed, Yabek remained in the 6th circle perfection realm, yet to advance to the 7th. Suddenly, in the sky, a white-robed figure descended from the heavens. It was Gandalf. He smiled and said, Captain Yabek, leave this place to us. You can go support other battlefields. Ace nodded. Indeed. Yabek was contemplative. Fighting a level 7 demon with the strength of the Dragon Knight Wizard group would inevitably come at a cost. Previously, they were dispatched due to a shortage of manpower. Since Gandalf and Ace, top-level geniuses, wished to take on the task, he had no objections. You two take care, everyone, follow me. The Dragon Knight Wizard group departed in grandiose fashion. Gandalf spoke. Let me test the depth of this cave. He leaped into the skies, his body surging with energy, as millions of ancient god runes glittered, his muscles bulging. Gandalf descended rapidly, delivering a punch to the cave entrance. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted, forming a straight line that plunged underground, obliterating all obstacles along the way into dust. After an indeterminate amount of time, a roar faintly echoed from below. Who dares disturb the slumber of Bal Flame King? You're courting death. Boom! A torrent of magma shot upwards, soaring into the sky, dyeing it crimson. A level 7 early-stage flame demon, its aura slightly stronger than Ragnar's, stood atop the magma. According to Sarai's intelligence, this creature had previously devoured an entire wizard battle group and was a key target of the Wizard Council. Having experienced hunting flame demons twice before, Gandalf and Holy Infant had no reason to panic. Gandalf engaged the flame demon head-on, drawing its attention, utilizing the demon-suppressing Ming King wizard form to entangle it. The two colossal beings clashed in the sky, with Gandalf at a disadvantage. However, supported by the Radiant King armor, Snow Iron Dragon armor, and other top-grade wizard tools, along with the companion Spirit White Elephant, he managed to hold his ground for a while. Holy Infant seized the moment, throwing the Crimson Dragon Ring to bind the flame demon. Then, the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella and Frost Sky 7 Feather Fan fused, forming a violet sun that enveloped the flame demon. After a terrifying explosion, even with its immense strength, the flame demon suffered significant injuries. Gandalf wielded the Sun King's sword, unleashing streams of laser cannon fire. Holy light illuminated the skies as the flame demon's blood-flesh demon body melted like snow, racked with agonizing pain. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lord Victor's long-prepared star sword arrived in a flash, carrying endless sword chi. The sword spirit unleashed a heaven-piercing sword chi, delivering the finishing blow. No, no! Bal Flame King's anguished screams echoed across the world, followed by the collapse of its mountainous form, shattering the earth. Gandalf and Holy Infant were drenched in sweat, gasping for air, having clearly expended significant energy. Fighting above their rank naturally demanded their utmost effort. It was like a sprint, exploding with all their potential in an instant. In the next moment, in the heavens, black thunder light suddenly streaked through. A black lightning net, vast and overwhelming, descended, enveloping Holy Infant and Gandalf entirely. Keh, sacrificing that dimwit Bal to eliminate the wizard world's two top geniuses, worth it. Boom! The sky erupted thunderously. Ximu made a grand entrance. It radiated the terrifying aura of a level 7 middle stage expert, riding a dark demon dragon with a wingspan of 1,000 meters. Within the black lightning net, the top-grade wizard tools surrounding Gondaf and Holy Infant began to glow, shielding them from the corrosive black oblivion thunder. Ace exclaimed in shock. Such a powerful demon dragon! It feels even stronger than the flame demon. Gondaf pounded his fist against the lightning net, attempting to break free. Ximu sneered coldly. You think defeating a few disgraced level 7 flame demons makes you invincible? Today marks the end of you two so-called geniuses. Ximu knew that Lord Victor was out of reach. The man had never shown himself and was now most likely an opportunistic coward who had abandoned his teammates and fled. No choice, these secret sword flow wizards were always so cunning. The lightning net compressed further, shrinking Holy Infant and Gondafa's maneuvering space. In Ximu's palm, flame demon fire coalesced into a menacing spear. Die! The spear pierced through the void, its path igniting space itself, melting it like wax candles. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion sent white gas waves mixed with fire rippling outward. Ximu's sinister laughter rang out. He was sure that such an attack was beyond the defense capabilities of even top-level geniuses. They were likely dead and gone. In the next moment, Ximu's eyes narrowed in disbelief, staring at the magma-filled pit at the center of the explosion. Within it, a burly figure clad in black armor lifted his right hand. Endless golden light condensed into a shield, protecting Ace and Gondaf within. Crack! The shield shattered, disintegrating into ashes after enduring the terrifying strike, reaching its limit. Ximu's face changed. Who are you? Damn it, could this be a trap? A hidden level 7 expert nearby? Guillermo. Ximu understood. The situation was clearly Guillermo's undercover identity being exposed. The enemy used the opportunity to deploy a master fighter to ambush him. Guillermo was most likely doomed. Behind. Gondaf and Holy Infant had already torn apart the black lightning net, standing behind Levi, ready for battle. Ximu sneered coldly. A mere level 7 early stage, no matter who you are, before me, you're nothing but ash. His figure shot forward, a flaming spear materializing in his hand once more. This time, it wasn't an illusion, it was a genuine level 7 magic artifact. Magic artifacts were rare in the abyss. Demons relied on their robust bodies and spell abilities, rarely crafting weapons. Level 7 magic artifacts were even rarer. Ximu's formidable strength was undeniable. Levi raised the Crimson Dragon Slash in his hand, stepping forward. Sky Lion Path. Lion King Battle Technique. Boom! Golden mane, like flowing golden hair, fluttered behind Levi. He radiated the aura of the King of all beasts, dispelling the oppressive haze of the Sky Dome. With an ultimate sword strike, Levi collided with the flaming spear. After an earth-shaking explosion, Ximu faltered from the impact, retreating violently. He steadied himself, watching Levi take only a slight step back, his expression twitching. Humph, brute force. Ximu was unconvinced, gripping his spear once more, summoning volcanoes in the void to crush Levi. Levi charged into the midst of them, unleashing a barrage of thundering impacts. Feeling an increasingly intense danger perception, Levi silently thought to himself. As I expected, the threat here isn't limited to Ximu. Chapter 2025. All around the battlefield. A powerful purple figure was hidden within, none other than the ancient entity. Its eyes gleamed with satisfaction as it muttered. As expected, I knew it. Gondor City's 3 heroes would come to hunt the flame demon. It seems these 3 managed to kill the level 7 early stage flame demon but were ambushed by the level 7 mid stage flame demon. After the level 7 mid stage flame demon appeared, it had no idea that someone of significant standing was waiting in ambush on the battlefield. Levi from the Twilight Knights. Suspected to be the Golden Dominator, this individual is on the organization's killing list. However, Levi often resides on the ancient dragon continent under the protection of powerful figures, narrowly escaping many trials. Who would have thought that today he would appear on the god-forsaken continent? Truly, heaven favors me. Ha ha ha. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. Behind the sparrow, there's still the falcon. And the falcon, which believes itself to control everything, is unaware of the hunter hiding with a bow drawn and arrow ready. The ancient entity believed itself to be this hunter. No need to rush. I'll wait until their battle reaches its climax, when they are too occupied to react, and then strike decisively 3 kills with one blow. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Triss stood blankly, gazing at the towering ancient banyan tree before her and the golden-haired young girl, Mana. Beside her, Elena watched Triss with a face full of amusement. Triss suddenly spoke. Actually, even though you didn't say it outright, I've already guessed. That 3-headed dragon abomination might be Levi. While dragon abominations are powerful, it's rare for this race to produce a true peerless genius. But now that I've personally stepped into the ancient Banyan Fairyland and confirmed it, I must admit it's still quite shocking. Elena replied. What can we do? After all, Levi, that guy, caused a lot of trouble using the alias 3-headed dragon abomination within the ancient tower, antagonizing many top organizations in the wizard world. While competition is normal in the ancient tower itself, you know how petty top-level organization members can be. So, sister, don't spread word of this. It would only bring unnecessary trouble to Levi. Triss nodded. I understand, don't worry. Times are different now. Even if his identity as the dragon abomination is exposed, those top wizard organizations wouldn't dare act recklessly against Levi. Many of them know that Levi is under the protection of the Black Abyss Walker and the Frost Witch. Who would be foolish enough to provoke someone chosen by a legendary wizard? Not to mention, Levi's current status and standing are intertwined with pivotal transcendent organizations like the Dusk Holy Temple and the Tower of Dawn, both of which are key forces against the demons. His weight in the Supreme Council surpasses even some of the old veterans from top wizard organizations. Upon hearing this, Elena replied. That's certainly true. Let's be prepared, in case Levi needs our help. Triss said. All right. This time, I borrowed a level 8 exotic treasure from the witch's family specifically for this. It's been a long time since I've been in a battle, my hands are itching. Are you sure we won't have to intervene against this level 7 mid-stage flame demon? Elena replied. No need, trust Levi. Before he ascended to the 7 circle rank, he was already able to kill a level 7 mid-stage famine raider. Now that he's ascended to 7 circle, I can hardly imagine the extent of his power. Comparatively, the level 7 mid-stage amethyst race individuals that might be lurking nearby are the real concern. Triss's expression grew solemn. Indeed, the amethyst race is truly troublesome. But as long as we can successfully navigate this major interdimensional convergence, the amethyst plane will no longer pose a threat. When that moment comes, wizards from across the wizard world will flock to the new world to compete for the purple crystal mines. The Wizard Council has long desired to subjugate the amethyst race. But the strength of the Amethyst Saint rivals even the present strongest figure of the Council, the Blazing Sun God Wizard. On the Amethyst Plane, with the infusion of World Wool, the Amethyst Saint becomes invincible. Several gods of the astral world have fallen beneath that ancient monster's hand. To launch a great expedition would be momentous, but the gains wouldn't justify the losses. Mana glanced enviously at Triss and Elena. Sigh, being human truly seems wonderful. Levi is certainly fortunate. She could only lament being a mere tree, a piece of wood. Elsewhere, the giant Whale King, poised and ready, waited in silence. On the battlefield, the purple divine dragon wove through flames and frost, while the demon-suppressing Ming King unleashed his fury, fists dancing wildly. The black flash dragon, who had roamed the abyss for so many years, had never imagined a day when it would be entangled by 2 level 6 opponents. Its dragon wings stirred ferociously, scattering countless black electric snakes that rampaged viciously. Arcs of electricity tore through the void, spreading across the wizard tool armors of Holy Infant and Gundaf, clinging stubbornly like maggots feasting on a corpse. Ming King Dragon Elephant Seal. The demon-suppressing Ming King struck out with a resounding palm, sending forth a phantom dragon and an elephant. Rumble. The black flash dragon's body was sent flying, crashing into the earth. Such immense strength! Shock filled its heart. A glaring palm imprint marred its chest, exposing blood and flesh, throbbing with excruciating pain. Even the strongest blow from Gundaf was beyond the defensive field of a 7-circle ordinary wizard to withstand. The black flash dragon had underestimated its opponents, caught off guard and taken the hit. Black thunder trickled outward, starting the recovery of its body. Bang! A crimson streak of light shot toward the black flash dragon's chest. It was the Holy Infant, seizing the opportunity to strike with the red infant's sword. Clang! Amidst the clash of metal, black dragon claws gripped the red infant sword tightly with sharp nails. Tisk tisk tisk, how overconfident! Endless black thunder surged forth, swallowing the red infant's sword. To the naked eye, the talismans on the surface of the top-grade wizard tool began to dim one by one. Chapter 2026. Boom! The holy infant gave a commanding order. The stored elemental sword energy of fire shot forth, transforming into a colossal, fiery red flood dragon hundreds of meters long, bearing its fangs and claws. Rumble! A deafening explosion shattered the black flash dragon's claw, causing blood to gush out. The red infant sword let out a mournful wail as it returned to the holy infant's side. The black flash dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a jet-black lightning breath that struck the holy infant. Around the holy infant, the snow iron dragon armor materialized, blocking this fatal attack. However, after numerous battles with level 7 opponents, the wear and tear on this top-grade wizard tool were escalating rapidly. Thankfully, the holy infant was wealthy. Any other wizard would have been heartbroken. Just repairing a top-grade wizard tool like this would cost a fortune. At this moment, Gandalf seized the opportunity to charge forward. The Radiant King Vajra bracelet shone brightly, and the Sun King's sword came slashing down with unstoppable force. Although its stored Sun King's cannon ammunition had been depleted, the sword itself was still an exceptional weapon for dealing with demon dragons. After being enchanted with holy light, the dragon's flesh and blood sizzled and emitted oily smoke. Bang! With one strike, the giant demon dragon collapsed to the ground, letting out howls of agony. Together, the holy infant and Gandalf managed to hold their ground against this unusual powerhouse at the early stage of level 7. Any demon capable of acting as an Abyss Layer Lord was among the elite at its level. Meanwhile, in the distance, Victor had finished recuperating. He exhaled deeply. One more strike. Behind him, the Tebe Golden Star wizard form emerged, stretching 1,000 meters wide, bridging heaven and earth. The star sword began building power again, stirring the golden elemental energies within a 50-mile radius into a frenzy. Once the power was fully charged, Victor pointed his finger forward. Go! Swish! The star sword transformed into a stream of light and vanished. The black flash dragon was still entangled in battle with the holy infant and Gandalf. Suddenly, its instincts screamed of danger. From around its body, a pitch-black thunderbolt surged forth, forming an armored shell. Humph! I long suspected that someone specialized in long-range ambushes. Do you think I'd be unprepared? Clang! A grating slicing sound echoed. For the first time, the star sword encountered such formidable resistance. Victor's veins bulged, his face turning pale. Break! Scry-it! The tip of the star sword erupted with billions of micro-sword chi beams, surging forward like a drill. SCHLK. Under the black flash dragon's stunned gaze, its treasured thunder armor was astonishingly pierced through. The sword chi entered its body, violently ripping through its flesh and causing it to scream hysterically in pain. Elsewhere, facing Levi in a furious battle, XIMU's expression changed drastically. What? Even Black Flash can't hold off the Gundor 3 heroes. Black Flash's strength was far superior to the 3 flame demons encountered earlier. XIMU had analyzed the capabilities of the Gundor 3 heroes and believed Black Flash was strong enough to at least dominate 2 of them. But he underestimated the overwhelming power of Gandalf and his companions. When they hunted the flame demons earlier, the Gundor 3 heroes hadn't even shown their full strength. Now, with each of them bursting with power, even Black Flash was being suppressed. However, XIMU himself was currently in no position to help, akin to a clay idol crossing a river barely able to fend for himself. The black-armored swordsman he faced was simply too ferocious. After a brief exchange, XIMU realized that in terms of sheer strength, he, a dignified mid-stage level 7 flame demon, was utterly outclassed. It was well known that flame demons boasted impressive strength attributes, ranking high among demons, second only to those specifically bred and specialized for pure physical strength. With the Sky Lion path activated, Levi resembled a golden-maned lion king, his long hair flowing as every sword strike radiated sheer, unyielding dominance. XIMU frantically used his magic tool spear to block, while the flame demon fire around him burned fiercely, transforming into countless fire element demonic creatures that launched relentless, inescapable attacks to surround Levi. Yet Levi, enveloped in golden gravity, moved as if painting with ink on a scroll. With ease, he transformed the energy into armor, shields, and enormous golden hands that shattered each attack one by one. With his advancement to level 7, Levi's mastery over golden gravity had reached perfection, wielding it as effortlessly as an extension of his own body. Most attacks could be deflected with little more than a flick of his power. Ximu's face darkened, and he roared fiercely. In the name of the demon, flame prison descends. Twisting his spear to deflect Levi's attack, Ximu stabbed it forcefully into the earth. Rumble. Beneath the god-forsaken continent, the geothermal magma lying beneath hundreds of miles of rock began to boil and surge upward. This was the innate ability of flame demons, each one was a god of magma, commanding underground fire to incinerate all. Boom! 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 Numerous dormant and active volcanoes erupted simultaneously. Hundreds of magma rivers snaked out like a web, weaving across the heavens and trapping Levi completely. Taste the wrath of the flame demon. Boom! The infinite magma enveloped Levi, accompanied by relentless pounding explosions. As the magma cooled, it formed a massive asteroid 3 kilometers in diameter. Ximu let out a maniacal laugh, his spear emitting a ghostly glow. Explode! The terrifying blast wave spread in all directions, shaking distant mountain peaks even 100 miles away. At the explosion's heart, nothing remained save devastation. Levi's golden light shattered, his flesh torn and battered. His skeleton, faintly golden in color, was exposed, with some parts scorched black like charcoal. He appeared utterly horrifying. Ha ha ha, so you're nothing after all. Seeing this scene, Ximu regained his confidence. He manipulated the flames, ready to strike the seemingly exhausted Levi once more. Outside the battlefield, the observing Taigu shook his head regretfully. Who would have thought? Levi's finished already? Can't even defeat a level 7 flame demon. I'm so disappointed. I thought today would witness an earth-shattering battle. Alas! Since this is the case, I'll seize this perfect opportunity to eliminate my greatest foe, Levi. Afterward, I'll deal with Ace and the others. And Ximu? I'll kill him too. What trash dares to act so arrogantly? We of the Amethyst race are the true strongest tribe. Chapter 2027. The ancient thought the timing was perfect. Its form flickered, stepping into the void, vanishing from sight. On the battlefield, half of Levi's face was missing, his eyeball hanging loosely, barely attached. I can't lose. In a fury, Levi exerted all his strength, activating the heavenly badger path. Behind him appeared a phantom of the war badger, indifferent to life and death, ready to fight if provoked. To outsiders, it seemed Levi had put life and death aside, ferociously charging at Ximu like a moth flying into a flame. Ximu sneered. A dying struggle, nothing more than impotent rage. The flame demon fire scorched Levi's flesh, causing him to wail continuously. Ximu spoke coldly. Your willpower is indeed decent, but in the face of absolute strength, it's all illusion. What use is brute force? In the void, the ancient appeared with a cold expression, right hand clenched into a fist, silently emerging behind Levi. The space shattered like a mirror, a spiked purple fist blasted toward Levi. Boom! The terrifying force exploded. Blood and flesh burst out like fireworks across the sky. Levi's presence vanished completely in that moment. The ancient appeared, hands behind its back, arrogantly muttering to itself. With such a frail body, no wonder he couldn't even defeat the flame demon. On the other side, Ximu saw its prey, which it was close to capturing, blasted apart by a single punch. Its face froze momentarily, then it snapped back to reality, swearing. Who are you? The ancient replied. The one who will kill you. Boom! The ancient launched a fierce punch toward Ximu. A purple fist wind burst forth like a laser cannon, while Ximu held a spear with both arms to block. Crack! A crack appeared on the level 7 spear. What? Ximu's face changed drastically. The shockwaves of the immense force radiated out, hitting Ximu as if struck by cannon fire. The 1,000-meter-tall flame demon true body was sent flying, crashing into mountains. With one strike, the outcome was clear. The ancient sneered. Trash! Ximu raged. I'll kill you! It disregarded its mission. Waving the spear, it charged at the ancient. It was a demon, synonymous with chaos. Moreover, the flame demon's temper was notoriously explosive among demons. Being provoked like this, such humiliation was intolerable for Ximu. The ancient laughed wildly at the sky. Very well, in that case, I'll play with you first. As a member of the amethyst race, they must always possess the attitude of being number one in the world. Whether facing gods or demons, they would not retreat, even to the death. In some ways, they were best suited to cultivate the warlord catalogue. Thus, two unrelated level 7 mid-stage powerhouses inexplicably began to fight in the wilderness. In the distance, the Holy Infant and Gondif were utterly confused. The Holy Infant transmitted a message. "Wait a minute, our plan wasn't like this, was it?" Gondif replied. "Indeed, the plan was that the Ancient might ambush us now. So, we hold off the dragon abomination, he would pretend to struggle against Ximu, to lure the Ancient out. Then he would deal with the Ancient, and Triss and Elena would deal with Ximu." At this moment, Levi's voice entered the mind of his duplicate. "In that case, let them fight first. We'll act according to circumstances." In the void, Levi used a hermit rune to hide. Just now, he had taken the Ancient's full force punch. He felt that, given his own strength, he should resist it head-on. However, with a quick wit, he went with the flow and pretended to die from the punch, using the Death Ember Divine Palace to quietly resurrect. After rebirth, his attributes were also enhanced, feeling even more powerful. The Ancient perceived his aura dissipating, assuming it had finished off the exhausted Levi. However, what Levi didn't expect was that the two single-minded races, the Amethyst race and the Demon, would start fighting each other. He initially thought the Ancient would go find the Holy Infant and Gondif to settle scores first. The battle between the Ancient and Ximu continued. Meanwhile, the Black Flash Dragon was on the brink of collapse. Under the continuous assault of the three avatars, the once dominant dragon abomination tried to flee. In the next moment, a crimson flame longsword cleaved through the void. Crack! The massive head of the dragon abomination crashed down. Its iron-like scales were forcibly cut apart. A dragon soul emerged, caught effortlessly by Leon, taken away smoothly. The dragon abomination's body was also packed up by the little one. Levi had no intention to enslave this dragon abomination. Firstly, there was no space left in the crimson enslavement. Secondly, the dragon abomination had been a lord of the abyss layer, possibly linked to the abyss will. Most importantly, Levi urgently needed its bloodline crystal to enable the sky dragon to evolve. On the other side, Ximu, engaged in intense battle with the Ancient, suddenly sensed that his mount, the Black Flash Dragon, had died violently. His expression changed as he awakened from the rage. "Damn it, retreat first." Ximu had to admit he was not a match for the Amethyst race. The battle hadn't lasted long, yet most of his bones were already fractured. The once solid magma armor had long crumbled, and even his beloved spear was on the verge of breaking. The monster before him, barehanded, suppressed him completely without needing any spell abilities. Thinking of this, Ximu detonated the underground magma, causing a terrifying explosion, attempting to sweep away the Ancient. Its form flickered, intending to escape into the void. A peculiar colosseum shadow enveloped all directions. Two stunning figures appeared, each with distinct grace. They were Triss and Elena. Above Elena's head hovered the rare treasure struggle of the trapped beast. While in Triss' palm lay a rare treasure like a vine, emitting a fragrant aura. Chapter 2028. On the surface of the vines, sharp hooks stood upright. Level 8 treasure green vine dance. Elena spoke. "You still have an affection for whips?" Triss replied. "Not really, it's just the only one left that I could borrow." On Triss's long, slender, and perfectly rounded thighs, a ribbon as thin as a cicada's wing was still wrapped. She gently pulled down the black ribbon, letting it circle around her body. This was her sole artifact, the Black Secret. Behind Elena, a beautiful wizard tower appeared, intertwined with countless flowers and vines, almost like something out of a fairy tale. Ximu's expression shifted. Damn it! The development of the battlefield up until now had completely caught him off guard. Crack! 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 Triss swung the green vine whip. Green light swept across like a storm. Ximu's fists collided with the whip, leaving deep marks that seemed to penetrate flesh and bone. "Let's be destroyed together." Realizing his grim fate, Ximu transformed his body into a colossal and chaotic inferno, his flame demon true body rising endlessly, towering as high as the heavens. A spear of flame slashed forth, unleashing an apocalyptic attack. Behind Elena, the wizard tower erupted in brilliance, forming a massive barrier made of blooming flowers that imprisoned the entire area. Vines shot out like long snakes, aiming to kill Ximu. The innate spells cast by the two women bombarded him in relentless waves. The 100 flowers and 1,000 trees domain and the medicine girl witch form appeared simultaneously. Even a lion fights with all its might when hunting a rabbit. Facing a level 7 middle stage demon, caution was essential. Meanwhile, the ancient sensed something amiss, turned around, and suddenly noticed Levi, who had just died, reappearing within the void. Heavenly cold path. Levi's entire body became covered in frost, his formerly golden hair now turned into flowing silver locks. Snowflakes scattered through the heavens, filling the world with an oppressive stillness. He slashed his sword once, forming a colossal frost barrier spanning 20 miles that encased the battlefield, blocking the ancient's path of escape. Simultaneously, as 9-colored divine light illuminated the skies, the majestic 9-headed emperor dragon descended from the clouds with unstoppable might. The ice dragon head unleashed its innate spell, the ice dragon prison. The dual domains of frost entrapped the ancient within a glacial abyss. Excellent. Although I don't know what secret technique you used to elude my perception earlier, it doesn't matter. I'll simply kill you again. The ancient roared furiously. Sacred skill sinking earth. With a tremendous stomp, the continent itself quaked. Caves collapsed beneath cascading rock layers. A colossal force pressed downward onto Levi, pinning him to the ground until his legs sank into the earth, seeming as if he bore the weight of the sky dome itself. Red Emperor Domain. Around Levi, crimson energy surged like roaring rivers, flooding outward without end. In an instant, a 30-mile radius was completely engulfed within the Red Emperor Domain. During the previous battle against Ximu, Levi had withheld his full might intentionally, preparing for the potential arrival of the ancient. Now, he could finally unleash the pent-up fury that had nowhere else to go. After years of seclusion, his dormant lust for battle had been reignited entirely. Transformed into a being of blazing red flames, Levi shattered the invisible shackles weighing upon him with a single punch. Meanwhile, the 9-headed Emperor Dragon summoned 2 spiritual weapons, an Earth Spirit Soldier and a Fire Spirit Soldier, transforming into a giant elephant and a colossal dragon. The ancient's face showed a flicker of concern. Level 7 early stage summoning creatures both at once. Boom! Boom! The giant elephant hauled a mountain and hurled it toward the ancient. The fire dragon spewed flames, incinerating everything ahead. Under the combined assault of earth and fire, the ancient found itself with no way to dodge. Its arms swirled like shadows, smashing against the flames, delivering a punch to the giant elephant. Boom! The giant elephant was instantly severed in half and sent flying. But in less than a moment, it regenerated back to its full form. Though the spirit soldiers possessed average strength, they were impervious to death. As long as Levi had sufficient spell power, he could sustain them indefinitely. The ancient finally realized the gravity of the situation. By this time, Levi's golden glowing fist had already smashed toward him. Face me in a fist fight? Courting death. The ancient erupted in radiant amethyst light, unleashing the sacred skill, Star Crasher. Rumble. In the thunderous collision, both Levi and the ancient staggered backward. The ancient stared in disbelief at its cracked right arm. How is this possible? No race can rival the physical body of the amethyst race, not even the dragon clan. Once, a mythical level giant dragon had tried to challenge the authority of an amethyst saint but was smashed apart by the saint's sheer force. Among the Panplane dragon clan, the only one barely capable of resisting an attack from the amethyst saints was the dragon abomination Venerable. Again. Levi stepped forward, launching himself into the air. Buzz. The collision of fists resembled the impact of planets, stirring immense waves through the void. Meanwhile, the giant elephant and fire dragon assaulted once more, submerging the ancient in their relentless attack. Sacred skill Moonfall. Despite being surrounded by 3 level 7 experts, the ancient refused to run. In the dictionary of the amethyst race, the words retreat did not exist. Its hands tore through the void with immense strength, as if even the dark moon above could be dragged down. A massive violet lunar shadow descended abruptly. Boom! The giant elephant and fire dragon were struck by the crushing force, disintegrating back into earth elements and fire elements before reassembling in the distance. Amid the explosion, Levi shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, activating the heavenly Peng path, a rock's phantom emerging behind him as he soared high, reaching the ancient within moments. Levi switched to the heavenly badger path. Uncontainable fury. The crimson dragon slash materialized, enveloped by the essence of humanity and the might of the sun, moon, and stars, transforming into the ultimate strike. The sweeping sword chi clashed against the ancient's guarding arms. Crack! With a resounding blast, the violet arms fell to the ground. Violet light shimmered, restoring the severed limbs. The ancient laughed and said, "Undying body? I have one too." Boom! Yet amidst his laughter, a muffled groan erupted abruptly from him. Chapter 2029. A towering giant whale's silhouette slammed into Ancient's back. Another level 7. Ancient's form was uncontrollably flung toward Levi. This time, Levi did not use a sword. His right hand clenched into a fist, radiating the brilliance of the Doomsday Fist. Boom! Upper hook sky-splitting fist. Levi's punch viciously struck Ancient's lower jawbone, accompanied by the sound of purple crystal shattering. Ancient, like a rocket, shot straight into the heavens. Its supposedly indestructible Vajra-like skull had already shattered more than half. Nightmare domain. With Levi's single thought, grey mist swept across heaven and earth. In the sky dome, a pitch-black nightmare Levi incarnation swiftly manifested. His hands clenched tightly, then suddenly shot downward, unleashing a thunderous punch. Although it had only half the strength of Levi, it was still more than enough. Boom! Ancient was once again blasted back, like a balloon. Before Ancient could react, a phantom shaped like the Thunder Emperor, wielding the Emperor's sword, appeared and slashed horizontally. Boom! Ancient's torso was sliced in half by Chaos Sword energy. It quickly regenerated, attempting to reverse its deteriorating state. But then, the nine-headed Emperor Dragon spread its wings, spanning 2,000 meters, with all 9 heads roaring in unison. Brilliant, dazzling innate spells illuminated each other, surging forth like tidal waves. The Amethyst race had strong magic resistance, but what can you do when faced with simultaneous innate spell releases? Water Dragon, Ice Dragon, Thunder Dragon, Fire Dragon. Under such a storm-like barrage, Ancient's towering body was utterly shattered, with no chance to retaliate. The enemy was not only powerful but also numerous. In reality, it was just Levi alone. The corpse demons and spiritual weapons were merely tools of his design. At this moment, the only path left is to fight to the death. Only then can we avoid becoming the laughingstock of those outsiders from the Council of 10,000 Clans and preserve the honor of the Amethyst race. With the strength of my single self, I can slay the 3 top-tier geniuses here today even if it means dying. What is there to fear? The Amethyst Saint will be proud of me. Ancient's eyes burned with fierce purple flames, accompanied by the piercing cry of a crane. Ancient transformed into 10,000 streaks of amethyst light, soaring skyward. At that moment, Ancient became light. For the Amethyst race. Holy Spirit Light Crane. The amethyst light instantaneously pierced through Levi's ice dragon prison and frostblade realm, tearing apart the sky of the forsaken land of the god. On the crystal wall, a pitch-black fissure surfaced. A purple crane, trailing a long amethyst tail flame, descended from the heavens. Its eyes glimmered with an indifferent light, its body cloaked in purple radiant feathers. Kill! The light crane spread its wings, which also spanned 2,000 meters wide. With one move, white crane kick, it sent the 9-headed Emperor Dragon flying. With another, white crane spreads its wings, it shredded the incoming giant elephant and fire dragon. Dying beneath my light crane Holy Spirit, you can rest satisfied. The light crane transformed into a stream of brilliance, its wings spinning like the cosmos's most elegant blade edge. An entire section of land was forcibly split apart, scattered away, and it blasted the giant whale king off. Golden Dominator. In this place, only you are worthy to be my opponent, Ancient. Levi's expression grew solemn. The Amethyst race was already known as the zenith of average individual combat power across the Panplane all clans. Those who could merge with the Holy Spirit and go even further were the paragons among them. Calling them top-tier geniuses was not an exaggeration. No wonder Ancient was so recklessly confident, even after just advancing to level 7 middle stage. On the other side, Triss and Elena, who were already nearing the end of their battle against Ximu, paled. With this kind of aura, I fear it could take out that flame demon in a single strike. Can Levi withstand it? No problem, right? Let's finish this demon quickly and go support Levi. Ximu roared furiously. Nonsense! How could a single strike kill me? Not only did you ambush me, but now you insult me as well. The tower of summer flowers crashed down from the heavens, smashing Ximu deep into the ground. Noisy! Hurry up and die! The Holy Infant, Gandalf, and Lord Victor's 3 avatars, upon witnessing Ancient's overwhelming power, each unleashed their own abilities. Levi bellowed. Stand back and form a raid formation for me. The current strength of Ancient was no longer something the 3 avatars could actively engage in. Boom! The 9-headed Emperor Dragon and Thunder Emperor stood to Levi's left and right as protectors. Innate spells and Chaos Sword energy paved the path. Levi's right arm clenched into a fist as he entered the Sky Dragon path state. The dragon flames and strength from the Red Emperor domain surged into the Doomsday Fist. Inside his body, the holy image lore rang with the cry of elephants. His form began to swell, the Whale Emperor power book pushed to the absolute limit. The falling star ring clanged as Levi's momentum continuously accumulated. On a microscopic level. Inside Levi, countless billions of power divine palaces roared, condensing into 2 crimson Red Emperor divine runes. Countless Red Emperor true forms rose, all punching in unison. Equally innumerable palaces of control trembled and transformed into one golden brilliance divine rune. The golden brilliance true forms fired off 10,000 streams of dazzling golden light. Red flames and golden light coiled together, morphing Levi's right arm into a claw as thick as a giant dragon's limb. At this moment, he incarnated as the Dragon Emperor of the mortal realm, his right fist opening the heavens, transforming him into a dragon. When the dragon fist was unleashed, the explosive force of billions ignited, like countless armies charging forward, vast, unstoppable. Heaven and earth destruction fist. Boom! 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 Red flames, golden light, and amethyst light clashed and entangled. Within a range of hundreds of miles, the collision formed a zone of light pollution unbearable for mortal eyes. Under this ultimate exchange of power, everything lost meaning, becoming sheer abstraction and raw force. Irregular rock formations burst apart piece by piece and were annihilated. Chapter 2030. One towering peak after another was obliterated in an instant, reduced to dust. Within the blast radius, the wind disaster stratum in the heavens and earth formed a vacuum zone stretching dozens of miles. A massive breach appeared in Nora's crystal wall, slowly knitting itself back together. At the breach, a blue-haired figure, visible only to those with extraordinary sight, quietly observed what lay below. It was Lucy. She had been here for a long time. Yet neither the Amethyst race nor Levi had noticed her presence even now. Not a bad punch, it carries the essence of Roger's old platinum fist. Lucy's form faded. She knew the battle was over. Sometimes, even an overwhelmingly powerful foe requires nothing more than a single serious punch. The wind disaster surged back into the vacuum zone, and the world returned to its prior state. But there was no restoring the vast crater on the god-forsaken continent deep, radiating outward nearly 100 miles. The edges of the crater were relatively intact, but the deeper one ventured toward its center, the worse the devastation became. At its core, it was already a sky chasm. Within the sky chasm, Levi was panting heavily. He gazed at his smoldering doomsday fist and, once his breathing steadied, blew the embers out. His body, hair, and even the fine hairs on his skin radiated scalding steam uncontrollably, distorting the void around him. Before him, countless fragments of glowing violet feathers floated in the air. The head of a crane-like figure was clasped in Levi's palm. Taigu was on the brink of death, its lifeless lids drooping. I have lost. Hard as it is to believe, I truly have lost. You are strong, stronger than I imagined. I admit my inferiority, but we of the Amethyst race will never surrender. Even if it shatters every bone in our bodies, we will drag as many wizards as we can into hell with us before we die. Because you wizards, you belong to the multidimensional plane and all races in the universe, the greatest calamity. Levi cast his gaze toward Taigu. Finished talking. Taigu sneered. Kill me, then. Boom. The crane's beak was shattered by Levi's fist, embedding itself backward to obliterate Taigu's skull. From the shattered form, a single violet true soul fled. Taigu looked at Levi one last time. It thought of its next life. If it could somehow become a wizard, it didn't seem like such a bad fate. Alas, there would be no next life. Just then, Leon appeared, using all his strength. Phew, what a chore, he muttered. Once I consume this, I should have enough energy for my next slumber, he said to himself as he wrapped around Taigu, mumbling all the while. Levi watched as Leon claimed Taigu's true soul. Wizards are the calamity of the multidimensional plane? What does that have to do with me? With a wave of his hand, all the violet light fragments converged and fused into a single, radiant, violet amethyst. The amethyst was over 3 meters in diameter, semi-transparent, as though it contained a boundless, infinite power within. A mid-level 7 amethyst, a true priceless treasure. With this, I can significantly enhance both myself and the wizard tools of my 3 avatars. For a refiner, not even a morning star level oddity could compare to this piece of amethyst. On another battlefield, Ximu also met a grievance-filled end. Triss's green whip decapitated it, and though its demon soul tried to escape for a desperate counterattack, the floral witch tower swatted it into oblivion. Leon then claimed Ximu's soul. Triss rolled up Ximu's remains and handed them to Levi. I assume you'll be needing this. Levi nodded. Thank you, ma'am. With this, the main ingredients for the breakthrough potions of his 3 avatars were now complete. Only the demon dragon grass remained, which would require entering the dragon ruins mysterious realm to find. Of course, if the potion refinement failed, he would have to hunt down another flame demon. But that was not a significant concern, as the current main force on the god-forsaken continent consisted of the flame demon army. Elena flew over to Levi and, unable to contain herself, hugged him tightly, exclaiming with excitement. You're incredible! Levi removed Ximu's heart and crystal core from the remains, then handed both the body and loot to Triss. Ma'am, I only need the flame demon potion materials. Please, keep the rest. Sorry to trouble you again. Triss considered this for a moment, then smiled and said. All right, I'll take it. Don't worry, it's just a fair trade. I had planned to finish off Ximu quickly and come help you afterward, but I didn't expect you to deal with your enemies first. Levi burst into hearty laughter. The amethyst race? Just paper tigers. For that one punch earlier, he had stacked every possible strength buff. He had also consumed 2 wind element and 2 frost element artificial energy gemstones and used the heaven and earth destruction fist for a saturating strike. If that wasn't enough to slay a mid-level 7 amethyst race member, Levi might as well give up his cultivation. Triss's expression grew complicated. In her mind, the image of Levi delivering that legendary punch was etched deeply, impossible to shake off. In that moment, she seemed to see the cocky, unyielding spirit of the 3-headed dragon abomination from the ancient tower reincarnated. Ultimately, she sighed inwardly, lamenting the passage of time. Witnessing the rise of a monster, from weakness to unassailable might, was an experience unimaginable to most. Triss was grateful she was Levi's friend rather than his foe. Several days later, on a distant battlefield, Laplace led a Dragon Knight Wizard battle group in a siege against 2 12-armed snake demons. One was early level 7, the other mid-level 7. The towering snake demons wielded 12 arms brandishing swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, their aura overpowering and vast. But under the relentless onslaught of the battle group and Laplace, the snake demons were steadily forced into submission. Particularly the early level 7 snake demon, which was covered in wounds and on the verge of collapse. Just as they were about to subdue it, the desperate early level 7 snake demon suddenly spat out a bead radiating an ominous aura of destruction. At the same time, the mid-level 7 snake demon began to go berserk, weakening the containment of the combat array. Reinforce the seals. Prepare defenses. Laplace's voice was icy as he began preparing a primordial soul spell to deal a fatal blow to the snake demons. The battle group wizards perspired heavily as they poured every ounce of strength into their assault on the snake demons. Ha ha ha! Let's perish together! The snake demon lord's expression turned maniacal as its form rapidly collapsed, pouring its entire essence into the bead. At the critical moment, a streak of starlight came barreling through the skies. In its wake, the 9 heavens layers were tinted with molten gold. The golden silhouette of a knight emerged, channeling a vast torrent of power of golden element and unleashing a sky-bridging galaxy sword chi. Like Chen Xiang cleaving the mountain to save his mother, the immense snake demon body was severed in 2, crashing to the ground amid a storm of dust and debris. A cluster of starlight condensed into a tiny sword, circled once and vanished in an instant. The early level 7 snake demon was dead. Laplace stood frozen. Victor? Is he nearby as well? But now wasn't the time to dwell on this. He seized the opportunity to focus all firepower on the mid-level 7 snake demon. Not long after, it too met its demise. 2 level 7 demons were vanquished. Laplace commanded. Yabek, take your team and clear the battlefield. Root out any remaining forces from the cave. He sat to the side to rest, opening his communication device to check his messages. Mr. Laplace, that sword from my friend Victor can be credited to your battle group. No need to thank me. By the way, thank your cousin for me and let her know I'm fine. Gondoff. Laplace chuckled bitterly. So that's why Victor suddenly intervened. Just as he put down his communication device, another message materialized. Oh, one more thing, could you ask Soraya not to block me? Thanks Gondoff. Chapter 2031. In the wilderness. Lord Victor raised his hand, and the star sword flew into his mind. Gondoff said. Thank you. Victor replied. You're welcome. Ace said. Now that the flame demon materials are all collected, next, we must focus all efforts on reaching the Seven Circle. The three boarded the Phantom 60 and quickly headed back to the Midland continent. God-forsaken continent. Inside the cave. Lord Nova, we just received intelligence XIMU is dead. The Burning Expedition Army's commander, Nova, who was bathing in magma, opened his eyes, furious. What? XIMU is dead? Wasn't he up against a few 6th Circle wizards? Moreover, he had an early-stage level 7 Black Flash Dragon with him. With such a lineup, how did he lose? The demon reporting the news said. This. I don't know. In any case, XIMU's Abyss Soul has been extinguished. The Gundor 3 heroes seems their strength is far more fearsome than we expected. Nova buzzed. Forget it. Stop bothering me with such trivial matters. Continue to monitor the Gundor 3 heroes. Offer a reward 1 level 8 Abyss Core. Whoever kills them can claim the prize from me. Additionally, issue a separate reward for the Deep Blue Expedition Army's commander Lucy, anyone who kills her will receive a level 9 Abyss Heart. The demon exclaimed. Abyss Heart. A level 8 Abyss Core was rare but within understandable limits. However, a level 9 Abyss Heart that was a treasure beyond the imagination of any demon. Refining it could grant even the lowest tier demon an opportunity to ascend rapidly, becoming a demon lord. More importantly, refining the Abyss Heart would draw the attention of the Abyss Will. From then on, one's true soul would gain shelter from the Abyss Will. Even if killed, one could be reborn within the Abyss without falling under the jurisdiction of the underworld. Of course, with a level 9 Abyss Heart, memory retention during rebirth wasn't guaranteed, and one might turn into a new entity. However, if luck prevailed and past wisdom awakened, one might regain memories of a previous life. As for the level 10 Abyss Heart, that was the supreme relic coveted by every Abyss Lord. Consuming it would bestow favor from the Abyss Will, akin to those powerful low-tier Abyss Lords treated as its chosen ones. Beyond gaining long lifespans, even in death, one could be reborn, free from the underworld's grasp. They reached the state of undying and immortal. This was the terror of the Abyss. Of course, both level 9 and level 10 Abyss Hearts were extremely rare treasures. Their origins and formation processes were known only to the powerful low-tier Abyss Lords, who controlled their distribution. Only a select few lucky adventurers within the Abyss managed to find an Abyss Heart, bypassing this monopoly. Using an Abyss Heart as a bounty for Lucy demonstrated her remarkable significance. Great rewards bring forth brave warriors. Nova believed that relying on the Abyss's absolute power, it would only be a matter of time before they took down that woman. Midland Continent. Gundor City. Guillermo's accessory shop. The white-haired wizard stared calmly at the fire dragon shop across the street. A voice resonated in his mind. Guillermo, XIMU is dead. Guillermo's expression shifted. What? XIMU is dead? Wasn't he tasked with handling the Gundor 3 heroes? The Gundor 3 heroes are far more formidable than they appear. Stay vigilant. Has your identity been compromised? Guillermo replied. I don't think so. Everything is fine for now. Sir, perhaps you could relocate me elsewhere. Continue monitoring them. Commander Nova has already issued bounties. If they leave Gundor City, inform me immediately. Guillermo said. Understood. I can't believe someone as strong as XIMU got killed by the Gundor 3 heroes. Truly unbelievable. Deep in space. Before a crumbling world, the Komodo snake opened its eyes. Projections of Emperor Dagon and the Nightmare Black Dragon Wizard appeared. Emperor Dagon said coldly. Ha! So the Ancient One has perished at last. Serves them right. Useless fool. If only they had cooperated with the Nightmare Black Dragon Wizard, this wouldn't have been the outcome. These amethyst race members are truly arrogant. If they're so great, why don't they just obliterate the Wizard Council? They strut around, looking down on everyone. The Dwarf King was fuming, unable to hold back his frustration. The Nightmare Black Dragon Wizard said. The Gundor 3 heroes indeed live up to their reputation. It's no wonder they've brought you so many defeats. The Snake Envoy said indifferently. Today's outcome, I already foresaw it. The organization has doubled the bounty on the Gundor 3 heroes again. It's enough to tempt some level 8 powerhouses. Based on what I know, Blood Vortex Venerable has already taken action. Emperor Dagon said. Blood Vortex Venerable? I've dealt with him before. Seems to be one of the generals under some sovereign. His true form is a kind of powerful aberrant insect, specializing in the path of duplication. If he deploys his duplications, there's a chance he could capture the Gundor 3 heroes. Emperor Dagon, relentless in his pursuit of the Holy Infant, remained steadfast. He turned his thoughts to striking a deal with Blood Vortex Venerable. On the other side, the Nightmare Black Dragon Wizard was lost in thought. His hatred for the Wizard Council was stronger than even his animosity towards demons. The organization's bounty for the Gundor 3 heroes tempted him as well. However, he knew the Gundor 3 heroes must have the protection of a lord from the wizard world. At that moment, he couldn't make up his mind. If he acted, failure would not be an option, or he would plunge into everlasting ruin. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi and Elena returned triumphant, while Triss returned to the witch's family to restore the rare treasure. Chapter 2032. Going to war with Levi this time, she has indeed reaped a lot of rewards. That level 7 magic artifact, needless to say, though wizards cannot use it, it has its own value. Without a heart and crystal core, Ximu's flame demon body is still immensely useful. Moreover, Ximu is a mid-stage level 7 flame demon, a high priority target of the Congress bounty list and a key figure in the Burning Expedition Army. His value far exceeds the level 7 early stage flame demon previously hunted by the Holy Infant and others. She received 1.5 million war merit points, and Elena received 1.2 million. So, Triss is in a good mood, and her previous disappointment at losing the Demon Dragon Whip has been swept away. Although Levi didn't directly kill Ximu, he also gained 500,000 war merit points, and combined with 400,000 for killing the dragon, he earned close to 1 million war merit points in total. Tower of Summer Flowers. Elena said with a smile. I'm almost at 5 million war merit points. I can exchange them for a Morning Star level oddity. Levi replied. I wish you success in randomly getting a water element oddity. Elena asked. How many war merit points do you have now? Levi looked and said. Still 500,000, but I learned from Gondif that after killing the Ancient, you can choose a Morning Star level oddity directly from the Congress, plus an additional Ether Stone reward, so I'm not in a hurry. You hurry and gather 5 million war merit points, exchange for one, and if you can't use it, give it to me, and I'll exchange it for one that can be used. Anyway, for Levi, as long as it's Morning Star level, any faction is the same. Elena was delighted, kissed Levi, and said. Thank you. In the following days, Levi and Elena rested for several days. The summer flowers swayed, and the spring light was endless. For Levi, the biggest gains from this battle are threefold. First, he obtained 2 flame demon hearts and flame demon crystal cores. Second, he got the corpse of a level 7 early stage dragon abomination. Third, he acquired a level 7 mid-stage amethyst. This kind of material has accompanied Levi through long years. The amethyst race truly deserves to be his good brothers. Plus, with the previous hunts, Levi now has the main ingredient for 3 doses of flame demon potion. Of course, he still lacks 2 demon dragon grass powder, and he only needs to get 1 demon dragon grass from the next Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. In addition, it is now the year 297 of Nora, and Levi calculated that there are only 20 years left until the next opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. By then, he could enter the 7th floor, and there might be a chance to obtain a Morning Star level oddity. Apart from the aforementioned 3 major gains, there are many valuable materials from within the Dragon Abomination and the Ancient. Notably, there are quite a few rare minerals not yet digested by the Ancient. These have also brought Levi a small profit. One day, the corpse of the Dragon Abomination was placed on the ground, still exuding a terrifying demonic aura despite being dead. Levi said. This sub-dragon type seems to be a black flash dragon, a subspecies of the black annihilation dragon. Speaking of which, I have some affinity with this Black Annihilation Dragon, as it naturally possesses the exotic thunder Black Annihilation Divine Thunder. The Black Oblivion Thunder I obtained in the Ancient Tower is exactly a lower version of the Black Annihilation Divine Thunder. This Black Flash Dragon seems to have awakened the ability of Black Annihilation Divine Thunder, which made it far surpass ordinary level 7 early stage, letting the three avatars struggle for a long time, and was ultimately resolved by Levi's action. Levi remembered that he still had an exotic flame called Dark Death Flame. Although he rarely used it. Now Seven Suns Falling Domain serves as his main burning faction spell during the Seven Rings stage, perhaps it is time to bring back Dark Death Flame. As an exotic flame, it shouldn't be left in the corner to collect dust. The Black Flash Dragon's Dragon Scales, Dragon Skin, Dragon Bones, Dragon Eye, all are top quality materials that can be used for weapon refinement and refining artificial energy cores for the Doomsday Fist. The ultimate secret technique Heaven and Earth Destruction Fist is powerful but too energy consuming. Each use exhausts 4 artificial energy cores. If used too frequently, even the natural earth element core might not withstand it. Fortunately, Levi previously obtained the corpse of a wind-shaped dragon and the Snow Mountain Dragon King, sustaining his consumption. Now with another Thunder Attribute Dragon Clan, short term, there's no need to worry about the energy issue of the Doomsday Fist. 6 months later, Levi had fully extracted the bloodline crystal of the Black Flash Dragon. In his hand appeared a fist-sized black and red crystal. Inside the crystal, he saw traces of demonic aura. I'll need to purify the demonic aura before using it. A month later, Levi, with a solemn face, had prepared all the auxiliary materials for the Sky Dragon Evolution Potion. With the addition of these 2 legendary bloodline factors, Wind Illusion Dragon and Black Annihilation Dragon, I hope this evolution will not disappoint me. Levi sent the secret medicine into his body and began the blood refinement process. Time flies like an arrow, and the years speed by. 3 years later. It is now the year 300 of Nora, the 88th year since the beginning of the blood battle. After the battle with Ximu, the Gundor City Three Greats never returned to the god-forsaken continent, focusing entirely on closed-door meditation and spell research. Their previous kill of the Dragon Abomination earned them another batch of war merit points. On the 7th level demon slaying list, Ace has climbed to 80th place with 3.3 million points, Gondaf to 83rd with 3.27 million points, and Lord Victor to 84th place with 3.14 million points. This ranking is already quite high in the fiercely competitive 6th Circle Wizard group, considering the number of participants is many times that of 7 Circle Wizards. Chapter 2033. Overall, since the 3 heroes rarely take the initiative to challenge demons for the rankings, their positions aren't very high. But by relying on their hunts of level 7 demons, engaging in high-tier battles, they maintain steady progress within the top 100. The trio joined forces 4 consecutive times to slay high-ranking level 7 abyssal entities, which has become a celebrated tale in the wizard world. If it happened just once, one might attribute it to luck. But achieving this 4 times in a row is indisputably a testament to their power. This indicates that these 3 prodigies, working together, are already unstoppable below level 7 mid-stage. Truly deserving of the name Gundor City 3 Heroes. Publications like the Middle-earth Rule of Law newspaper, Blood Battle Daily, and even the influential Soren Daily have all reported on the Gundor 3 Heroes. Among them, the magical forms and soul artifact rankings of Holy Infant and Gandalf have steadily advanced, reaching toward the top 500, surpassing many average-performing 7 Circle Wizards. As for Victor, up until now, he hasn't revealed his magical form in public nor aimed for rankings. With the fame of his Dawn Divine Sword, he doesn't need the exposure from such lists. Taking advantage of this publicity, Fire Dragon Shop, Gandalf Pharmacy, and Dawn Tower have been appearing more and more prominently. Fire Dragon Artifact has undoubtedly become one of Gundor City's top industries, benefiting many wizards across the Midland continent. During wartime, the rate of damage to non-consumable items like wizard tools far exceeds that of peaceful eras. As a result, demon hunting wizards, especially in Gundor City, have increasingly visited Fire Dragon Shop. They've noticed that although Fire Dragon Shop's wizard tools are slightly more expensive, their durability and performance on the battlefield easily surpass those of cheaper alternatives, truly living up to the saying you get what you pay for. This is something that can save lives on the perilous blood battlefield. When faced with such stakes, wizards' choices are self-evident. Fire Dragon Shop has flourished, yet its commitment to producing top-quality items has never wavered. It refuses to compromise quality by expanding production recklessly, even amidst surging demand. After all, its secret competitors are waiting for an opportunity to topple Fire Dragon Shop from its pedestal. At times like this, caution is imperative. Any product with quality flaws would rather be hidden away than sold. If reparable, it is repaired. If irreparable, it is promptly fed to Levi's sword of victory. Supported by their respective industries, the three avatars can consistently channel resources to their original selves while also meeting their own cultivation needs. Additionally, their employees earn substantial income for their own cultivation. Take Fire Dragon Shop as an example. Anyone capable of crafting wizard tools that qualify as top quality or above is included in the year-end performance review, earning substantial bonuses on top of their base salary. Dwarvish artisans Copperbeard and Iron Teeth are beneficiaries of this system, leveraging their crafting skills to earn enough to break through to 6th ring senior status. While not overwhelmingly wealthy, they can comfortably afford meditation supplementary potions for cultivation. Moreover, Fire Dragon Shop has signed a collaboration agreement with Gandalf Pharmacy, offering small discounts on wizard tools and potions purchased by their respective employees, reducing cultivation costs further. Overall, while ensuring the organization earns profits, there's also an emphasis on giving employees a sense of belonging, akin to Levi's past Fat Dong Lei philosophy. This word of mouth spreads quickly, attracting talented weapon craftsmen, pharmacists, and various job seekers from far and wide to apply nearly every day. However, only the most outstanding candidates have a chance to be included. It was also this year. Toby, at the age of 230, achieved perfection in 6 talents and exceeded the general spiritual force limit by 20 points, successfully crystallizing and stepping into the 5th circle wizard realm. He became the shop's outstanding 5th circle weapon craftsman, with a rate of top quality tools surpassing many veteran 5th circle craftsmen. In gratitude for the past generosity of the fire god's hammer, Holy Infant naturally does not hold back, paying close attention to nurturing Toby to reach the 6th circle realm as soon as possible to ease his burden. Both Alexandra and Elsie have also been diligently cultivating these past years, striving for the 6th circle perfection realm. Currently, their rankings on the demon slaying list are just outside the top 200. They're quite philosophical about this, reasoning that as long as they survive, slow and steady progress will eventually secure enough war merit to redeem Morning Star artifacts or even Bright Moon artifacts. As for the Sun refining artifact, that's clearly reserved for a select few, and satisfaction is key. Meanwhile, a rising star has emerged on the 7th level demon slaying list. Demon Tears Divine Sword Link. This child of the metal element has been active in demon hunting across the god-forsaken continent, wielding his signature 8 stars demon slaying sword formation to slaughter countless demons, becoming a prime target for the Burning Expedition Army's reward system. During this time, demons have repeatedly attempted to hunt Link, but he's miraculously escaped death every time, evidently due to his extraordinary fortune. Though he ascended to the 6th circle wizard realm relatively late, he has already slain 5 level 6 demons consecutively, with astonishing battle achievements. Among these, 2 were level 6 mid-stage demons. Demon Tears Divine Sword is widely regarded as one of the rare secret sword flow prodigies who have risen after the era of Dawn Divine Sword, rapidly growing through slaughter. In truth, his success is deeply tied to his Golden Spear Iron Heart talent, an extraordinary chi-sect talent that thrives on proving one's path through battle. In the Golden Spear Iron Horse, an iron bone sword heart is forged. This enabled Link to accumulate 2.3 million points and rise to rank 150 on the demon slaying list. As things stand, entering the top 100 is only a matter of time. Chapter 2034. After all, most high-ranked 6th circle wizards only occasionally participate in demon slaying. He, however, resides directly on the god-forsaken continent, rushing toward danger wherever it arises. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to imitate such behavior. Meanwhile, the twin stars of knights and wizards on the ancient dragon continent, the Fire Dragon Knight and the Shadow Queen, also achieved excellent battle merits, securing spots within the top 300 of the demon slaying list. It wasn't that their strength was inferior to Link's, they simply weren't as relentless. After all, their primary duty was to protect the ancient dragon continent. On this day, the coastline of the ancient dragon continent, another 6th level mid-stage bottom-dwelling fish demon led an army of aquatic demons in a surprise attack. Suddenly, a brilliant star ring descended from the sky, imprisoning the invaders and landing atop the wizard tower that materialized in the void. It was Elena, standing with her hands behind her back. With a single spell, she extinguished the demon's life. She gazed at the coastline, the surrounding sea, and the dense demonic aura lingering in the area, her brows furrowing. Even though we've been attempting purification, the speed of purification clearly cannot match the rate of demonic pollution. For nearly a century, the battle with the demons had been a standoff. The demons hadn't launched a full-scale invasion of the ancient dragon continent, seemingly cautious, but they never ceased sending aquatic demons to harass the area. Currently in the wizard world, the methods employed to purify demonic aura primarily rely on treasures and spells from the Bright faction, or the spreading of specialized demon-purifying potions to dissolve it entirely. However, these methods are only effective for small to medium-scale battles. For prolonged blood battles like this, if a better solution cannot be devised soon, one day this place will inevitably become a weakened version of the Abyss. On the ancient dragon continent, purification of demonic aura involves two primary methods: purification potions and the cultivation of fungi. The former is costly, even with the widespread availability of saint fruit. The latter is limited in applicable scope. Elena turned her gaze to the flourishing green tribe by the shore and the swaying seaweed seedlings sprouting in the seawater. If the traits of the green tribe and fungi could be combined, would it be possible to develop plants that can absorb demonic aura across land, sea, and air? Large-scale seeding of grass and trees on land, and deployment of algae spores into the ocean. Once Levi and Triss complete their trials, we can discuss this idea. Such research would require the support of the Wizard Council. Relying solely on the ancient dragon continent might prove insufficient. Elena glanced at her wristband, noting the 5 million war merits she had already accumulated. But she looked toward Levi's closed-door training area. It was clearly not the time to redeem oddities. Several days later, deep in the heart of the ancient dragon continent, an uninhabited mountain valley, the wind and elemental power of thunder began to churn and surge through heaven and earth. Layer upon layer of stormy black clouds pressed heavily against the sky dome, suffocating all who witnessed it. The most startling sight was the bolts of lightning weaving through the clouds, not the usual purple hue but an ominous black, radiating an eerie aura. Boom! Levi's figure appeared. 3,000 wind thunder feather blades swirled around him. The buzzing of wind and thunder resonated across the skies. The legendary beings known as Masters of the Blood Tribulation revealed themselves one after another. Silver Mountain Dragon, Maya, Black Flash Dragon, Wind Illusion Dragon. These legendary creatures, each wielding their unique skills, emerged onto the stage. The Silver Mountain Dragon wielded lightning, Maya controlled storms, the Black Flash Dragon transformed into black lightning capable of tearing everything apart, and the Wind Illusion Dragon became an intangible breeze, soft yet unyielding. But all of it was futile against Levi. He activated Sky Dragon Path, unleashing the power of the Sky Dragon within him, igniting flashes of lightning and roaring thunder. Then, the 3,000 feather blades assembled, merging into a colossal wind and thunder giant sword. With the 10 evil martial arts unleashed, none could stand against him. Levi transformed into the Dragon Emperor, terrifying sword chi erupting from the wind and thunder blade. Sword light tore through the void, shattering ancient silhouettes that traversed the expanse of time, all succumbing beneath Levi's sword. Before long, the blood tribulation was overcome with ease. Elena, witnessing Levi's effortless triumph over the blood tribulation, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's hope the dark tribulation isn't too insane. As her words fell, the ancient dragon continent's sky suddenly fissured. A monstrous, earth-yellow dragon claw rent the heavens apart. Its 1,000-meter-long body descended into the wind disaster stratum, unleashing a terrifying aura of a level 7 mid-stage entity. The creature's soil-yellow scales rustled softly in layers, while its pitch-black horn atop its forehead emitted a haunting glow. Shaped like a dragon's head, its gaze locked onto Levi. Behind the creature, an army of thousands of demons appeared, including numerous 6th-level demon lords, their deafening roars spreading unparalleled murderous intent. With a thunderous, low voice reverberating like a storm, the creature spoke, shaking the heavens. So, you are Levi, the Golden Dominator. As soon as the beast appeared, reconnaissance creatures hidden across the ancient dragon continent immediately sensed the intruder and relayed the information to various organizations. Across the ancient dragon continent, 6th-level entities erupted with their power, faces grave as they gazed in the direction of the enemies. Alert! 7th-level creature has suddenly appeared on the ancient dragon continent. The Sky Dome defense system has been activated. All demon extermination shuttles are en route to the battlefield. All battle groups, stay vigilant and prepare to confront the formidable enemies. Mobilize all organizational guardians to provide support. Don't forget to summon Andreas from Giant Beast Paradise, he's a level 7 mid-stage sub-dragon breed. Contact the Flower Knight. Various departments responded swiftly, executing operations with exceptional efficiency. This was thus far the most powerful external invasion event the ancient dragon continent had faced. From numerous launch towers across the land, streams of silver light shot forth, representing Sky Dome's defense system, the demon exterminating divine shuttle formation. Chapter 2035. Tower of Dawn. The ghost bone dragon soared skyward, a death storm swirling around it, with countless undead wailing behind. Dusk Holy Temple. The giant elephant king roared, surrounded by golden clouds, charging forward relentlessly. Giant Beast Paradise. The earth cracked and shifted, cold air surged into the heights, and the most imposing frost dragon rose into the sky, snowflakes dancing and icy winds howling behind it. Ha ha ha! This is the moment for me, Andreas, to showcase my talents. Andreas's heart raced with excitement. His master was in seclusion, and this level 7 middle stage sub-dragon, this was clearly his destined opponent. Amid the gaze of countless onlookers, he would freeze, crush, and utterly destroy this foe, showcasing the grandeur of the Snow Mountain Dragon King. When his master emerged from seclusion, wouldn't the fate coins be raining down as rewards? He'd count so many he'd cramp his own hands. Watching the level 7 guardians rushing out, the Blood Knight team breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, our commander left these guardians behind before retreating into seclusion. Otherwise, facing level 7 enemies, the losses would have been catastrophic. Level 7, in some sense, was the pinnacle of combat power during the early stages of blood battle. After all, even in the abyss, beings of level 8 weren't as numerous as most imagined, they were frequently under military scrutiny. Therefore, for an organization with level 7 guardians, surviving the early stages of blood battle was practically guaranteed. Elena, who had delivered her protection to Levi, was stunned. Level 7 middle stage. Is this Levi's dark tribulation? Or some other unforeseen calamity? Levi's heart remained calm. He understood that the demons before him represented calamities from the land of darkness, ordeals that had been destined for him. Elena, inform all departments to hold their ground. This dark tribulation is mine to handle alone. The most powerful beast, a dirt-colored giant creature, was the sub-dragon known as Earth-Splitting Dragon. Judging by the demonic aura emanating from it, it appeared to be a demonized species. However, the degree of demonization didn't seem very profound, likely it had only recently defected from the dragon clan amidst the blood battle. The earth-splitting dragon resembled a stone lizard in form, elongated, with only a pair of sturdy forelimbs and no hind legs. It was a dragon of the earth attribute, and the element of earth countered the attribute of wind and thunder. I am the mighty earth-splitter earthquake dragon Quinn, you shall perish. Quinn's terrifying dragon's might swept across the battlefield. Its elongated body dived downward toward Levi, its earth-shattering claws fiercely slashing, sending 2 void blades flying forth, cutting through everything. Since it was a dark tribulation, Levi naturally went all out. Facing a level 7 middle stage powerhouse, respect had to be given. Sky Dragon Path. Red Emperor Domain. Whale Emperor Power Book. Strength Rune. Holy Image Law. Boom. Within Levi's body, countless divine palaces roared in unison. Crimson Emperor Dragon flames intertwined with the pitch-black thunder born from his latest breathing technique, releasing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Of course, Levi didn't use Doomsday Fist this time. This beast before him, while seemingly intimidating, was inferior to the Amethyst race. If he were to pulverize it entirely with one strike, it would be a waste. Besides, the demonization of this sub-dragon wasn't deep, similar to Diabo, whom he encountered previously in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. If captured directly, it could serve as excellent secret medicine material for the brilliant golden dragon armor. Boom! Levi unleashed a punch, a fusion of red flames and black thunder, forming an overpowering red-black fist wind. The giant beast's attack was obliterated effortlessly, as the fist wind barreled onward without pause. Before the earth-splitting dragon, mountain ridges emerged, overlapping to form a natural protective barrier. The beast moved its iron claws to shield itself, performing a divine dragon tail sweep aimed at Levi. Crack! The red flames and black thunder exploded, the red-black light illuminating the heavens. The mountain ranges disintegrated into powder, scattering stones and dust that drifted with the wind. Following this, the sound of bone fracturing rang out. The iron claw of the giant beast shockingly cracked open. The remaining fist wind struck its chest, allowing the pitch-black thunder to creep across its surface like a bone leech. It seeped into its body, poisonously corroding its flesh and blood, while the red flames on its exterior caused unbearable agony. This punch wasn't just raw physical power, it was also imbued with Levi's spell-like abilities of fire and thunder. The sheer force was unimaginable. It was Levi's newly created technique, Thunder Flame Charge Punch. Under this tremendous impact, the earth-splitting dragon was sent flying into the distance, its body tracing a parabolic arc before landing in the wilderness ahead. Ow, ow, so painful! The earth-splitting dragon wailed in agony. Boom! Like a superhero making a dramatic landing, Levi descended heavily to the ground, raising his serene, lake-like eyes as he stared at his still smoking fist. He spoke faintly. Right, you said your name earlier. Could you repeat that? The earth-splitting dragon's heart swelled with fear as it gazed at the man who had toppled it with a single punch. Trembling, it faltered. I am Quinn. I was forced by the demons. I didn't want to come here. Levi let out an indifferent "oh." Then his fist struck another blow, knocking the earth-splitting dragon completely unconscious. His plan was to first imprison this demon dragon using restrictions and arrays, then attempt to subdue it with dragon's might. If that failed, he'd wait for the scarlet dragon's evolution, utilize crimson enslavement to forcefully claim it, and begin purification afterward. Having dealt with the earth-splitting dragon, Levi didn't rest. Instead, his gaze turned to the high heavens, where demons stood frozen in shock. Commander Quinn, is he dead? What happened? One punch, and he was killed? This isn't an illusion, is it? That was a level 7 middle stage sub-dragon. What greeted them next was Levi's sea of fire and lightning strikes. Without level 7 combat strength, nor the wizard-trained battle groups or arrays, these demons stood no chance before Levi. They were utterly powerless. Chapter 2036. He activated the Sky Dragon Path, his long sword pointing forward. With him guarding the pass, no one could break through. Under the sweep of sword chi, the demons fell from the sky dome like raindrops. Regardless of whether they were level 5 or level 6, none were Levi's equal in a clash. Once he unleashed his full firepower, all were made equal. Below, the various battle groups and level 6 experts stared, shocked and dumbstruck, at Levi battling thousands of demons single-handedly in the high heavens. The commander is just too damn fierce. Yet, he's not even giving us minions a chance to earn war merit. Soon, the world grew quiet. The ground was littered with demon corpses. This, despite Levi's fire having directly burned away a portion of them. Levi descended, glancing at his wristband as his points continued to rise incessantly. Because he had killed far too many demons just moments ago, the points had yet to be fully calculated. After all, the heart of Skynet had to tally not only Levi's individual kill count but also take into account the entire wizard world. Levi calmly said. Clean up the battlefield. Send the corpses of low-level demons to the fungus base. Keep any useful materials and deal with the demonic aura here. The Blood Knight said. Commander, you should go rest first. Leave the aftermath to us. Far away, Andreas, who had just arrived from Giant Beast Paradise, looked at the enemy lying on the ground, hanging by a thread. The Ghost Bone Dragon laughed and said. It's already over. Being a guardian on ancient dragon continent is truly a cushy job. With a master who personally handles everything, there's no need for it to act. Having failed to show its strength, Andreas was internally aghast. In less than 100 years, he has already reached a level where a single punch could kill a dragon clan member like me. Thank goodness I foresaw this and submitted early. Otherwise, the next time he enters the ancient tower, I wouldn't even have a chance to beg for mercy before being killed. On the battlefield, organization members were attending to the cleanup when suddenly an official airship broke through the void and flew over. Standing aboard was a towering man with purple hair. Lightning coiled around his body, his gaze sharp as blades, his aura overwhelming, and his bearing extraordinary. He was none other than a 7 Rings perfection powerhouse. I'm Harvis, head of the Thunder Light Wizard Group and master of Annihilation Realm Thunder. Passing through, I detected a gathering of demons here. What's the situation now? Do you need assistance? The Blood Knight's heart skipped a beat. Though not a level 7, he had heard of the renowned Annihilation Realm Thunder. Senior, the demons have already been dealt with by our commander, Levi. The crisis is resolved. Harvis's expression shifted slightly. From detecting a massive demon presence until now, the time had been brief. To resolve so many demons, especially when one among them was suspected to be a level 7 demon. Levi's strength was far greater than Harvis had imagined. However, given Levi's rank, always trailing at the bottom of the demon-slaying list, Harvis hadn't paid him much attention before. Harvis nodded. Then it's fine. Should you need support, you may contact our wizard group. The Blood Knight smiled and said. Many thanks, Senior. Harvis replied. No need for courtesy, it's just a part of our military duty. With that, he led his disciplined and battle-ready group, breaking through the sky and disappearing into the distance. In the land of darkness, Harvis sat alone at the prow of the ship, gazing in the direction of ancient dragon continent. The vice-commander was a capable 7 rings perfection witch named Thunder Fox Leela, also from the lightning faction. Carrying a goblet, she walked over, arms folded across her ample chest, and said. I've long heard of Levi from the Twilight Knights, known for advancing the path of knights to a level rivaling wizards. Seeing it firsthand, his reputation is indeed well-deserved. Harvis replied. Indeed. Based on the traces of battle, it seems he has also mastered a powerful exotic thunder, which piques my interest. I'd like to spar with him, however, given his realm is too low, I can't bully the weak. Hopefully, in the upcoming blood battlefield, I'll have the chance to test myself against him. Leela chuckled and said. Few people can catch the commander's eye. Harvis mused. Now that the blood battle has commenced, reclusive prodigies emerge one after another. We can no longer view the world through the lens of old perspectives. My current top ranking is merely a result of my position's advantage. Certainly, within the wizard world, there are 7 circle wizards stronger than me, silently preparing for their moment to shine. Leela, when you've witnessed more sights, you'll understand my mindset. Leela laughed. Commander, the way you speak makes it sound like you're older than me. I'm a 2,000-year-old woman, 500 years older than you. But, Commander, with 27 circle witch marks already branded, why haven't you ascended to 8 rings yet? With your talent, you should have done so long ago. Harvis responded. Leela, what's the 56th rule in Soren quotations? Leela said. Haste makes waste. Harvis laughed heartily and said. Haha, amidst the chaos of a world in strife, how could I, Harvis, not long to strive for the legendary? As he spoke, he exuded an irresistible confidence and charisma that left Leela momentarily dazed. I understand. Alas, I cannot wait any longer. If I delay further, I'm afraid I may miss the chance at 9 rings. Harvis replied. Everyone walks a different path. Just do your best. The Thunder Light Wizard group vanished into deep space, continuing their hunt for new targets. In the Emperor's palace, Quinn, the earth-splitting dragon, gazed at the man before him. Behind him, 6 terrifying dragon's might swirled together, triggering an instinctual fear within its bloodline. In the end, Quinn lowered its proud head. Levi felt a surge of joy in his heart. As expected, the creature's level of demonization wasn't deep, and its dragon's might could still be subdued. He asked the earth-splitting dragon some questions, and the dragon provided answers without reservation. Clearly, it was merely a temporary recruit of the demons. Although it appeared powerful, it was practically oversized cannon fodder, holding no critical intelligence. It was purely leading a suicidal squad to contaminate ancient dragon continent, inadvertently becoming Levi's dark tribulation. Levi sent the earth-splitting dragon to Giant Beast Paradise for purification healing. This dark tribulation was truly exhilarating. Getting a free level 7 middle stage sub-dragon and earning over 4 million points, is there anything sweeter? Levi opened his wristband. His points had now surged to close to 6 million, ranking him at 81. With the reward for slaying the ancient entity earlier, he could redeem 2 Morning Star level oddities. One could be selected, the other would be random. However, the most important thing was, after fusing the Black Flash Dragon and Wind Illusion Dragon, he had finally achieved his 4th mythical level breathing method. Sky King, Master of Wind and Thunder. Levi straightforwardly named it. Sky King Dragon. Chapter 2037. Actually, before naming it Heavenly King Dragon, Levi considered many other names. For example, Heavenly Emperor Dragon. However, he felt that the current endurance breathing technique was not sufficient to bear the weight of the word Emperor, nor could it stand alongside Crimson Emperor Dragon. He also thought about names like Wind Thunder Dragon, Sky Crying Dragon, Sky Thunder Dragon, but they lacked a certain grandeur. In the end, he settled on the simple and forceful name, Heavenly King Dragon. The Heavenly King Dragon's abilities were far superior to the Sky Dragon's. Levi. Heavenly King Dragon Breathing Skill, Level 19, 1/10 million, Special Effect, Heavenly King Dragon Body Mythical Level, Level 7 Early Stage, Bloodline Dharma Idol, Wind and Thunder Surge, Blood Source Armor, Storm Dragon Armor, Exclusive Weapon, Wind Thunder Wings, Level 7, Bloodline Divine Patterns, 0/66. Heavenly King Dragon Body Mythical Level 1. You possess the extreme endurance of a Sky Dragon. 2. You have exceptionally excellent Wind and Thunder Elemental Affinity Talents. 3. You've mastered Black Oblivion Divine Thunder, Wind Illusion Realm, Silver Mountain Skyfall, Summoning Maya, and other spell-like abilities. 4. You've comprehended a 12-kilometer wide storm domain. 5. You can undertake long-distance traveling the void journeys. 6. You can transform into the Heavenly King Dragon. Firstly, the word extreme was added before the description of the endurance attribute, making it concise and comparable to other mythical level breathing techniques like the Brilliant Golden Dragon. Next, the Wind and Thunder Elemental Affinity Talents became exceptionally excellent. And then came the main event. Following this evolution, Levi mastered the special ability of the Black Oblivion Dragon, Black Oblivion Divine Thunder. This is an even stronger exotic thunder compared to Black Oblivion Thunder, serving as its higher grade counterpart. What's more, this exotic thunder can be incorporated into the spells of the Thunder faction that Levi masters. In other words, Levi's Thunder Dragon skill can now be called Black Oblivion Thunder Dragon, and Thunder Dragon Flash can be called Black Oblivion Thunder Flash. Black Oblivion Divine Thunder is a malicious thunder with potent adhesive and corrosive properties, the perfect villain skill. When unleashed, torrents of black lightning surge forth, akin to an apocalyptic demon god. Wind Illusion Realm is a special ability of the Wind Illusion Dragon, forming a vast, large-scale wind barrier. The barrier can control enemies while continuously generating illusion-like wind creatures to attack them. Silver Mountain Skyfall manifests a giant silver thunder mountain. It is similarly focused on control, with supplementary attacking capabilities. This large-scale skill can be used in tandem with Wind Illusion Realm, sealing off the void to prevent enemies from fleeing. As Levi's power grows, relying solely on techniques like Struggle of the Trapped Beast or Frost Sword Realm to counter higher realm adversaries and lock down increasingly versatile enemies has become more challenging. This pair of spell-like abilities, when combined, ensures that enemies cannot escape Levi's grasp except for those with powerful rare treasures or a considerable realm advantage. Summoning Maya gathers ferocious winds to form a Maya spirit of the same realm as the Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill to attack enemies. At the current level, Levi can summon a level 7 early stage Maya spirit. With this addition, coupled with 10,000 Dragon's Birth, Giant Whale King, and Nightmare Avatar, Levi can now surround and assault enemies more effectively, breaking their will to fight. Moreover, Levi can now cultivate the more advanced spell Summon Hell King. However, he hasn't had the time to study it yet. Once mastered, the resulting scenes would be unimaginable. Additionally, the scope of the storm domain has been greatly expanded, matching the scale of Levi's primordial magnetic field. Finally, there is the critical skill Traveling the Void. At the current realm of the Heavenly King Dragon, Levi's traveling speed through the void is 30 times faster than conventional flying speed. Places that would take others 30 years to reach, Levi can arrive at within 1 year. This is the difference. Time is money. Naturally, Traveling the Void is also a strong escape skill in its own right. Levi visualized his body internally, focusing on one particular cell. Beside the Power Divine Palace and the Palace of Control sits the Heavenly King Divine Palace, representing endurance. On its surface are the Wind True Rune and Thunder True Rune, intertwined with wind and thunder, commanding extraordinary power. I've already mastered the true runes of fire, water, earth, wind, and thunder. I'm only missing the true runes of metal and frost to gather all 7 elemental runes together. For my next evolution, I should consider dragons corresponding to these 2 elements. As a perfectionist, Levi feels incomplete unless he gathers all 7 elements. Moreover, he already possesses the Snow Mountain Dragon King related to Frost, which would be a waste not to utilize. Originally, the Frost Giant breathing technique had a Frost attribute. However, it was eliminated during the fusion process with the Red Lotus Dragon. In addition, Levi thought, since I've already mastered the 7 elemental factions on the path of the wizard, the path of knights should similarly involve mastering the corresponding 7 true runes. This may greatly benefit the future unification of wizards and knights. Otherwise, it would lack symmetry. How could they be fully merged? 2 years later. Nora year 302, the 90th year of the Blood Battle. Only 15 years remain until the next activation of the Dark Ancient Tower. Even the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm has less than 50 years left. Levi stabilized the realm of the Sky Dragon breathing skill. Additionally, he mastered Thunder Beast technique, though he still needs more experience to cultivate it to the 7 circle level. The spell Summon Hell King is similar to Summon Hell Lord, but it has a higher rank and greater complexity. For Levi, cultivating it isn't difficult, and he has already inscribed witch marks for it. Chapter 2038. The most difficult one is Microlysis technique, which I have been cultivating for years and have only just begun to grasp. As Levi predicted, this spell is achievable by only a very small number of people. It is perfectly reasonable that the 100 Flowers haven't mastered it yet. Regardless, Levi has now successfully branded 4 7-circle witch marks. He only needs his spiritual force to reach 9,000 points to advance to the rank of 7-circle senior wizard. Currently, his spiritual force is at 8,180 points. At his pace, it won't take a century for him to progress. On this day, 100 Flowers dressed beautifully and came to the Emperor's palace. Levi, let's quickly go redeem the truth oddities so the good ones aren't snatched up by others. Levi replied. All right. The two set off together, instructed the guardians to watch over the ancient dragon continent, and traveled to the central earth realm. Blood Battle Temple. Established during the Blood Battle, this wizard organization was jointly prepared by the Blood Battle Command Center and the military. The temple's main responsibility is to issue various bounty tasks targeting demons and to exchange spoils of war. The arrival of Levi and 100 Flowers, this pair of 7-circle wizards, immediately caught everyone's attention. Whether it was the staff or the 6th circle wizards in the hall, their eyes turned to them. After all, Levi and 100 Flowers rarely appeared in public. It's true, the rumors are real. The Dusk Palace Master and the Flower Witch are together. Sob, sob, such a perfect match, I envy them. Both of them are 7-circle wizards, and Senior Levi is even a powerful knight. They're not ordinary people. As the leader of the organization, Levi was already accustomed to such reverent gazes. He approached a female staff member and politely inquired. Hello, I'm here to claim the bounty reward. Here is the proof. After verifying the documentation, the staff member looked at Levi with unconcealed astonishment. After all, Taigu was a well-known figure in her circle. Taigu had repeatedly eluded the military's capture and even killed several primordial soul wizards, causing significant damage. Having remained free for so long, Taigu was finally slain by Levi, who had recently advanced to the rank of 7-circle wizard. This was a massive shock. Hello, Senior. Here is the list of available oddities for slaying Taigu, along with the bounty of 8 billion ether stones. Levi was delighted. Taigu had indeed been quite valuable. Not only did he provide Morningstar level oddities, but the official bounty of 8 billion ether stones also showed how formidable he must have been. With this, Levi's cash reserves reached the alert threshold of 20 billion, sufficient for extravagant spending for a long time. Many high-level wizard organizations didn't even have as much liquidity as him. Very soon, 100 Flowers received her randomized Morningstar level oddity. Scattering Ice. This was an eyeball-shaped oddity, blinking continuously, sealed within a glass vessel. Its sacred and gentle radiance emitted a sense of warmth, and pearly white truth runes flickered across it. Upon seeing this oddity, information from the illustrated guide of strange items immediately surfaced in Levi's mind. It's actually a truth oddity from the Bright faction. This item is incredibly effective against demons and extremely rare, but unfortunately, 100 Flowers is the water element child, solely cultivating the ocean faction. Randomly obtaining a suitable oddity is truly challenging. However, this was good news for Levi because oddities from the Bright faction are undoubtedly rarer than those from conventional elementalist schools. Elena asked. Levi, what do you think? Is it useful? Levi nodded. Very useful. I'll help you exchange it for a water element oddity, and we can trade. He opened the list of oddities available for claiming from the Taigu bounty and found 3 choices: Amber River, Flame Metal, and Wind Chaser. Amber River was a stream of white water sealed in a small bottle. It displayed faint traces of 4 claws, with a mane encircling its neck. Misty droplets dampened the bottle's walls, and lively eyes stared at Levi. It bore some resemblance to the divine dragon of Levi's previous life but had a wolf-like head rather than a dragon's. Its forehead featured elegant antlers, and its scales were composed of shimmering truth runes. Flame metal appeared to be an ordinary metal within its box, yet it emitted extreme heat, distorting the surrounding space. Truth runes formed the metal's emblem, depicting an imposing scarlet lion. The final choice, Wind Chaser, was a miniature abstract figure draped in a white cloak. It floated aimlessly in its vessel, surrounded by swirling currents of air. Truth runes wove a highly mysterious pattern onto the cloak. Not bad at all. Amber River is a water element oddity, and based on previous cases, it appears to have a considerable likelihood of birthing a companion spiritual creature named Amber Dragon. It's worth considering. Flame Metal and Wind Chaser are also excellent Morning Star level oddities. Damn, why do I want them all? Levi cursed his greed internally. If it weren't for Lucy gifting him the full illustrated guide of strange items, even a primordial soul wizard would struggle to identify these 3 oddities accurately. The versions available on the market were heavily abridged and lacked comprehensive information. Nonetheless, he didn't rush into redeeming but instead used his own randomized oddity chance. Finally, after a fair drawing process, Levi's result emerged. Senior, this is the oddity you drew. The female staff member cautiously held a glass vessel and approached Levi, her heart racing. Chapter 2039. Are you kidding? The value of this item, with her 5-ring cultivation, even working here for 1,000 years wouldn't earn enough. Yet, this elder in front of me can get 2 in an instant. The gap between people is wider than that between humans and ants. Levi smiled and said. Thank you. He took the oddity. In the container was a long snake as black as ink, with wisps of black water swirling around it, emitting a hint of sinister aura. Truth runes carved grid-like patterns on its scales. For some reason, to Levi, the snake's head looked delicate and charming, almost like a beauty snake. The Black Queen Snake, an extremely rare ocean faction truth oddity. After refining, it can transform the water elemental power within the body into the poisonous Black Queen's water. Tisk tisk tisk, it's such an oddity. I don't know if my luck is good or bad. The reason Levi said this was because the Black Queen Snake was very precious, not inferior to the Amber River he just took a liking to, and in some ways, even superior. After all, it could produce exotic species water, just like Levi's Black Annihilation Divine Thunder and Dark Death Flame, both extremely rare. But the Black Queen Snake had a fatal restriction, only women could refine it. Some might say, that's simple. As the saying goes, to practice this skill, one must first self-castrate, change gender. But in reality, those who change their gender later in life cannot refine it. Otherwise, with wizard technology, becoming female would be too easy. It is one of the few oddities with innate gender restrictions. However, Levi was not discouraged. He put it away with a smile, then exchanged for the Amber River, reluctantly glanced at the flame emblem and Wind Chaser, and then left with 100 flowers. The female staff member stared blankly, full of envy. This is the life I've always dreamed of. Miss Elena is so fortunate. Emperor's Palace. Levi and 100 flowers looked at the 3 oddities in front of them. He said. The Amber River and the Black Queen Snake are both ocean faction oddities, but the former is relatively easier to give birth to a special spiritual creature, while the latter can produce exotic species water. You choose one. 100 flowers didn't hesitate and chose the container holding the little white dragon, smiling. This one is cute, I want it. I haven't had a special spiritual creature until now. Levi inwardly remarked. As expected of 100 flowers, when choosing an oddity, the first thing she looks at is the affinity. But it's understandable, since both oddities are excellent, it ultimately depends on luck. 100 flowers had also refined a lot of oddities before, including 2 Morning Star level oddities, one she found in the Dark Tower, and the other was a gift from Ms. Lucy. It's just a pity that although these 2 oddities enhanced her water talent, they didn't result in the birth of a special spiritual creature, which was a kind of regret. Triss had the special spiritual creature Blue Knight. Levi was surrounded by a bunch of special spiritual creatures like Long, Akan, Jin, Abiao, and the like. Ace had a cute Snow King. Gondif had a majestic white elephant. Victor also had Levi's sword spirit sister. Looking around, the only one without a special spiritual creature was 100 flowers. How could she not envy? Levi said. Then I'll trade the Black Queen Snake with Madame Triss. Ace really needs the Heart of Flame King. Your scattering eyes is mine. 100 flowers nodded. Yes, that's the best. Everyone's happy. If it were other wizards, trading unsuitable oddities would undoubtedly lead to intense machinations or even danger. In Levi's case, it didn't exist, everyone was on the same side, circulating internally. If others didn't want it, he could keep it. Which is family. Triss' beautiful eyes were surprised as she looked at the black queen snake in Ace's hand. Is it really such an oddity? Ace smiled. Yes, madam, I want to exchange it for your Heart of Flame King. I wonder if that would be possible. Triss said. Of course, thank you. Transaction complete, Ace left, and Triss examined the elegant black snake in the container, growing more fond of it. She murmured to herself. This oddity must have been procured by Levi for Ace. Only someone with Levi's skills could so easily acquire a Morningstar level oddity. Without delay, Triss immediately began refining. Half a year later. Nightmare World. Chaotic Wilderness. Triss rarely wore a black robe, made of silk, like a veil woven from the night, draped over her shoulders. The beautiful scenery was faintly discernible, carrying an exotic beauty. Compared to half a year ago, her spiritual force had increased significantly, naturally thanks to the Morningstar level oddity. It had increased her spiritual force by 60 points in one go, saving a long time of cultivation. Ahead, a wandering nightmare lord, who lost his territory due to Locust Plague and the Eight Kings' chaos, was fiercely battling the Black Dragon territory's garrison, brutally dispatching several waves of apostle groups. Judging by its aura, it was clearly at the level 6 peak. The close aide of Lust, dressed provocatively with boundless charm, giggled and asked. Madam, shall I take action? Triss shook her head. I'll try a spell myself. The Nightmare Lord, filled with a strong desire for slaughter, fiercely charged at Triss, the stench filling the air. In a single thought, Triss. Chapter 2040. Primordial Soul Wizard Form, Medicine Girl. Boom. Behind her, a black-veiled girl towering 1,000 meters high, rivaling the heavens, descended with a majestic blast. She exuded an icy, aloof elegance. On her head rested a herbal crown woven from black flowers, and her long jade arms were adorned with a black scarf as thin as cicada wings. In one hand, she carried a medicine basket. Most striking, however, was the shadow of an enormous black serpent coiled behind her, spanning 1,000 meters and exuding an eerie mix of sacred yet demonic terror. Its crimson, forked tongue flicked as black water flowed around its body. The fluid dripped to the ground, instantly corroding deep craters. This was none other than the Black Queen's water. While possessing water attributes, it carried the same corrosive negative energy effect as the Black Annihilation Divine Thunder, akin to venom. The medicine girl gestured, and the black serpent shrank automatically, transforming into a long whip crafted from snake scales. Crack! The whip tore through the air, lashing out with immense force. Wherever the Black Queen's water touched, all matter corroded, and even the void dissolved. Boom! The level 6 peak Nightmare Lord was instantly struck, sent flying. From the whip's tip, a phantom serpent's head emerged, biting down on its neck and swiftly entangling it. As it coiled tighter, it simultaneously injected Black Queen's water, performing a lethal constriction. Primordial Soul Skill, Sky Water Stingray. Triss murmured an incantation, and a colossal stingray-shaped shadow of black water 1,000 meters wide burst forth. Boom! Accompanied by the roaring echoes of magic, the sky itself darkened under the influence of the ink-like water. After the clash, the level 6 peak Nightmare Lord had been reduced to a disheveled heap of remains, horrifying in its grotesquerie. Triss couldn't help but remark with amazement. Such potent Black Queen's water truly worthy of its reputation as exotic species water. And this Black Queen snake fits me perfectly. Though it's only a Morningstar level oddity, it has significantly boosted my combat capabilities. The battle group stared at the lady who had obliterated her enemy in mere moments, their faces filled with awe. Fear and reverence alike gripped them. Even Lust, the Nightmare Lord who teetered on the verge of the level 7 realm, involuntarily let her lips part and her chest tremble. If Lady Triss had lashed me with her whip, I wouldn't stand a chance either. But why do I feel a peculiar desire to be hit by her? Could I have some unusual proclivities? Or is her allure simply too overwhelming? Lust pondered in bewilderment. Elena materialized, flashing a gentle smile as she said. I knew I'd find you here. It seems congratulations are in order for your leap in power. By the way, is that black serpent a companion spirit creature? Feeling the surge in her 100 flowers spiritual force, Triss chuckled and replied. Your strength has grown considerably as well. No, this black serpent isn't a companion spirit creature, rather, it's akin to Levi's thunder god or Simon's fire god. It's a projection of a power similar to wizard forms, which can be paired with wizard forms. I call it the Black Queen. It serves multiple roles, assisting in combat, functioning as defense, and even transforming into a whip to act as my wizard form's weapon. Elena commented. I see. Given that you now possess the Blue Knight and the Black Queen, you must rank among the finest senior 7th ring wizards. Triss shot her a glance and replied. What good does that do? I still can't beat your Levi. Elena laughed and said. Then simply don't compare yourself to him. Triss asked. Has your oddity birthed a companion spirit creature yet? Upon hearing this, Elena stretched out her palm, causing wisps of white water to coalesce. They gradually took the form of an elegant creature cloaked in pure white scales, serpentine in body, woven in head, and adorned with deer-like antlers. This is Amber, my companion spirit creature. Elena pointed to the sky. Amber let out a resonant cry and shot upwards, weaving into the clouds. In its perch among the heavenly layers, it emanated a formidable, draconic presence, its clear eyes surveying all beings below. Triss cast the Black Queen's projection outward, and soon both creatures, a black serpent and Amber's white-scaled form, each spanning 1,000 meters long, soared through the skies. They spiraled and intertwined, stirring the winds and clouds to form an enormous Taiki yin-yang fish that traversed the sky dome, an awe-inspiring sight. Applause erupted nearby. Fantastic! Levi clapped, praising them. These two ladies had oddities perfectly suited for themselves. Though Levi's scattering eyes didn't appear particularly remarkable, it proved extremely effective under the special conditions of blood battle. The oddity enhanced his spiritual force cap by 50 points, raising Levi's maximum to a staggering 13,079. Additionally, it bestowed upon him a talent known as the Eye of Light, which facilitated the cultivation of light faction magic for Levi. Moreover, the artifact enabled him to unlock a unique physique, the Great Light King body, which significantly amplified his damage against darkness, the abyss, and nightmare creatures. Its effectiveness was akin to the sin of the non-human feature of cultivating the Human King seal, but in Levi's case, it delivered a high-level enhancement. Compared to the current Levi, the augmentations from seals were modest at best. With the Great Light King body, even Levi's ordinary attacks became imbued with light energy, turning each strike into a critical offensive against demons. If he were to deploy light faction magic, the effects would be even more pronounced. Lastly, the oddity possessed a somewhat nebulous feature, which Levi named Mirror of Light. Within his consciousness, Levi's primordial soul appeared with a single golden-framed monocle over its left eye. Levi was still exploring the monocle's functions. So far, he had discovered its capacity to release light attribute rays, but he suspected there was more to its potential. For now, Levi planned to venture to the god-forsaken continent to hunt demons and climb the rankings. After all, the Winter Emperor's hand, a bright moon artifact, awaited his redemption. Encountering Levi, Triss remarked. Chapter 2041. Thank you. That Black Queen snake, did you pick it for ace? Levi smiled and said. No need to thank me, we all just take what we need. My lady, I have an idea that I'd like to discuss with you. Triss replied. All right, let's go to my wizard tower. Thus, Elena explained the earlier matter regarding the purification of demonic aura. Triss said gravely. Based on past blood battle experiences, the Wizard Council's purification methods are likely limited to what we currently have. However, whether there might be other means now remains unclear. The method you mentioned, using plants, algae, or microorganisms to purify demonic aura, was once studied by the Council. But later, they discovered that while the aura was purified, the plants underwent terrifying mutations, and the project was subsequently terminated. Levi said. On the ancient Dragon continent, our fungi absorb demonic aura without mutations. Whether it's fungal bombs or fungus-breeding gears, all decompose into normal organic matter. The Green Tribe has strong adaptability and evolution capabilities. Combining these two might truly lead to a way to combat abyssal pollution. If we manage to survive the blood battle and our wizard civilization grows strong enough, it's even possible to bring these plants to launch a counter-offensive on the abyss, purifying it in turn. Triss said. Ms. Lucy is currently commanding a battle group on the god-forsaken continent. We could go to the Central Realm and talk to the Black Abyss Walker and the Frost Witch about this. Triss understood Levi's feelings. The wizard world couldn't remain on the defensive forever. Whether it worked or not, it was worth a try. Several days later, the three of them arrived at the Central Realm and met the Black Abyss Walker. The Black Abyss Walker's aura was even stronger than before. He seemed to have just finished a fierce battle. His face bore savage scars, and dense demonic aura coiled around him, refusing to dissipate, hindering his self-healing. Levi was startled. The Black Abyss Walker's strength was a step away from legendary, already brushing the threshold. A level 9 early-stage demon like the Thousand-Eyed Demon King couldn't stand a single round against him. For someone to injure him, the enemy must have been no small opponent. In a battlefield unseen by Levi and other Ninth Circle wizards, legendary wizards and grand wizards were already engaged in fierce clashes with the top echelons of the Abyss. The reason the wizard world hadn't yet seen an invasion of level 9 demons was due to the hidden sacrifices of these great figures. This stirred admiration in Levi's heart. All things considered, the wizard world showed a degree of unity when facing a common enemy. From what he knew, many dark wizard organizations had actively accepted the Wizard Council's offer of amnesty and joined the blood battlefield. Of course, some dark wizards, like those from the immersed ancient castle or the Black Sun Steeple, opportunistically chose to oppose the wizard world, allying with the Council of 10,000 clans. If not for the extreme chaos of the Abyss, where defecting was nearly equivalent to courting death, those people might well have chosen to become the Abyss's lapdogs. The Black Abyss Walker said. Lady Gullwig is currently locked in a confrontation we can barely comprehend with the Abyss's faceless king, Jupiter Lex, and has no time to spare elsewhere. Levi said. I've brought two things that I'd like to show you, Senior. He presented the samples of fungi and the green tribe to the Black Abyss Walker, who gave a faint smile and nodded. I understand. You may leave now. Leave the rest to me. Levi said. Understood. Over the coming period, I may be demon hunting on the god-forsaken continent. Should something arise, don't hesitate to contact me at any time, Senior. The Black Abyss Walker softly replied. All right. Be careful out there. Lucy is in that area. If you run into trouble, don't hesitate to seek her help. Don't let pride get in the way, safety comes first. Back on the ancient dragon continent, Ellen resumed her seclusion, focusing on advancing her auxiliary professions. Having reached the 7th circle, and after more than a century of effort, her path of the energy sect was at peak level 5. However, she still lacked an epiphany to break through to level 6 and shatter the void. Such things couldn't be rushed, and she left it to fate, as did the 100 flowers. In contrast, her alchemist's way advanced to the 6th circle, making her a 6th ring alchemist, allowing her to refine basic potions for herself. Her path of knights was also at peak level 5. Despite juggling so many disciplines, her knight progression remained swift. This was partially due to her innate talent as one of the glittering legends and partially due to the occasional use of immortal Banyan dragon bloodline essence. The essence was consumed sparingly because the immortal Banyan dragon lady held a status comparable to the old witch. The annual quotas of bloodline essence were fixed, and no one dared to draw more blood from an 8th level pure blood dragon. The 100 flowers path of the wizard also strengthened after refining the Amber River. With her talent, she was expected to become a senior 7th circle wizard within 2 centuries at the latest. Meanwhile, after returning to the witch's family, Triss continued her pharmaceutical research at her own pace while helping Levi defend the Nightmare territory. Though the territory was nominally Levi's, Triss often did most of the work. She bore no grudges, as without Levi's opportunity, she wouldn't have been able to sit atop such a lucrative blue ocean shelter, earning a steady stream of war merits. Midland Continent. Fire Dragon Shop. On this day, deep within his retreat, the Holy Infant closed his eyes tightly as a surge of fiery red brilliance poured into his mind. Within the Divine Ring Tower, the Holy Infant's 3-foot perfect primordial soul opened its eyes. This primordial soul had a peculiar design. It possessed a single eye, one frost blue finger that stood out prominently, and simultaneously, one arm and its heart gleamed crimson red, shimmering with radiant light. Chapter 2042. The finger of the Cold King, the eye of the Cold King, the arm of the Flame King, the heart of the Flame King. It feels like putting together a puzzle. The heart of the Flame King is supposed to be a more crucial oddity of the Flame King series than the arm, and after refining it, my ice and fire holy body has improved significantly. The heart and arm of the Flame King are both Morning Star artifacts, and so is the eye of the Cold King. By comparison, the finger of the Cold King is only a sky-grade oddity. These two sequences of oddities are quite interesting. The Holy Infant thought he seemed to have grasped some patterns of the Flame King and Cold King series oddities. This time, with the refinement, his spiritual force increased by 60 points directly. He has been at 6th circle perfection for over 100 years, and now his spiritual force is at 4,600 points, possibly reaching the maximum within a century. Additionally, the heart of the Flame King granted him a special talent called Blazing Heartbeat, which is quite powerful. The only downside is that it didn't come with a special spiritual creature. However, with the mobile furnace of the Flame King and the Snow King, the Holy Infant felt satisfied. Over the years of cultivation, the Holy Infant has accumulated 11 witch marks, just 4 short to complete the target for his original self. If everything goes as planned, in the next 100 years, he might become a 7-circle wizard, perhaps even step into it before Gandalf, second only to Lord Victor. The God-forsaken continent. Amidst the wind disaster stratum, a black armored swordsman, riding a white tiger, descended slowly. As of today, Levi has been dormant in the blood battle era for 90 years, relatively unknown. Currently, he is a 7-circle wizard, mastering 27 6th circle primordial soul spells to perfection, 4 7-circle primordial soul spells, and 9 innate spells to perfection. In the Path of Knights, he reached level 7 with the Brilliant Golden Dragon, Crimson Emperor Dragon, and Sky King Dragon. The Scarlet Dragon also reached the maximum, but lacks advancement ingredients. As for the Nightmare Dragon and Death Ember Dragon, only minor refinements remain. In terms of combat techniques, his compilation book of Extreme Deo strategy has already taken embryonic form by drawing from the strengths of various schools. There was nothing he needed to break through in the short term, so he thought it was time to practice spells and combat techniques through real battles, and incidentally advance the primordial spirit skill. One can't just keep tinkering behind closed doors. Now, with 15 years left until the Netherworld Market and the Dark Ancient Tower open, if there's no major trouble on the Ancient Dragon continent, Levi wouldn't return and would focus on hunting demons to climb the rankings. He's not aiming for the top rank, just wanting to obtain the hand of the Winter Emperor sooner. The Mountain Giant Wizard Group's station. Soraya just came back from the front lines, and during her rest, she opened her communication device. Humph, the old man hasn't sent any messages even now. Forget it, he's probably closing himself off, not wanting to lag behind the Gundor 3 heroes. The Gundor 3 heroes have forged a strong bond in battle over the years, akin to siblings, though there are whispered rumors of competition among them. After all, wizards are inherently egoistic. Levi paid no heed to such rumors. In fact, it's better this way, creating distinct personas for his 3 avatars, who would suspect that the illustrious 3 heroes are merely his avatars. Suddenly, Soraya's expression slightly changed. Not far behind her, from the void, emerged a dignified figure with a smile. It was Levi. This made her marvel at Levi's terrifying ability to conceal his aura. It should be noted, she is a senior 7-circle wizard, a small realm higher than him. Soraya smiled. Congratulations, Dusk Hall Master, on breaking through to the 7-circle. May I know why you sought me out? Levi candidly said. Madam, I'd like to collaborate with you. Through official intelligence, provide me with accurate demon sighting reports, and I'll help solve those issues, earning some war merit. Upon hearing this, Soraya pondered briefly and hesitated. Providing leads is no issue, but, Sir Levi, are you sure about hunting demons alone? The God-forsaken continent today is truly a dragon pond and tiger cave. Without the support of a battle group or a team, it is easy to encounter unexpected problems. Soraya knew Levi was strong, but even a peerless genius like the Destruction Realm Thunder relied on his Thunder Light Wizard group, leveraging seamless teamwork among different sects and roles, to hunt demons so smoothly. Levi said. I'm used to being alone, madam, don't worry. Soraya sighed. Very well then, if there are tasks I can't manage, I'll assign them to you. You can also take on bounty tasks at the Blood Battle Temple for extra rewards. Levi smiled. Thank you. Watching Levi's departing figure, Soraya couldn't help but feel nostalgic, maybe she's getting old. A month later. At a certain battlefield. A level 7 flame demon lord wielding a giant flaming axe laughed wildly. It's useless, in the face of the great Ely, all is ash. Run, you insects. Ahead, the remaining members of Harris's squad were putting up a desperate resistance. Leading them was a wizard couple at 6th circle perfection, their hair white, aged, exuding an aura of the twilight of life, seemingly not far from their end. In front of a level 7 flame demon, the squad was on the verge of collapse. An elder said, "Madam, I'll hold off the flame demon, you take the squad and run." The old woman replied, "Old man, why should I flee, we don't have long to live anyway." The elder laughed loudly. "Makes sense, in that case, before we die, take one down with us." Their momentum suddenly surged. The next moment, they were stunned, halting in their tracks. Ahead, the elite flame demon silently split in half, lava, intestines, organs spilling everywhere. The 1,000-meter giant body crashed down with a thunderous noise, kicking up dust that rose to the sky. A black armored swordsman stood on Cloud Summit, one hand behind his back, the other gripping his sword. His calm gaze, like serene stars, looked at the Harris squad. Levi sighed inwardly. These two elders, Levi had seen them long, long ago. They were once the city lords of Riptide City, the current controller, Kristen, and the air current conductor, Air. He still remembered, when Levi was just a first circle wizard, they were already untouchable soul masters in his eyes. Time flew by, 600 or 700 years have passed, and Levi is now at 7 circles. He didn't expect them to still be struggling at 6 circles, seemingly unable to reach 7. At this moment, Levi became deeply conscious of how awesome the proficiency panel was. Not a drop of his sweat was wasted. His youth, completely without regret, except for that man during his mortal rookie years. Levi calmly said, "You may retreat now, this place is mine." The two elders snapped back to reality. "Thank you, Senior." Harris squad, full retreat. As former high-ranking primordial souls, they naturally didn't recognize Levi. And wouldn't think that this powerful senior was just a nameless rookie centuries ago. Levi looked at the remaining demons, their faces cruel, fearlessly charging at him. Levi forced himself to suppress the impulse to use big killer moves like the Black Annihilation Divine Thunder and the Red Emperor Domain, calling out the 3,000 Shadow Dragon army. He also deployed the Holy Flame Giant and Shining Eye Holy Light spells, then silently slaughtered with his sword chi. Little Leon at his side used a spider web to continuously gather, profusely sweating with a satisfied look, wiping his brow, he declared. Master was right, even mosquito meat, small as it is, must not be wasted. Chapter 2043 God-forsaken continent. A shadow of the amethyst race, shrouded in black, emanated a terrifying aura. With a single punch, the earth was torn apart, and countless demons perished in an instant. Among the victims were the 10,000-legged centipede, black flash demon dragon, giant whale king, arrogance, fury, gluttony, and several 6th-level generals. The shadows swept across the battlefield, slaughtering without hesitation, their eyes burning with murderous fervor. Levi's sword chi surged like a tempest, cleaving demons into two wherever it touched, and they were swiftly engulfed by the Shadow Dragon group. Initially, the demons had the numerical advantage, but by the end, it became Levi's forces that overwhelmed the smaller numbers. The Shadow Dragon group is too strong, this talent was truly born for the battlefield. Levi couldn't help but sigh in admiration. After the 7th circle, the upper limit of the Shadow Dragon group's numbers reached 10,000. Now, he needed new shadows to expand his army. Through centuries of tempering and selection, the shadows that remained in the ranks were absolute elites, outstanding among their peers in the same realm. The newly added demon shadows varied in quality, but their sheer quantity still greatly enhanced Levi's strength. The recently slain level 7 flame demon, given some time, could also generate a new 6th-level flame demon shadow. Currently, Levi's 6th-level shadows numbered around 10, a level of power even the masters of the Shadow School of Thought would envy. In truth, the talent of the Shadow Dragon group could only display its immense power in someone like Levi, a true monster. Ordinary wizards couldn't possibly strengthen their forces by slaughtering enemies and amassing shadows like Levi did. Soon, the battlefield fell quiet. The Shadow Dragon group and Leon were responsible for clearing up the battlefield and gathering spoils of war. Levi stored away the corpse of the level 7 flame demon. This battle alone yielded at least 2 to 3 million war merit points, exhilarating. At this rate, climbing to the top position doesn't seem impossible. Levi opened the level 8 demon slaughter list. The leaderboard's top contender, Destruction Realm Thunder, currently had 40 million points. In less than a century's time, such a score was an impressive feat. Sword of Light and Hand of Fire God followed closely behind, with 38 million and 37 million points respectively. At one point, Levi felt that catching up to them was a distant dream. After all, he was trailing too far behind. These prodigies were not ordinary individuals. For example, Destruction Realm Thunder was an unrivaled genius of his era. A top-tier talent among elites, cultivating for only 1,500 years yet already achieving 7 rings perfection. It was said he had branded over 40 witch marks thus far. If Levi's theory was to be believed, Destruction Realm Thunder, as such a genius, would likely brand at least 66 witch marks before reaching the 9th Circle Wizard realm, paving his way to becoming a legendary wizard. With Roger's previous statement in mind, Levi even suspected that Destruction Realm Thunder might be the reincarnation of a legendary wizard. If that were true, his ambition likely extended beyond 66 witch marks. It might reach over 70 or even, like Levi, aspiring to the ultimate 81 marks to transcend the legendary wizard realm entirely. Now, hunting on the god-forsaken continent and savoring the might of the Shadow Dragon group, Levi began to consider whether challenging for the top rank was within reach. While high profile, the abundant rewards made it worthwhile to try. Harvest and most of the top 10 powerhouses on the leaderboard mostly relied on team-based hunting strategies. Compared to lone wolf wizards, these teams had significantly higher efficiency and safety. However, team-based hunting had its drawbacks. According to calculations by the Heart of Skynet, team hunts granted points distributed proportionally based on individual contributions. Even someone like Harvest wouldn't claim all war merit points unless he completed the hunt entirely solo. Still, for ordinary lone wolf wizards, their efficiency fell far behind team efforts. Teams, with clear divisions of labor, could slaughter ordinary demons with ease, much like mowing grass. On the other hand, lone wolf wizards, with limited spells and endurance, without support from teammates, they had to navigate carefully and cautiously, each step a gamble. One misstep would lead to death and complete obliteration. But Levi was different. He could fight as a lone wolf wizard, taking all the glory and war merit for himself, while simultaneously enjoying the advantages of team-based combat. Thanks to the Shadow Dragon group, Levi's single presence equated to an army, and all the group's war merit points were attributed solely to him. Moreover, his 9 great talents spanned various sects, giving him unparalleled versatility in offense, defense, survival, and summoning everything one could dream of. With mastery over 31 primordial soul spells, spanning multiple disciplines, and abilities like astrology for divining danger. And as a knight, he possessed a nearly true immortal body, an indestructible physique of supreme capabilities. Even if a level 8 demon appeared, Levi had the confidence to escape unscathed. As for level 9 demons, their appearance on the god-forsaken continent was extremely rare. According to the Black Abyss Walker, the entirety of Nora was under high-intensity surveillance by the Wizard Council's transcendent techniques. Whenever demonic aura above level 9 emerged, it would be detected immediately, followed by the Dragon Flame God unleashing a continent-wide map cannon attack. To date, all level 9 demons attempting to infiltrate the continent had perished under the Dragon Flames. As for level 10 demons, there was no need to discuss them. Amidst the blood battle's early stage, they didn't dare descend upon Nora. The suppression exerted by Nora's plane meant that facing a legendary wizard could potentially cost them their lives. Even these powerful Abyss Lords cherished their lives dearly. After all, if they perished, though they might eventually resurrect, the long duration required would be unacceptable to them. During this period, they'd need to level up all over again, a fate they could not tolerate. In conclusion, Chapter 2044. Levi believed that as long as he left himself a way out in every situation and didn't act too recklessly, on this god-forsaken continent, he was, in a sense, invincible. Next, he would transform into an unrelenting demon-hunting machine, competing against those extraordinary talents for the top spot on the leaderboard. For many, this era was the worst of times. For Levi and his organization, however, it was the best of times. Through the blood battle, the organization and the Congress formed a close bond, earning crucial attention. Levi even managed to secure alliances with prominent figures, gaining allies beyond Triss, such as the Black Abyss Walker and the Frost Witch. With this support, there was no need for Levi to overly hold back. Upon this golden era, where legendary figures emerged and lesser heroes rose up, he would ascend triumphantly under the banner of the Supreme Knight. As the battlefield was cleared, Levi withdrew the Shadow Dragon group and cast his gaze into the distance. Smoke filled the heavens and the earth, demonic aura wreaked havoc. Let's begin. Let me see where my limits truly lie. Time flew by. 3 years later. Nora, year 305. Blood Battle, year 93. Midland Continent. Daybreak Tower. After nearly 2 centuries, Victor finally completed his 15th witchmark branding and cultivated it to perfection. With Victor's talent and resources, even with his spiritual power already at the maximum, it still took this much time to achieve 15 witchmarks. As for other primordial soul wizards, one could only imagine the challenge. Thus, for those capable of branding 45 witchmarks, the odds of ascending to Grand Wizard were undoubtedly high. Victor opened his palm, revealing a bottle of potion that emitted fiery red light, the Flame Demon Potion. This was personally refined by himself, succeeding in a single attempt, using up the last of the Demon Dragon Grass powder. This promotion must succeed, failure is not an option. Victor thought silently to himself. After consuming the potion, he immediately began meditating in seclusion. Upon hearing of Victor's retreat, even the Holy Infant and Gonda frequently shifted their focus to Daybreak Tower, guarding against anyone trying to cause trouble during Victor's seclusion. On this day, at the Fire Dragon shop, Elsie had just finished refining a 6-circle high-grade witch artifact. During her rest, she opened a newspaper, and her expression froze. Blood Battle Daily. Over the past 3 years, Dusk Hall Master, Supreme Knight Levi's ranking on the demon slaying list has soared to 30th place at an unimaginable speed. Currently holding 26 million points, he has rescued numerous civilian and official demon hunting groups from demons, preventing countless losses. As recognition, Levi has been awarded the Sauron Medal and a reward of 3 billion ether stones. Special announcement! Elsie exclaimed in shock. What? He gained 20 million points in 3 years? That's terrifying. Alexandra asked. What's the matter, Elsie? Why are you muttering over there? Elsie handed the newspaper to Alexandra. The Red Dragon Queen's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Am I seeing this correctly? Elsie nodded emphatically. Indeed, within 3 years, Levi has climbed from around 100th place to 30th. Now only 20 million points separate him from the top position. At this pace, in just a few more years, Dusk Hall Master Levi will claim the top spot on the leaderboard. Alexandra's chest rose and fell. This Dusk Hall Master seems to surpass even the Master. Although Alexandra had a closer relationship with the Master, she had to admit that there was still a significant gap between the Gundor 3 heroes and the Dusk Hall Master. Most importantly, the Master was already a top-tier, monstrous genius. Someone beyond the reach of most primordial soul wizards, including Alexandra and Elsie. Elsie commented. This is insane. Is this the true power of the Supreme Knight? They brought this exciting news to Ace. Ace already knew about it, but he feigned shock, drawing in a sharp breath. Sir Levi, terrifying indeed. Then, Ace's expression turned serious, and he remarked. However, his achievements have drawn far too much attention. No doubt the demons will be on guard, and his upcoming actions will face enormous resistance. Continuing to accumulate points at such a pace will likely be very difficult. Alexandra added. You're right. But I still think it's just a matter of time before the Supreme Knight takes the top spot, probably within 10 years. He might even become the first 7-circle wizard to redeem a Bright Moon artifact. So envious. The Holy Infant chuckled internally. In reality, Levi had long since refined a Bright Moon artifact. And it was one of the most top-tier ones. That artifact had given birth to the Victor anomaly. He then asked. When will you two reach 6th circle perfection? Once you achieve that cultivation level, the two of you can team up to hunt demons on the God-forsaken continent and earn the required 5 million war merits to redeem a Morning Star level oddity sooner. Alexandra responded with a smile. Soon, soon. We're working very hard, Master. Elsie added. We just worry that demon hunting might affect business at the Fire Dragon shop. The Holy Infant reassured them. Don't worry about that. Over the years, besides Silverbeard and Iron Teeth, the Holy Infant had recruited 2 additional primordial soul wizards, Copper Ear Creno and Golden Eye Phenas. Copper Ear was a male elf from the Midland continent with 6th ring senior cultivation. Aside from wizard weapon making, he also excelled in traditional elf clan artifact making methods. Golden Eye was a human with 6th ring perfect cultivation. Born with extraordinary physique and transcendent golden eyes. It was said that he had been able to identify countless metals and their traits from a very young age. Now, he was the Metal School's metal materials science master, specializing in crafting various transcendent alloy materials. From preliminary observations, GoldenEye likely carried foreign bloodline traits and was not a pure human. Chapter 2045. He himself didn't even know what race he belonged to. Nowadays, the Fire Dragon shop was brimming with talent. There were dozens of fifth circle weapon craftsmen, and they were considered the elite masters among them. Thus, Yalai and Elsie going out for demon hunting wouldn't affect the shop's operations. Elsie said, "When we break through the sixth circle perfection, we'll head to the god-forsaken continent for demon hunting." Unlike Silverbeard and the others, the two women had a natural thirst for battle. Weapon making wasn't their sole aspiration. Especially Yalai, who was essentially a little rich woman and didn't lack money at all. After all, her father was a level 9 pure-blood dragon. A casual sum from her private vault was enough to make any primordial soul wizard jealous. She stayed here because she had grown accustomed to life at the Fire Dragon shop and didn't want to leave. Moreover, they both felt that living in Gundor City, among geniuses like Ace, Gonduf, and Lord Victor, their cultivation gained stronger motivation and urgency. Being with excellent individuals made progress easier. 2 years later. Year 307 of Nora, year 95 of the Blood Battle. Yalai and Elsie both successfully broke through the sixth ring perfect realm, advancing their strength further. The two women temporarily bid farewell to Ace and embarked on their journey to the god-forsaken continent. In Gundor City. At Gonduf Pharmacy. The white-robed old man awakened from his seclusion. Vibrant with energy, his face lit up with joy. 8 million body refining runes accumulated already, just 2 million more, and I can break through to the realm of 7-ring body refining wizard. On this day, Gonduf and the Holy Infant received a message from their main body instructing them to go to the god-forsaken continent. After years of demon hunting, Gonduf and the Holy Infant had earned more than 3 million war points. They were just 2 million shy of the 5 million required. Levi's plan was to have himself, as the big boss, lead Gonduf and the Holy Infant on a demon hunting spree. First, let these two duplicates accumulate 5 million war points, so they could each exchange for a Morning Star level oddity. If they came upon suitable oddities, refining them would benefit their subsequent cultivation. If the two duplicates ended up not needing the oddities, Levi wouldn't hesitate to refine all of them himself to enhance his own power. Gonduf and the Holy Infant were naturally enthusiastic. They quickly decided that one would stay behind to look after the meditating Lord Victor, while the other would go level up with Levi. Ultimately, Gonduf would head to the god-forsaken continent first while the Holy Infant stayed to guard the house. At the god-forsaken continent, Levi was meditating alone in the wilderness. He had fully dedicated himself to demon hunting here for 5 years. As the Holy Infant had predicted, after 3 smooth-sailing years. In the last 2 years, his danger perception and astrology magic had issued multiple warnings. This had made Levi increasingly cautious, slowing his demon hunting efficiency compared to his initial pace. Nevertheless, he still far outpaced the battle group leaders. Currently, Levi was ranked 20th on the level 8 demon slaughter list. Points, 31 million. After exchanging for a Morning Star artifact, he was left with 26 million war points, still 7.4 million points short of exchanging for the Winter Emperor's hand. Levi opened today's Blood Battle daily. Recently, the Thunder Light Wizard group struck at the Land of Darkness, eliminating the 2 invading 14-armed snake demon lords and their commanding demon army. After this battle, Annihilation Realm Thunder Harvest, with his 7th circle strength, successfully defeated a level 8 demon in reverse combat. He currently holds first place on the demon slaying list with 56 million points. Breaking news, the Divine Sword Wizard group on the god-forsaken continent has destroyed a demon nest, slaying a level 8 flame demon lord, and with minimal casualties annihilated tens of thousands of elite soldiers of the Burning Expeditionary Army, greatly boosting our forces' morale. The Hand of Fire God single-handedly obliterated a nest guarded by several level 7 peak demons. He even dueled and escaped the retaliation of a level 8 black-winged demon lord. Over these 5 years, such news would emerge periodically. Levi felt that his comet-like rise seemed to have put immense pressure on these prodigies. They worked harder to kill demons, striving to maintain their rankings. As the ace battle groups of the Congress, they often demonstrated the ability to combat demons above their level. With sound tactics, slaying level 8 demons wasn't overly difficult. Not only were their teams strong, but warriors like Annihilation Realm Thunder being 7th circle perfect wizards and possibly reincarnators of legendary wizards. held the potential to solo level 8 demons. In recent years, as the blood battle intensified, those dormant geniuses of the wizard world finally started showing their claws. To reach the rank of 7 Circle Wizard, every one of them had been a celebrated figure of their era. Overall, this was a positive development. Levi was pleased as well. If the pressure he exerted could inspire a healthy competitive spirit in the wizard world, he wouldn't mind increasing the pressure a bit more. Before the ancient tower opens, I'll aim for breaking into the top 10. Several days later, Gondaf arrived at the forsaken land of the god. Levi teamed up with Gondaf and began their leveling expedition. Inside a cave, at the burning expeditionary army's headquarters, Nova thundered furiously. "What's going on? It's been so long, and you still haven't eliminated that Levi. And what about those pests like Annihilation Realm Thunder and Light Divine Sword? Mere 7 Circle Wizards, must I personally intervene?" Below, a group of demon lords stood trembling in silence. Nova was seething with rage but could only fume powerlessly. Given its status and rank, it was impossible for it to act personally. If a level 9 demon aura leaked and was detected by the Wizard Council, one barrage of dragon flames, and it would have to retreat to the abyss and start over. Since the Deep Blue Expeditionary Army stationed on the God-forsaken continent, its military campaigns had repeatedly ended in failure. Chapter 2046. To date, the blood battle has cost hundreds of demon lords, including many level 7 demons. What's most deadly is that figures like the Gundor 3 heroes and the Dusk Hall Master, those thorns in the side, have slain quite a few. By comparison, the wizards' losses are far fewer than those of the demons. Though the wizards had the convenience of a home field advantage, it's understandable. Even so, this level of performance has earned Nova plenty of reprimands from the Flame Demon Tyrant. The abyss is abundant in demons, but its forces are extremely fragmented, a consequence of their chaotic nature. If all the demon lords of the abyss, especially the lower tier ones, could unite and mobilize fully, then the wizard world, even with Sauron's legacy, wouldn't hold out for long. Even the abyss will itself is chaotic and disorganized, impossible to define by conventional thinking. After calming himself a bit, Nova turned to an elderly figure by his side, a lean, emaciated being with countless tentacles sprouting from its head, resembling an octopus, its face deeply wrinkled, and asked, "Graham, you, as a level 8 mind flayer, are adept at demon divination. Can you locate the whereabouts of those wizard prodigies?" Graham was Nova's strategist, responsible for devising plans, and had once infiltrated the wizard world for an extended period. With extraordinary wisdom, it had mastered a potent astrology skill, one that even many primordial soul wizards had not learned. But now, Graham's expression was hesitant, and it trembled as it replied, "Lord Nova, the destiny trajectories surrounding these wizard prodigies are shrouded in heavy mist. They may have cultivated anti-astrology techniques, or perhaps their elders have bestowed treasures to shield them from divination. I am truly beyond my capability. But, Lord, please don't be angry. My trusted subordinate, the mind flayer Guillermo, is deeply embedded within the wizard world. Just recently, I learned that Gondaf has left Gundor City, possibly heading to the Midland continent. Most importantly, Gondaf is traveling alone this time, without Fire Dragon Ace or the Dawn Divine Sword teaming up. Those two remain in Gundor City." Nova's expression turned icy. These damn wizards are too cunning. If only the Fallen Star Lord had joined this blood battle, its skills would have rendered these amateurish astrology tricks utterly useless. The Fallen Star Lord Ogrian, a mighty lord of the 663rd layer of the bottomless abyss. Its true form was the ancient star demon. This was an exceedingly rare high-level demon species, gifted and adept at divination. It's said that the ancient star demons are intricately linked to the astral world. The Fallen Star Lord is reputed to wield the most powerful prophecy ability across the multidimensional plane. In fact, demons believe that wizards' astrology skills are stolen from the ancient star demon race. Unfortunately, long ago, the Fallen Star Lord suffered devastating injuries at Sauron's hands and was sealed within the 663rd layer. After countless years, the seal had long since dissipated, and this mighty being regained its freedom. However, it declined the summons for the blood battle and chose not to participate. Nova looked at the generals before him. "Which one of you will go deal with Gondaf? Killing just one wizard prodigy will make it all worthwhile." The generals exchanged glances, clearly reluctant. Killing wizard prodigies was a risky endeavor. Thus, over the years, they had avoided targeting prodigies whenever possible. After all, there are only a handful of prodigies in the wizard world. If they wiped out all ordinary wizards, the prodigies wouldn't survive either. Lord Nova, I'll go. A massive, mountainous demon stepped forward, its corpulent bulk resembling a hill of flesh. Its name was Boma, its true form being the mountain demon, known for immense power, indestructible to Vajra, and possessing the aura of a level 7 middle stage entity. Nova said. Very well. Nova will lead others to ensure Gondaf is slain. If successful, you'll be rewarded with a level 8 abyss core. Boma was overjoyed. Thank you, Lord. Graham watched Boma as he departed, silently performing a divination, then muttered to himself. Boma's journey will be fraught with peril, likely ending in unexpected disaster. After some thought, it chose not to share this knowledge with Boma. Since a fool was willing to court death, getting through this moment was a blessing. A year later. The year 309 of Nora. At a restoration project's site. The remains of wizards were scattered everywhere. A group of low-level demons was feasting on the wizard corpses. Evidently, a battle had taken place here not long ago. Die! A radiant fist descended from the sky like a hammer. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled, and the low-level demons exploded one by one. Gondaf landed, staring at the mangled corpses of wizards. Alas, I arrived too late. He had learned from Sarai that this site had been ambushed by the demon army. Despite racing to the scene, he was too late. The wizard battle group stationed here had been utterly annihilated, their deaths gruesome. Weakness is the original sin. When has the mighty wizard world suffered such humiliation? Gondaf sighed deeply. Transforming into a savage elephant, his fists unleashed continuous wind, obliterating the fleeing demons. Every punch brought about the death of another demon. He, Gondaf, you finally arrived. Boom! 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 4 towering black demon mountains descended upon the 4 corners of the sky. Gondaf's form flickered, attempting to tear through the void for escape, but it was as if his hands struck iron walls. The void was sealed, teleportation prohibited. Clearly, the enemy had come prepared. Boom! A pitch-black spectre towering over 2,000 meters high, larger than ordinary mountain ranges, descended with a thunderous crash. I am the mountain demon General Boma. Gondaf, prepare to meet your end. Since hearing that Gondaf might appear in the god-forsaken continent, Boma had done everything possible to lure Gondaf out. Chapter 2047. Gandalf said coldly. Were these wizards all killed by you? Boma sneered. Dying at my hands is the ultimate honor for these little insects. Boom! Its massive body pressed forward like a mountain, yet it moved with astonishing agility. Gandalf's expression remained calm. He stood firm, motionless as a mountain, and said lightly. Let me make my move. In the next moment, from the figure of the white-robed wizard emerged a black-armored swordsman holding a longsword, killing intent radiating. He strode out handsomely. As expected, only by using a duplication can we lure out big prey. Over the past year, Levi had essentially gone into divine concealment. He possessed Gandalf and disappeared into obscurity. Gandalf had brought Levi to the god-forsaken continent, hunting demons. As the black-armored swordsman appeared, the face of the mountain demon general changed. You're the Dusk Palace Master. The Dusk Palace Master was now one of the top 20 wizards on the demon-slaying list. Remarkably, he was the only 7-ring ordinary wizard in the top 20. All the others were veterans, seasoned 7-circle senior wizards. The majority were at 7 rings perfection. His power was evident. This is a trap. The mountain demon general waved his hand, and 4 demon mountains erupted with beams of demonic light, shooting toward Levi. Simultaneously, its figure leaped into the air, trying to escape via void travel. Although it was at level 7 middle stage, it had no will to fight against the Dusk Palace Master. Duan! The mountain demon general felt as if it had collided with a star, its figure knocked back down. In the high heavens, unbeknownst to it, a boundless, unending silver mountain range had already emerged, encircling the skies. Meanwhile, ferocious winds formed a wind barrier spanning over 20 miles, enveloping the land. Silver Mountain Skyfall and Wind Illusion Realm. A dual-layer seal. At this moment, the mountain demon general was shocked to its core. Damn it, it's an ambush. Rumble. Levi activated the storm domain. Infinite torrents of wind poured into the silver mountain and the barrier. Countless black thunder snakes darted about the surface of the mountain range, shooting forth densely. Soon, the mountain demon general was engulfed by the black annihilation divine thunder. Within the storm vortex, phantom shadows resembling winged dragons materialized one after another, howling forth. Mountain collapse. With a roar, the mountain demon general shattered the wind and thunder, its massive hand scattering the clouds high above, slamming toward Levi. Silver Mountain Skyfall and the Wind Illusion Realm were primarily focused on control rather than offensive power. Thus, they had limited effect against the mountain demon with its tough skin and thick flesh. To some extent, this creature was a low-tier version of the Amethyst race. Levi, unhurried, activated the Red Emperor domain and shifted into his heavenly dragon path form. Clenching his right fist, his body expanded under Whale Emperor power. Within him, the Red Emperor, Golden Brilliance, and Heavenly King Divine Palace rumbled continuously. He chose not to employ the Iron Fist clan's profound meaning, simply wanting to test. How much power could he unleash with his current ultimate strength? Boom! Levi's small fist collided with the star-like enormous fist. A clash of two forces. Levi's figure trembled violently. The immense strength coursed through his body, shaking the continent within a radius of dozens of miles. Before him, the mountain demon general, like a flying demon mountain, smashed into the Silver Mountain range, the sounds of cracking bones reverberating. It stared at its drooping arm in disbelief, flesh torn, black demon bone visibly fractured. Impossible! I am a mountain demon. How could your strength surpass mine? Levi chuckled. He could easily send a level 7 middle stage amethyst race flying. What was a mere mountain demon compared to that? Gandalf, go ahead. After this battle, you can return. Levi sent a voice transmission to Gandalf. A level 7 middle stage demon could provide Gandalf with enough contribution for a decent reward. Gandalf immediately summoned the demon-suppressing Ming King. Radiant King Shocking God Palm. From the very start, he executed the most powerful profound meaning of the Radiant King martial way. Any lesser moves wouldn't even faze the mountain demon general. Levi projected the 9-headed Emperor Dragon and Emperor's essence into the battlefield. And that wasn't even all. The heavens churned as a massive grey giant eagle emanating level 7 early stage aura emerged, none other than the Maya spirit. The eagle's cries tore through the skies, its wings stirring storms and wind blades that slashed forward. At the same time, two fire-shaped spiritual weapons resembling dragons joined the fray, spewing fiery dragon breath. With a simple thought, Levi activated the Nightmare Domain, shrouding the heavens and earth in mist. Within the mist, a figure identical to Levi appeared in silence, wielding a shark-tooth-shaped sword, flying forth to attack. In front of a fully powered Levi, the mountain demon was nothing more than a punching bag. Before long, the mountain demon was on its last legs. It raged. Don't get too cocky. One day, the abyss will flatten the wizard world, and you will die with me. Boom! With an earth-shattering palm strike. Radiant King Shocking God Palm. One hit, and the mountain demon general's massive head completely split open, like an overripe watermelon. Its weakened demon soul fled, only to be struck apart by Gandalf's palm, leaving only its soul, which Leon seized. Levi glanced at his bracelet, which showed that 2.7 million points had been credited to his account. Gandalf, how much did you get? Gandalf replied. 530,000. Levi thought. Gandalf hadn't even earned a fraction of his war merit. This Heart of Skynet system was indeed intelligent. Even if Gandalf was credited with the kill, the primary war merit still went to Levi. This design prevented people from exploiting their subordinates to deal damage while snatching all the kills for themselves. Gandalf said. I now have 5.5 million points and can make an exchange. Chapter 2048. Levi said. You should go back and have Ace come see me. From now on, unless absolutely necessary, do not leave Gondor City. You three heroes of Gondor are too conspicuous right now. Countless rival forces are targeting you. Without attaining the 7th circle, it's unwise to venture out for demon hunting. The 7th circle is a key threshold. Once Gandalf and the others ascend to the 7th circle. With their techniques and top-grade weapons, they can fully protect themselves on the god-forsaken continent, and even the entire blood battlefield. After all, level 8 demons are relatively rare. Moreover, with the cooperation of their 3 avatars, even against level 8 demons, they can retreat with ease, which Levi has no concerns about. Similarly, the so-called Council of 10,000 clans won't be a threat anymore. After cleaning up the spoils of war, Gandalf departed. The Holy Infant stepped in, leveling alongside Levi. What? Boma is dead too? How is this possible when dealing with just Gandalf? Nova stared at the message delivered by her subordinate, questioning with disbelief. Graham, standing nearby, pondered silently. As expected, Boma is dead. Now I can confirm it, the wizards are using the Gondor 3 heroes to lure the snake out of its hole. He had purposely refrained from warning Boma, hoping to seize the chance to prove his theory. For Gandalf, no matter how strong he is, it's impossible to slay the 7th level mid-stage Boma with just a 6th circle perfect cultivation. Therefore, Boma must have been killed by another powerful figure. After some thought, Graham said, Lord Nova, we should focus on the frontline battlefield and stop fixating on those 3. It's clear that the Gondor 3 heroes are bait meant to trap us. Unless we send out level 8 demons or even level 9, any other level 7 demons we deploy will only end up ambushed by those cunning wizards. Nova pondered for a moment, suppressing her anger, and said, You make sense. Let's ignore those 3 for now. One day, I'll make them regret this. Graham, contact Flame Demon Tyrant for me immediately. Our demon forces here are insufficient. Within a century, I will crush the Deep Blue Expeditionary Army, seize complete control of the God-forsaken continent, and establish a bridgehead for invading Nora. Here, we shall forge the Abyss demon soil and cultivate an endless supply of demon armies. Without the burning expeditionary army targeting him. Levi traveled with the Holy Infant across the God-forsaken continent, hunting demons. Though safer now, the hunting efficiency seemed lower than before. Apart from encountering demons on the major battlefronts, he rarely spotted powerful demon lords. Only a scattering of low and mid-level demons roamed the expansive God-forsaken continent. However, over the course of a year, under Levi's guidance, the Holy Infant safely accumulated over 5 million war merits. Then, together with Gandalf, they headed to the Central Realm to redeem their respective Morning Star artifacts. Interestingly, Levi noticed that the flame metal artifact he had previously encountered was redeemed by Gandalf. The Holy Infant, on the other hand, drew the artifact Wind King's Breath. Levi had them exchange artifacts for his own use. For Levi, only Bright Moon level artifacts or specialized Morning Star level artifacts from particular sects were significantly beneficial. Commonplace Morning Star level artifacts wouldn't provide much of a boost. It was better to use them to improve the qualifications and foundation of his 2 avatars. The flame metal was particularly suited to the Holy Infant, given its ice and fire holy body attribute, allowing it to absorb ice and fire-based oddities to enhance its own aptitude. Wind King's Breath also had a high likelihood of generating wind element special talents. This was extremely useful for Gandalf, who was cultivating the 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique, as it was geared toward wind element refining. Levi continued his demon-slaying efforts on the God-forsaken continent, aiming for higher rankings and waiting for the ancient tower to open. In the blink of an eye. 5 years passed. A.D. Nora 315. The 103rd year of the Blood Battle. Within a demon nest. Having just cleared out a demon settlement, Alexandra and Elsie drank potions and rested, gathering their spirits. During the downtime, Elsie opened the 6th level demon slaying list. Amazing! We sisters both cracked the top 300. Alexandra replied. Indeed. In a few decades, we should accumulate enough war merits for Morning Star level artifacts. Previously, they hadn't participated in demon hunting, so their rankings were low, but they had made significant progress during this period. After becoming full-time demon hunters, the duo's 6th circle perfect cultivation made gathering war merits relatively easier. In truth, most of their time was spent searching for demons or evading demon army pursuits. Several times, they encountered level 7 demons. Even with their combined efforts, they couldn't defeat them and had to flee. During such moments, they deeply realized just how remarkable the Gondor 3 heroes were. Supreme Knight Levi rises to rank 9 on the level 8 demon slaughter list. Special announcement. Suddenly, their wrist devices buzzed with a notification. Alexandra quickly checked it, her eyes stunned. Levi, 50 million points. Elsie's lashes quivered, unable to contain her shock. Sir Levi started his demon hunting around the same time as us, didn't he? Maybe only a few years earlier. His points are already dozens of times ours. Alexandra replied. In just 10 years, he climbed from around rank 100 on the level 8 demon slaughter list to the top 10. The top 10 individuals have been exclusively full-time demon hunters since the early blood battle, with entire battle groups supporting them. Elsie composed herself and said, "So strong. Looks like Sir Levi could claim the top spot in 5 years. Within 20 years, his points might break 100 million, making him the first wizard under the 8th circle to achieve that milestone. God-forsaken continent. Thunder realm in my palm." Harvest struck with one palm, unleashing a colossal thunderous hand formed by elemental power, spanning over 50 miles in radius. The hand closed like the five-finger mountain, instantly obliterating the level 7 peak demon trapped in the battle group's magic array. Having dispatched the demon, Harvest stood with arms folded, gazing into the distance. Vice Commander Lehu commented, "Supreme Knight has entered rank 9. It's truly incredible." Harvest sighed and said, "Which is why I say, there's always a stronger hand. We've been hunting demons tirelessly, yet he has caught up to us." Lehu hesitated and said, "Commander, why don't you hunt solo? Leading us in the battle group might be slowing down your war merits accumulation." Lehu believed that with the commander's strength, solo action would be completely viable. Harvest replied, "It's fine. The battle group has followed me for many years. This is a good opportunity for them to use war merits to gather cultivation resources. Besides, the Congress's ultimate aim is defeating the Abyss. What does it matter who's first? Let's go, Lehu. Accompany me to visit this rising star." Few individuals in the world captured Harvest's interest. Levi was one of them. Turning back the river of time, rewinding 20,000 years. In that era, a name from the lightning school of thought resonated throughout the wizard world. Dust World's Thunder Isu. As Levi speculated, Harvest is a legendary wizard reborn. Chapter 2049. God-forsaken continent. Amid the ruins, Levi sat alone, resting, his long sword plunged into the ground nearby. Behind him, the setting sun was as crimson as blood. The ground was littered with the blood of demons. Thick demonic aura, like a dense mist, was repelled and dissolved by the faint glow surrounding Levi's body. This was the effect of the Great Light King body. Not only did it grant immunity to demonic aura corruption, but it also perpetually purified the demonic aura in Levi's vicinity. He was a walking purification machine. Unfortunately, its range was too small to make a significant impact on the wizard world, like a drop in the ocean. Levi snapped his fingers, and a gold-trimmed monocle appeared over his right eye. This imposing and stalwart man, now wearing a scholarly accessory, appeared somewhat mismatched. However, within Levi's monocle view, the demonic aura in the heavens and earth became like flowing streams, tracing back to their various origins. Levi casually followed one of these streams of demonic aura in reverse and was led to the distant corpse of a demon. This was the most significant function he had discovered for the Mirror of Light. The ability to discern the sources of demonic aura in the world. All demonic aura could not escape its gaze. Among these trails of aura, Levi noticed one particularly unusual strand. It was as thick as ink, chaotic and erratic, and staring at it too long made Levi feel discomfort. Levi speculated that this aura likely originated from a level 8 demon. It came from a place immensely far away. After the demons invaded the god-forsaken continent, over the course of a century, the aura had drifted here with the air currents. Following this path of demonic aura, Levi traced it upstream. Eventually, he traveled thousands of miles and then stopped. The trail of demonic aura had cut off. Perhaps the source of the aura has died? Or maybe the Mirror of Light cannot observe beyond my current realm. Either way, now that I understand the true purpose of the monocle, demon hunting will be much more convenient going forward. Finding suitable targets had always been one of Levi's greatest challenges during his demon hunting journey. He activated the demon slaying bracelet. 50 million points. If I continue killing like this, I can definitely reach the top within 10 years. But with only 2 years left until the ancient tower opens, I can afford to stop for a while. Besides, recent nightmares and danger perception suggest I've already been targeted by high-ranking demons. If this continues, I fear they'll send a level 8 demon to hunt me down. Suddenly, Levi looked toward the sky ahead. Sarai's figure appeared. "Sir Levi, a friend wishes to meet you." Levi asked. "Who?" Sarai replied. "Destruction Realm Thunder, Harvest." After a moment's thought, Levi said, "Lady, please lead the way." He wasn't particularly interested in the one ranked first on the list. Still, meeting him wasn't a bad idea. Mountain Giant Wizard Group Headquarters. Hello, I'm Harvis. Levi shook hands with the strikingly handsome, deeply contemplative middle-aged wizard before him. In his presence, Levi felt an extraordinary aura. One that was unfathomable, lofty, and enigmatic. Levi asked. What brings Lord Harvis to me? Harvis smiled and replied. Nothing much. I was simply amazed that you've climbed into the top 10 of the demon-slaying list in just 10 years, so I took the opportunity to visit during my break and make your acquaintance. Levi smiled faintly. I see. I fight solo, so I don't have to share war merit, which makes me faster. It's nothing special. Harvis asked. Would Sir Levi be interested in joining a battle group? Levi shook his head, politely declining. Harvis sighed regretfully. So be it. Forget I asked. I was planning to invite you to join my Thunder Light Wizard group. Leela interjected. I've heard Sir Levi is of knightly origin. Now that I see you, your knightly demeanor is indeed well deserved. To be honest, my ancestors were knights too, though they've since fallen into decline. Levi said. Knighthood has been in decline for a long time, but in the future, it's bound to flourish again. As he spoke, Levi emanated a confident air. This caught Harvis's attention. The courage and conviction to forge a new path indeed distinguished him from the rest. Harvis had previously suspected that Levi might be the reincarnation of a legendary wizard. After all, whether it was the Black Abyss Walker, the Frost Witch, or certain prominent figures of the Supreme Council, they all seemed to show an unusual degree of favor and care toward Levi. Thus, he decided on this meeting to personally assess Levi. However, after their conversations, he still couldn't determine if Levi was a reincarnation of anyone. Or perhaps Levi wasn't a reincarnation at all, just someone blessed by unique opportunities. After some pleasantries, Harvis and Levi exchanged contact information. He said. I look forward to the day you surpass me on the demon-slaying list. Then, he turned and left with the Thunder Light Wizard group. Levi watched Harvis's retreating figure. The odds of him being a legendary wizard are quite high. In truth, even if Levi surpassed Harvis on the demon-slaying list and claimed the top spot, it wouldn't mean much. The reason Levi could hunt demons so efficiently was solely due to the innate talent of being a one-man army as part of the Shadow Dragon group. It didn't necessarily mean he was stronger than Harvis. Levi sensed that Harvis's spiritual force far exceeded his own. He seemed to have reached the maximum potential of a seven-circle wizard. Moreover, Harvis's upper limit of spiritual force likely exceeded the standard significantly. Levi reckoned Harvis's true strength was perhaps no less than that of an eight-circle ordinary wizard. He was a true genius capable of transcendent battles. Chapter 2050. The reason he hasn't advanced must surely be to imprint more witch marks, to prepare for advancing to Grand Wizard, and even Legendary. Though Levi has never seen the second-ranked Light Divine Sword or the third-ranked Hand of Fire God. But to be able to closely follow Harvis, their strengths shouldn't differ too much. Compared to Simon, who has fallen from grace as a once brilliant prodigy, these who laugh until now are the true powerhouses. After bidding farewell to Soraya, Levi stopped demon hunting. He returned to the ancient dragon continent and began preparing for his plans to visit Hell and the Dark Ancient Tower. Tower of Summer Flowers. Seeing Levi's return, Elena was overwhelmed with emotion and embraced him. You're incredible. You're already ranked 9th. In comparison, she herself was still in the 80s, thoroughly outpaced by Levi. Levi said. Years spent safeguarding this continent must have been tough for you. Don't worry about the matter of oddities, when I accumulate more points, I'll help you redeem them. Rather than risking 100 Flowers safety hunting demons in the god-forsaken continent, he might as well efficiently grind himself. With his strength, supporting 100 Flowers is no effort at all. 100 Flowers smiled sweetly. While that sounds nice, I still need genuine combat experience to temper myself. Otherwise, how can I fight peer-level powerhouses? Don't worry about me. With my capabilities, I can protect myself on the god-forsaken continent. Levi thought for a moment and said. True. 100 Flowers has defensive wizard tools and treasures like Dragon's Protection, Thought Ring, and Gulveig's armor. Now, she also possesses the accompanying spiritual entity Amber. In the god-forsaken continent, few can threaten her. Levi, a veteran of countless battles, then spent several days cherishing intimate moments with 100 Flowers. Later, 100 Flowers departed for the god-forsaken continent. She had a sense that her chance for breaking Spirit's sect into the shattering void was on that continent. Sitting idly at home and cultivating would instead hinder her breakthrough. Meanwhile, Levi stayed home to digest the experiences and insights he had sharpened, organizing his spoils of war. Over the decade of refinement, his extreme Deo strategy proficiency had significantly increased, its acceleration many-fold compared to practicing at home. Additionally, Thunder Beast technique had ascended to level 15, equaling 7 suns falling domain, achieving 7 circle power. Only microlysis technique hadn't seen significant improvement through actual combat. Because Levi dared not to use living beings as true subjects for practice. He feared excessive uses of this method might result in future space backlash upon himself. In truth, with Levi's current strength, the effectiveness of this spell wasn't as optimal as imagined. Ordinary enemies couldn't withstand a punch from him, so naturally, he didn't need microlysis technique. Against extremely formidable foes, microlysis technique was largely unlikely to succeed. The real purpose of this spell is to pave the way for the subsequent Great Disintegration technique. Ultimately, for Levi to wield it after becoming legendary, dealing with adversaries as powerful as the true immortal gods, a veritable nuclear weapon. Half a year passed. One day, Levi was resting in the ancient Banyan fairyland. Suddenly, his expression shifted, breaking into a smile. Victor has broken through. Midland continent. Gundor City. Above the city, an ocean-like surge of metal elemental power flooded around the Daybreak Tower. Under such elemental tides, the wizards within the city couldn't help but awaken from their meditative states. Someone's reached 7 circle. Metal element? It must be Lord Victor, right? Oh heavens, Victor is at 7 circle. Figures flew into the sky while countless gazes focused on Daybreak Tower. At the tower's peak, rich golden power descended from above, threading down in wisps, radiating an endless sharpness. A primordial soul figure, flickering between clarity and ethereality, bathed in this energy. It was Victor, his primordial soul growing ever stronger under the elemental power. A 7-circle aura rose into the sky. Ace and Gandalf, their gazes piercing the void, looked toward Daybreak Tower's direction. Ace smiled and said, "Not easy, hey? Victor has reached 7 circle too." Gandalf muttered, "Am I the last one to reach 7 circle?" At the same time, all around Gundor City, one array after another surged upward, forming an earthy yellow barrier, enveloping the city in protection. "Lord Victor, feel free to advance. I have activated the Earth Star Shield Barrier in 8-ring formation. No one will disturb you." A resonant voice rang out. It came from a middle-aged wizard clad in a white robe, grey temples framing his stern features. His gaze was steady, radiating a vast 8-circle aura, standing out prominently within Gundor City like a crane among chickens. Victor quickly responded. "Many thanks, Gundor City Lord." It seemed this advancement even startled the City Lord himself, who had been in seclusion. Earth Core Destroyer Illusion. A rare dual-faction practitioner of earth and burning cultivation. It is said that his cultivation spans only 2,500 years. Rumor has it he is the offspring of the legendary wizard Thousand Mountains Immortal and Grand Wizard Lady Bai Yan. Gifted with exceptional talent, paired with relentless diligence, he spent most of his time in seclusion, researching spells. He seldom engaged in socializing or cared about wizard world politics. With his strength and status, obtaining a high-ranking official position in the Central Realm would be an easy feat. However, he chose to serve as city lord in a place like Gundor City, a wizard city with little actual authority. During his tenure as Gundor's city lord, public safety incidents were rare. Even with the council of 10,000 clans stirring troubles for ages, none dared to challenge Gundor City. As such, he enjoyed an excellent reputation in the outside world. This is precisely why Levi sent all his 3 duplications to Gundor City to seek opportunities for development. Chapter 2051. Business development can't thrive without good security and political environment. If it were the same as a bandit den in the Endless Sea, even with the power of 3 avatars, it would be difficult to expand and strengthen the industry. Victor's advancement this time, along with the performance of Gundor City, further confirmed Levi's decision was the right one. Seeing the elusive Gundor City Lord become alarmed due to Victor's seclusion, the wizards watching were filled with sighs. They whispered among themselves. "This shows the gap between a genius and an ordinary person. Isn't it? I've heard that the 8-ring formation, once activated, consumes a lot of stored energy. Most times, it's in a semi-closed state, but now fully activated, it's burning ether stones. Ordinary geniuses don't get such treatment. A while ago, when a 6th circle perfection elder advanced, the grand array wasn't activated. Yes, indeed, Daybreak Divine Sword brings prestige. If it were me, I'd do the same. After all, due to Daybreak Divine Sword, Fire Dragon Ace, and Gondaf, Gondor City has been rated the most promising nether capital for consecutive centuries. These years, the net inflow rate of the wizard population is constantly increasing, and recently, the city registration office had to raise the residency standards. Not long after, the element tide receded, and Victor's figure flew out, arriving in the sky. Thanks to the city lord once again. The Gondor city lord praised. I've long heard of Lord Victor's prowess in the secret sword flow, but previously was in seclusion, didn't have the chance to visit. Truly outstanding, almost like one not of this world. Victor humbly replied. The city lord flatters me. The Gondor city lord said. I won't disturb you further. If you encounter any issues within the city, you may leave me a message. After speaking, the 8th circle wizard returned to his wizard tower. At this time, figures of primordial soul realm gathered around, congratulating Victor. Taking the opportunity to make the Daybreak Divine Sword familiar with them, Victor politely greeted them and went back to consolidate his realm. Ah, how wonderful, stepping into the 7th circle, in the primordial soul realm, truly among the elite. Now, among the Gondor 3 heroes, Victor is at the 7th circle. When will the other 2 advance? Onlookers gradually dispersed. Victor focused on consolidating his realm. In just over a year, the original self will head to the Dark Ancient Tower. During this Ancient Tower journey, Holy Infant and Gondaf won't participate, their upcoming task is solely to ascend to the 7th circle. Victor, with his formidable 7th circle combat strength, will naturally accompany. Once returning from the Ancient Tower, he must find a way to accumulate 500,000 war merits to exchange for a Morning Star level oddity. Not long after, the news of Daybreak Divine Sword's 7th circle spread throughout the Midland continent and even the wizard world. This pressured those 7th circle wizards on the level 8 demon slaughter list. With Victor's might, once he's ready and starts pushing for the demon slaying list, he will surely secure a position. God-forsaken continent. A small demon nest. 4 streaks of sword light, like threading a needle, harvested life from demons inside the cave. And 4 sword lights circled around a black-robed wizard, forming a powerful defense with no blind spots. Demon Tears Divine Sword Link, the new rising star of wizard world. One of the rare 6th circle ordinary wizards among the top 200 of the 7th level demon slaying list. With one hand, the octagonal star sword formation, buried countless demons. He glanced at the latest news from wizard world, revealing a smile. Excellent, with Victor as the lead, I will always have a back to chase. Let these demons become the stepping stones on my path to legend. If other primordial soul wizards heard that Link at such a young age aimed to seek legend, they'd surely laugh heartily. But Link is such a person, sharp and without concealment, extremely confident. A month later. Fire Dragon Shop. The Holy Infant's body alternates between cold and heat. His forehead full of sweat, until the warm current entirely integrates into his mind. The flame metal was thoroughly refined. He placed his hand onto Klein Crystal Ball. Spiritual Force, 4723/5060. This enhancement surprisingly increased the upper limit of spiritual force. The oddities he previously refined mainly boosted spiritual force directly. But increasing the spiritual force upper limit is good too. The Holy Infant introspected his mind. His jigsaw puzzle soul, at the chest position, added a new metal imprinted with the red flame lion insignia. Although the flame metal isn't a Flame King oddity, refining it brought endless benefits. Thanks to this oddity, the Holy Infant's ice and fire body progressed further. Moreover, currently, the fire body seems stronger than the ice body. Because he refined only one Morning Star level frost artifact, the Cold King's Eye. The remaining 2 are Sky level Cry of the Cicada and Frost King's Finger. In contrast, the fire element oddities are already refined with 3 Morning Star levels. Namely, Flame King's Arm, Heart of Flame King, Flame Metal. I need more Morning Star or even Bright Moon level frost artifacts to balance this with yin and yang. Of course, the imbalance of ice and fire doesn't affect the Holy Infant much at his current realm. It's just a minor hidden risk that must not be ignored. Once I advance to the 7th circle, I can then head to the god-forsaken continent, earn war merits, and soon exchange for bright moon artifacts. Besides improving the ice and fire body and enhancing spiritual force upper limit, the flame metal also helped the holy infant give birth to an associated spiritual creature. With a thought, a mini red flame lion leaped out from his mind, landed on the ground, exuding extreme heat. Chapter 2052. It opened its mouth, spewing fireballs, resembling a dancing lion, exuding a festive aura. Following the naming strategy of the Snow King, the holy infant named it Lion King. The Lion King is a purely combat-oriented companion creature, with combat power not inferior to the Snow King. With one ice, one fire, the two great combat spirit beasts are gathered, the holy infant has no other demands. Good things always come in pairs. Soon after, Gandalf also finished refining the Wind King's breath. Spiritual force increased by 50 points, and he gained the special talent Wind King's Blessing. This made his cultivation of the 10-winged sky dragon body tempering technique more effective. Of course, the effect of Wind King's breath is certainly not comparable to a dedicated body refining artifact like the Elephant God's Proof. Moreover, he wasn't lucky enough to birth a companion creature. No matter what, with such Morning Star level oddities that outsiders could hardly imagine aiding them. Gandalf and the Holy Infant's cultivation speed steadily progresses. Ancient Dragon Continent. A solitary sword master stood in the void, its hollow eye sockets gazing at the densely packed storm clouds in the sky. Within the clouds, a great sword from the void descended with a thunderous slash. The sword master unsheathed his shining katana, cutting through the vast sky. Whish! A sword chi emitting a chilling cold was released, countless frost particles formed a cage, sealing the great sword within. Then, the sword master transformed into a phantom, like densely packed sword light, shattering the great sword. All the sword light converged, forming a shockwave connecting heaven and earth, dispersing the storm clouds. Snowflake Boss has reached level 6. What a terrifying disaster! The undead of the Snowflake group watched that figure as lonely as snow. The commander is so handsome, how can there be such a big difference when both are skeletons? How can it be the same? When the commander was born, a powerful rare treasure followed him, he's a child of destiny. The other undead commanders, hearing about the Snowflake warrior's level 6 advancement, felt very joyful inside. Now, the undead in the Black Soul Demon Tower also constitute an independent battle group. They are collectively referred to as the Undying Oath. Inside the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi, who was cultivating in seclusion, also sensed the advancement of the Snowflake warrior through the Book of the Undead. With every additional level 6 expert, the defense of the ancient dragon continent strengthens a bit, naturally improving his mood. Levi opened the level 8 demon slaughter list and saw that the ranking of 100 Flowers had advanced somewhat. It looks like she is also working hard on demon hunting. Looking at the newspaper delivery time, today's Endless Sea Daily arrived, a piece of news changed Levi's expression. The spokesperson for the law enforcement department of the Star Tower, Seven Circle Wizard Golden Prince of the Letney family mysteriously disappeared at Endless Sea. Molten Gold Wizard King is conducting an investigation, seeking his whereabouts, currently confirming the safety of the soul token. What's going on? How did the father of Electric Eel disappear? He is a 7-circle wizard. I wonder how that Wind Dust Dragon is doing now? Would it have disappeared together as well? Levi wasn't too troubled by it, just felt it was a pity. With his current strength, it's easy for him to kill the Golden Prince. But in this special period of blood battle, he doesn't want to incite internal conflict. Moreover, the death of a 7-circle wizard, especially from the Letney family, would surely alarm the Wizard Council. Especially now that the powerful wizard tool Heart of Skynet has been repaired. Levi killing the Golden Prince in the wizard world carries the risk of being discovered. The impact that would cause is indeed not good. Although he has Black Abyss Walker and Frost Witch protecting him, he cannot actively cause trouble and make it difficult for them. His enmity is mainly between him and the Electric Eel Wizard personally. For a level 6 Wind Dust Dragon, it's unnecessary to offend the entire Letney family. The corruption and darkness of the Letney family are matters for the Congress to handle, he won't get involved more. With the 9-leaf blood datura in hand, Levi occasionally ventures into the land of darkness to look for black beasts. Someday, he can find a suitable replacement. Well, disappearance is also a good thing. Levi stopped concerning himself with this matter. 3 days later, the Blood Knight arrived at the Emperor's palace, smiling. Commander, today we found the bloodline essence you needed in the realm of hell. He spoke, handing Levi a glowing scarlet medicine. We acquired this at an auction, it's from a level 7 blood slaughter bat dragon, but the auction's confidentiality was well maintained, we don't know who the owner is. Levi took the medicine, smiling. Thank you for your hard work, here is a piece of level 7 lan iron, Blood Knight, you can use it to reforge your divine weapon. The Blood Knight quickly said. It's my responsibility, no reward is needed. Levi replied. Take it, a small piece of level 7 metal is nothing to me. The bloodline divine weapons he possesses have all been reforged with level 7 metal. He only needs the breathing technique to advance to become a level 7 divine weapon. Elders like Blood Knight, who are hardworking and dependable. When Levi feels good, he occasionally rewards them with some items. Why he's feeling good is naturally because of the disappearance of the Golden Prince. Seeing the Letny family suffering deserves celebration. The Blood Knight said. Thank you, Commander. Carrying the lan iron, the Blood Knight departed. He is going to the Tower of Dawn to use the Phoenix Flame there to reforge the divine weapon. Levi put away the bloodline essence, his expression calm. Advancing now surely takes time, so I can only wait for the ancient tower to return. In comparison, the direct enhancement of combat power by the Scarlet Dragon isn't as great as the Crimson Emperor Dragon or Brilliant Golden Dragon, so there's no rush. Chapter 2053 Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon, I didn't expect the School of Death to have such a good thing. Levi wasn't having any inappropriate thoughts. He just figured that if he could find the owner, he'd buy it with his vast wealth. 1 year later. Shortly before the Netherworld market opened, Levi went down to Hell. Land of Darkness. Deep in space, a cyan dragon with a wingspan of 1 kilometer cut through the winds, flying forward. On the dragon's back, a golden-haired wizard sat in meditation with closed eyes. The 6-circle top-grade wizard robe he wore was battered beyond repair. His entire aura was languid. Damn, what happened to me? I've been so unlucky lately. The Golden Prince recalled his recent misfortunes and couldn't help but curse silently. He looked toward a distant, tiny point of white light. At my speed, flying back to Nora with my body would take at least 500 years. If I run into other unexpected events, it might take even longer. Recalling his recent encounters sent a shiver down his spine. It's well known that there are 3 disasters in the Endless Sea. Sea Beast Tide, Wind Disaster, Mirage. Sea Beast Tide needs no further explanation, it's simply a periodic population explosion of transcendent creatures in the Endless Sea. Nowadays, the Sea Clan is almost extinct. Without their involvement, relying only on sea beasts, this disaster is basically nullified. In fact, for primordial soul wizards, such a sea beast tide hardly counts as a disaster. And wind disaster refers to a sudden emergence of endless gales, origins unknown. The strongest level 9 wind disaster is enough to threaten 7-circle wizards. If one cannot quickly escape, there's a risk of perishing. But level 9 wind disasters are historically extremely rare. Unfortunately, the Golden Prince just happened to run into one. The odds are worse than winning the lottery. Fortunately, he had already advanced to 7 circles over 100 years ago, and possessed more than one 6-circle top-grade wizard tool, even up to a 7-circle witch artifact. He miraculously survived the wind disaster unscathed. Unexpectedly, just after passing the wind disaster, a mirage of an ancient temple appeared towering hundreds of miles ahead. Caught off guard, he and his pet wind dust dragon were drawn into the temple. Then, he vanished from the wizard world. Inside that temple, he witnessed numerous unimaginable horrors. Whether they were gods, demons, or other entities, he couldn't discern. Evil monsters surged from the temple's corners, attacking the Golden Prince. Inside the temple, he felt like he was being suppressed by a supreme force. This made his spell-casting sluggish, while strange whispers echoed in his mind. This prevented him from fully utilizing his 7-circle strength. Fortunately, his pet wind dust dragon was relatively unaffected. Ultimately, with the help of the wind dust dragon and the level 8 exotic treasure golden scepter gifted by his father, he managed to escape unscathed. 9-level wind disaster and a mirage, these 2 extremely rare events, he encountered simultaneously. The Golden Prince still doubted his life. After leaving the mirage, he appeared in the Land of Darkness. And it's a place extremely far from Nora. This method already exceeds his imagination. Only legendary wizard level strength might accomplish such a feat. Outside of Nora, he couldn't use the communication wizard tool to contact his family. He could only fly back using his body. And there's another unfortunate news, Victor reached 7 circles too. The hope of avenging the electric eel dwindles even further, sigh. It's not that the Golden Prince doesn't want revenge. It's just that Victor is excessively cautious. He has been holed up in Gundor City for years, not venturing out. When he does go out, it's with Gondif and Fire Dragon Ace. They can jointly kill a level 7 flame demon. Although he's a 7-circle wizard too, he's unlikely to take them down. The Golden Prince is truly out of options. The family has already decided not to help him. He even took the risk to contact a snake envoy through the Schubert family and the Council of 10,000 Clans. Intending to borrow a knife to strike, but the snake envoy only entertained him superficially, seemingly conspiring something else. Thus, this matter has been delayed until now. I am a dignified senior official of the Endless Sea Law Enforcement Department, and yet there are times of such despair. While lamenting, the wind dust dragon beneath him began trembling, sensing an ominous presence. The Golden Prince frowned. What's wrong, Hanks? The wind dust dragon spoke. Master. I sense a powerful dragon's might nearby that makes me instinctively tremble. However, it seems to be dead, this aura radiates death energy. The Golden Prince's expression first changed, then turned to joy. For a level 7 complete sub-dragon species to feel fear, could it be the strongest level 8 sub-dragon species? There are differences among sub-dragons as well. Some sub-dragon species have limited potential. Once reaching complete adulthood, they can only advance up to level 6, possibly reaching level 6 peak at most. While some sub-dragon species, like the Black Lotus Beast, theoretically can reach level 8 peak. The Wind Dust Dragon said. No, Master, I feel it's not a sub-dragon species, but a complete pure-blood dragon clan. Hearing this, the Golden Prince breathed rapidly, unable to contain his excitement. What? A complete pure-blood dragon clan? He calmed his mood and then said. I'll first use an alchemical creature to investigate. After a cautious operation, he rode the Wind Dust Dragon to an asteroid-strewn void. Chapter 2054. In the midst of it, there is a gigantic corpse extending over 10,000 meters. Its body is long and slender, covered in cloud-white scales, with a cloud-like airflow swirling around it. Even though it has already died, this genuine level 9 majesty still makes the Golden Prince feel as if facing a grand wizard. The storm whirlpool, formed by the energy dispersed within 1,000 miles, spans deeply in space, striking awe in the heart. A wind element pure-blooded dragon clan, cloud-like dragon flame cloud, this is the wind illusion dragon of the dragon traveler. The Golden Prince murmured to himself. These past experiences have been like a roller coaster, filled with great sorrow and joy. Unable to hold it back, he laughed wildly towards the sky, clearing away previous depression. Great misfortune leads to blessings, Sauron did not deceive me. Hell! Big brother, has Gondif not come? The Purgatory Demon Sword held Levi's hand and asked. Levi replied. He hasn't come. Gondif is currently in seclusion, sprinting for the 7-circle breakthrough. How is your progress now? The Purgatory Demon Sword said. I have faithfully followed the teachings of Big Brother and have imprinted 15 witch marks now. Currently, I am seeking a 7-circle breakthrough potion. Levi said. Keep working hard. It's a pity that he has insufficient demon dragon grass powder. Otherwise, given his current flame demon materials, preparing a potion for this inexpensive younger brother would not be a problem. Thinking for a moment, he said. If you cannot find a potion for now, continue imprinting witch marks. As your big brother, I will think of a way to help you. Unlike Gondif, the Purgatory Demon Sword has practiced dual cultivation of body refinement and spells since his debut. It's just that the brilliance of the path of spells was overshadowed by his strong body refining talent. His body refining technique has already reached its maximum. Now he is honing the path of spells. Certainly, although it's dual cultivation, only one potion needs to be prepared for the breakthrough. Upon hearing that Big Brother will also help him find the potion, the Purgatory Demon Sword hugged Levi, deeply moved. Thank you, Big Brother. In this hellish place, finding a 7-circle breakthrough potion is indeed difficult. Levi looked at the 3 sisters behind the Purgatory Demon Sword. During this 100 years, the second sister, sorceress of the sensual realm, has also advanced to level 7 devil. The third sister, Sky Realm Witch, is still at level 6 peak, seeming not ready for advancement. Truth be told, if not for the second brother's absorbing, the third sister still had hope. The Desire Realm Witch, this eldest sister, is now at level 7 middle stage, worthy of the name of top talent. Of course, the price is several iron slave-like slaves have been squeezed to death. Even the Demon Elephant Clan young master, a top talent, has seen slow progress in cultivation over this century. This puzzled his father, the Ghost Elephant Master. However, after level 7, cultivation is inherently difficult. Plus, with Isink's excuse, he didn't suspect much. However, if the three sisters drain him to fall in realm or completely halt, that will surely arouse Ghost Elephant Master's suspicion. Thus, over the century, the three sisters have been hunting for other level 6 vessels in hell, shifting things around. Currently, Isink is still useful, and when no longer needed, they will drain him dry. Through the intelligence of Isink, Levi also knows. Hell's army is already prepared. The 72 pillars are now clearing the path from Hell to Nora to facilitate the descent of Devil's true forms into the human realm. This invasion of Nora will mostly involve those surplus undead and devils from the first 5 levels. Their strength is not great, but their numbers are considerable. By then, the human realm will inevitably experience a ghost-filled night. But compared to the Abyss army, it is merely small fry in comparison. Before parting, Levi took 900 million joss paper from the side of the Purgatory Demon Sword and went to participate in the Netherworld market. He does not intend to stir a free shopping spree in Hell in this special period. Safety first at such times. Additionally, there are more than 20 soul stones, and some refining, pharmacy, and array materials unique to Hell. Among these are the materials Levi asked his second brother to help collect for refining the Book of the Undead and Black Soul Demon Tower. Above a certain city, the vast Nether River flows with a whoosh. The familiar mast ships settle upon the wild lands. Levi entered among them, having previous experience. His gaze immediately searched for the merchants of the Netherworld market. It is a giant with a tiger head, sturdy arms, standing a kilometer tall, emanating overwhelming slaughter aura. Approximately level 8 strength, slightly inferior to the previous 3. Having sensed Levi's scrutiny, the tiger-headed giant lifted its head to stare at Levi. "What are you looking at?" A powerful level 8 majesty pressed down, causing all devils on the square to change their expressions. Many devils directly fell, kneeling on the ground, unsure of how they offended this underworld lord. Levi emitted a momentum to resist this majesty. Though not a match for the tiger-headed giant, he was not overwhelmed by the aura. With an apologetic, calm smile, he said, "Sorry, seeing the senior with such mightiness, I was stunned." He silently pondered that this tiger-headed giant is likely not in the same department as Digao, Mosi, and Hao Shan's trio. Unable to obtain the whereabouts of the undying Nether Emperor from him, they chose not to deliberately bother Levi. Internally, Levi felt somewhat disappointed, thinking this time in the Netherworld market might not yield good things. The tiger-headed brawny man observed Levi, equally puzzled internally. This lad carries the aura of those two. No wonder Digao wants to find him, but being able to resist my majesty with 7th level cultivation is indeed remarkable. There are factional divisions within the underworld. The leader of the tiger-headed brawny man does not have a good relationship with the undying Nether Emperor. Thus, it bore no interest towards Levi. However, it would not violate the neutrality rules of the underworld to act against a junior. Being just an ordinary worker of the underworld, it completes its own tasks honestly and sincerely. It watched Levi selecting items over there. Perhaps using my Nether Eye to check how much lifespan this boy has left. The Nether Eye is a skill mastered by members reaching a certain status in the underworld. It can observe the lifespan of beings on the multidimensional plane, even their ethereal and intangible fortunes. Usually, it would be for impending deaths, not someone as young as Levi. Its curiosity was immense, just like a cat, similarly so for the tiger-headed brawny man. With this thought, its eyes flashed with a ghostly glow, looking at Levi's frenzy in purchasing blind boxes. Instantly, it was shocked, its pupils dilating. From its perspective, above the heads of those devils, lines of numbers floated. 45, 689, 2347. From dozens to thousands. But above Levi's head, it only saw this. Chapter 2055. The brawny man with a tiger's head stared at the question marks, stunned. How can this be? As an level 8 Netherworlder, I can't discern this person's age. This situation had never occurred in his entire career. The reasons for the question marks were as follows. First, the observed entity's realm is at least one major realm higher than that of a netherworlder. This situation can be ruled out. The person before him is definitely at level 7. If a level 9 or 10 strongman forcefully suppressed their realm, pretending to be weak to deceive, he would surely sense their detection. Yet, Levi continued to buy things as if nothing happened, clearly unaware. Second, the observed target has limitless lifespan. This is even more unlikely. So far, within the entire multidimensional plane, truly limitless lifespans do not exist. The belief path of Heavenly Fathers, though seemingly without end in lifespan, true immortality is in fact limited. It's just that the upper limit is very high. Many gods fall for various reasons before reaching it. Even the Nether Emperors, who fundamentally grasp life and death, have lifespan limits, not to mention others. Third, that this person has means to obscure strong probing. Currently, this seems the most likely. Indeed, this person isn't simple, perhaps the two Nether Emperors concealed his lifespan. Sighed the brawny man with a tiger's head, setting aside his curiosity. Only then did he realize his eyes were already bloodshot. Howling, curiosity killed the cat. On the other side. Having spent all the joss paper, Levi left the sailboat on his own. As he expected, the harvest from this opening of the netherworld market was not as good as the last. He just bought some specialty materials from the underworld and a 6th level treasure. This treasure was a rusty ancient sword called Quicksand Sword. It can turn an area into quicksand, sealing enemies within. Overall, it's rather ordinary. Once Levi leaves, he'll have the Holy Infant auction it off for cash. Besides that, Levi spent all the remaining joss paper on blind boxes, buying 500,000 in total. When he returns from the ancient tower, he'll have a spree. The greatest gain from the netherworld market was that Levi gathered all the materials to upgrade the Book of the Undead and repair the Black Soul Demon Tower. Thus, Levi hastily left Hell. Several months later. Ancient Dragon Continent, Emperor's Palace. Lord Victor appeared. I've consolidated my realm. Levi said. Good, enter the ancient tower with me. Let Ace and Gondif cultivate in peace. Light flickered, and Levi and Lord Victor disappeared from the spot. Land of Darkness. In a place far from Nora, there is a lost plain. Just like the pure-blooded dragon clan's corpses before, this plain also exudes a deathly aura. It appears that, for some reason, it's heading towards death, with the world consciousness already dissipated. The Golden Prince rode the wind dust dragon and descended upon this place. As far as the eye could see, there was a landscape of sand and wind, desolate and void of civilization. Right here, let the wind dust dragon absorb and refine the bloodline crystal extracted from the wind illusion dragon. To extract the pure blood dragon bloodline crystal, the Golden Prince has spared no effort. With a wave of his hand, a blood-colored crystal the size of a human head appeared. Countless mysterious vortices and runes flickered around it, revealing its extraordinary nature. It's a pity I don't understand much about Dragon Clan evolution. This is the only method I could try. The Wind Illusion Dragon's corpse is the Golden Prince's greatest secret. He would never mention it to others, not even to his father, the Molten Gold Wizard King. Otherwise, the family would surely take it away, giving him some insignificant reward to dismiss him. In his view, only a glorious sun-grade oddity is worthy of such a complete and fresh pure-blooded Dragon Clan corpse. Yet clearly, even the Grand Wizard wouldn't easily produce such a precious item. So, to prevent dreams lingering long, he decided to let his beloved pet consume the Wind Illusion Dragon crystals and flesh, to see if it could advance further in the future. As for other materials from the Wind Illusion dragon scales, dragon tendons, dragon bones, dragon teeth. When he returns to the wizard world, he'll find a way to gradually cash them out. He himself can't refine, so he can only sell them for cultivation resources. If in a 9th circle refiner's hands, these could forge a divine soul artifact or 9-ring witchcraft. You are all wind element dragons, give it your best, Hanks. He doesn't expect Hanks to reach level 9 in the future. He just hopes it can keep up with him and advance to level 8 in the future. In this way, one man and one dragon, looking across the wizard world, would also be top level under the Grand Wizard. As for revenge against Lord Victor and others, he had already let it go. Strength is fundamental. Furthermore, he is so far from the wizard world, so there's no use in being anxious. After Hanks consumed the crystal, it soon fell into slumber. After settling it well, the Golden Prince explored this lost plain alone, hoping to find some unexpected opportunity. Several days later, he appeared before a relic half buried in the wind and sand. Seeing the wizard runes on the surface of the relic and the carving marks of the arrays, his face was overjoyed. It seems an ancient wizard once came here and left a relic. Judging by these traces, their cultivation must not be low. Indeed, blessings come after setbacks. After 2 mishaps in a row, I'm now faced with 2 successive great opportunities. Chapter 2056. With this immense wealth before me, as the Golden Prince, my fortunes are turning from this moment forward. At this moment, he believed he was the one favored by fortune. Future advancement to Grand Wizard was not out of reach. The Golden Prince had not yet begun exploring the relic. Suddenly, the sand and relics of this desert started to tremble. What's happening? The Golden Prince's expression changed, becoming alert. Immediately after, he noticed that it was getting dark. He looked up to see nothing but a pitch-black sky and swirling vortexes. Besides that, there was nothing else. As the saying goes, unable to see the tree for the forest. If one looked from the land of darkness, they would see a colossal, unimaginable pitch-black ancient tower traversing deep space, floating over the lost plain. It was the dark ancient tower, drifting randomly in the land of darkness. There was no pattern to the movement of the dark ancient tower. Apart from some lucky ones who stumbled upon it, and the times it opens once every 10,000 years, remaining immobile. No one can find the ancient tower on their own. Accompanied by a massive suction force, this mid-sized plane vanished without a trace in deep space. Such scenes often played out across the ages. Dark Ancient Tower. The 5th level. I'm back again, Levi. Levi was in a great mood. Every visit to the ancient tower was greatly rewarding. One could say, from the moment he left the ancient tower, he was looking forward to the next entry a century later. Million Mountains. The land of fungus planting. Levi picked another batch of mature fungi. He had already let them grow wild in this land, not very concerned about it anymore. Because he had already established a better fungus planting base on the ancient dragon continent. He went to look around those lands of the demon race, including places where the demon god temple once stood. He did not find any sign of a level 6 demon king. Could it be that this level 6 demon wasn't born inside the ancient tower, but was collected by the ancient tower from the multidimensional plane? Levi pondered internally. Demons aren't rare in the multidimensional plane. They invade the chosen worlds with indiscriminate eagerness. Besides the abyss and the wizard world, you can find the presence of demons in any other possible places. Unable to figure it out, Levi didn't dwell on it. Perhaps when his enforcer authority increases in the future, he will understand. Following his usual practice, Levi went to Roman's Fall site again. Soon after, he flew out from under the ground, holding a red flame snake in his hand. This is the most common Earth-grade oddity of the burning faction. Let the Holy Infant refine it for fun when I get back. Even though it's just an Earth-grade oddity, Levi was very pleased. For no other reason, it was his first planted oddity. He estimated that if he was lucky, in a while, his ancient Banyan fairyland could also cultivate a small batch of Earth and Sky-grade oddities. Back then, many level 6 enemies were killed inside the ancient Banyan fairyland. Previously worried about insufficient power destroying the fairyland, now that my strength is enough, I should try to kill level 7 enemies inside the fairyland in the future. Perhaps there's a small chance of producing a Morning Star artifact. Soon after, Levi arrived at the Wind Spirit Tower. After a century, Kidman's strength had increased further. Seeing the Dharma transmission Venerable arrived as scheduled and even more imposing, Kidman couldn't help but feel amazed. The Venerable is indeed unfathomable. Next, the Centennial Work Report took place. After listening, Levi's expression was quite pleased. To have found 2 children of the elements and 3 special talents, Kidman, you've done an excellent job. Finding so many talents indicated that Kidman was working diligently and deserved a reward. He gave Kidman a large box of 6th circle meditation potions he had left over from before. Strive hard to cultivate, Kidman. I truly admire you. If you can reach the level 6 peak in your lifetime, I'll take you out of this world and grant you a potion to break through to level 7, allowing you to advance further. Levi was an expert at painting rosy pictures. Kidman immediately gave Levi a deep bow and said, "Thank you, Heavenly Venerate, for your recognition. Level 7, a realm he never even dared to dream of. Due to the limitations of this world, besides the former Supreme Archmage and this Dharma transmission Venerable, no one else could reach level 7. And this Venerable said he could take him out of this world, indicating that his identity as a preacher was indeed genuine. To him, this was the lower realm, ascending to the upper realm, indeed. Then, Levi met the two children of the elements. A water element child, a little girl. A wind element child, a young man. They lowered their heads, not daring to meet Levi's compelling gaze. "What are your names?" he asked. The little girl replied. "Lord, my name is Lillian." The young man said. I am called Peak." Levi said. "You need not be nervous. I will guide you in cultivating spells, embarking on transcendent paths. In a year, I will come for you." Both said in unison. "Thank you, Lord." After explaining some matters, Levi immediately proceeded to the 6th layer. With 2 more children of the elements in hand, this round at the Tower of Dawn has been quite profitable. Now, under the years of management by him and other responsible parties, the Tower of Dawn had quite a few children of the elements. Sta, Toby, need not be mentioned. The more seasoned, the Coral Witch, now a 5th circle wizard with perfection in 9 talents, was preparing to advance to the 6th circle. 400 years ago, a knight from the Dusk Holy Temple saved a water element child, Galuna, from a brothel in the Constellation Empire. She is also now a 5th circle perfection wizard, similarly seeking perfection in 9 talents. Chapter 2057. Under Levi's influence, these geniuses have set high standards for themselves. Even the Golden Lion Knight with double affinity, although still only a 4th circle wizard, is striving for 6 talents at perfection. He is, after all, a level 6 knight with great talent, and level 7 is possible in the future. With a long lifespan, high status, and not lacking in comprehension, he has enough time and resources to pursue talent perfection. After all, his talent is inherently inferior to the children of the elements. If he wishes to maximize the success rate for advancing to the 6th circle in wizardry in the future, he definitely needs to perfect other aspects as much as possible. Moreover, over the years, both the Golden Lion Knight and the Goddess Knight have been actively accumulating war merit. Even Earth, sky-grade oddities, are very useful to them. If they could exchange for a Morning Star oddity, that would be even better. For dual practitioners like them, becoming prosperous first to lead others to prosperity is feasible. The ultimate goal of dual cultivation is to continue cultivating the path of the primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit is born, their combat power will soar. The 6th layer. In front of Levi, the flying fur rat Jin turned into a stream of light, leading the way in flight. Its speed was remarkably fast, clearly the result of evolution. Of course, in terms of combat power, Jin was still weak in battle. Compared to specialized combat spirit items, it's still far inferior. Although the special spiritual creature can grow with Levi's wizard realm advancement. In terms of combat power, the higher the quality of the oddity, the stronger the special spiritual creature. Those earth and sky grade spiritual companions born in Levi's earlier years, like Jin, Long, Akun, and Agu, were all auxiliary type spirit items. The combat types were mainly the Mount Abiao and the Sword Spirit. Of course, Ayak was an exception, being versatile, capable of traveling and treasure hunting, with decent combat power. Thinking of Ayak made Levi feel a bit nostalgic. It's been 100 years since the little one left home. On this journey, Ayak will surely venture to farther places. Due to the predatory nature of wizard civilization, those planes closer to Nora are unlikely to offer many opportunities for picking up loose ends. Therefore, Ayak's future journeys could last hundreds or even thousands of years. Ayak's role is similar to the dedicated traveler wizards of the wizard world. For instance, the owner of the soul artifact, the Fei Meng Astrolabe, was a traveler wizard. These wizards would learn specialized travel spells. They are often proficient in space studies, folklore studies, plane studies, biology, and astrology. These are all disciplines and knowledge that greatly aid in exploration. Levi has the etheric travel, so he certainly wouldn't waste it. For now, Ayak will travel in his stead. Once he becomes stronger, allowing for more efficient planar travels, he too will explore the Pan Plane. Eventually, he may even leave the Pan Plane to see what lies beyond the boundaries explored by wizard civilization. The significance of becoming stronger is also in experiencing different landscapes. 1 month later, in a swamp area filled with miasma, Levi stopped, Gazing ahead, Jin darted into the mist and disappeared. Soon, it came back, clutching a storage bag, panting as it flew around Levi in circles. Levi patted Jin, offering verbal praise. This special spiritual creature doesn't need to eat. Its method of becoming stronger is being nurtured by spiritual force and advancing alongside its master. Therefore, material rewards are of no use. Almost done, we can proceed to the 7th floor. In this month, led by Jin, Levi found the spoils of 4 level 6 experts. Among them were 2 primordial soul wizards. Additionally, there were some rare herbs that were previously missed. After Jin's advancement, treasure hunting efficiency improved, which pleased him greatly. In fact, he also encountered 2 truth oddities, but unfortunately, they were both incubating. Completion requires at least another 1,000 years. He temporarily marked them for future collection. After tallying these spoils, Levi showed a joyful expression. The harvest is quite good. Billion ether stones, 2 6th circle soul artifacts without owners, 1 6th circle wizard tool, 1 6th level treasure. In addition, there were various rare materials and ores. In one primordial soul wizard storage bag, there was also a sky-grade oddity. Metal faction oddity wound-breaking blade. It was a rusty iron sword emanating a decaying aura. Interesting, quite a peculiar oddity. Wound-breaking blade, although a sky-grade oddity. Some metal faction wizards consider it comparable to certain Morning Star oddities. Aside from its regular abilities to enhance spiritual force, optimize spells, and birth spirit companions, it has a very peculiar function. It can alter the effects of metal faction spells, birthing something similar to unique flames, known as rust poison gold. Enemies attacked by rust poison gold may be lively and energetic. But after some time, they will be afflicted with a disease known as rust poisoning. Once rust poisoning triggers, rust quickly grows from the infected person's wound, slowing their movement and consciousness. If not promptly healed or removed, it will inexorably spread throughout the body. Ultimately, the entire person turns into a rusty metal statue. Rust poisoning is extremely troublesome, and conventional healing spells from the life school of thought are difficult to remove. Even light faction spells like Holy Light Healing, which treat negative energy erosion, are ineffective. The simplest and most direct method is to quickly excise the flesh around the wound before infection sets in. Chapter 2058. Of course, the higher the realm, the stronger the physique, the stronger the immunity. But with the physique of most spell wizards, Levi estimates that once affected, even primordial soul wizards will be infected, influencing their actions. If someone has a strong physique like him, naturally it would be unimpeded. Indeed, Victor can refine it. Levi handed the oddity to Victor. If lucky, it might even manifest a special talent, improving Victor's aptitude. Of course, with Victor's power, most enemies wouldn't need the rust poisoning, they would be directly annihilated. This rust poisoning is merely icing on the cake. Off we go, to the 7th floor. Levi stowed away the oddity, disappearing from sight. Dark Ancient Tower. 7th floor. Like the 5th and 6th floors, this is also a complete world, inhabited by various alien races and humans. However, the area of the 7th floor is more vast and boundless. According to Levi's current information, the living beings on the 7th floor call this world the St. Roland continent. On the St. Roland continent, there are level 8 powerhouses, and more than one. They hold territories, subjugating various alien races through might to establish their own powerful factions. Collectively known as 3 realms and 4 lands. The so-called 4 lands are the Giant Beast Restricted Area, Feathered People's Sky Island, Merfolk Palace, and Flame Country. While the 3 realms are the Lightning Pool, Ice Realm, and Golden Ruins. These 7 territories are the largest 7 intersection points and resource points of the 7th floor. However, each has level 8 powerhouses stationed, with countless strong beings under them. Previously, during the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower, it was a focal point for wizards. But only top wizard organizations have the strength to snatch resources from these 7 major territories. Apart from these, there are small resource points scattered across vast and dangerous lands. Levi analyzed this information, murmuring inwardly. With my current strength, I can traverse the 7th floor unimpeded, as long as I don't provoke those level 8 existences, it's very safe. But since this is my first visit, let's focus on those scattered small resource points first, then visit the Giant Beast Restricted Area and Thunder Realm. When I come back next time with Senior 7th Ring Cultivation, I'll explore other territories. The giant beast restricted area is relatively a safe intersection point, mainly inhabited by low-intelligence black beasts. The overlord of the Forbidden Zone is a level 8 transcendent creature. Its true form is suspected to be an alien giant beast from the land of darkness. Star-devouring Spider King. This giant beast is even rarer than pure-blooded dragon clan, possessing many incredible talents, and has a long lifespan. The last major opening of the ancient tower saw many strong beings from wizard organizations trying to tame this beast. Ultimately, all met with failure. The reason being no one knew where the star-devouring Spider King was located. Within the entire giant beast restricted area, the most cunning is the Spider King. Several alliances of 8th Circle wizards ventured into the center of the Forbidden Zone but never saw a trace of the Spider King. Yet, the star-devouring Spider King manipulated the army of black beasts through powerful soul control techniques, constantly harassing the wizards. That's why the Forbidden Zone is named, as it gathers half of the 7th floor's black beasts. Among them, many level 6 and level 7 black beasts are manipulated by the Spider King. Some wizards even faced attacks from controlled level 8 black beasts. Black beasts have little hunting value, great effort doesn't yield a worthwhile return. Hence, explorers later on reduced their visits. But for Levi, the giant beast restricted area is a treasure trove. A natural black beast gathering ground, no need for bait, he can enjoy a hearty hunt. As long as he is cautious and prepares escape routes, avoiding provocation of level 8 black beasts is enough. The Merfolk Palace, Feathered People's Sky Island, and Flame Country, are intersection points controlled by alien civilizations. In these three locations, mermaids, feathered people, and the Flame Clan established their forces. Merfolk Palace is located in the Heartsea in the center of the continent. It's a large lake surrounded by land. Though called a lake, it is actually the largest water body on the 7th floor, hence referred to as a sea. Feathered People's Sky Island is positioned in the airborne continent in the east of St. Roland. Flame Country is located in the scorching desert in the west. Both the underground fire and celestial fire rage there. Except for the Flame Clan and fire elemental spirits, even some fire element transcendent creatures are unwilling to visit. After all, they are only fire attribute sympathetic, not immune to being burned. The lightning pool is a vast secret realm, filled with lightning, and extremely dangerous. Many powerful thunder elemental lords and thunder-related oddities are nurtured within. Levi's Thunder God's Eye was acquired here due to 100 flowers benefiting from the Letny family. Within the lightning pool lives the Thunder Marsh clan, rumored to have ancestral ties with the former Thunder Giant clan. As for the Ice Realm and Golden Ruins, they are also occupied by alien races. Unfortunately, on the St. Roland continent, humans have not established a strong empire. Only small or large cities and congregations exist, under the rule of alien races. Long ago, there were ancient wizard legacies or other transcendent legacies acquired by humans. Today, there is no lack of some level 6 or level 7 human experts. In history, humans have produced level 8 experts that rivaled alien races. But in this era, there are no level 8s. As for level 9 experts, according to the rules of the ancient tower, they cannot naturally emerge on the 7th floor. Chapter 2059. Even if there are some, they are occasionally sucked into the ancient tower, which is an unstable factor. If such a situation occurs, the ancient tower scepter will give an immediate warning and activate Sauron's power projection to annihilate it. Back to the point, on the St. Roland continent, humans are not significant. Ultimately, this is because of the oppression from various alien races. The lack of a unified regime and the inability to systematically spread the wizard's method result in this. Wizards treat the Dark Ancient Tower simply as a game to collect resources. Naturally, they do not care about the humans on the continent. They only want to climb the tower and search for resources within a limited time. Thus, Levi's purpose in this trip is to emulate the 5th level and support a wizard tower here. Then, systematically spread wizard knowledge and theories to help the human race rise. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he could continually absorb excellent blood here, integrating it into the wizard world. If Sauron knew, he would surely support him in doing so. As an enforcer, he cannot solely take resources from the Dark Ancient Tower. Within his capability, he still needs to fulfill some responsibilities to help the wizard civilization better navigate the blood battle. Not seeking to benefit the whole world, just doing what's in front of him well. The Giant Beast Restricted Area and the Lightning Pool are both located in the southern part of the continent. After setting the plan for this trip, Levi began wandering on the 7th floor under Jin's guidance, heading south all the way. Along the way, he found trophies belonging to several level 6 experts or primordial soul wizards, yielding good results. Just the soul artifacts obtained during this ancient tower trip would earn Levi a lot, greatly enhancing his spiritual force. In addition, he also found several small resource points that hadn't been visited. Among them, he obtained 3 types of level 6 and 1 type of level 7 elemental metals. He gained 5 earth-grade oddities and 2 sky-grade oddities, all of the earth, fire, wind, and water variety. In this way, it has already been half a year later. Levi, full of harvest, arrived at the largest human gathering place on the 7th floor, also the Holy Land for all humans. Rune Land, called so because the humans on the 7th floor collectively refer to wizards or other spell-casting professions as rune masters, as these casters base spells and other transcendent powers on runes. Essentially, a rune master is a wizard, just a different name. They call primordial soul wizards rune saints, implying that through runes, they master powers comparable to those of gods. Rune saints are also divided into 3 levels. Namely Town Saint, Marquis Saint, King's Right Saint. Representing 7th Circle, 8th Circle Wizards. As the name suggests, only 8th Circle Wizards are qualified to unify Rune Land and establish a united royal authority. Historically, several King's Right Saints have been born. But shortly after establishing a nation, they were destroyed by the strong from the 3 realms and 4 lands. These alien races deeply understood the immense potential of humans, so they went to great lengths to suppress them without completely eliminating them. In the end, they left only a piece of Rune Land, harvesting it as they pleased, enslaving humans, making them fight wars and collect resources for them. Rune Land has many human cities, hundreds large and small. But cities with saints are only 18. The city Levi came to today is called Nas City. He heard that there is a Marquis Saint entrenched here, self-proclaimed as the Water Dragon Saint. This person is currently one of the 4 great masters of Rune Land. Nas City stands towering on Lake Heart Island in the middle of a big lake. Rows of blue water screens rise from around the island, enclosing the city within. There's actually a 6th circle array, yet this array has too many vulnerabilities. Levi's hermit runes flickered. As he lightly touched the array, he found a node and passed through it easily with the Scarlet Dragon Dharma idol. With his current strength, he doesn't need to use the city gates at all. Inside the city, the cries, the hawkers shouting, and the hubbub make it prosperous. On the streets, there were even some bird people covered in feathers walking back and forth. Those mortals, upon seeing them, all respectfully gave way, even calling them the Sky Clan. These are the feathered people, a relatively powerful race in the land of darkness. Within the Pan Plane, they have established a mighty feather empire with a level 10 strongman overseeing it. Besides, there are the Flame Clan, covered in fire and crimson scales. The tall and towering Thunder Marsh Clan, and the Mermaids, similar in appearance to the Nora Sea Clan. The entire Rune Land is these alien races' backyard. Alien races fight among themselves endlessly, but their policy towards Rune Land is very unified. Which is to restrict the rise of humans, otherwise, once humans grow stronger, everyone is doomed together. Levi had to admit, these aliens on the 7th floor are indeed a notch higher than those on the 5th floor. Interesting, other wizards don't have time to play with these aliens, I'll give it a try. He looked toward the center of the city, where stood a wizard's spire. Inside, a 6th ring senior aura loomed. Inside the tower, the Water Dragon Saint, wearing a white robe, was meditating. Suddenly, cold sweat ran down his back. He opened his eyes and turned around. At some point, a towering black-armored swordsman was standing there. Yet he, as a Marquis Saint, hadn't noticed anything. It was simply unimaginable. The person also exuded an aura of a Marquis Saint level. As for the other 3 Marquis Saints, the Water Dragon Saint had greeted them, and he confirmed this person was unfamiliar. Chapter 2060. He calmed his emotions and asked. Your Excellency visits, but for what purpose? Levi replied. I am the Dharma transmission venerable of this realm, and I have a great opportunity here. Do you wish to grasp it? The Water Dragon Saint responded. Your Excellency must be joking, I have never heard of such a Dharma transmission venerable. Levi smiled slightly. His figure flickered and appeared instantaneously before the Water Dragon Saint. The Water Dragon Saint's expression changed with horror, his rune force field, comparable to that of a 7-ring ordinary wizard, was instantly aglow. Crack! Levi's palm pressed upon it and suddenly struck. The water dragon saint's force field shattered like a broken mirror, collapsing completely. Before he could cast a spell, Levi's large hand grasped his neck. Then, Levi's figure flickered, taking the water dragon saint and vanishing from the spire. High above, within the wind disaster stratum, Levi appeared with the terrified water dragon saint, overlooking Na's city. He said, "You should know, I have absolute power to put you to death." The water dragon saint hurriedly asked, "What exactly do you want?" Levi replied, "I told you, I have a great opportunity to offer you." The water dragon saint said, "All right, Your Excellency, please speak." The same Marquis saint, in Levi's presence, had no power to resist. Even the most formidable flame wolf saint did not possess such power. Levi stated, "Rest assured, I am a human. This opportunity concerns the rise of all humans in the Rune Land. I will not harm you." He then conveyed his plan to the water dragon saint. Upon hearing, the water dragon saint's expression changed. "You intend to overturn the 3 realms and 4 lands? How is that possible? For thousands of years, the 3 realms and 4 lands have reigned supreme over the St. Roland continent. Even during the strong era of our Rune Land under King's Right Saint's reign, we could not achieve that, and instead were trampled by the combined forces of the 3 realms and 4 lands." Levi pointed to the sky, exuding a self-assured confidence from within, and calmly said, "Nothing is impossible. The reason you couldn't achieve it before was because I was not here. Now that I am here, the heavens of St. Roland are about to change." Amidst his words, above the sky dome appeared the 9-colored divine light. Beneath the 9-colored auspicious clouds, a 9-headed giant dragon with a wingspan of 2,000 meters soared into the sky, intimidating all. The gaze of the 9-headed emperor dragon fixed upon the water dragon saint, giving him the illusion of facing a level 8 powerhouse from the 3 realms and 4 lands. At this moment, he actually felt that the goal of the person before him could be achieved. After brief contemplation, the water dragon saint said, "It seems I have no choice now." Before Levi, the Excalibur appeared, and he said, "This matter concerns the grand plan of humanity, and until prepared, it must not be disclosed. Now, follow my oath." The water dragon saint had no choice but to comply. To be cautious, Levi compelled the water dragon saint to swear the oath of truth. After swearing, his expression was complex, uncertain of his future destiny. Following that, Levi handed over the systematically prepared wizard legacy to the water dragon saint. "From now on, secretly spread these knowledge and legacies among Rune Land. The knowledge you previously held is incomplete, barely a tip of the iceberg of the path of the wizard. This is also why the rune masters are weak." The water dragon saint glanced briefly and felt enlightened. The Dharma transmission venerable had not deceived him. With his realm, he naturally discerned that the rune legacy had severe omissions. The path of the wizard is collective wisdom. These rune masters of the St. Roland continent had only grasped a fraction, muddling through this small realm. Not much stronger than cave wizards. Afterward, Levi gathered intelligence from the water dragon saint on the other 3 marquis saints. Currently, the strongest is the flame wolf saint, seemingly possessing a level 7 late-stage prowess. Considering the rune master's lack of detail, Levi deduced that this person's power is certainly not superior to ancient. "Take me to find other saints." Levi intended to subjugate all saints of Rune Land. The current Rune Land was chaotic, with saints in division. The first step of imparting the path was to covertly unify these dispersed forces for Levi's purpose. Then strategize to contend with the 3 realms and 4 lands. Compared to the vast St. Roland continent, the Rune Land is relatively small, like a tiny place. In a month's time, Levi subdued all saints, except for the Flame Wolf Saint, with his fists. Of course, some who refused Levi's opportunity resisted fiercely and were slapped to death by Levi. He currently had no time for slow dealings, and after unifying Rune Land, he needed to visit the Giant Beast restricted area and Thunder Realm. After all, the Flame Dragon Saint is level 7 late stage, Levi must be cautious in planning. Days later. Zula City. The Lord's Manor. An elder in a crimson robe with a giant wolf insignia and a crimson-scaled flame clan powerhouse clad in armor were engaged in a conversation. Both emitted a mighty level 7 aura. The crimson-robed elder was naturally the Flame Wolf Saint. And the Flame clan powerhouse was a great royal noble of Flame Country, named Jabba. After the exchange, Jabba took a crimson fruit from the crimson-robed elder's hands. He laughed coldly. Excellent, a level 7 flowing fire fruit aged 3,000 years, I have great use for it. Flame Wolf, you performed well. Though you are a rune master, you possess half of our Flame clan's bloodline, do not forget your identity. So long as you perform well, when I ascend to the king position, you shall become the national master of our Flame country. Flame Wolf replied. I understand. Jabba stored the fruit and left Zula City, satisfied. Upon consuming this flowing fire fruit, I anticipate returning to level 7 late stage within 100 years. If not for those damned foreigners causing me to fall in realm centuries ago, I would already be level 7 peak, perhaps even ascending to level 8, competing for the king's position. That old thing should relinquish the throne. As he walked, reaching a deserted place, Jabba suddenly halted. He sneered. Where are the lurking riffraff, furtive and sly, come out now. As he spoke, the crimson scales on his body opened layer by layer, unleashing endless flames, engulfing this realm. Instantly, the flames dispersed. The unceasing silver mountain phantom descended with awe. A whirlwind of wind spinning eternally around the mundane. Roar. Accompanied by a piercing roar, an intensely magical 9-headed emperor dragon, shrouded in spell light, soared above the sea of fire. On the dragon's back stood a black armored swordsman, defiantly. A golden emperor armor and an emperor's sword slowly emerged behind him, with the towering 1,000-meter thunder emperor phantom. Levi asked. Friend, I have a great opportunity here, do you wish to seize it? Chapter 2061. 7th floor. In the wilderness. Jabba's expression changed. Who are you? I have met all the saints from Rune Land. Levi said. I am but a nameless figure. You haven't answered my question yet. Jabba's face turned ashen. I don't care who you are, leave my presence immediately. I am of the royal family of the Flame country. My father is a level 8 powerhouse, the mightiest in this realm. His father was indeed the king of the Flame country, whom he referred to as the Old Man. The Flame clan's strength ranked upper middle among the 3 realms and 4 lands. Except for suffering losses from a foreign invasion centuries ago, no one dared to provoke the Flame country on this St. Roland continent. And the foreigners had long since left. Among the humans, besides those marquee saints, there were no powerhouses. This human before him seemed to be a rune saint hidden away somewhere. It couldn't possibly be a foreigner. They had captured some foreigners before and knew that foreigners would inevitably leave once the time came. Even those foreigners imprisoned in the Flame clan's prisons would suddenly disappear on that day. Therefore, no foreigner could stay on the St. Roland continent. Levi said. Enough, let's not waste words. This opportunity today, whether you want it or not, you must take it. He waved his hand, and the 9-headed Emperor Dragon roared out, dragging the Emperor's essence, unstoppable. Flame Stream Strike. Jabba took a deep breath, slamming his palm down as a river of red flames surged, stretching across the sky for miles. The Emperor raised the crimson dragon high, his aura erupting. Chaos sword energy split the river of red flames, sweeping towards Jabba with overwhelming might. Flame Flow Wall. Jabba stomped fiercely, countless magma appeared, forming a high wall of magma before him. At the same time, he extended his right palm, a slit opening in the center. Flame Shot. Bang! A highly condensed red flame ray shattered the void. Without giving Levi time to react, it struck his body. Both engaged in a life and death fight, leaving no room for restraint. The golden force field was melted, creating a hole, the ray piercing through Levi's chest. He calmly glanced at his blasted heart, smiling. A decent attack, compressing all energy into a point, seeking maximum penetrating power. On the other side, Chaos Sword energy had already blasted Jabba away, his indestructible crimson scales flew everywhere. Jabba looked shocked, gazing at Levi as if staring at a demon god. What is this monster? An undying body. Yet Levi's chest had already returned to normal. Mere lethal injuries were nothing to fear. At this moment, Levi was like the classic villain from film works. With a proud grin, robust stature, and an undying body. Boom! The 9-headed Emperor Dragon plunged down, whipping up storms, Water Dragon's song howling, entangling him. The Ice Dragon prison domain unfolded, sealing off all retreat. The Emperor leaped down from the sky, the great sword slashing towards Jabba. Flame Shield. Jabba raised his hands, a small crimson shield appeared, orbiting above his head. Boom! Sword and shield collided. Clanging echoed across the clouds. The small shield was knocked away, yet remained unharmed. It seemed to be an extraordinary rare treasure. The nine-headed Emperor Dragon roared to the sky, gathering the celestial vapors and water mist into two indistinct kilometer-long water dragons. The water dragons exuded early-stage level 7 auras, quickly surrounding Jabba. Not only that, a loud and piercing eagle screech came from the sky. A wingspan of 1,000 meters hast eagle appeared, it was Maya. Behind Jabba, a towering giant like a mountain appeared, holding a bone knife, striking ferociously. Giant Whale King also joined the surrounding attack army. With so many level 7 hitters, plus the Emperor Dragon and Emperor, it was completely one-sided crushing. Despite his level 7 middle stage cultivation, it was of no avail. Levi watched leisurely from the side. Friend, do you want my opportunity? Don't you wish to become the king of the Flame Country? He initially came searching for the Flame Dragon Saint, unexpectedly encountering Jabba, this Flame Clan powerhouse. Through intelligence from the Water Dragon Saint and others, Levi learned that Jabba was relatively close to the Flame Dragon Saint. The current Emperor of Flame was aged, already in his twilight years. Apparently, it coveted the king's throne of the Flame Country, since besides Jabba, it had some brothers, and competition wasn't absent. Furthermore, Jabba was not the eldest son. Because of the previous foreign invasion event, his strength among these brothers was at the bottom. Only level 7 middle stage cultivation. So Levi devised a plan, intending to start with Jabba for a breakthrough, to leave a pawn in the Flame Country. Eventually supporting Jabba to the top, with Levi acting as the puppet master. Jabba swayed like a lone leaf amidst various level 7 offensives. Several attempts to escape were intercepted each time. No one knew how long the surrounding would last until Jabba's inner defenses finally broke. It stared at Levi, voice trembling. What exactly do you want? I have no grudge against you. Levi laughed. I already said, I want to gift you a great opportunity. Boom. Accompanied by the nine-headed Emperor Dragon's tail sweep, Jabba's figure flew out, crashing into the Emperor's solid chest. His body's crimson scales shattered, flame blood flowed profusely. The Emperor swung sharply, the sword's body smacking Jabba back before Levi. Levi reached out like an eagle catching a chick, grasping Jabba's head. He smiled sinisterly. I am kindly giving you an opportunity, don't be ungrateful, mate. Chapter 2062. Jabba's body trembled, partly due to fear, partly due to humiliation. As a member of the Flame Country's royal family, it was among the most powerful and prestigious in this land. In the eyes of those humble humans, it was akin to the heavenly dragon tribe. And now, it was being manipulated by the human in front of it, like a worn-out puppet. Humiliation. What a humiliation! Yet, its life was at stake, and even in humiliation, it dared not act rashly. Jabba said. You may speak, sir. Levi said. As long as you obey me, I will support you in leading the Flame Country's royal family, and in the future, unite the 3 realms and 4 lands under your rule. Upon hearing this, Jabba's face was greatly shocked. Unite the 3 realms and 4 lands, do you know how many Sky Peak powerhouses reside there? On the St. Roland continent, level 8 powerhouses are called Sky Peaks, meaning the pinnacle of the heavens, the peak of the era. The strongest ever. Seeing Levi remain silent, Jabba couldn't help but say. Just from what I know, there are 10 of them. Unless one transcends to a realm above Sky Peak, no one throughout the ages has accomplished such a feat. But above Sky Peak, there is no path, even Sky Peak powerhouses are confined to this world, unable to leave. What Jabba said held truth. With so many level 8 powerhouses, it's indeed challenging to subdue them with the strength of the alien races born in this world, unless one reaches level 9. However, Levi was different. He was a supreme being at the top of his realm. From his cultivation till now, he has consistently performed beyond his level in battles. Even the insurmountable chasm between level 5 and level 6, he had crossed it in reverse. Levi said. You only need to do as I say, and swear on this sword. He took out Excalibur. As the blue longsword emitting a divine radiance appeared, Jabba knew from that moment, it feared it lost its freedom. The Emperor's longsword was placed at Jabba's neck, and it willingly made the oath. Levi said. If you wish to live, don't harbor any deceit. Jabba said. I understand. It could feel an indescribable power binding its soul. Levi currently lacked Scarlet contract slots, but luckily, Excalibur could also be used on alien races. As long as it wasn't a special existence like a devil or demon, the effect of Excalibur was guaranteed to be effective. Next, Levi searched Jabba. He obtained several good items. For example, a level 7 piece of red flame star gold, a specialty of the flame country. It's an excellent material for refining fire element treasure or wizard tool, as well as arrays. Whenever the ancient tower opened, wizards would go to the flame country to seize this as a primary resource. However, with the level 8 powerhouses of the flame country guarding, most wizards could only return empty-handed. The piece Levi obtained from Jabba was enough to refine a 7-circle witch artifact. In addition, there was a 3,000-year-old flowing fire fruit. This is a cultivation treasure that burning faction wizards dream of. Consuming it can significantly enhance spiritual force and slightly improve talent. Of course, for Jabba, a member of the Flame clan, it was an almighty holy fruit, with remarkable effects as well. However, even in the Flame country, the flowing fire fruit is quite rare. It can only be found in newly emerged intersection points on the St. Roland continent. So, Jabba secretly manipulated the Flame Wolf Saint, leveraging its status to pua him. Forcing Flame Wolf Saint to use his Rune Master subordinates to search for the holy fruit worldwide. Of course, they all belonged to Levi now. Besides, Jabba also had a level 7 rare treasure, the Flame Shield. This was his protective treasure, capable of withstanding the Emperor's sword stroke. Its defense was comparable to a 7-ring high-grade witch artifact. Levi unhesitatingly took it as well, which was most suitable for Ace's protection. Levi did not plunder all of Jabba's belongings, as he still needed Jabba to work for him. Before parting, Levi said to Jabba, "Don't disappoint me, buddy, survival and death hinge upon your decisions." Jabba said, "I understand." The situation was crystal clear, it acknowledged the realities. Watching Jabba leave, Levi remained calm. Even if Jabba betrayed him, it was of no loss to him. To put it plainly, he was only short of time. Supporting the rise of St. Roland's humans was not imperative. Once he attained 8th circle or 7 rings perfection, he would be invincible on this 7th floor. Then, just like on the 5th level, a major reshuffle would be quite nice. Zula City. Flame Wolf Saint looked displeased. This Jabba, with mere level 7 middle stage cultivation, dares to act arrogantly in front of me. If not for his level 8 father, what would he amount to? When I, Flame Wolf, advance to level 8 and become the Supreme King's right saint, would not the position of king be mine? Due to human bloodline, it was assigned to this rune land. Yet its ambition was equally enormous. Suddenly, Flame Wolf Saint received a message from Water Dragon Saint, stating there was something to discuss. Without suspicion of any deceit, he dramatically waved his sleeve and vanished. Rune Mountain. This was the meeting and discussion place for all the saints. 13 figures gathered here. In the distance, a red cloud filled the sky, and a figure clad in a red robe slowly arrived. Flame Wolf Saint laughed and said, "Gathered here, is there any significant event happening?" Water Dragon Saint suddenly asked. "Flame Wolf, do you consider yourself human or part of the Flame clan?" Flame Wolf Saint replied without hesitation. "Is that even a question? Naturally, I am human." Chapter 2063. Gale Saint said, "We called you here for one thing, to overthrow the rule of the 3 realms and 4 lands." Flame Wolf Saint's expression changed. "What are you trying to do? Rebellion? If anyone from the 3 realms and 4 lands makes a move, our rune land will be flattened." Sandstorm Saint said, "Flame Wolf, we humans have been struggling to survive on this St. Roland continent for thousands of years. It's time to fight back. You, as a human, don't have a heart filled with passion." Hearing the uncharacteristic words of these 3 marquee saints, Flame Wolf Saint sensed something was amiss. These 3 cowards, who usually cower before him, were speaking so righteously today. Always talking about human righteousness. Flame Wolf Saint frowned and said, "What's wrong with you? Were you threatened?" Suddenly, his expression changed. A vague and unpredictable voice came from the 9 heavens above. "Flame Wolf Saint, you're mistaken. Everyone is acting voluntarily for the good of the humans, no threat involved. Since you consider yourself a human, why not join us in restoring human glory, it is our duty. He saw a black-armored swordsman standing arrogantly with a great sword on his back. Flame Wolf Saint coldly said. Who do you think you are? Dare to lecture me? Boom! A level 7 late-stage aura erupted, causing all other saints, even the marquee saints, to change their expressions. Levi laughed and said. Such a feeble level 7 late stage, truly uninteresting. Everyone, take action. The saints under his control showed reluctance, but eventually acted. Water Dragon Saints said. Flame Wolf, stop resisting, you're no match for the Dharma transmission Venerable. He waved his hand, and a water dragon shot out towards Flame Wolf Saint. Other saints displayed their various spells, surrounding Flame Wolf Saint. Flame Wolf Saint fought alone against the many, but since his realm was the highest, he managed to barely hold his ground in the beginning. But as they say, wild punches can defeat a master. Everyone was a saint, the gap wasn't as vast as between rank 5 and level 6. Flame Wolf Saint quickly discovered his defensive field's recovery speed couldn't keep up with the destructive bombardment. Spiritual force and sacred energy were draining quickly. Damn it, you forced me! Flame Wolf Saint tried hard to activate his Flame Clan bloodline, scales growing on his body. Muscles swelled and knotted together. He spat out a thick sulfur smoke, eyes turned blood red, transforming into a ferocious beast, charging at Water Dragon Saint. Spell and power of the body erupted simultaneously, breaking through Water Dragon Saint's defensive field and sending him flying. Seeing Flame Wolf Saint explode with power, everyone was shocked. Obviously not expecting him to have hidden strength. The mad Flame Wolf Saint broke through the encirclement within moments. This made Levi, who was watching, sigh inwardly. So many can't handle one, alas, too weak. He pressed his hand against the void. Silver Mountain Skyfall, Wind Illusion Realm. With a single hand, attempting to escape into the void, Flame Wolf Saint was locked down. Since acquiring these two moves, Levi never needed struggle of the trapped beast. Flame Wolf Saint, after battling everyone, was already heavily spent. Now exhausted, he looked at the black-armored swordsman with complex eyes. Behind the opponent, a phantom of a 9-headed giant dragon with a wingspan of 2,000 meters appeared, commanding respect. My friend, I am willing to join everyone in restoring human glory, don't kill me. He knew that today, he was defeated here. He never thought that among humans, there would be such a powerful figure. Could it be this person had secretly become the king's right saint, and the present aura was just a disguise? Levi smiled and said. Very good, I gathered everyone here today to discuss this. Let's avoid unpleasantness over this. Flame Wolf Saint, swear an oath, and you can take a seat. Flame Wolf Saint could only comply. During the meeting, 14 saints, under the witness of Excalibur, jointly swore an oath not to betray humans. Those who violate it will be slain by Excalibur. Flame Wolf Saint felt sorrowful inside, lamenting his misfortune. Unable to achieve great success, he ended up as someone else's subordinate. Levi said. Water Dragon, give every saint a copy of the Dharma transmission crystal ball. These saints, especially Flame Wolf Saint with skeptical eyes, browsed the contents of the crystal ball. Then their expressions changed, especially the previously strongest resisting Flame Wolf Saint. He couldn't help but smile mysteriously and laugh crazily. This is the true Rune Master inheritance. No wonder I always felt my knowledge was missing something. Alas, if only I had met the Dharma transmission Venerable earlier, but now that my foundation is set, it's difficult to change. Heavenly Venerate, please accept Flame Wolf's bow, I was disrespectful just now, I hope Heavenly Venerate doesn't mind. The law of true fragrance. Levi said. You only need to fulfill my tasks according to my requirements, and if you exceed the task goals, I have additional rewards. Flame Wolf Saint was the first to say. Heavenly Venerate, rest assured, I guarantee to complete the tasks. Levi said. Everyone, the hope for human resurgence lies within you. In 100 years, I will return to this world to assess your achievements. Do your best, don't disappoint my expectations. I can make you, but I can also destroy you. Levi's figure dissipated, leaving the saints alone gazing at the sky, lost in thought. Chapter 2064. It seems this person is indeed the enforcer of this world. Yes, as it stands, our Saint Roland continent is merely an inner world created by foreigners to make treasures. The Dharma transmission Venerable is surely also a foreigner in charge of managing us. Luckily, I didn't resist. It's said those who didn't join have already disappeared. For us, these foreigners like the Dharma transmission venerable are akin to gods, and resistance is futile. The real solution is to find a way to overthrow the 3 realms and 4 lands overshadowing us. The rune saints dispersed, beginning their effort in teaching. As long as the seeds are sown, wildfires won't destroy them, and the spring breeze will bring them back to life. Someday, we can push the 3 realms and 4 lands down from the altar and usher in a great era for the humans. South of the St. Roland continent. Giant Beast Restricted Area. Here, the mountains stretch endlessly, covered in miasma. The roars of beasts rise and fall, flickering in and out of earshot. From time to time, massive shadows pass through the mist, shattering rocks. Levi's figure appeared, staring at the foggy area ahead. The entire Giant Beast Restricted Area is shrouded in mist, stretching unknown tens of thousands of miles. Besides the Stardevoring Spider King, one must also be wary of the level 7 and even level 8 black beasts lurking within. However, these black beasts are few in number, usually found in the center of the restricted zone. For now, I'll hunt some black beasts on the outskirts, no need to venture further until my strength increases enough to sweep through this area. Levi's hermit rune flickered, and he vanished into the mist. Meanwhile, in the center of the restricted zone, a stretch of yellow sand suddenly appeared here, extending endlessly. Beneath the sand was a monstrous blood-colored shell measuring 1,000 meters in diameter. Inside it, a long-bodied winged dragon lay dormant. It's uncertain when it might awaken. Thank goodness Hanks is safe, but where is this place? The Golden Prince was puzzled. He had just awoken from unconsciousness to find himself engulfed in boundless mist. His instincts told him this fog was anything but simple, as beastly roars echoed from afar. The Golden Prince gathered his courage and flew towards the direction of the relic. Whatever the case, he needed to secure the inheritance within the relic first. Along the way, as he hunted some black beasts, the Golden Prince's expression grew graver. Why does it feel like this is, inside the dark ancient tower? He had participated in the previous opening of the ancient tower and had also explored the Giant Beast Restricted Area. The aura of this place sparked distant memories in him. In the end, the Golden Prince confirmed that this was indeed inside the dark ancient tower. Because he found a storage bag with the Ocean Abyss Alliance's emblem in a wilderness area. Beside it was a corpse that, judging by its remnants, seemed to have been a 7-circle wizard when alive. Finding the spoils of a 7-circle wizard didn't make the Golden Prince happy. I'm trapped in the dark ancient tower forever. What's to be done? Throughout history, cases like his are rare. Whatever, I must head to the relics, perhaps there I can find a way out. Before long, the Golden Prince arrived at the relics. He tried every means to break through the peripheral, half-inactive arrays and restrictions to enter. Unbeknownst to him, within the mist behind him, a giant silhouette loomed faintly. 8 legs, each at least 1,000 meters tall, spanned the 8 corners of the world like pillars. Pair after pair of blue lanterns lit up at the edge of the restricted zone. To increase efficiency, I'll plant a 9-leaf blood datura here. If it inadvertently attracts a level 8 black beast, I'll immediately make my escape. After setting everything in place, Levi hid on one side, waiting. Soon enough, a group of black beasts followed the scent to this place. In an instant, Levi unleashed the Shadow Dragon group. Unless encountering black beasts above level 6, he could hardly be bothered to take action. 10,000 Shadow Army members effortlessly surrounded and exterminated the black beasts. Following this pattern, Levi began a large-scale slaughter of black beasts. It's my favorite routine of persecuting black beasts again. Roar! A giant tiger-like black beast emitting level 6 energy strode through the wind. The next moment, Xi Muse and the giant whale king's shadows annihilated it. The tiger's skin was peeled off, an excellent material for refining supreme divine talismans. Great, with the Shadow Dragon group, hunting black beasts is just like playing an idle game for me. As time passed, the density of black beasts steadily increased. Yet they remained within the Shadow Dragon group's capability. Levi rarely took action, choosing instead to remain hidden and wait for bigger prey. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Maya and Long stared blankly as black beast corpses descended from the sky, quickly piling up like mountains. This guy is at it again. Long, your good days have returned. After years of growth, Long had now reached a length of 1 kilometer, bloated like a tunnel. Its massive form could easily loosen more soil. The black crystals inside its semi-transparent body were becoming rounder and deeper in hue, emitting an indescribable ominous aura. The next day, as the black mist dispersed, a giant snake at the level 7 early stage suddenly broke through. Its body swayed, flinging away all the black beasts near the 9-leaf blood datura, attempting to claim the treasure alone. Eagle cries echoed as the Mya spirit and 2 wind spirit weapons formed a giant hast eagle, appearing together. The 3 hast eagles unleashed countless wind blades, instantly engulfing the giant snake. The giant snake writhed in pain, the divine dragon wagged its tail, flinging the eagles away, and spewed out thick, ink-like poisonous fog from its mouth. Chapter 2065. Heavenly Badger Path Battle Heaven and Earth. The sword chi, enveloped with human 3 energies and the imposing aura of the sun, moon, and stars, tore through the fog, cleaving the heavens and earth, and struck the giant serpent. Sizzle! The 1,000-meter-long serpent's body was instantly split in 2. The sword chi did not lose momentum, crashing through several mountain ranges in succession before finally coming to a complete stop. Levi sheathed his sword, his movements fluid like flowing water, killing in one blow. The giant serpent's aura vanished entirely, and its soul, not allowed to go to waste, was captured by Leon. In fact, Leon had already stockpiled enough food for his advancement to level 7, now he was storing canned food for post-level 7. Levi used his long sword to peel off the serpent's skin, which was excellent material for weapon refinement. In addition, he obtained a pitch-black snake gall. Levi pierced it, allowing the venom to flow out, which he collected with a specially made vessel. This is a natural level 7 poison, extremely precious. Apart from that, the snake gall itself, once specially refined, could also be used as a medicine. Taking it would have effects similar to a soul stone, directly increasing spiritual force significantly, saving years of arduous practice. The snake fangs are also excellent materials for refining a 7-circle wizard tool, truly a treasure trove. The black beast, truly Levi's best brother. With these big fellows around, the holy infant, after reaching the 7-circle, will never lack major weapon refinement materials. Before long, the giant serpent was dissected. Suddenly, a white thread broke through the void, flying out from the giant serpent's head, shooting towards him. I knew it, why did I feel danger even though the giant serpent was dead? So it's you causing trouble. Levi was already prepared. Golden light flared up, gravitational shield activated, snow iron dragon armor appeared, and the Red Emperor domain opened. As the white thread rushed into the domain, it began to dissolve continuously. Seemingly sensing that Levi was not to be provoked, the white thread started to retreat, fleeing into the void. Trying to run? No way. Heavenly Cold Path. Frost Sword Realm. With a casual swing of Levi's sword, the icy world sealed the white thread within. Then, Silver Mountain Skyfall and Wind Illusion Realm descended. He also threw out the purple Holy Crucible. The white thread, incredibly agile, dodged the crucible's suction. However, along its route, the bag of gluttony had already predicted and set an ambush. Levi stretched out his hand, and the bag of gluttony landed in his palm. Within it, the white thread revealed its true form, a palm-sized translucent spider. Its entire body shone as if cast from starlight. Tisk, 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 star-devouring Spider King, a formidable level 8 powerhouse, only dares to scheme in the shadows. Levi sneered. An unheard-of achievement in the world of wizardry, an 8-level mighty creature dared not show itself by daylight. Suddenly, a human face appeared on the spider's back. Human, you dare capture my duplication, release me immediately, or you'll pay. Levi urged the bag of gluttony, the flames within grew increasingly intense. The little spider writhed incessantly inside, wailing non-stop. A mere duplication, how dare it be so arrogant? Before long, the little spider's struggles grew weaker and weaker. I concede, as long as you release my duplication, I am willing to give you unimaginable rune stones. You as a rune saint should need these, right? Rune stones, that is, ether stones. This star-devouring Spider King, during the last opening of the ancient tower, caused trouble for countless great wizards. In addition to plundering the rune land, it indeed hoarded quite a bit. Levi laughed. It seems this duplication is quite important to you. The flames within the bag of gluttony gradually reduced. Levi didn't plan to kill it now, he intended to keep it for research on the star-devouring Spider King's weaknesses and abilities. Then, when his strength was sufficient, he would enter the ancient tower, and through this entity, find the Spider King and subdue it. The star devouring Spider King, extremely unique, according to ancient records. This species has a blood relation to the mythical creatures of the multidimensional plane, the star spider. Legend has it that the star spider can weave an endless web, encompassing stars. Its web hides in the land of darkness, waiting for unsuspecting prey to walk into its trap. In history, a legendary wizard was once ensnared and had to exert great effort to escape. In the star spider's lair, one might even find the skeletal remains of angels and gods. Which means it can hunt gods. Thus, if this Spider King could be subdued. Below the ninth circle, using its ability to control other creatures, Levi could practically walk invincibly. Levi alone is an army, the Spider King is a beast that is an army. One person, one beast, unstoppable. Seeing that sweet talking was futile, the Spider King fell silent. Levi sent Leon into the bag of gluttony. What are you doing? Ah! It hurts. Leon bit the little spider, injecting his venom, putting it into slumber. This act was mainly to prevent the Spider King's duplication from committing suicide. Levi added other restrictions on the little spider, sealed the bag of gluttony. Next, just sleep inside. He sent the bag of gluttony into the ancient Banyan fairyland, letting Dragon Palace members watch over it. After all, it was the duplication of a level 8 powerhouse, not to be underestimated. After all this, Levi slipped away. Kidding, having offended the master of this restricted zone, he no longer had the mood to continue hunting. Instead, he set off for the Thunder Realm, to seek other opportunities. At the same time, the center of the giant beast restricted area. Above the yellow sand relic, the Golden Prince was wrapped tightly in spider silk, like a giant dumpling. He looked fearfully at the colossal figure high in the sky. Star devouring Spider King. This Spider King's aura, even compared to his father, the Molten Gold Wizard King, who ascended to the 8th circle hundreds of years ago, was a bit stronger. It was evidently at level 8 middle stage. In the wizard world, it was a top-tier figure, just below the Grand Wizard. Chapter 2066. It's over, it's over. In the next moment, the Golden Prince lost consciousness. A white thread of spider silk pierced through his forehead, entering his spiritual sea. A semi-transparent small spider appeared in his mind, and then impolitely drilled into his primordial soul. Is this possession? After the spider settled in the primordial soul, countless silk threads descended from the sky, plunging into the primordial soul body. This scene was like a shadow play. In the next moment, the Golden Prince awoke, his heart filled with terror. I can't control myself. What's going on? I can't speak either. This feeling, like being pressed down by a ghost, suffocated him. Clearly, he was conscious, yet he couldn't move according to his will. No organ would obey his commands. Go, find that damned human. Bring back my duplication. In the mist, silhouettes of giant beasts or humans flew out from the forbidden zone towards all directions. Damn it! The Golden Prince was also forced to fly out, his heart in despair. High in the sky, the blue eyes of the Spider King rotated. On this St. Roland continent, there are spies everywhere. Human, you have already taken the path of death. All along, it had been an existence akin to a god in the southern part of the continent. No matter what, it could not swallow the anger of a mere human defying it. Above the boundless swamp, thunderclouds gathered. Lightning occasionally struck from the sky to the earth, making one's heart palpitate. A purple crack ran vertically across the sky and earth. 2 Thunder Marsh clan members, exuding a level 6 aura, wielding giant soldiers, stood guard at the crack. These 2 Thunder Marsh clan members, hundreds of meters tall, truly worthy of being descendants of thunder giants. Levi was hiding at the Thunder Marsh entrance, but the 2 guards were oblivious. His concealment technique was so superb that the defenses of the Thunder Marsh clan were rendered useless. Recently, danger perception has been lingering. That Spider King must have sent its minions to search the world for me. Levi was unconcerned about this, as he was about to leave the ancient tower. When he returned next time, he'd be in the Seven Rings Senior Realm, fearing nothing. With that, Levi swaggered into the Thunder Pool secret realm. The 2 level 6 guards were still chatting. Have you heard? There's been some movement in the giant beast restricted area lately. It seems a human provoked the Spider King, who was enraged, dispatching an army to the Rune Land to search for the human. The giant beast restricted area is nothing compared to our Thunder Realm. Exactly, with the two of us guarding the gate, the Thunder Realm is impregnable. That's right, not even a fly can get in. Within the Thunder Pool secret realm, Levi gazed at the sky dome, observing nothing but lightning. Some weak elemental spirits of thunder flitted about. Levi considered capturing some to cultivate in the ancient Banyan fairyland. However, worried about exposing himself, he held off for now. He planned to grab some when leaving the Thunder Pool secret realm. This operation was mainly to find a Thunder Element Truth Oddity. According to 100 Flowers, during their operation, they sensed multiple Truth Oddities deep within the Thunder Pool. However, these Truth Oddities were mostly guarded by powerful elemental spirits of thunder, forming a symbiotic relationship. After their attempt, they quickly attracted strong Thunder Marsh clan members and had to leave swiftly after obtaining the Thunder God's Eye. Levi thought that with his luck and Jin's capability, he should reap some rewards. Days later, Levi carefully stealthily maneuvered through the secret realm. Along the way, he found some rare thunder element herbs and ores. These were treasures rarely seen in the outside world, not lacking 6th level and above. One day, his form emerged in a purple forest. Trees with purple thunder patterns towered into the sky, each casually reaching 100 meters. Thunder pattern wood, thunder element strange wood, incredibly hard, rich in elemental power, can channel 9 heavens thunder. Levi's face lit up with joy. Unfortunately, they are all less than 1,000 years old, just rank 5 and below materials. If they were 10,000 years old, they would be top grade level 6 materials, perfect for constructing a wizard tower. Wait, since this place has existed so long, there must have been 10,000-year-old thunder pattern wood. It seems the Thunder Marsh clan must have cut them down. In the woodland, some giant pits clearly marked former growth sites of 10,000-year-old thunder pattern wood. The giant clans love to construct wonders, no doubt the best thunder pattern wood was used to build their royal palaces. Levi frowned slightly. With his current strength, he certainly couldn't contend with level 8 powerhouses. Moreover, the Thunder Pool secret realm might have more than one level 8. Levi put this matter aside for now and continued exploring the secret realm. He must at least find a Morning Star level oddity to make his risky entry worthwhile. He took a few below 1,000-year thunderwoods intending to transplant them in the ancient Banyan fairyland for retention. He left the rest untouched. Because this place suited their growth, taking all would waste resources and be unsustainable. Thus it went. Another month passed. The Thunder Pool secret realm was as vast as a medium-sized plain with an above-average area. Levi estimated the place had been a whole plain sucked and fell here by the ancient tower. He avoided Thunder Marsh clan gathering spots, wandering the wilderness. One day, he arrived before a gigantic purple lake, looking delighted. A myriad-mile lake formed by lightning liquid, there must be a truth oddity gestating here. Meanwhile, Levi also sensed pervasive danger. Clearly, formidable beings resided within the lake, likely rank 7 or higher. They could be Thunder Marsh clan members cultivating their or elemental spirits of thunder. Following Jin's guidance, Levi dived into the lake. The crackling purple lightning liquid enveloped him. This lightning liquid can shatter a 5th circle wizard's defensive field instantly. Levi didn't initiate protection, bathing within, using the opportunity to temper his body. The numbing sensation felt oddly pleasant to Levi. He continued deeper, where Thunder's power grew to near 6th circle spell level, causing continuous attacks. Even a 7th circle wizard wouldn't linger long, needing to retreat before depleting their power. Only Levi, with his strong body, felt nothing. At the lake's bottom lay a wizard tool wrapped in lightning liquid, a water blue robe with glowing runes. It's actually a 7-circle water element wizard tool, seems a 7-circle wizard perished here. Confirming no issues, Levi picked it up and stored it away. Long exposed to lightning erosion, the robe's surface had many damages, but with repairs, it could definitely be used. The 7-circle wizard tool starts at 500 million in value, the top quality one reaching around 1 billion, while the top grade is incalculable. Typically, only 8th circle wizards can afford 7-ring top-grade wizard tools. Levi pressed on deeper, the power of lightning consistently increased. After pondering, he activated his protective force field. Not that he couldn't withstand it, but worried about potential enemy ambushes. Finally, at the center of the thunder pool, equivalent to a 7-circle thunder element spell, Levi spotted a heart floating in the lightning liquid. At this moment, he couldn't suppress a slightly excited heart. Thunder God's Heart. Bright Moon Artifact. Chapter 2067. Thunder God's heart. Levi knew that there must be treasure within this Thunder Lake. But he never imagined it would be such a bright moon-level artifact. Even on the 7th floor, bright moon artifacts are rarely seen. Moreover, he considered that the Thunder Realm had likely been swept by wizards, so he wasn't too hopeful. He thought he would have profited with a Morning Star-level oddity. Stay calm, this oddity hasn't been taken for a reason, this place must be dangerous, and the 7-circle wizard serves as a cautionary tale. Levi calmed his mind. Beneath the Thunder God's heart, a vast aura existed. However, its energy and the destructive aura of the lightning pool were intertwined, making it hard to detect. If Levi rashly moved forward, he would likely be ambushed. Judging by danger perception, there are several 7th-level auras in Thunder Lake, lurking near the Bright Moon artifact, possibly the 8th level. Levi estimated that the Thunder Marsh clan wouldn't refine the oddity. Otherwise, they surely would have taken it away. What was likely lurking there was an 8th-level Thunder elemental spirit. 100 Flowers once said that in the Thunder Pool secret realm, there were places that the Thunder Marsh clan regarded as forbidden zones. Presumably, Thunder Lake was one of those. Levi observed from afar, not daring to get too close, fearing to alert the unknown presence. He moved back 1,000 miles. Then let Lord Victor out. He pondered and decided to repeat the strategy used in robbing Andreas, giving it another try. If it succeeded, great, if it failed, he would quickly escape. Anyway, seeing the Bright Moon artifact right before his eyes and not trying would lead to regret. Victor, begin your preparation. Use the sword spirit to grab the oddity, strive for success in one go. Victor said. Understood. He sat cross-legged. Frankly speaking, the power of metal element here was quite sparse, mostly consisting of thunder element. Fortunately, Victor had now ascended to the level of a 7-circle wizard, and the power of the secret sword hadn't diminished much. Besides, it's about snatching things amidst chaos, not killing enemies, so power isn't crucial. Levi set the Divine Palace resurrection point by Victor's side, guarded by him, while he sneaked ahead. He waved his hands, instantly summoning 2,000-meter-long thunder serpents heading forward. At the same time, he summoned Mia Spirit. 3 summoned creatures at the 7th level, plus myself, and the giant Whale King, should be enough to stall that fellow for a moment, taking this chance to see how much difference there really is between me and an 8th-level powerhouse with my full firepower. If not for resurrection and the undying body, Levi would never dare such a reckless adventure. Even 8th circle wizards wouldn't dare dive in alone. No choice, the resurrection of the Death Ember Divine Palace is a bug skill. A level 6 Death Ember Dragon has 2 resurrection opportunities, and when it advances to level 7, it should be able to increase to 3 times. This makes Levi even more fearless. In the center of Thunder Lake, at the bottom, a figure several thousand meters long lay dormant, resembling a crocodile. Its body was enveloped by cloud flames formed by condensed lightning, covered in purple scales, shifting between reality and void. As Levi suspected, it was indeed a Thunder Elemental Lord, and at 8th level. For now, it could be called Thunder Crocodile. On the Thunder Crocodile's back, a heart quietly floated. On the heart's surface, countless truth runes formed of lightning densely packed, forming vein-like patterns. Wisps of purple aura streamed from the heart into the Thunder Crocodile. This truth oddity and Thunder Crocodile formed a kind of symbiotic relationship. Though Thunder Crocodile won't refine the truth oddity, it can absorb the contained lightning for cultivation. Meanwhile, the heart relies on the Thunder Crocodile's instincts to protect itself. Many powerful truth oddities have such relationships around them. Suddenly, Thunder Crocodile opened its eyes, its violent lightning aura flashing. The surrounding hundreds of miles of Thunder Lake began to boil as it opened its eyes, with lightning pillars shooting skyward. From a certain void, the invisible Levi was blasted out. Everyone, attack! Boom, 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 boom. 4 7th-level auras burst forth, all rushing towards the Thunder Crocodile. Thunder Crocodile coldly said. Foreigner? Truly reckless. It leapt into the air, flying to the surface of the lake. In the place it occupied, many wizard skeletons and wizard tools were evident. Clearly, more than one primordial soul wizard had perished here. The danger of this place was evident, no wonder it could become a forbidden zone of the Thunder Marsh clan, feared by all. Thunder Crocodile merely opened its mouth, releasing a lightning ball, blasting Levi's 7th-level Thunder Snake summoned creature into pieces, vanishing without a trace. So strong. Levi's face changed, instantly retrieving the giant whale king. It seemed Thunder Crocodile's true power in this 10,000 Thunder Lake was even stronger than he imagined. A casual attack could obliterate his summoned creature. The giant whale king likely couldn't withstand either. If the giant whale king were utterly destroyed, Levi's loss would be great. Such a useful level 7 corpse demon is hard to find. The other Thunder Snake didn't last long either, being torn apart by Thunder Crocodile. Only Mia Spirit, relying on its speed and agility, lasted a while longer before fading away. Levi shouted, as the 9-headed Emperor Dragon appeared behind him. The Thunder Emperor descended. His entire body shone with golden light, defensive field fully opened, countless divine palaces roared within him. Red Emperor Domain activated, Sea of Fire emptied Thunder Lake, forming Levi's own fire world. Whale Emperor Power Book, Strength Rune, Holy Image Law, and other means enhanced him. Chapter 2068. Heavenly Badger Path. Uncontainable Fury. Levi suddenly slashed out with a sword, his strongest strike since making his debut. Sword test level 8. The Thunder Crocodile's eyes narrowed slightly. Unbelievable, I actually feel threatened by a mere level 7 early stage junior. Its attack was still the same unadorned lightning ball. However, this time, the lightning ball was like an asteroid, with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. Boom! Just the core explosion radius alone surpassed 100 kilometers. The unimaginable lightning engulfed Levi. He tried his best to resist using protective means like golden light. The 9-headed Emperor Dragon crumbled first, followed by the gradual collapse of the Emperor, and Levi at the center, whose layers of protection shattered. Boom! The remaining thunder wave engulfed Levi. Levi's broken body shattered, the corners of his eyes carrying a smile. Farewell, see you again. Bang! The broken body completely exploded, the aura dissipated. In fact, that move didn't kill Levi instantly. As long as he wished, he could completely use the undying body to instantly self-heal. But it was meaningless, even if he resurrected, he still couldn't inflict any damage on the Thunder Crocodile. While the opponent's full force strike could push him to the brink of death. Once the Death Ember Dragon's power was exhausted, he still had to escape. Although this big guy was just at the early stage of level 8, in Thunder Lake, its level of difficulty was comparable to level 8 mid-stage. It exceeded Levi by one major realm plus one minor realm within that major realm. Not to mention, the Thunder Crocodile was one of the top Thunder Elemental spirits in terms of killing power. It was already enough for Levi to withstand its full force strike, and he was quite satisfied. The Thunder Crocodile looked at the human it had annihilated without any aura and felt doubtful inside. He's all dead, how can we meet again? Could it be that he can reincarnate? Crazy, disturbing my sleep for no reason. Just as it was about to close its eyes to rest, it suddenly realized something was wrong. Only to find that the thunder heart that had been lying on its back was unexpectedly gone. Ah! Cunning human! I, the Thunderbolt Destroyer, am irreconcilable with you. The Thunder Crocodile roared in anger, alarming Thunder Lake, scaring countless Thunder Elemental spirits to flee. Somewhere in Thunder Lake, a tall giant with a height of about 1,000 meters, and purple skin, looked at the rippling Thunder Lake. Who angered the Thunder Lake Dominator? The Thunder Lake Dominator is one of the strongest existences in the Thunder Realm. Even the level 8 powerhouses of their Thunder Marsh clan dared not provoke it. In the previous major event of foreigners invading, countless foreigners went to provoke the Thunder Lake Dominator, only never to return. This matter must be reported to Lord Thunder King. The Thunder King is the current ruler of the Thunder Marsh clan, an absolute top-level powerhouse in the Thunder Realm. In Thunder Lake, Lord Victor looked at the lightning soaring into the sky ahead and the wave of impact spreading towards him. He methodically put away the secret sword, and the thunder heart pierced by the sword was still struggling continuously. The sword spirit did her utmost to suppress this oddity. The bright moon artifact was too strong, but fortunately, it was just a heart. If this oddity had been mimicking an object or a person, Lord Victor wasn't even sure if the secret sword could subdue it. He used a spell restriction to imprison it and then placed it into a strengthened container that Levi had prepared beforehand. In the Death Ember Divine Palace, Levi's figure emerged. He and Lord Victor merged into one, sat on the horse carriage, and with one void travel, they were already out of the range of Thunder Lake. Levi continued void escaping until he returned to the previous Thunder Pattern Forest. Phew, this Thunder Crocodile is a treasure too, an 8th level Thunder Elemental Spirit, valued higher than the bright moon artifact. Once I have the strength in the future, I must capture it to guard my house. With such a guardian, the gap in foundation between ancient dragon continent and top-level organizations would be much reduced. He had Lord Victor take out the oddity and then checked it personally, applying a seal himself. The trip to the ancient tower this time was immensely rewarding. Not to mention those rare medicinal herbs, mining materials, black beast materials, just the 7-ring witch artifact picked up in Thunder Lake and this bright moon artifact is enough to drive primordial soul wizards crazy. The journey was already a complete success for Levi. It's just that he still wanted to try getting a piece of thunder pattern wood from the Thunder Marsh clan. There were still 2 months until the ancient tower closed, he still had a chance. Levi continued to roam in the Thunder Realm. Subsequently, he found some rare materials. On this day, he saw a person from the Thunder Marsh clan with the strength of rank 5, 100 meters tall, flying in the sky. With a thought, Levi grabbed with a big hand and caught it. This Thunder Marsh clan member was humming a tune while on the road, completely unsuspecting, suddenly an unforeseen event. Only to see a black-armored swordsman, exuding terrifying majesty, looking at himself. Sleep. Levi squeezed it to death and then had Leon devour its soul. Replicate this person's memory disk for me. Leon immediately got busy. It didn't take long before the little guy presented the disk. Completed. Levi examined it and pondered. Sure enough, the temple of the ancestor priest of the Thunder Marsh clan was built with thunder pattern wood, and its main beam was made from 10,000-year-old level 8 thunder wood. This is good stuff, more than enough to refine my wizard tower. The benefit of the wood tower is that it possesses strong growth potential. Just like a real strange wood, it can continuously advance with Levi's growth. Levi wasn't just constructing a dead wizard tower, it was more like planting a tree. Although it can grow, the higher the initial level of the strange wood, the better it is, saving much trouble. Chapter 2069. After obtaining the necessary information from this person, Levi's figure dissipated and he began planning the robbery of the 100,000-year-old thunder wood. Central area of the Thunder Realm. There stands a towering purple thunder mountain, stretching endlessly for hundreds of miles. On the Thunder Mountain, various buildings are dispersed among its peaks. They all have one thing in common, they are all quite tall, with a rugged style, carved with various hunting patterns. Hunting dragons, hunting giant beasts, and even hunting gods. And at the pinnacle of the Thunder Mountain, the majestic temple that stands 10,000 meters high is the place of the priest ancestors of the Thunder Marsh clan. The giant tribe does not revere gods, but they all respect their ancestors. 1,000 miles away. Levi gazed at the temple from afar, his heart pounding fiercely. He could sense the 8th level aura lurking within that temple. It must be another level 8 powerhouse of the Thunder Realm, the king of the Thunder Marsh clan. Forcing my way in is almost impossible. Not only is there an 8th level powerhouse guarding the temple, but there are obviously other protective measures similar to a wizard array, safeguarding this most important sacred land of the Thunder Marsh clan. As the place of the priest ancestors, it probably also has some means like ancestral heroic spirits. Many backward tribes across the multidimensional plane like to engage in such practices. Forget it, can't be too greedy, already acquired a good bright moon artifact, let's temporarily give up. After conducting on-site research, Levi decided to take what he had gained and not take further risks. The construction of his wizard tower wasn't urgent. Thus, Levi left the gathering place of the Thunder Marsh clan without disturbing them. Since he already had an 8th level thunder wood, he wasn't interested in robbing those 6th level ones, to avoid alarming them. Before leaving, Levi visited Thunder Lake once more. This time, he didn't provoke the thunder crocodiles in the center. He only captured 5 5th circle thunder elemental spirits and 1 6th circle along the periphery. He planned to nurture this group of thunder elements in Thunderclap Mountain to foster the development of element-rich lands, forming a more complete ecosystem. Creatures like elemental spirits do not reproduce sexually, like the amethyst race, they are born of the heavens and nurtured by the earth. Only in places where the element density is very rich can they possibly be born. Since the enhancement of the ancient Banyan fairyland, some blessed lands have also independently birthed elemental spirits, although their levels are quite low. Creating a super ecosystem like the Thunder Realm, capable of birthing level 8 thunder elements, who knows when that will happen. Returning to the site where the 7-circle wizard fell, Levi inspected it again and didn't find any place nurturing oddities. 7-circle wizards, if they could give birth to oddities, it would most likely be Morning Star level. However, he was of the water element, while this place is extremely saturated with thunder elements. Since the mark of truth dissipated, the conditions for the birth of an oddity weren't met. So, indeed, the birth of oddities truly requires the right timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony, plus serendipity. No wonder they're so rare. His figure flickered and disappeared between heaven and earth. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Thunder Realm, the two 6th level guards of the Thunder Marsh clan were still chatting idly. The star-devouring Spider King is truly domineering, daring to come into our Thunder Realm seeking someone. Exactly, does it think our Thunder Realm is its own home? Luckily, Lord Thunder King merely let out a cold snort from a distance, and the Spider King's duplication retreated. I think the giant beast restricted area is itching for trouble. In my opinion, it should be flattened, annihilating the Spider King. After all, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Levi, deep in thought, calmly departed. Through it all, these two slackers never noticed Levi. After leaving the Thunder Realm, Levi wore a serious expression. I wonder if by disguising myself as a Thunder Marsh clansman, I could kill the star-devouring Spider King's duplication to incite a conflict between the two factions. For him, disguising as a Thunder Marsh clansman was not difficult. His current body could transform into a 1,000-meter giant at will if he wished. However, it had no real significance, as it didn't enhance combat power. On the contrary, it made him an easy target due to his large size. He had thunder abilities. With the powers of the Silver Mountain Dragon and his thunder element spells, as well as the Thunder God illusion, he could easily mimic them. Might as well give it a try. After exiting the Thunder Realm, Levi deliberately released some clues about himself. Simultaneously, he actively sought the whereabouts of the star-devouring Spider King. He had Lord Victor pretend to be himself, while he disguised as a Thunder Marsh clansman, lurking nearby. Time flew by. With just a month left before the ancient tower's closure. In the distant sky, suddenly a streak of golden lightning came tearing through the air. At the same time, there were also two giant silhouettes exuding a 7th level aura. 3 level 7 experts. 1 level 7 mid-stage. Wait, how come there's also a 7-circle ordinary wizard? Isn't this the Golden Prince? For a moment, Levi was dumbfounded. How did the Golden Prince enter the Dark Ancient Tower? As far as he knew, the Dark Ancient Tower had long since distanced itself from Nora. With the Golden Prince's means, finding the Ancient Tower was completely impossible. Doesn't matter, seize this opportunity to kill him. This is truly a heavenly bestowed chance. In the wizard world, quietly killing the Golden Prince was basically impossible. Last time, Levi killed an electric eel wizard, and it caused quite a storm. Human! I've caught you! Didn't I say that you couldn't escape my grasp? The Golden Prince opened his mouth, uttering some unintelligible words. Levi knew he was forcibly controlled by the star-devouring Spider King. Victor, seeing this, swiftly flew toward the direction of the Thunder Realm. The 3 level 7s quickly gave chase. Now you know to run? Too late. Chapter 2070. Not long after. About 10,000 miles from the entrance to the Thunder Realm, the 3 level 7s stopped. In the distance, a 1,000-meter tall giant figure, the disguised Thunder Marsh clan as Levi was flying toward them. Who dares trespass on our Thunder Realm's territory? Levi roared, thunder roared wildly in the sky like the Thunder God. The Golden Prince frowned and said, "Get lost, don't obstruct my business. There are still 10,000 miles to your Thunder Realm's territory." Without another word, Levi's left hand transformed into a purple lightning spear. To reveal his deception, he didn't use the black annihilation divine thunder but rather the most ordinary lightning. Crackle! Lightning exploded as the Golden Prince waved his hand and a golden lightning barrier descended, protecting himself. Good, very good. You dare to attack me, today I'll kill you, you junior, and teach you on behalf of the Thunder King. Attack together! The Golden Prince commanded. The 2 level 7 black beasts, including the mid-level 7 one, all attacked the Thunder Marsh clan. Lord Victor, played by Levi, took the opportunity to flee and disappeared. Good, now I understand why I couldn't find that human, you must be sheltered by the Thunder Realm. The star-devouring Spider King was furious. It knew Levi's strength was formidable, thus dispatched the strongest mid-level 7 black beast to hunt Lord Victor. As for the Thunder Marsh clan before them, a level 7 early-stage black beast, plus the Golden Prince, could easily win. Once they dealt with this Thunder Marsh clan, they could aid the other side. Levi was delighted. If he used all his power, killing all replicas would be easy. But he had to disguise as Thunder Marsh clan, so he couldn't use abilities outside the lightning element. Now that the most difficult mid-level 7 has left, dealing with these two wouldn't be a problem. You think intruding on our Thunder realm is reasonable? Levi attacked, turning thunder into a spear and thrusting fiercely. The Golden Prince held a golden scepter, waving it effortlessly, golden lightning burst forth, shattering Levi's thunder spear. Levi felt a surge in his heart. What immense power! The Golden Prince is merely of ordinary 7-circle cultivation, this can't be his strength alone. This golden scepter must be an extraordinary treasure. He was not surprised but pleased, the opening of this ancient tower was a great opportunity. He abandoned using thunder as his primary attacking means and instead cloaked himself in thunder, forming thunder armor. He went in for a bare-handed attack. Boom! Boom! Golden lightning continually struck Levi's fists, igniting countless sparks, the void shattered. The star-devouring Spider King was suspicious. Is the Thunder Marsh clan's body that strong? It knew the Thunder Marsh clan were descendants of thunder giants, with powerful bodies and high elemental resistance. Yet to withstand the Golden Prince's golden lightning with such ease was still odd. But now was not the time to think idly, it had already lost a level 7 replica and could not afford another loss. This person should be a hidden genius of the Thunder Marsh clan. While Levi was clashing with the Golden Prince, another black beast, resembling a lizard with long tail feathers, constantly spewed flames to harass Levi. Levi paid no heed, his dense fist shadows overwhelming the Golden Prince, making him unable to defend. Damn it, why is this Thunder Marsh clan so powerful? The Spider King grew more scared as the fight progressed. Boom! Levi's fist shattered the Golden Prince's protective wizard tool completely. Uncontrollable spell power surged into the Golden Scepter. Levi's danger perception flashed wildly. Sky Eagle Road, boundless future. A 100-meter-wide golden beam shot forth, pursuing Levi. Levi narrowly evaded using the Skyhawk Deo body technique but couldn't avoid being grazed. Just a brush, half of his body was nearly melted by lightning, flesh charred to charcoal. The extending golden beam obliterated everything in its path, leaving a terrifying chaotic space corridor. What a powerful rare treasure, that strike surely was of level 7 late-stage caliber, and that's with the Golden Prince not able to unleash its full potential. Seeing the strongest move futile against Levi, the Golden Prince exclaimed. Who are you really? How could the Thunder Marsh clan have such a level 7 expert? Levi knew the cunning star-devouring Spider King must have suspicions. He stubbornly retorted. Looking down on our Thunder Marsh clan, perish. Boom! From the other side, the lizard-like black beast swept Levi with flame flow. Rock's mighty sweep across the skies. His form moved like an arrow, suddenly appearing in front of the black beast. Boom! His pillar-like right leg kicked through the void, striking the black beast's flank. Crack! Countless black scales shattered on the beast's surface, the immense force broke ribs, bones pierced flesh. The black beast flew dozens of miles like a cannonball, crashing into a giant mountain, fracturing it. Boom! Towering lightning pillars descended from the sky, engulfing the black beast, exploding into the sky, waves of energy swept. Levi didn't watch the explosion, a golden divine bird with a wingspan of kilometers cloaked in endless lightning was charging at him. Primordial Soul Witch Minister Thunder Flow Golden Sparrow. Levi's hands wrapped in thunder, grabbed the golden divine bird's legs. Unleashing immense force, he tore it apart, disintegrating into countless specks of light. The controlled Golden Prince's mind was collapsing. How could it be? Tearing apart my wizard form with bare hands. The star-devouring Spider King's expression changed, coldly declared. You're not from the Thunder Marsh clan. Who are you really? As a neighbor frequently dealing with the Thunder Marsh clan, its suspicions grew deeper. Levi realized this plan to redirect disaster eastward was probably failing. Chapter 2071. How can the Thunder Marsh clan be so weak? I've already weakened myself to this extent, yet I'm still suspected by the Spider King. It's all my fault for being too strong, I really can't play the part of a weakling, sigh. Despite saying this, he continued to disguise himself as a member of the Thunder Marsh clan, battling against the Lightning and the Golden Prince. With his hexagonal body quality, the attacks from a high-burst lightning mage like the Golden Prince became increasingly feeble. The powerful technique from the Golden Scepter just now could only be used once in a short time. The star-devouring Spider King sensed something was amiss and decided to retreat promptly to minimize losses. Retreat? All retreat! It commanded its 3 avatars, including the level 7 mid-stage avatar that was pursuing Lord Victor, to retreat swiftly. The black beast that Levi had severely injured also escaped into the void, disappearing without a trace. The Golden Prince also wanted to leave but was surrounded by a thunderous mountain range, unable to shatter the void and escape. Rumble. A golden sun with a diameter of 10 kilometers rose over the wilderness, its dazzling light making it impossible to look at directly. The Golden Prince self-destructed. Levi saw with his own eyes the phantom of the little spider dissipate into smoke during the self-destruction. Smart move, choosing to destroy the avatar rather than letting it fall into someone else's hands. The energy shockwave formed a wave of dense chi like a vast ocean, endless and mighty. Levi stood amidst it, unmoving like a mountain. There, a golden scepter floated in the void, shining with brilliant luster. Wait, where is the storage item? Levi looked around, continually using his perception. In the end, he discovered, aside from this scepter, there was nothing else. Could it have been destroyed by the remnants of the self-destruction? Levi carefully inspected once more. No. Either it was destroyed, or it was confiscated by that Spider King, leaving only the Golden Prince to carry the scepter into battle. Levi inclined toward the latter. It seems this Spider King is extremely cunning and suspicious, unlike an ordinary giant beast. Never mind, I've already profited greatly, no need to desire more. If it's with the Spider King, let it store it for me. Someday, it will all be mine. This place also needs to be marked, to come explore later if a truth oddity might be born. He instructed Leon to capture the soul of the Golden Prince. Levi collected the golden scepter and then joined up with Victor, hiding near the Thunder Realm. Throughout, he only used his body and the power of lightning, without revealing any other abilities. But it seemed that the Spider King hadn't fallen for the trick. For this, Levi had no other means. Subsequently, he waited for another half-month. He never saw the giant beast restricted area attack the Thunder Realm. He didn't waste more time and wandered a while on the 7th floor before returning to the 5th level. He took those wizard and knight seedlings away, leaving the dark ancient tower. Giant beast restricted area. In the fog, a massive shadow blotted out the sky, and green light flickered faintly. After this battle, the Spider King pondered deeply, recalling those combat details. Then, it communicated with an 8-level powerhouse from the Thunder Marsh clan. Finally determining that the Thunder Marsh clan was likely disguised by a black armored swordsman. And another black armored swordsman was likely another human in disguise. Lost another avatar, humans are so despicable and shameless. Luckily, I detonated the avatar in advance, or it would have been captured alive by that human again, just a pity about the level 8 exotic treasure. Although it couldn't use it, it didn't stop it from collecting treasures. In its nest, the spoils from wizards it controlled were all piled together. The useful ones were refined by it, the useless ones were collected. Whatever the case, this matter can't be separated from humans in Runeland, they must be admonished to vent my anger. Thunder Realm. In the central holy temple of the priest ancestor. A colossal purple giant, standing 2,000 meters tall, sat on a throne with a majestic posture. Column upon column of magnificent thunder pattern wood supported its grand hall. The central pillar was more than 10,000 meters high, taller than a mountain. Recently, I heard that the Thunder Lake Dominator had an invasion by foreign enemies. Probably the humans mentioned by the Spider King from Runeland. When did such a powerhouse emerge? Or did foreigners find a special way to linger on the St. Roland continent? Wait. The Spider King is extremely cunning, thinking like this, I might fall into its trap. This incident is likely orchestrated by the Spider King itself. Simply to justify its future invasion of the Thunder Realm. Who knows if the loss of its avatars is true or false? If it's true, it must be in a relatively weakened state now. If I were to act, what are the odds of success? Soon after, the Runeland endured a beast siege from the giant beast restricted area. Under the leadership of several black beast lords, tens of thousands of black beasts invaded human cities. The Rune Saints joined forces to repel the black beasts. The news of the Black Beast attack reached the other alien races in the 3 realms and 4 lands. The Flame Country issued a warning to the Giant Beast restricted zone. The Runeland is a shared colony of the 7 great powers. We advise the Spider King to restrain itself, or we will consider dispatching troops to the Giant Beast restricted zone. Similarly, the merfolk palace and feathered people Heavenly Island expressed their dissatisfaction with the unauthorized attack from the giant beast restricted zone. The humans on the St. Roland continent struggled for survival amidst these powerful alien races. Returning to the ancient dragon continent, Victor brought back the wound-breaking blade to Gundor City. The level 7 medicinal herb flowing fire fruit, earth-grade oddity red flame snake, level 7 exotic treasure flame shield, and that pile of crafting materials from black beasts and mines, including the damaged 7-ring witch artifact robe, were all sent over by Victor. Chapter 2072. Once the Holy Infant reaches the 7 circles, it can start refining. Levi has already meticulously planned the future of the Holy Infant. Besides weapon making, the most powerful 7-circle alchemy creation from LeMay's alchemy blueprints, the Titan Giant Divine Weapon, also needs to be refined. Once done, it can be used to guard the ancient dragon continent or other important places. Levi will naturally refine the Thunder God's heart, as he has already refined the Morning Star level oddity, Thunder God's finger, as part of this series. Once refined, his Thunder God projection and Thunder abilities will surely achieve qualitative leaps. The Golden Scepter is an 8th level exotic treasure with restrictions from the Letni family. So, Levi temporarily stores it within the ancient Banyan fairyland, waiting for the opportunity to break the restriction. This scepter should be the family's bestowed life-saving ace for the Golden Prince. It can generate a powerful thunder barrier and unleash mighty thunderbolt beams. Even a 7-circle ordinary wizard can perform effects comparable to 7 rings perfection. But due to low cultivation, it cannot fully unleash its power, being effective for only a single strike. Thus, the Golden Prince only uses it in critical moments. Both the Golden Scepter and Triss's Demon Dragon Whip are pure combat-type personal exotic treasures. Only within the 8 environments can their full power be unleashed. Overall, they are priceless, impossible to measure with Ether Stone. In a top-level organization, they are important exotic treasures, likely in limited quantity. After a final inventory check, Levi discovers the trip to the ancient tower this time, besides all the treasures and resources. Just the wizard's storage bag alone yielded 600 million ether stones. This shows that Jin's treasure hunting abilities are indeed extraordinary. Now, Levi's ether stone cache reserves have reached 3 billion. He estimates that even a typical 8th circle wizard might not have so much cash. Liquidating the entire assets of a typical high-level wizard organization wouldn't fetch this much. According to insider information from Gondef. Soon, the Wizard Council will establish a new organization called the Blood Battle Store. This store operates independently of the merit exchange system, where wizards can purchase products with ether stones. Besides selling some official demon materials, the Blood Battle Store will also offer spell models, cultivation resources, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and even truth oddities. Every century, it will hold a blood battle auction, selling priceless items. Levi analyzes the establishment of the Blood Battle Store. He predicts that it may be because the official ether stone reserves require replenishment. Thus, this method is used to gather ether stone resources from the populace. Ether stones are not only currency but also essential for the operation of many large-scale arrays. Even if the Wizard Council had prepared many in advance, the 100-year blood battle will inevitably require timely replenishment. Being a transcendent civilization, levying a large war tax will only reclaim some money from ordinary wizards. The primordial soul wizards, who have great status and are quite unruly, cannot be compelled by the Wizard Council. If internal conflicts occur during the blood battle period, it would be detrimental to the war situation. Thus, using excess resources to reclaim ether stones from these primordial leaders seems reasonable. Levi's 3 billion ether stones are prepared for the blood battle auction. By then, he might acquire some rare treasures seldom seen otherwise. After some time, the 500,000 blind boxes purchased from the Hell Nether market are completely opened. The final result is a stable performance. Types of primordial soul spells, 2 6-circle and 1 8-circle. The 6-circle ones need not be mentioned, for Levi, they are of little use. Only for enriching his and the organization's spell library. But the 8-circle spell turned out to be 8 Direction Fierce Sunday. It is the advanced spell following 7 Suns Falling Domain. Redeeming it from the merit shop would require a full 3 million merit points. Nearly equivalent to half the value of a Morning Star level oddity. This made Levi pleasantly surprised and saved quite a sum. Additionally, there were 4 combat techniques. Namely, Infinite Blade Technique, Dragon Whip, Divine Hammer, Wandering Snake 9 changes. Levi briefly browsed through them. He found both Dragon Whip and Divine Hammer to be impressive in name but actually relatively ordinary level 6 battle techniques. Given his current control over weapons through the 10 absolute extremes, practicing such combat techniques only holds significance if of high quality. The optimization function of the extreme Deo strategy is mediocre. Wandering Snake 9 changes, however, can rival the combat technique Warlord catalog. Whether in concept or level, it's quite excellent. Once mastered, the technique allows one to move as nimbly as a serpentine snake, with the transcendent movement and cunning strikes. Levi believes it might help him perfect the 10 evil martial arts and unlock the heavenly snake Deo. As for the infinite blade technique, it's exceptional. The clues from the memory blind box reveal. This was created by the strongest in a medium plane, a level 7 expert. By mastering this technique, the entire body could transform into various weapons. This is not simple illusion, but truly possessing the power of those weapons. Use the body as a furnace, flesh as weapons, blood as fire, bones as coal, and spirit to control chi. Enter the unfettered limitless realm, forge the limitless blade based on different battle scenes, enemies, and techniques, achieving maximum damage. Levi regards the technique's introduction, feeling it's perfect for someone like him, a close combat berserker. Though created by a level 7 expert, its foresight is high, and can be used indefinitely as a combat technique. If integrated with my extreme Deo strategy, it's bound to evolve further. The master who created this technique seems akin to those golden knights who crafted Golden Cross Slash during the Doomsday era, limited by time and world. If they were here today, under the golden epic of Nora, they'd surely achieve greater realms. Levi reflects deeply. After summarizing all harvests within this period, Levi promptly begins practicing Wandering Snake 9 changes and Infinite Blade technique. Days later, the two combat techniques are gradually learned, recorded in the proficiency panel, followed by systematic cultivation. On the God-forsaken continent, 100 Flowers continues demon hunting, earning war merit. On the demon slaying list, Harvest remains first with 70 million, surpassing Levi by 20 million. However, Levi remains unconcerned, having gathered much from the ancient tower that requires time for digestion, allowing others several years precedence. After preparing the Scarlet Dragon Advancement Potion, he immediately enters closed cultivation. Chapter 2073. Midland Continent, Gundor City. Dawn Tower. Lord Victor immersed his spiritual force in the spell model before him, meticulously researching its spell constitution. Moments later, he awoke, drenched in sweat. This microlysis technique is truly hard to master. As Levi's duplication, Levi also wished for all of them to master this ultimate card, just in case. As for whether they can learn, it depends on their abilities. Opening today's newspaper, Lord Victor's gaze shifted. Endless Sea Daily, the Golden Prince is dead, whereabouts unknown, cause of death unknown, the Law Enforcement Department has launched an investigation. From this day forth, another unsolved mystery puzzles the wizard world. Alas, the Molten Gold Wizard King, losing both his grandson and son, died in the dark ancient tower. Even the Blazing Sun God Wizard arrived but couldn't uncover the cause of the Golden Prince's death. When it opens again after 1,000 years, who will still remember the Golden Prince? The Letney family's survival remains a mystery. After all, this millennia is precisely the unprecedented era of major changes within the wizard world. Days later, Lord Victor began his retreat to refine the wound-breaking blade. Fire Dragon Shop. The Holy Infant received a big package bestowed from his true self. First was the level 7 exotic treasure Flame Shield, which he examined thoroughly, completely forged from red flame star gold. After the Holy Infant refined it, a little red shield rapidly rotated around him. Sufficient to withstand the spell attacks from a 7-circle senior wizard, a wonderful treasure. Paired with my Snow Iron Dragon armor, Purgatory 9 Dragon umbrella, protection is significantly enhanced. Soon, the Holy Infant also refined the red flame snake. Though merely an earth oddity, it is birthed by Roman, holding commemorative value. Conveniently enough, after refining, the Holy Infant was pleasantly surprised to find it birthed a special spiritual creature. Extending his hand, a small red flame snake appeared hovering in his palm. With a thought, the red flame snake stirred the fire elemental power between heaven and earth, its form began to expand. Eventually, it transformed into a giant red flame snake hundreds of meters long. Being another combat spirit item, though incomparable to the Snow King and Lion King, it's still better than nothing. From now on, you'll be called Roman. Thus, Roman achieved a certain rebirth. Flesh turned to Long's golden fertilizer, soul into Leon's delicacy, memory became Levi's collection, and the truth oddity birthed from it became the Holy Infant's companion spirit item. Even after death, its light and warmth continue to accompany the Holy Infant onward. Touching and heroic. The Holy Infant took out the flowing fire fruit, consuming it, the pulp turned into flames, pouring down his throat. He felt a powerful warm flow, beginning to enhance his primordial soul. Indeed, a 3,000-year holy fruit, the effect on cultivation enhancement surpasses even the Morning Star artifact. Of course, the function of the Morning Star artifact is more versatile. In terms of value, it's still incomparable to the Morning Star artifact. Half a year later, the flowing fire fruit's potency was refined and absorbed by the Holy Infant. He opened the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 4855/5060. With one breath, enhanced over 100 spiritual forces, too powerful, if consumed by an ordinary primordial soul wizard, it saved decades of hard cultivation. Moreover, my ice and fire holy body also seemed to strengthen a bit. The Holy Infant could feel his talent had slightly improved again. With his current level, he could still continue to enhance, visible is the fruit's remarkable quality. The Holy Infant harbored gratitude. Given such a precious treasure from my true self, I must rapidly advance to the 7th circle, beginning the forging of the 7th circle witch artifact as soon as possible. He now only needed 4 witch marks and over 100 spiritual points to advance. Within 100 years, it can surely be completed. 2 years later. Nora 320 years. 106th year of the Blood Battle. Flame Mountain World, subordinate Federation plane of the Nora Plain. Here as well, demons invaded. Flame Mountain World is an important mineral resource site. The military hasn't abandoned here but dispatched battle groups to hold firmly, hunt demons. Outside Flame Mountain City, a figure in a red robe, emitting a 7-circle aura, came to this place, visage unclear. It was the fiery flame servant Gorwin. As he looked at the reward board announcement on the city wall, his gaze trembled unrestrainedly. This Levi already ranks top 10 on the level 8 demon slaughter list, how is this possible? He, rare 3 flames talent, after retreat cultivation for a period, just managed to become a 7-circle senior. However, with such power, even dreaming of entering the top 10 on the demon slaughter list, it only rank at most in the top 50. Of course, he was merely estimating, had not registered on the demon slaughter list, fearful of being identified by Levi. Over 200 years. That Levi progressed from 6th circle wizard, realizing a counterattack exceeding himself, now far ahead. As for him, only hides in the remoteness of Flame Mountain World, watching Levi become the rising star of the wizard world, celebrated by many. If not for him, my destiny would not be so turbulent. Yet, revenge seems even more impossible. Without the family's support, how could he avenge? Fiery flame servant's lost soul-like figure vanished into the wilderness. He planned to heed his father's words, quietly cultivating in this remote place, live out his life. Should Flame Mountain World fall, he'd head to even further locations. Nonetheless, with his 7-circle senior strength, 3 flames talent, and the wizard tower bestowed by the family. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, advancing to the 8th circle isn't difficult. Even the Grand Wizard isn't out of reach. As for Levi, if the boy were to perish in the blood battle, that would be ideal. Chapter 2074. If this child rises against all odds and becomes a Grand Wizard, or even legendary, then it has nothing to do with me. In the vast universe, there will be no further intersection between him and Levi. Ancient Dragon Continent. In a desolate wilderness, full of scars. Levi stood alone in the void, with Victor by his side, guarding him. In the sky, the disaster brought by the dark tribulation gradually faded away. His Scarlet Dragon breathing technique had successfully advanced to the 19th rank, achieving the 7th level standard. Within his cells, the 4th speed Divine Palace suddenly emerged, complementing the other Divine Palaces. Victor, you can return now. After Levi spoke, Victor turned and left. After refining the wound-breaking blade, Victor's spiritual force increased by 30 points. As Levi expected, he gained the ability of Rust Poison. Even when unable to kill an enemy with one strike, he could let them taste the power of the Tetanus Blade. Levi then opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique, 19th rank, 1/10,000,000, Special Effect, Red Dragon Body Legendary, Level 7 Early Stage. Bloodline Dharma Idol, Scarlet Ruler, Blood Source Armor, Crimson Dragon Armor, Exclusive Weapon, Scarlet Shadow, Level 7, Bloodline Divine Patterns, 0/45. As expected, the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique only has 45 divine patterns. With this Scarlet Dragon advancement, besides gaining the basic speed attributes of level 7, the other enhancements are not as good as the previous Crimson Emperor Dragon, Golden Brilliance Dragon, and Sky King Dragon. After all, it's just an advancement of a legendary level breathing technique. Levi didn't have high expectations. To him, the most important aspect of the Scarlet Dragon is the Crimson Enslavement. This is a true divine skill. Without Crimson Enslavement, many tasks that could be easily accomplished would become complicated. After reaching level 7, the number of Crimson Enslavements increased to 10. Currently, Levi occupies 8, leaving 2 slots unused for the time being. The Scarlet Blood Prison, a battlefield blood-sucking domain skill, now has a diameter of 10 kilometers. Comparatively, it's less than the 12 kilometers of Golden Brilliance Dragon and 15 kilometers of Crimson Emperor Dragon. These are the differences in the quality of breathing techniques. The effects of skills like Crimson Rot have also advanced further, reaching the 7th level standard. What surprised Levi was the number of hosts for the Assassination Divine skill, Crimson Parasite. It increased from 1 to 2 people. This means, in the future, he can simultaneously parasitize 2 people and launch an attack at the same time. With the advancement of Scarlet Dragon, only the Nightmare Dragon and Death Ember Dragon remain. Both these dimensional breathing techniques have recently reached their maximum level and are also awaiting advancement materials. Currently, the Nightmare Dragon is also at the peak realm, not far from the maximum level. Levi has mobilized his subordinates in the Black Dragon territory to search for clues on the 7th level Nightmare Dragon clan. Overall, these 2 breathing techniques are primarily functional. Even if they can't reach level 7 for now, the impact isn't very significant. As long as the Crimson Emperor Dragon and Golden Brilliance Dragon keep up with the realm, enabling Levi to have overwhelming power and defense, he will remain invincible. The other breathing techniques primarily enhance his margin for error, making him more perfect and flawless. In the coming days, Levi stabilized the Scarlet Dragon realm while cultivating the Infinite Blade technique and Wandering Snake 9 changes. The proficiency levels of both combat techniques soared rapidly. A year later, Levi quickly reached the 5th level in Wandering Snake 9 changes. The progress was unstoppable, with no bottlenecks. It's just that, as his level increased, the cultivation speed began to slow down. Given his current realm, reaching the 9th level maximum doesn't seem to take long. The progress in Infinite Blade technique was slower, but it also reached the 4th level standard. This cultivation, level 7, is the maximum limit. By then, it can be integrated into the Extreme Deo strategy, becoming a part of it. After consolidating the Scarlet Dragon realm, Levi began to earnestly refine the Thunder God's heart. This is a bright moon artifact, refining it will inevitably take some time. He noticed that 100 Flowers had already unknowingly entered the 72nd position on the demon slaying list. That woman is quite diligent. 100 Flowers politely declined Levi's support, which made Levi feel somewhat gratified. Who doesn't admire independent and strong women? Levi also read in the newspapers about the death announcement of the Golden Prince. The wizard world was puzzled. What kind of deity silently took this 7-circle wizard away and, after a few years, killed him? There are currently various rumors. To be honest, Levi is also curious about what led the Golden Prince to appear in the ancient tower. But shortly after he returned, Leon started hibernating. He can only wait for Leon to advance to level 7 to check the memory disk for answers. Speaking of Leon, this kid seems to progress without any bottlenecks. Levi is increasingly convinced that he is the Nether Emperor spoken of by the Minotaur trio. Endless Sea. Letney family. An atmosphere of mourning. Everyone looked at the portrait of the Golden Prince, feeling as if he was still present in sound and manner. Lord Molten Gold Wizard King, please restrain your grief. The visiting primordial soul wizards whispered consolations. Molten Gold Wizard King's gaze was calm, showing no sign of sorrow or joy. He had many sons, but the Golden Prince was the most excellent. The so-called prince means the favored child of heaven. He bestowed him the name Golden hoping he could shine for the Golden Lightning family. Chapter 2075. In the future, become your own successor. And now, the Golden Prince, also distances himself with the electric eel wizard. An elderly man with golden hair, exuding the aura of 8-ring perfection, descends. This is the contemporary family head of the Letni family, flowing gold ancestor witch Butrieo. Molten gold, it's all in the past. This strong figure spoke lightly. The molten gold wizard king said. I understand, I just want to know, who is targeting me, molten gold. If they dislike me, they can cause me trouble directly, instead of constantly targeting my descendants with no limits. The flowing gold ancestor witch said. The family will help you investigate this matter, but be prepared, there might not be an answer. The molten gold wizard king suddenly laughed and said. Perhaps, soon, the answer will come by itself. He believes that the one who killed the Golden Prince and conspired against the Electric Eel Wizard is the same person. Only that person, and the force they represent, have the strength to quietly take away the Golden Prince. Therefore, according to their pattern, the next plan of the culprit is likely to be against himself. The murder of the Golden Prince and the Electric Eel Wizard is merely a warning from the culprit. The molten gold wizard king's heart was cold, with the nameless murderous intent burning in his chest. I'm waiting for you. 3 years later. Nora year 323. The 109th year of the blood battle. Years remain until the next opening of the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Above Levi's head, boundless thunder clouds gathered. Behind him, the thunder god illusion from the thunder god's finger appeared. In the thunder clouds, the sound of gurgling water was heard. The elemental power of the thunder, dense enough to form a slurry, descended from the sky, falling onto the head of the thunder god illusion. The thunder god illusion opened its mouth, greedily absorbing the power within like a whale swallowing the sea. The illusion grew more solid, initially just a finger. Now, even the entire chest and upper body began to solidify. A heart composed of purple lightning emanated life force, trembling and roaring like an engine. Buzz buzz buzz. As the heart pulsated, a drumbeat like muffled thunder spread in all directions, endlessly. For hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles. Until the entire ancient Banyan fairyland heard this unending drumbeat. The thunder god projection behind Levi continued to expand. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, until 2,000 meters before slowing down. The mountain-like thunder god illusion stood between heaven and earth. Clouds floated above its head, mountain winds brushed past its waist, dragons circled around it. Such terrifying aura. Feels like just a finger could obliterate me. Lord Dragon King has grown stronger again. Praise the Dragon King. Mana flew over, her mind shaken by the majestic thunder god illusion. Good fellow, almost as tall as me, it seems Levi obtained quite a bit in the ancient Banyan fairyland. The thunder god illusion had its eyes closed, its lightning flickering non-stop. This lasted for 7 days and nights. The thunder god illusion gradually shrank, finally equalizing with Levi. Moreover, its face began to resemble Levi's. Within the illusion, from the solid heart's ends, purple veins began extending like branches, continually branching out, until tiny capillaries spread throughout the body, stopping only then. The power of thunder, reshaping the body. The thunder god illusion stepped forward, entirely overlapping with Levi. On Levi's skin, countless lightning runes flickered, his eyes like the thunder world. In his mind, the primordial soul showed a faint purple hue, with electric light dancing on its surface. A thunder god's heart almost completely transformed me, truly a bright moon artifact. This thunder god's heart should be the most critical part of the thunder god series, hence its extraordinary effect. Other thunder god series artifacts might merely be morning star level. This pattern was found by Levi while refining the Cold King series artifacts. The Cold King's eye is morning star level, whereas the Cold King's finger is just sky level. It's like the human body, the importance of a finger surely can't be compared to an eye. After 3 years, Levi finally completely refined this bright moon artifact. He extended his fingertips, with arcs jumping beautifully. With every breath, the power of thunder surged forth, turbulent, blinding. Seeing the surrounding crowd, Levi laughed and said, "It's nothing, just a minor breakthrough, you all disperse." Mana whispered to herself while heading home. Minor breakthrough, still his familiar style. Levi adjusted his breath alone, placing his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 8520/13079. Spell power, 8.52 million. Spiritual force increased by 160 points compared to before refining the artifact, though not as much as the 200 points from the White Emperor Holy Sword, still strong enough. Saved me about 20 years of arduous cultivation, unthinkable for other primordial soul wizards. Levi introspected his mind. After refining the Thunder God's heart, the primordial soul's color changed slightly compared to before. It emanated a shining amethyst light, like a real Thunder God. This artifact transformed him on a deeper level. Opening the proficiency panel. Levi. Ether Meditation Art, 7 Circle Level 15, 1/800,000, Special Effect, Thunder God Body, Remnant. The previous Thunder Talent, Thunder Right Hand, from the Ether Meditation Art, has already been replaced, becoming a new talent, Thunder God Body, Remnant. Chapter 2076. After fusing with a higher sequence of artifacts, the previous low-grade talent will be absorbed and evolved towards a complete talent. If I can refine all the artifacts of the Thor's sequence, then I will possess a true Thor's body. In a certain way, this is similar to the evolution process of the Holy Infant's Ice and Fire Holy Body. The complete Thor's body talent, though not recorded in the illustrated guide of strange items, must surpass the supreme talent of the Thunder Wizard. With such talent, cultivating the lightning faction spells will progress by leaps and bounds. Currently, Levi has only collected the Thunder God's heart and Thunder God's finger. It is known that, just as recorded in the illustrated guide of strange items, under the Thor's sequence, there are also Thunder God's eye, Thunder God's feet, Thunder God's breath, Thunder God's drum, and a series of other artifacts. Among these artifacts, the worst quality is Morning Star level, while the best, like the Thunder God's drum, is a Bright Moon level artifact, similar to the Thunder God's heart. Outside the illustrated guide of strange items, it's unknown if there are still higher ranked Glorious Sun grade artifacts in the undiscovered Thor's sequence artifacts. Since this sequence can be given the name Thunder God, there should be Glorious Sun grade artifacts. He believes that the Thor's sequence artifacts should have formed from the fallen demigod level powerful beings of the Lightning faction. The sequences that the Holy Infant refines, like the Flame King and Cold King, or the Wind King sequence that Gondaf refines, are somewhat inferior to my Thor's sequence. These sequences, at their weakest, are only sky-grade oddities, and at their strongest, should be Morning Star level. Levi exchanged for the hand of the Winter Emperor to further enhance the Holy Infant's ice and fire body, while also achieving yin and yang balance, and stability of ice and fire. Besides the birth of the Thor's body, this artifact further transformed Levi's Thunder God projection. Once released, it can form a terrifying projection 2,000 meters tall, with an aura that surpasses the manifestation of the majority of 7 Circle senior wizards. With a wave of the hand, he can mobilize the power of thunder elements within a radius of 30 miles, a feat only achievable by senior 7 Circle wizards. As for the actual combat capability, it still needs testing. Levi named the new Thunder God illusion, Thunder God Generation 2, after fusing it with the primordial spirit, making the combat power of the Thunder Emperor simply off the charts. In addition, the biggest function of the Thunder God's heart was the birth of the companion spirit. In the divine ring tower in his mind, Jin and Abiao huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. In the central area, a creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body like a snake lay dormant. The human body part had an indistinct face, but antlers could vaguely be seen, and its eyes emitted a destructive aura. On its abdomen, a complex and mysterious array formed a pattern of war drums. Its arms were thick, as if they could tear the sky apart. While on the snake body, it was densely covered with purple scales, sharp and distinct, with bone spikes protruding from its back. The snake tail also had barbs like a scorpion's tail, standing erect like a lightning rod. Such an appearance clearly seems formidable. Jin and Abiao, these two with the combat capability of a 5, dared not approach. And this is the companion spirit of the Thunder God's heart. Considering it's not an animal spirit, Levi didn't use perfunctory names like a cat or a dog. Instead, similar to the sun face from before, it was named Silay, meaning Master of Thunder. Silay, undoubtedly, is an absolute combat spirit. Levi could feel the terrifying energy within it capable of destroying everything. He suspected that even 7 Circle senior wizards couldn't beat his companion spirit. At this rate, in the future battles, I won't even have to do anything. A bunch of various summoned creatures and projections can just crush the enemies. Levi couldn't help but make a quip. After several years of incubation, Levi finally digested a large portion of the massive gains from the previous period. He is only more than 400 points away from the mental force required for a 7-circle senior wizard, which is 9,000 points. Within 50 years, he can advance to 7-circle senior. Once Leon wakes up, we can return to the god-forsaken continent to hunt demons, going all out to earn 100 million war merits and secure the hand of the Winter Emperor. He opened the demon-slaying list. Having not competed for some time, his rank dropped from 9th to 10th. However, it's not a big deal, as long as it's not first. The basic ranking rewards for the top 10 are the same. War merits in a year, and only 500,000 in 100 years. These rewards are mainly symbolic and naturally despised by those who can reach the top 10. The real main rewards are the season settlement rewards after the blood battle ends. At that time, the Wizard Council begins to confer merits and rewards. If Levi can maintain his position in the top 10, the rewards will surely be generous. After entering the top 70, 100 Flowers' progress slowed down. Levi kept reminding her that safety comes first. So she advanced steadily, avoiding carrying out very dangerous missions. The Gundor 3 heroes, all in seclusion, also experienced a steady ranking decline over the years. But so far, they are all still in the top 100. Link, on the other hand, is advancing swiftly, to Levi's surprise. This guy, could he also be a reincarnated legendary wizard? The talent of the secret sword and the talent of the energy sect undoubtedly makes Levi think. Furthermore, being able to figure out the sword array and the path of the array by himself is also genius. A year later. Nora 324, Blood Battle Year 110. Ancient Banyan Fairyland, Black Soul Demon Tower. Chapter 2077. There was movement from Leon's retreat. Levi smiled with joy. The little guy is finally reaching level 7. He entered the dead chi-filled world of the demonic tower. A tiny golden figure stood in the void, with endless tribulation clouds overhead. Within the tribulation clouds were terrifying evil spirits formed from countless grudges, fierce spirits. Levi pondered. Why is Leon like me, needing to undergo tribulation to ascend to level 7? Unable to comprehend, Levi could only attribute it to Leon's defiance against the heavens. The souls mercilessly devoured by Leon always haunt him during each ascension, affecting his tribulation. It seems relying on consumption cultivation also comes at a cost. The golden figure was quickly submerged in the ocean of evil spirits. Die! Return to nothingness with us! Ha ha ha! Countless murmurs echoed in the Black Soul Demon Tower. Golden light erupted in thousands of rays, and there appeared a golden beetle, crowned by a golden sun, soaring through the sky. Under the golden light, those grudges and evil spirits vanished into smoke. Then they turned into mysterious powers, surging into the beetle's body. This beetle was not large, about a meter in diameter. After the tribulation, it seemed to feel sleepy, falling from the void to sleep soundly on the ground. Beneath the beetle's shell was the body and face of a small boy, somewhat plump with baby fat. Leon is becoming more human, with insect traits further receding. Levi picked Leon up and left the area. A month later. Leon finally woke up. It opened its golden shell, fluttered its wings, and flew around Levi. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Levi immediately gave Leon all the cans it had stored, including the golden princes. After the advancement, Leon's appetite became insatiable. The previously stored advanced canned goods were quickly consumed. Only then did Leon sit contentedly on the ground, patting its belly. In the next moment, it extended its hand, and discs of memory began to appear. For its level 7 self, the speed of recording discs was even faster. After browsing them, Levi found that the completeness of the memories in the discs had also improved. Some memories locked under ordinary restrictions were accessible to him. Except for very confidential memories, everything was in view. This included memories of some primordial soul spells. In the future, primordial soul spells could practically be obtained for free. Leon suddenly said, "Master, I found something interesting." Leon took out Roman's disc. Levi had already finished looking through the contents of this disc and found no value in it. A colorful crack opened on Leon's forehead. Roman's disc transformed into a beam of light, flooding into the crack. Simultaneously, Leon spat out a plume of grey smoke. This smoke was filled with negative, resentful energy, much like the grudges evil spirits Leon had encountered during the tribulation. Within the smoke, Roman's disc slowly rotated, melting away with each turn. In the void, fire elemental power flowed in, merging with the smoke. The next moment, a red flame evil spirit emerged, emitting a terrifying wail, exuding the aura of the sixth circle. Its face was distorted, faintly resembling Roman. Levi's expression was one of surprise and joy. You can use Roman's memory in the disc to create such creatures. Leon boasted. Yes, whatever the creature's level in life was, it will be that same level when I create it, although because the memories themselves are incomplete, the abilities are also not complete, and its strength won't match its former life. Moreover, once the disc is fully burned, the creature will disappear, so it's only temporary. However, it should be enough to last through a battle. Levi applauded. Amazing! Leon had exploited the souls of enemies to the extreme. Even when their divine souls were destroyed, leaving only memory discs, they had to be reanimated to fight. This meant Leon could play an important role in Levi's battles from now on. Not to mention, Levi had slain a dozen level 7 existences. All of these could be controlled by Leon to participate in battles. As for those of the 6th level and 5th level, they were innumerable. Levi asked. Leon, how many of these evil spirits can you control at most now? Leon contemplated seriously. Master, I feel that creatures like Roman's evil spirit can be easily managed up to 20, but for something like the Golden Prince, maybe 4 or 5, and for anything below a level 5, I can't count that high. Levi laughed heartily. That's enough, more than enough. Leon's ability could turn the tide in critical moments, reversing the course of a battle. Besides this, Leon's webcasting ability had also become even more formidable. If caught, even a 7-circle wizard would have difficulty freeing themselves. Its golden shell now surpassed the hardness of the mid-level 7 famine slaughtherer's shell. It could withstand direct spells from a 7-circle senior wizard, a truly defiance of the heavens. Leon was no longer just a simple follower. It could also engage in battle, facing powerful foes alongside Levi. After watching the memory discs, Levi also learned about the Golden Prince's rise and fall disappearance story. He couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Encountering a level 9 wind disaster stratum in a mirage, encountering just one would make an ordinary person go buy a lottery ticket, but this person encountered both directly. My luck pales in comparison. The most incredible thing is that this person actually picked up a pure-blooded dragon clan's corpse for free in the land of darkness and found an ancient wizard ruin. Chapter 2078. As it stands, the materials of the pure-blooded dragon clan, along with the wind dust dragon, and even the wizard relic, are all in the core area of the giant beast restricted area. To obtain them, one must face the level 8 Spider King head-on. Just a single level 8 thunder element was already too much for Levi to handle. And needless to say, the level 8 Spider King, the overlord of the 3 realms and 4 lands. However, Levi was in no rush. After all, in the ancient tower, no one was there to compete with him. These heaven-defying opportunities would eventually be his. Gazing at the news about the Golden Prince's funeral, Levi's heart remained unruffled. With the death of the Golden Prince, he lost interest in the Letny family as well. From what he knew, ever since the death of the Electric Eel Wizard, this family seemed to begin its decline from a period of prosperity. According to him, the talented witch from the Roger banquet from that family, Lightning Nun Karpna, also fell in the subsequent blood battle. In merely a few centuries, this family had already lost 3 talented primordial soul wizards. Such a blow was devastating. Because these people were initially hopeful to become the future pillars of the family, even to produce a 9th circle wizard. It seemed that without Levi taking action, the Letny family, the giant ship he once feared immensely, had started to go downhill. There are no families that remain prosperous forever. After long years, all will become insignificant. Moreover, Letny family has been domineering across the endless sea. Without a tiger in the mountain, the monkey claims the throne. Who knows how many enemies they've made? Eventually, they'll face backlash. Some days later, 100 flowers returned from the god-forsaken continent. Levi, Chi sect, have shattered the void. 100 flowers excitedly demonstrated her abilities after reaching level 6 in the Chi sect. With a gentle sword strike, a blazing phoenix appeared, its cry clear and crisp, and the flames dyed half the sky red. Levi happily said. Congratulations! With this, 100 flowers had only the night left to achieve level 6 in all professions. She truly was remarkable. Other primordial soul wizards typically only took an auxiliary job among the 3 arts of wizardry. She directly took on the knight, Chi sect, and wizard, mastering 3 transcendent professions. Levi pondered in his heart. Knight, Chi sect, wizard, somewhat akin to the 3 paths of energy and spirit from the past life. If 100 Flowers could truly reach level 9 in all 3 paths, perhaps her own legendary path could emerge. However, the path of Chi sect to level 9 has always been difficult. Throughout history, many geniuses of the Panda clan never reached level 9, only the founding ancestor did. If Levi could advance to legendary status in the future, with his help, he might be able to make 100 Flowers a grand wizard and a level 9 knight, but getting her to level 9 in Chi sect, even Levi was uncertain. The key to the path of Chi sect lies with Lord Victor and Link. One has a spirit embryo aptitude, the other possesses golden spear iron heart, so their achievements will certainly not be low. Especially Lord Victor, if he could manage level 9 success, maybe I could take this opportunity to comprehend the mysteries of Chi sect level 9. Forgetting everything else for a while. Long separated lovers reunite with passion, the drought ends with sweet rain. After several days of passion with 100 Flowers, Levi said. Next, I need you to guard the ancient dragon continent. By the way, how long do you think you'll need to become a senior 7th circle? 100 Flowers replied. Probably within a century. I have already mastered all 3 paths of 7 circle primordial soul spells and only need to hone them to perfection. After refining the Amber Dragon, my meditation efficiency has improved significantly. Levi said. Got it. From now on, this corpse demon is yours. He handed over the control of the giant Whale King to 100 Flowers. For him, with the Si lay and other summoning means, the giant Whale King was no longer essential. Keeping it in the ancient dragon continent could also protect 100 Flowers and their organization. The struggle of the trapped beast rare treasure had also been returned to 100 Flowers long ago. Once he had the ability to repair rare treasures in the future, he'd fully restore it for 100 Flowers. God-forsaken continent. After years apart, Levi set foot on this main battlefield again. Recently, Lord Victor had gathered enough 5 million war merits to exchange for a Morning Star level oddity. Compared to the Holy Infant and Gonduf, he was fortunate, getting the metallic faction oddity, the Silver Cloak, in one shot, like a soul hit. Regrettably, it wasn't a sequence artifact. But for Lord Victor, it was still quite satisfactory, aiding in post-7th circle cultivation. With the mirror of light surfacing in his right eye, Levi tracked the traces of demons like a hound, disappearing into the horizon. Soon after, he arrived at a battlefield long finished, then his gaze narrowed, frowning. Dragon Knight Wizard Group. He saw a group of low-level flame demons devouring the body of Yabek. This person was the commander of the wizard group and had met Levi a few times. This battle group was under the command of Laplace. Evidently, Levi had some favorable impressions of this group. Following the demonic aura, the hermit rune flickered as he continued searching, arriving at a battlefield. The Laplace wizard, with blood-red eyes, had an enormous phantom of a giant clad in armor behind him, besieged by 3 looming figures of demonic aura. The giant was his wizard form, Rock King Majesty, utterly shattered. For Laplace, who was a senior 7th circle with top-tier talent, to be forced into such a state, the enemies had to be brutal. The enemies were 2 mid-level 7 flame demons and 1 mid-level 7 stone statue demon, or gargoyle. The gargoyle was incredibly fast, with high magic resistance, enduring Laplace's attacks and diverting his firepower, allowing the flame demons to unleash their frenzied assault. Even if Laplace was powerful, being besieged by 3 of the same realm, he was clearly struggling. All around, there was a spectating demon army, which formed a military formation, enclosing Laplace. At the center of the formation, a black giant, exuding mid-level 7 presence, standing 3,000 meters tall, was gnawing on the flesh of some unknown giant beast while watching the slaughter. The giant's forehead bore bull-like horns, its body covered with ancient scales, exuding overwhelming dragon's might, as black flames surged into the sky, distorting the surrounding space. This is a demonized dragon descendant giant. Such vast vitality, such a powerful body. Levi had seen many dragon descendant wizards before. But a dragon descendant giant, it was his first time seeing one. The fusion of 2 universally acknowledged powerful creatures, a giant dragon and a giant, now demonized. With these 3 layers of buffs, the strength of that massive figure was apparent. Compared to it, the so-called Thunder Giant descendants, the Thunder Marsh clan, lagged far behind. If only I could make this big fellow into a corpse demon, how wonderful would that be? In his mind, the human-faced snake god's special spiritual creature, Silay, opened its mesmerizing eyes, startling Jin and Biao. Silay patted its belly, and the dull war drum sounds echoed in Levi's mind. A lightning spear, exuding destructive energy, materialized in its hand. Levi knew his companion's special spiritual creature was now ready. Chapter 2079. The dragon descendant giant is named Astate. Its subordinates are accustomed to referring to it as Dragon Blood Giant, Slaughter Reveler, and Beast Fighting Arena Master. Its father is the lord of the 67th layer of the Abyss, fallen dark giant beast Phoebus. Phoebus's true form is a dark dragon, a powerful complete pure-blood dragon clan. To pursue immortal life, it pledged allegiance to the angry lord of the 478th layer of the Abyss, Koskechi, and was granted a level 9 Abyss heart, gaining the attention of the Abyss will and becoming an Abyss lord. Later, Phoebus combined with a level 9 giant who also served the angry lord, giving birth to Astate. This level 9 giant is the lord of the 69th layer of the Abyss, mother of copper giants, Motanaz. Even in the ancient times of giants, level 9 giants were extremely rare, often the mistress or clan leader of a tribe, especially in the modern era where giants decline. These two demigod-level powerhouses put all their efforts into giving birth to such an Astate. Astate did not disappoint its parents, becoming a level 7 middle-stage powerhouse at the young age of 4000. It is just one step away from the late stage of level 7. Pure-blood dragon clan and the mother of giants are both genuine longevity species. The offspring they bore are also longevity species. 4000 years is indeed young for a dragon descendant giant. Under normal circumstances, dragons do not care for their offspring. Neither Levi's second brother nor Elsie has seen their unworthy father. Only a few exceptions exist, such as Alexandra's father. Because he lives long-term in the wizard world, bound to human society, he slightly cares for Alexandra. Astate's father is also an exception. With the care of its parents and the favor of the angry lord, Astate has also consumed a level 9 Abyss heart. This time in the blood battle, the whole family of 3 accompanies the angry lord to battle. Astate watched as its enemies were toyed with in despair, its gaze perverse and crazed. This Laplace is the elite of the wizard world. The Dragon Knight wizard group he leads causes the burning expeditionary army considerable trouble. Today, Astate personally led its army to ambush the Dragon Knight wizard group. With little effort, this wizard battle group was annihilated. Laplace watched as Yabek and numerous subordinates were killed and devoured by demons. The aura of despair and anger pervaded the land. And this is exactly what Astate wanted. On the battlefield, Laplace's wizard form fought 3 enemies at once, with the golden treasure armor floating around him. This mountain armor is an 8th level protective treasure from his father. When fully activated, it can withstand a strike from an 8th circle wizard. However, in a prolonged battle like this, the power of the treasure is waning. The enemy's multiple attacks left him defenseless. The Rock King Majesty wizard form was already shattered and unsustainable. Laplace fought in a frenzy, casting innate spells that transformed into mountains and meteorites, hurling them at the enemies. With the collaboration of the gargoyle and 2 flame demon lords, these attacks were all neutralized. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Laplace forced himself to calm down. He knew he had to find a way to escape, or he would fall here today. Witnessing the brutal death of the battle group subordinates he had been with day and night, he was somewhat losing his reason. But looking around, there was an army of demons, with demonic aura forming smoke signals and creating a demon net that imprisoned the world. This was an elite battle group of demons, with some shallow understanding of military formation paths. Laplace attempted various ways to break out, but each was suppressed by the 3 demon lords. The dragon descendant giant watched confidently. "What? Now you know fear?" Astate teased with a laugh. "Human wizards, you consider yourselves supreme, the rulers of all, but did you ever think you'd be so pathetic today? Damned genius wizard, you can't even beat my 3 subordinates, I'm so disappointed. What a pity. I heard there's a species called the Amethyst race on the Sauron Plain, known as the strongest tribe. I wonder if they could withstand a punch from me, Astate." Since debuting, Astate has rarely encountered any match in the same realm. Even level 7 late-stage flame demons dare not oppose it. Laplace, fighting back, pondered escape methods. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Laplace's mind. "Mr. Laplace, to what extent can that treasure of yours withstand an attack?" A startle coursed through Laplace's heart as he nonchalantly sensed his surroundings but detected no one. But he knew the voice belonged to Levi. Even though I'm exhausted now, it should withstand a full power strike from a level 7 perfect wizard without issue. Levi's voice sounded again. Then protect yourself well, my move covers a wide area, I'm afraid of accidentally hurting you. Laplace transmitted. I understand. He felt an internal shock. It was unimaginable that Levi was hiding near the battlefield without anyone, including the dragon descendant giant posing significant threat, noticing. The next moment, a purple light streaked through the air, shooting at the dragon descendant giant in the center of the military formation. Boom! The light was too fast for Astate to react. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp impact sound. The amethyst light was deflected, and before Astate appeared, an ancient scale giant shield materialized automatically to protect its master. Chapter 2080. At this moment, the dragon descendant giant finally realized there was an enemy attack. If not for the rare treasure granted by its father, it would have been heavily injured, even if not dead. Although this rare treasure was crudely made, lacking in any skill. Its material, however, was crafted from the heart-protecting scale, shed by the father before advancing to a level 9 complete body from a level 8 peak. This is the hardest part of most Dragon Clan members. With such a defiant treasure for protection, it can practically fear no sneak attacks from secret sword flow wizards. This kind of wizard assassination technique has been one of the main ways to cause sudden deaths among Lord-level demons over the past century. On the other side, Levi was also somewhat surprised. What level treasure is this? It could actually block my attack. Even with the blessing of the sword spirit, it seems insufficient. Good, it appears this dragon descendant giant has a rather high status, it cannot be spared today. Levi withdrew the amethyst light sword, his figure flickering, appearing on the battlefield. Lay. In his mind, the spirit creature with a human face and snake body holding a thunder spear shot straight into the sky. It devoured and absorbed, drinking heartily the elemental power of the thunder within a 30 li radius, transforming into a human-faced giant snake 1,000 meters long. Lay raised the thunder spear, summoning millions of black, ink-like black annihilation divine thunder. Above the heights, a lightning pillar spanning 1,000 meters wide, towering over several thousand meters, formed. Boom! The lightning pillar fell from the sky. A level 7 intermediate flame demon, battling with Laplace, was directly struck. Crack, crack! The flame demon, reaching 1,000 meters in height, struggled painfully beneath the lightning pillar, the rock layers on its body surface starting to dissolve. Before long, this level 7 intermediate flame demon was enveloped by the black annihilation divine thunder, unable to take care of itself, nearing death. The lightning pillar crashed into the ground, creating a thunder ocean covering a 50 li radius. Where the thunder sea swept across, those low-level demons melted like snow. Levi was focused on saving people and couldn't be bothered to leave the corpses of these low-level demons intact. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such a wide-range ability for a bombing spree. All this occurred in the blink of an eye. The dragon descendant giant's face changed greatly, seeing the newcomer as a black-armored swordsman, it wasn't surprised but delighted. Ha ha ha! Dusk Palace Master, searched high and low only to find it easily, since you're here, let me test if you live up to your name today. Clearly, it also recognized Levi, who ranks in the top 10 of the demon slaying list, and had done its homework beforehand. Levi gestured with his hand. 2,000-meter peaks grew limbs, shaking the earth and mountains. Ever-flowing streams formed green giant eagles, with the mighty wind roaring. 2 earth spirit soldiers, 1 Maya spirit, all charged towards the dragon descendant giant. Lay, eliminate all demons present, leave none alive. He left the command, wielding his long sword, and charged at the flame demon below. Lay sat under the boundless sky, surrounded by rolling black thunder. Groups of demons, led by the demon lords, charged at Lay, not daring to pass through its black thunder domain. Only daring to attack from long range. Some demons who disbelieved, just stepping in, turned to ashes. Lay, after releasing its ultimate move, continued to throw the thunder spear. Each strike comparable to a 7-circle thunder element spell. If it lands among the demon crowd, it directly blasts a section to death. The demon lords all retreated. Because of Lay's disturbance, the battlefield instantly became chaotic. This is the strength of the bright moon-level companion spirit. Roar! A white tiger appeared behind Lay. Abiao borrows the tiger's might, unleashing tornadoes and wind blades, attacking the isolated demons. Though it was only a sky-level companion spirit, as Levi advanced to the 7th circle, its strength was also impressive. Ordinary demon lords were truly no match for it. Even the long unseen flame-faced Nick hovered over Si like the sun god, shooting out hot air. It opened the abyssal mouth, spewing terrifying flame breath, sweeping across the demon army. Nick had been working at the Tower of Dawn for years, managing alchemical creatures, guarding its home. However, because Levi brought out a new thunder elemental spirit from the ancient tower, replacing Nick, it then returned to Levi's side. Similarly, as a sky-level companion spirit, Nick's battle strength was somewhat stronger than Abiao's. After all, fire element slaying attack power is one of the best. Wind, fire, and thunder, the three major companion spirits form an unbreakable joint offensive. With Nick and Abiao's protection, Si could unrestrainedly conduct full-map thunder attacks. Thunder spears like the god of death's scythe, reaped the lives of demons. Under Levi's cover, Laplace successfully broke out of the encirclement. His eyes trembled as he looked at the human-faced snake-bodied thunder giant in the sky. This is Sir Levi's trump card? Too powerful. What kind of truth oddity could deserve such a powerful companion spirit? Crack! With flames and thunder light entwining, a shocking sword chi slashed down. A level 7 intermediate flame demon, tormented by the black annihilation divine thunder, instantly split in half. A 2,000-meter-high thunder emperor's essence descended dramatically. Before it, even the flame demon seemed insignificant. Levi put away the flame demon corpse and spoke to Laplace. "You're exhausted, retreat first, leave this place to me." Laplace said. "Is it appropriate to abandon you and run away?" Levi nodded. "You can leave assured, staying here might indeed burden me." His words weren't pleasant, but they were sincere. He didn't want his war merits to be shared by others. Chapter 2081. Laplace glanced at the current battleground situation and no longer hesitated. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." Under Levi's protection, Laplace shattered the void and left. On the battlefield, only Levi remained. He revealed a joyful smile. "Today, I can kill to my heart's content." In the void, a golden beetle emerged. Leon opened his mouth, exhaling a net, invisible and vast as the sky, covering a range of dozens of miles. This net hung in the sky above the battlefield. As soon as a demon soul flew out, it got stuck. In no time, the spider web was entangled with thousands of low-level demon souls. Leon collected them and cast a new net. "Ha ha ha! I will establish my own Leon battle group in the future, called the Beetle Battle Group, and I will be the commander." Humph humph. After his advancement, Leon's appetite increased dramatically, and although these low-level souls were not nutritious, they could not be wasted. And his ability to collect souls had greatly strengthened, no need to collect them one by one. Anyway, they were demon souls, and Levi also told the little guy not to be polite and eat as he pleased. Leon is, after all, the Nether Emperor. How could it matter to break some rules of the underworld? Perhaps these rules were set by it. What's more, the multidimensional plane Holy Spirit is countless. The amount Leon devoured was not even a drop in the ocean in the underworld's eyes. At worst, even if the underworld had issues, it would be Leon, the Nether Emperor, causing them. Levi was merely working for the Nether Emperor. While collecting the spoils of war, Leon did not forget to fight. He quickly made the discarded memory discs into numerous evil spirits. The useful content on these memory discs had long been recorded in the wizard's memory slate. Keeping them was useless, better to let them have residual value. Evil spirits flew all over the sky, either casting spells or using combat techniques. Their vast momentum matched Levi's Shadow Dragon group, only that they were one-time consumables. With the addition of evil spirits to the battlefield, the demons' casualties increased rapidly. "Ha ha ha, go and slaughter, Leon wants rivers of blood." As the evil spirits clashed with demons, Leon sat comfortably at the corner of the web, swiftly collecting corpses. Boom! The sound of mountains shattering accompanied. An astonishing shockwave smashed the surrounding sky dome. The dragon descendant giant forcefully tore apart Levi's spiritual weapon and Maya. It suddenly charged at Levi, and in its hand appeared a spiked club 1,000 meters long. Boom! The terrifying stick wind, even before it landed, split the earth in half. Levi's right arm, strength, command, speed, endurance divine palace, all roared. The doomsday fist shone brightly. Upper hook sky-splitting fist. Fist and spiked club collided. An unimaginable energy wave exploded. Levi's figure was blasted underground, disappearing without a trace. The dragon descendant giant, along with the spiked club, was blasted into the sky, rushing out of the wind disaster stratum, crashing into the crystal wall, nearly shattering it. Hastat looked incredulously at the cracked tiger's mouth and the trembling spiked club. This Dusk Palace Master, in terms of strength, is actually not inferior to me. Who is it? It is the crystallization of a level 9 giant dragon and giant. It has honed itself in the abyss for 5,000 years, its strength has long reached the pinnacle, tearing sub-dragons with its hands, punching mountain demons. All along, it hasn't met a worthy opponent. Yet today, it encountered someone evenly matched. Such excitement and joy are indescribable. Ha 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 ha, well worth the trip indeed. Bam! Hastat's back exerted force, devil muscles bulged, and counterforce shattered the crystal wall. Its figure, like a meteorite, dashed towards Levi on the ground. Levi's figure leaped up, letting the Thunder Emperor and Nine-Headed Emperor Dragon continue to combat the remaining level 7 intermediate Flame Demon and Gargoyle. He needed to focus on facing the enemy before him. He was increasingly satisfied with this dragon descendant giant's body. It must be turned into a corpse demon. Rumble. Levi, boundless dragon's might entwined, forming a monstrous momentum. Astate's expression changed. Such a powerful, such a pure dragon's might, although the level is not high, its class seems even above my father. However, such an enemy is exactly what makes it interesting. Astate's body was towering like a mountain, but agile beyond measure. The reason for its height was primarily due to its mother's bloodline heritage. As a level 9 giant, in terms of true form size, it had few rivals at the same level. But its father, the Dark Dragon, was a speed-typed member of the Dragon clan. The power and defense of the Copper Giant, the speed of the Dark Dragon, combined with the stimulation of the demonic aura, made it a rare triangle warrior, strength, speed, defense all 3A. And its combat skill talent was also outstanding. Bam! 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 Levi and Astate's figures clashed in the sky like two planets, exploding. Where they passed, all the clouds within dozens of miles shattered, void breaking. Their battleground spanned thousands of miles, from the deep abyss below to the land of darkness above. Since the battle with the Ancient, it had been a long time since Levi met an opponent that allowed him to fight so heartily. The speed at which his extreme Deo strategy proficiency increased was several times faster than during normal cultivation. Two ancient fierce beasts fought fiercely in the land of darkness, sweeping across all obstacles. No one wanted to escape, only fighting with full force. Astate laughed wildly towards the sky, its steel body as if cast from bronze, already full of dents. The entire body had unknown numbers of fractures, shattered, flesh torn. Good. Good. Worthy of being the Dusk Palace Master, worthy of being the Knight's number 1, the hot blood within me is boiling. Chapter 2082. Astate gasped heavily, but his fighting spirit grew ever more exuberant. In contrast, Levi, although he sustained quite a few injuries, they were all healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, without so much as a single heavy breath. This level of battle is the best state for honing combat techniques. The proficiency in Infinite Blade Technique, Wandering Snake 9 Changes and Extreme Deo strategy has improved greatly. Moreover, my primordial spirit is just a step away from breaking through its limit, only needing to pierce the last paper-thin barrier. I must turn this big fellow into a corpse demon for sparring practice, making him my training dummy, which would be greatly beneficial for cultivating combat techniques. Bang! Levi's body sprang out, his fists like cannonballs, colliding with Astate. He was curious to see how long this dragon descendant giant could endure. Meanwhile below, Nine-Headed Emperor Dragon vs Flame Demon, Thunder Emperor vs Gargoyle. The battlefield turned into a grinding machine, filled with overwhelming momentum. Low-level demons accidentally caught in the aftermath turned to ash instantly. The Nine-Headed Emperor Dragon's 9 heads had innate spells of various colors, dazzlingly brilliant. The Fire Dragon roared and competed with Flame Demon's flame for the utmost heat. The Water Dragon's song wrapped around the Flame Demon, using water to overcome fire. The Ice Dragon soared across the sky, and with the descent of the Ice Hell, blocked its movements. The Flame Demon fought desperately, using powerful spell-like abilities to contend with the Nine-Headed Emperor Dragon. The earth cracked, spewing out countless magma, as volcanoes soared up. The Emperor Dragon recited complex incantations, one sun after another appeared around the flame demon, surrounding it. A total of 7 great suns encircled the flame demon. The most terrifying thing was that these suns were all blue. Eerie and unreal flames burned fiercely. This was the dark death flame version of 7 suns falling domain. With the roaring of spells, the 7 suns exploded, and the blue ghost fire engulfed the flame demon. The flame demon's blaze started to recede and extinguish. Next came a black annihilation divine thunder version of Thunder Beast technique. The flame demon's unrecognizable corpse crashed to the ground. Its demon soul escaped and ran into the net woven by Leon. On the other side, though the gargoyle had high magic resistance, it had no effect in front of the Thunder Emperor. As primordial spirit, the Emperor could perform both spell attacks and physical attacks. Like a river, the boundless stream of sword chi surged endlessly, wave after wave. The gargoyle's strong body, after countless devastations, shattered like a statue. As the demon soul just escaped, it was pressed to the ground by the 9-headed Emperor Dragon, and a face-to-face fire dragon tribulation obliterated it. Leaving Leon to clean the battlefield, the 9-headed Emperor Dragon and Thunder Emperor turned into light and charged into the land of darkness. Wizard forms and primordial spirit returned beside their original body. Hastat felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't believe that 3 level 7 middle stage demons were dealt with just like that. This individual's strength far exceeds the rumors from the outside world. Though such an opponent is rare, safeguarding my life is more important. His fighting spirit began to wane. Knowing that he's not a match for the enemy yet not retreating would be foolish. The dragon scale shield flew out, blocking spell attacks from all directions. Taking this opportunity, Hastat's form shattered the void and turned around to leave. Bang rumble! Levi raised his hand to summon the Silver Thunder Mountain and Wind Illusion Realm, sealing this heaven and earth. Haven't fought enough yet? Why are you leaving? Hastat was shocked inside. This wasn't enough, yet saw a golden beetle figure fly over, using webs, layer upon layer to seal this place, preventing Hastat from leaving. This was also one of Leon's tricks after reaching level 7. After taking care of this, the little one continued to clean the battlefield and wrap things up. Do you really want to fight to the death with my true form? Hastat's eyes began to turn blood red, boundless demonic aura burned, and his 3,000-meter tall body actually began to shrink, like the collapse of a star, but the energy waves it emitted grew ever larger. Boom! Chaos sword energy sliced out. Levi naturally wouldn't give the enemy a chance to amplify. In an instant, with the water to crystallize sense of breakthrough flowing in, and the proficiency panel's prompt, Levi realized, primordial spirit broke through its limit again. The vast power poured into the body, and the figures of Thunder Emperor and 9-headed Emperor Dragon overlapped. In the world, energy storms swept to all sides, forcing Hastat into a corner, struggling to hold on. Amidst 10,000 beams of light, the figure of the 9-headed Emperor Dragon dissipated. Taking its place was an imperial figure resembling Levi, wrapped in thunder, draped in 9-colored armor. It stood close to 3,000 meters high, no less than the true form of the dragon descendant giant. The terrifying momentum made Hastat feel like he was facing his father. 9-colored armor was transformed from the 9-headed Emperor Dragon. At this moment, Levi's wizard forms also truly fused with the primordial spirit, giving birth to an advanced form of primordial spirit. His eyes shone brightly, countless meat temples inside trembled. The 3,000-meter tall 9-colored emperor took one step covering infinite distance. The emperor's sword, shining with 9-colored light streams, slashed towards Astate in the corner. Sky Dragon Path. 6 Dragons Demolition. Astate's body further compressed, endless power of golden elements poured in, forging him into a genuine copper man. Mysterious runes twinkled, reflecting brilliant stars. Giant's profound meaning Copper King's immortal body. The land of darkness, bright as daylight. After the ultimate explosion, shock waves emptied meteorites, forming a vacuum zone. Astate felt, as if struck by the heavens, on the brink of falling into the bottomless abyss. Extreme pain struck. Chapter 2083. It looked at its own headless body, suddenly taken aback. I am split open. As the child of the mother of Copper Giant, known for its defense, it even used the giant's profound meaning. In such a state, it was beheaded by someone with a single stroke. The Thunder Emperor reached out and grabbed Astate's head. The palm ignited with the Crimson Emperor Dragon Flames, Dark Death Flame, and Black Annihilation Divine Thunder, heating the hard head until it glowed red, like a boiler. Hastat's final consciousness sank into eternal silence. The prodigy born from the union of two demigods, dead. After a check, Levi stored away the corpse of the dragon descendant giant, along with the dragon scale shield. All these were valuable treasures. The origin of this big guy is not ordinary. After this victory, I must be even more careful and cautious. On the ground battlefield, Sile, like the true thunder god, unleashed a thunderous assault on the demons below, the Thunder King's court, destroying all in its wake. The Shadow Dragon group and the Evil Spirit army surrounded and annihilated the remaining small demonic resistance. Some demon lords, among others, took the opportunity to escape. However, it mattered not. After today's battle, Levi's war merit might rise to the top 3. Because he alone accomplished what required an ace battle group to achieve in such a grand-scale war. A dragon descendant giant with a power comparable to level 7 late stage, along with 3 mid-stage level 7 ordinary demons, countless in number. Soon, Leon also finished collecting the spoils of war. Let's return to the ancient dragon continent for a while to see what happens next. Danger perception tells me that staying on the god-forsaken continent might be dangerous. Levi's form dissipated, leaving the god-forsaken continent. Not long after, the sky ripped apart, and a stone statue demon, radiating a level 8 aura, descended. It glanced at the devastated battlefield, unable to sense Hastat's presence anymore. It's over, that big lug is dead. Who will bear the mother of the copper giant's wrath? Hastat held a noble status, equivalent to a level 8 demon, or even higher. This stone statue demon was originally its guardian but was temporarily dispatched by the Burning Expedition Army's commander to support another battlefield. It left for just a short while, and such a drastic change occurred. Except for 8th Circle wizards and those ace battle groups, given Hastat's trump cards, even if defeated, it could have easily escaped. It wasn't long before it found an escaping demon. After inquiry, it discovered that Hastat was actually killed by one person. Dusk Palace Master, has this person's power grown to such a level? After the stone statue demon departed, Laplace arrived on the battlefield with his cousin Soraya and the mountain giant wizard group. He was still worried about Levi's situation. He attempted communication with Levi, but received no response, so he came to inspect. Yet upon arriving at the battlefield, they saw the place flooded with demon blood, rivers formed into lakes, with a sinister demonic aura reaching the sky. Sarai led the group to investigate and then said, "I've checked, all the dead are demons, rest assured, with Dusk Palace Master's strength, he surely returned safely." Laplace said, "Is it possible that so many demons, along with 4 mid-stage level 7 ones, were all slain by him?" That dragon descendant giant, even if faced alone, Laplace wasn't fully confident. Not to mention there was an entire elite demonic battle group as well. Soraya said, "It's quite normal, don't be too upset. War involves casualties, it's quite a normal affair. The Dragon Knight Wizard group has fulfilled their mission, and the relatives or organizations of those who perished in battle will receive appropriate compensation. Moving forward, reside within my battle group, we can take care of each other." Days later, Laplace received a reply from Levi, saying he was fine, which eased his worries. If rescuing him had put Levi at risk, it would be a guilt he'd carry for life. And when he opened the demon-slaying list, he stood frozen on the spot. 3rd place, Levi, 67 million points. Levi's rank skyrocketed from 10th to 3rd place, surpassing Fire God's hand Gatling. In other words, just in this battle, he accrued an additional 17 million points. I've been demon hunting, and only amassed 20 million points. My cousin Soraya, a genius nearing 7-circle perfection, has only 35 million points. At that moment, he finally realized that, for Levi, rescuing him was truly just a simple task. Blood battle daily, Dusk Palace Master overturns the battle, amassing 17 million points, ranking Indiana the top 3. The top 3 on the level 8 demon slaughter list have always been the talk of primordial soul wizards during their leisure time. Levi's sudden entry undoubtedly stirred up a huge commotion. Others ascend the rankings step by step, he leapt straight to the top. Harvest looked at the newspaper, a hint of a smile on his lips. "It seems my number 1 spot won't last, Leela. Offer my congratulations to Dusk Palace Master, and congratulate him on advancing to the top 3. On a certain battlefield, a burly, red-skinned man with powerful arms soared across the sky. His palms were like machine guns, spewing out endless blue fire bombs. Mushroom clouds of blue soared into the sky, rooting the demon army below, throwing them into disarray. He was Fire God's hand Gatling, a 7-circle perfection wizard. Having dominated the third-place rank for over a century, Gatling, in his early years, refined a powerful unique flame, the blue bird flame. Hence, he became world-renowned with his signature blue flames. Interesting, my third place was actually taken. Gatling glanced calmly at the ranking list and then sighed. Chapter 2084. No wonder Harvest praises him highly, young and full of potential indeed. When he had already made a name for himself, Levi was still an unknown newcomer. Now, this newcomer has already surpassed seasoned veterans like himself. In any case, this is a fortunate event for the wizard world. But who knows if he can endure the upcoming trials? Becoming famous comes with a price. The Council of 10,000 clans, demons, and even some potential unseen enemies will inevitably see Levi as a thorn in their side. He, Harvest, and the Light Divine Sword all have the reliable shelter of a strong battle group, with a team that is well coordinated and goes through life and death together. In the civil war, the power of the individual will ultimately have its limits. As a lone wolf, what should Levi do? Deep Blue Expeditionary Army Headquarters. Lucy, with blue hair, stood pondering before the map projection in the void. The recent actions of the burning Expeditionary Army are somewhat unusual. It seems the Nova commander has an expert advisor behind him. Upon hearing of Levi's rise to the top 3 of the demon-slaying list, she thought for a moment and opened her communication device to send a message. "Congratulations, keep up the good work." The words were simple, but when Levi, who was on the ancient dragon continent, saw them, he was touched. "Ms. Lucy actually took the initiative to send me a message. Does it hold any special meaning?" At the same time, news from the Black Abyss Walker also arrived. "The ones you killed are the offspring of 2 high-ranking demons in this blood battle. Be cautious going forward, to prevent the demons from retaliating desperately at any cost." After reading it, Levi realized that the parents of this dragon descendant giant were both level 9 abyss commanders in this blood battle group. Mother of Copper Giants and the Dark Dragon. No wonder such a fool could advance to level 7. Speaking of which, the Dark Dragon is also a speed-typed dragon of the Dark Energy faction, dubbed along with the Ender Dragon as the Dark Double Dragons. The Ender Dragon is the ancestor of the Shadow-Winged Dragon. Levi looked deeply at the headless corpse as large as a mountain, and the head, spiked club, and dragon scale shield that lay beside it. "Wait and see, big fool. I will make sure your family reunites, that day will not be far off." With the Black Abyss Walker's instructions, Levi knew that having killed such an important figure, it was not advisable to be reckless going forward. Now that primordial spirit had broken through to level 10, he took this chance to consolidate. Using the primordial spirit as the framework, he fused the wizard forms within, signaling the unification of the witch and knight. This shows that his chosen path is correct. Of course, this fusion is not irreversible. Levi can at any time separate the 9-headed Emperor Dragon to adapt to complex combat scenarios. After a brief moment in the spotlight, Levi once again faded into silence on the ancient dragon continent. Even the 100 Flowers did not venture back to the god-forsaken continent but focused on breaking through the mid-level night realm. As for the Council of 10,000 clans, after the death of the ancient, they stopped troubling the Gundor 3 heroes. However, every so often, reports came out of the wizard talents on the demon-slaying list being attacked by the Council of 10,000 clans. Levi speculated that either the Council of 10,000 clans had given up revenge on the Gundor 3 heroes and himself, or they were plotting something big. There wasn't a good solution to break the deadlock. Strength is the hard truth. This is why Levi had the 3 avatars focus on cultivation without concerning themselves too much with the demon-slaying list. Land of Darkness. Beside the Abyss Well. At the top of Demon Mountain, a huge dragon with wings like a dark cloud reaching the sky opened its eyes. "Phineas, our child was killed, and you're still sleeping." The speaker was a giantess, her metallic luster shining brightly, standing a full 30,000 meters high. Her bosom high and lofty, the true twin peaks, she's the mother of Copper Giants, Motanaz. "What? Who did it?" Phineas's eyes turned cold, and a torrent of dragon's might swept across the void. The Mother of Giants said. "It was a human, a genius from the wizard world, reportedly only at the level 7 initial realm." Phineas exclaimed in astonishment. "Our child, going all out, even a level 7 late-stage demon would not be its match, yet he died at the hands of a young human, unbelievable." My dear, I know you're anxious, but don't worry, I will find a way to resolve this. The mother of giants said. Humph, you better be telling the truth. With that, the towering mother giant thundered away. Phineas's inner thoughts were gloomy. It dared not travel to Nora, pondering over and over, finding no choice but to contact Nova. Nova's voice came through. What is it, Phineas? Phineas said. Nova, my son died on the god-forsaken continent. Nova replied. On the battlefield, such incidents are quite routine, aren't they? My old friend, I have to prioritize the bigger picture. I know who killed your son, and if the opportunity arises, I will avenge you. Phineas said. Also, if my wife asks, just tell her I've already discussed it with you and am finding a solution. Nova laughed and said. I understand. Time flew by. 6 years later. Nora calendar, year 330. During this time, Levi vanished once again from the public view, and the points on the demon-slaying list stopped once more. This made everyone realize. To Levi, demon hunting seemed to be just an occasional action. How terrifying would it be if he hunted demons full-time? But people could also understand, as the top 10 on the demon-slaying list were mostly those at 7 rings perfection, even at the maximum level. Those individuals no longer worried about spiritual force, merely refining their primordial soul spells to a satisfactory level before advancing to the 8th circle. Whereas Levi was just an ordinary 7 rings, still requiring a significant amount of time to meditate. If he hunted demons full-time, it would undoubtedly delay his cultivation. Thus, during this period, the points for the Hand of Fire God steadily climbed, surpassing Levi and entering the top 3. Of course, Levi was not bothered by this. On the contrary, he was delighted. This honest competition is beneficial for the wizard civilization in enduring the blood battle. As time progressed, the cruelty of the war also started to unfold a century into the blood battle. The number of demons grew daily, the demonic aura on the god-forsaken continent increased manifold. The advantage of fighting on home ground was gradually diminishing, and the demise of the Dragon Knight Wizard group was merely a mirror of the war. Another 4 years passed, reaching the 120th year of the blood battle. Blood Battle Store officially opened. The Burning Expedition Army and Deep Blue Expeditionary Army erupted in the largest battle ever on the god-forsaken continent. The frontline news kept pouring in, and battle reports were disseminated to various schools, drawing more demon-hunting wizards to the battlefield. During these 10 years, Levi and the floral couple remained on their estate, practicing cultivation in silence. Occasionally, when demons or 6th-level lords invaded the territory, he wouldn't intervene. Ultimately, others needed opportunities too, and those tiny rewards were insignificant in Levi's eyes. On this day, a commotion came from the Tower of Summer Flowers. A white giant dragon, enshrouded in celestial aura, draped in flora and blossoms, coiled around the sky dome. Chapter 2085. Tower of Summer Flowers. 100 Flowers is about to advance. Levi's figure emerged, trusting in 100 Flowers' strength, yet still a bit worried, so he kept a personal watch. He couldn't use the abilities of a wizard or the energy sect, but as a 7-circle wizard, his insight and combat experience far surpassed a level 6 knight. In the end, she effortlessly used a divine weapon to slash the phantom of the immortal banyan dragon to pieces. After breaking through, 100 Flowers transformed, becoming a serpent-like white immortal banyan dragon, stretching 300 meters, exuding extraordinary momentum. This reminded Levi of the level 8 immortal banyan dragon from the witch's family. Unknowingly, the distance between him and this dragon senior had become within reach. When his strength grows further, perhaps he can negotiate and trade with the immortal banyan dragon for more bloodline essence, thus aiding 100 Flowers in the practice of the night. Having a readily available level 8 pure-blooded dragon clan without being able to use it felt like a regret. And naturally, Levi's bargaining chips were the dragon scale fruit and various treasures he had collected over the years that were beneficial to the dragon clan. Unlike a foolish dragon such as Andreas, Lady Yggdrasila didn't favor mundane treasure without value. Of course, this matter wasn't urgent, the premise for negotiation was always his own strength. If Levi became a grand wizard, both the witch's family and the immortal banyan dragon would undoubtedly come to curry favor with him. At level 6 now, the feeling of transforming into an immortal banyan dragon is truly amazing. 100 Flowers reverted to human form, landing beside Levi. Congratulations, Knight, Energy Sect, and Path of the Wizard, all have entered a new stage. Seizing the opportunity, Levi discussed his idea of the unity of essence, chi, and spirit with 100 flowers. This world was different from his previous one. In his former world, some religious practices mentioned this theory. As the saying goes, when 3 flowers gathered at the top return to the root, the 5 chi chao yuan becomes transparent. Before coming to this world, Levi always believed unity of essence, chi, and spirit was the perfect state for transcending life to sainthood. But in the multidimensional plane, after witnessing so many races and civilizations, none practiced this method. Wizards pursued the ultimate spirit, seeking to spiritualize the body, completely discarding the mundane notion of physicality. Knights pursued an invincible body, using the bloodline path, converting the 6 dimensions from abstract concepts into a meat temple. The energy sect pursued an elusive mind, where mind is superior to matter, unfathomable. Gods ignited the divine fire through belief, gathering divine personas, forming an immortal divine body. The abyss, nightmare, even barbarian tribes, golden absolutes race, amethyst race. In countless worlds, extraordinary paths varied greatly, most not exceeding these 3 major categories, essence, chi, and spirit. Yet no civilization practiced systemic cultivation of all 3, raising them comprehensively. After hearing Levi's idea, 100 Flowers was first incredulous, then found some sense in it. If unity of essence, chi, and spirit could be achieved, perhaps these extraordinary paths could also merge together, becoming an inconceivable existence, creating unimaginable miracles. 100 Flowers gazed at the sky dome, silently vowing inwardly. She would strive to reach level 9 on all 3 paths and witness different landscapes. Levi said. First, stabilize your realm, the blood battle auction begins at the year's end, we shall visit then. 100 Flowers laughed. All right, I've been too tense these years, let's relax a bit. After explaining the essentials of level 6 cultivation to 100 Flowers, they immersed themselves in training for a dozen days. In a sage-like state, Levi returned to the ancient Banyan fairyland. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye, it has been a long time since I've been this relaxed. He paused before a massive rectangular pool, 5 kilometers in diameter. The crimson pool water emanated an aura of mysterious and vast power. A giant figure of 3,000 meters in length was submerged within. On its bronze skin were intricate arrays and rune patterns. In the path of refining corpse demons, even as a half-baked school of death wizard, I can outperform many specialized wizards. For corpse demons, the key is choosing the right body. The rest are mere embellishments. This dragon descendant giant body is the top grade of top grades, possessing the strength and physical defense of a copper giant, along with the speed of a dark dragon, simply perfect. To match this corpse demon, Levi spared no expense. In this pool of blood, he added 4 kinds of level 7 metals and 12 kinds of level 6 metals. He spent 5 billion ether stones, purchasing the highest grade refining materials from the School of Death. The cost of this corpse demon is unimaginable to an ordinary 7-circle wizard. But for someone like Levi with spending power, it's doable. Additionally, he creatively integrated wings from the level 7 mid-stage famine slaughterer onto the sides of the corpse demon's arms. Its arms now could act like the blades of a blade warrior. It can smash with a spiked club or slash like a mantis with blades. In a few decades, it'll be complete. By then, with the strength of this corpse demon, facing a normal 7-circle perfect wizard won't be a problem. It can battle on the front line and serve as my combat practice partner. In truth, Levi also considered giving this big guy over to crimson enslavement. But for safety, he dismissed the idea. Its parents were great lords of the abyss, immensely powerful. Leaving it alive bore too many uncertainties. Making it into a corpse demon was safer. With the quality of this corpse demon, it would suffice for Levi before advancing to the 8th circle. Chapter 2086. Moreover, even if the living dragon descendant giant is preserved, as a longevity species, its advancement is too slow. It completely cannot keep up with Levi's pace and will eventually be eliminated by Levi sooner or later. Just like the dragons Levi has been nurturing, they can assist in battles initially, but later they can only serve as materials for bloodline potions. Or as mascots, given the intensity of the enemies Levi faces now, if they go to the god-forsaken continent for demon hunting, they won't last long. So they can only be arranged in the nightmare world, to open new lands there, also allowing them to vent their energy. Leon is one of the rare ones in the multidimensional plane who can barely keep up with Levi's advancement speed. Returning to the small stone pond, continuing to retreat and meditate. 10 years of cultivation. Levi's spiritual force has also increased to 8,630 points. He clearly feels that after possessing the Thunder God body, the speed of his spiritual forces increase, already fast, has further accelerated. Previously, under full cultivation, it used to increase by less than 10 points a year. And now, it's reached as much as 12 to 13 points. At present, it seems that in about 30 years, he can become a senior 7th ring. In terms of spells, after possessing the Thunder God body, the cultivation of Thunder Beast technique is almost divinely assisted. Currently, it is at level 15, and the progress bar has moved halfway. The cultivation speed of Thunder element spells has already matched those fire spells blessed by the Crimson Emperor Dragon. Microlysis technique has also been cultivated to level 14 at a 6th circle standard. Summon Hell King has reached level 15, having the qualification to summon a contract with a 7-circle undead. Levi utilized this on the evil spirit monarch within the giant Whale King. This way, he has spared a slot for Crimson Enslavement, with 3 vacancies now. In the rune language aspect, Fool Rune has also been cultivated to level 5. Combining it with Destiny Coin and abilities like Danger Perception and Nightmare Warning. To avoid calamities, foresee fortunes, and increasingly adept. The Path of Night's Nightmare Traveler has also reached the limit of level 6. Just like the Death Ember Dragon, once the advancement potion materials are ready, it can advance. The biggest progress is still in combat techniques. The Whale Emperor Power Book has reached its limit, merged by Levi into Extreme Deo Strategy S10 Evil Martial Arts, triggering the Sky Whale Path state. Sky Whale Path, Gigantic Transformation, Unrivaled Divine Power, Opening Slash. Wandering Snake 9 Changes reached level 6, Infinite Blade Technique reached level 4, all have breakthroughs. Levi waved his hand, lining up models of 7-circle spells. Some are purchased, others are spoils of war, with a portion from the memory of 7-circle wizards killed by Levi. However, so far, Levi has not killed many 7-circle wizards, only these 2, the Water General and the Golden Prince. The 7-circle spells obtained from Water General's memory are all ancient spells, basically outdated, none are excellent. The Golden Prince's, however, is pretty good, forming the foundation of the Letni family. After careful selection, Levi chose 3 spells for his next cultivation tasks. Leave the rest for cultivation once this batch is almost finished. These 3 spells are Heavenly Net Lightning, Undying Thunder, Basic Fortune Coin. The first 2 are Primordial Soul spells mastered by the Golden Prince. Heavenly Net Lightning, excellent grade. Can summon a vast web of lightning, capable of sealing the void, controlling enemies, and boasts strong attack power. Undying Thunder, top grade spell. It shrouds the body in lightning, forming an ultra-dense lightning vortex, able to repel most physical and magical attacks. Cultivated to the limit, it is said to withstand a full strike from an 8-circle ordinary wizard. However, this spell is extremely hard to master. The Golden Prince, with Thunder element talents, took over 100 years just to barely master it. But for Levi, with his panel and Thunder God body, it should not be a problem. He might learn slightly more Thunder spells next. This can utilize his Thunder God body and Black Oblivion Divine Thunder traits. Overall, Flames and Lightning are absolute killing spells, always his primary goal in spell cultivation. Basic Fortune Coin, not purchased, but gifted by Black Abyss Walker. This spell requires mastering Destiny Coin as a premise for learning. However, compared to Destiny Coin, it is more challenging and stronger. Destiny Coin merely informs you whether it is fortune or misfortune. Basic Fortune Coin begins to allow you to grasp a shred of changing misfortune, letting it turn towards benefit. This sounds mysterious, but it indeed can change things. Just like Levi's Luck Rune, which can take effect. Otherwise, Levi's luck would not be so good. Since it's Basic Fortune Coin, there must be subsequent sequential spells. The 8th Circle Intermediate Fortune Coin, the 9th Circle Advanced Fate Coin, and the legendary spell Dice of Destiny. The creator of this series of Destiny spells is the Deep Blue Sage, who has already fallen. Of course, after conversing with Roger that day, Levi suspects that the Deep Blue Sage has merely reincarnated. Probable to choose rebirth in this era, but it's unknown who. These legendary wizards, before becoming Grand Wizards or Legendary Wizards, often don't reveal themselves proactively, likely fearing enemies' revenge from previous lifetimes. To be able to create spells involved in such elusive paths as Destiny, the Deep Blue Sage's power is indisputable. Chapter 2087. The ability to make it fall made Levi apprehensive about the strength of that unknown enemy. After witnessing the difficulty of the Destiny coin, Levi was mentally prepared for the difficulty of the basic fortune coin. In the next half-year, he focused on cultivating spells. It wasn't long before Heavenly Net Lightning and Undying Thunder reached entry level. However, the basic fortune coin remained elusive to him. By the end of the year, those two thunder element spells had already reached a proficient level. This fortune-changing spell, finally, barely reached entry level and was recorded on the proficiency panel. This brought Levi a sigh of relief. If it can be listed on the panel, then it's good. From here, it's just a matter of cultivating steadily, merely differing in speed. It can ultimately reach the maximum without any obstacles. The communication device chimed, and Levi received a message. The first blood battle auction will begin in 3 days. The location is in the Central Realm. 100 Flowers had stabilized at the mid-level Night Realm and excitedly came to find Levi. Accompanying her was Madame Triss, whom he hadn't seen in such a long time. Her level of spiritual force had also improved significantly. It seemed she had her opportunities over these years as well. 100 Flowers smiled and said, "Levi, let's go." Levi smiled and said, "You came too, madam, then let's go together." To be safe, he asked Lord Victor to temporarily guard the ancient dragon continent for a period of time. During the blood battle, one must not slack off at any time, or else everything might be wasted. After refining the silver cloak, Victor's aura was enhanced significantly. His spiritual force had increased by 60 points. The talent in the metal faction had also advanced, birthing a special talent called Order Silver. This made his cultivation smooth sailing, with spiritual force rising rapidly. Unfortunately, the second refinement of an oddity still failed to create a special spiritual creature. Given Victor's secret sword flow techniques, it seems he doesn't particularly need it. However, Levi still hoped Victor could own a spiritual creature similar to Sword Spirit Fleur in the future. For this auction, the 3 avatars will not participate. Gondif and the Holy Infant have increasingly retreated into solitude over the years, with little news. The two are in full sprint towards the Seven Ring Realm. Alexandra and Elsie are still demon hunting on the god-forsaken continent, honing and mastering primordial soul spells through battle. They are still quite distant from the 7th circle and currently each have only mastered 7 witch marks. The Holy Infant indirectly hinted to them that if conditions allowed, they could pursue 15 witch marks. However, with the talent of these 2 women, perhaps 12 is their maximum. If not for the longer lifespan of dragon descendant wizards, they wouldn't even dare to think about 12. Central Realm. Blood Battle Store. Primordial soul wizards not engaged in the war eagerly flocked to participate in this century-old grand event. As for those below the primordial soul realm, there weren't many. These individuals' faces showed signs of weariness, even with the toughness of a primordial soul's body and mind. 100-year war left them mentally exhausted. The auction is of high specification, featuring valuable items. The main goal is to stimulate those old primordial soul antiques to spend, draining their wallets. Levi brought 2.5 billion in cash, 100 Flowers brought 500 million, and in addition, there was an additional cash flow of 2 billion on the part of the 3 avatars. In total, Levi could produce up to 5 billion ether stones at once. Even an 8th circle wizard may not be this extravagant. This, after all, is cash, not fixed assets. Senior Levi. The voice of Sir Rust Dragon Wizard came. He now had the cultivation of the 6th circle perfection, a typical example of a slow and steady build-up. Having reached the 6th circle after 1,000 years, after entering the primordial soul, his progress was smooth, showing hope for the 7th circle. Beside him stood a powerful-looking golden-robed wizard. Levi had heard of this person, who was the president of the Dragon Descendant Priory, Mr. Golden Dragon, Miania. His power was clearly in the 8 environments, apparently not much weaker than the old witch. It's said his father is the chief of the metallic dragons, Golden Radiant Dragon. Like the father of his second brother, Purgatory Black King Dragon, Golden Radiant Dragon is also a mythical level dragon. I greet Senior Golden Dragon, Sir Rust, long time no see. Levi exchanged pleasantries. Due to Ace's involvement, his relations with the Dragon Descendant Priory were quite good. He had interacted with them on several key occasions before. Miania laughed and said, "Sir Levi, your performance in the blood battle truly puts us old guys to shame." On the 9th level demon slaying list, his current points were still less than Levi's. Of course, as the head of the priory, he seldom actively participated in demon hunting. After exchanging courtesies with Levi, Miania invited him to visit the dragon descendant priory when he had time. He said Alexandra's father wanted to meet Levi. This left Levi puzzled, not knowing why this legendary creature wanted to see him. Subsequently, many primordial soul wizards, whether familiar or unknown, took the initiative to greet him. He couldn't help but sigh, being famous indeed changes everything. Suddenly, he seemed to sense a hint of hostility and barely perceptible killing intent. His gaze inadvertently shifted to a corner, where he noticed a grey-robed wizard emitting death energy. This wizard was chatting and laughing with another wizard, seemingly very normal. It was clear that this person belonged to the death sect, but Levi was sure he did not know this person. He was puzzled internally, not knowing how he had offended this person. It shouldn't be, the people I've offended, apart from that fiery flame servant, are all dead. Chapter 2088. If you can't figure it out, stop thinking about it. Accompanied by 100 Flowers and Triss, Levi headed to the auction venue, his figure disappearing. On the other side, the corner of the grey-robed wizard's eye glanced at Levi's back. This Dusk Palace Master is indeed extraordinary upon meeting in person. His spiritual force fluctuation is close to a senior 7th circle, and the vastness of his vitality makes me feel like I'm facing a real giant dragon. Achieving such dual cultivation of body and spirit is a rare existence within the organization. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly and instead took the time to investigate. This grey-robed wizard, named Lo, is a primordial soul wizard of the School of Death Undead Spirit Steeple. His strength has already reached 7 rings perfection. He has a withdrawn personality and seldom makes friends or enemies. Within the primordial soul circle, his fame is not very high. But he has another special identity, he is the duplication of a strong figure in the Council of 10,000 Clans. That person is the Blood Vortex Venerable. Long ago, Blood Vortex Venerable set his sights on the Golden Dominator. It's just that the Golden Dominator rarely shows up, and coupled with the blood battle not yet commencing, he never seized the opportunity to strike. But now, as Levi's fame gradually spreads in the wizard world, those with intentions can trace him to be the Golden Dominator. Currently, Levi's bounty value in the Council of 10,000 Clans has skyrocketed along with his fame. Just recently, after he entered the top 3 of the demon slaying list, the organization increased the bounty again. 1 level 9 combat treasure, or 1 Turtle King holy fruit that can extend life by 1,000 years. This has intrigued many venerables within the organization, even some hidden ones. A 9-level treasure needs no explanation, everyone covets it. And the Turtle King holy fruit drives people even crazier. After all, not everyone in the Council of 10,000 Clans chooses the path of plain sovereign. Among the countless treasures in the world, life extension treasures are considered the most valuable by most life forms. Especially for wizards, being alive means having hope in all possibilities. Lo only recently advanced to 7 rings perfection, and his lifespan is only 200 years away from its limit. His spiritual force is still 1,000 points away from reaching the maximum. The 7 circle witch mark he has mastered is also 3 marks short of the minimum standard. Not to mention, he still needs to prepare the necessary promotion potions and other hard-to-find items. 200 years are entirely insufficient. If he could obtain the Turtle King holy fruit, extending his life by 1,000 years, even if he were a pig, he could prepare everything. He might even be able to brand more witch marks and strive for the 8th circle. Dusk Palace Master is my last hope, the next operation must succeed and cannot fail. After 100 years, when my level 7 peak blood slaughter bat dragon awakens, it will evolve to a level 8 complete form. With its assistance, along with the trump cards bestowed by my true form, if I still fail to kill this person, then even if I die, I will have no regrets. Instead of a pointless death from old age, it's better to take a gamble. Land of Darkness. Sauron Plain. A certain medium-sized world filled with swamps and mist. An underwater palace piled with white bones. A monster wearing a blood robe, with a leech-like lower body, opens its eyes. This great plain convergence, if the Council of 10,000 Clans wins, that's all well and good. A powerful ancient one will make Nora their sovereign plane, and we, the various big and small dominators, will become secondary plane sovereigns, benefiting from one person's success. But if the Council ultimately loses, I must leave myself a good escape route. If Lo can advance to the 8th circle, I'll abandon this Turbolarian body and become a human. Although human lifespan is short, with their growth potential, becoming a grand wizard is not impossible, given the right opportunities. The theoretical reform and evolution of wizardry have never stopped. Being human has many advantages. Blood Vortex Venerable doesn't like putting all his eggs in one basket. He has meticulously created those duplications to explore more possibilities. Blood Battle Auction. After a day of bidding wars, Levi and his group left here with their pockets emptied. This auction presented many good items. During the competition for these items, some tension arose. But this is the Central Realm, and no one dares to cause trouble. On the returning spaceship, 100 Flowers smiled and said, "Sister Triss is really rich, she bought an 8 billion Morningstar level oddity just like that." Triss rolled her eyes at 100 Flowers and said, "If you were a 7-ring alchemist like me, you'd realize, making money isn't as hard as you think." 100 Flowers agreed with this deeply. "Indeed, I'm just a 6-ring alchemist now, but I've already saved a lot of expenses. Looking at it now, the profits you great pharmacists make are really high." Triss laughed and said, "Keep working hard, 6-ring is just the beginning. However, when it comes to having money, your Levi is richer, spending 23 billion just like that on an 8 billion virtualization ceremony array and a 15 billion void god crystal dot." Levi was in a daze at the moment, still pondering over the issue of that grey-robed wizard. He decided to secretly investigate that wizard. Find a way to deal with him, strike first to gain the upper hand. Because that opponent's hostility was not ordinary, it was genuine killing intent. He strongly suspected that person was a spy from the Council of 10,000 Clans or the Abyss. However, this person is a 7-circle perfect wizard. If action is taken, it must succeed in one attempt. Once he advanced to senior 7th circle, and the dragon descendant giant corpse demon was approximately refined. Chapter 2089. There should be 100% chance of silently assassinating this person. At that time, find an opportunity to get rid of him, to prevent any future complications. "Levi, what are you thinking about?" 100 Flowers looked at Levi, who seemed to be deep in thought. Levi said, "Nothing, just studying the virtualization array." This time, he didn't want to involve 100 Flowers in his plan to kill. He temporarily put these thoughts aside. He took out a crystal ball, within which were the design schematics for the virtualization ceremony array. The so-called virtualization ceremony is a necessary step to transform the primordial soul into an illusion soul before ascending to the 8th circle. To seclude oneself and ascend to the 8th circle, it must be done within a virtualization array. This array is not difficult, it's just a normal 7-circle array. However, the materials needed for its construction are extremely precious, beyond the reach of ordinary 7-circle wizards. Therefore, the virtualization arrays in the wizard world are mostly in the hands of top wizard organizations. 7-circle perfect wizards generally pay a high price to rent them from top wizard organizations for their advancement. In fact, many wizard organizations, to weaken nomadic wizards or other organizations' strength and reduce competition, wouldn't rent them out. This is a bottleneck situation. However, in recent years, the Wizard Council has aimed to weaken the privileges of top wizard organizations. In Gundor City and some large nether capitals, there are official virtualization array points. Faced with such a situation, Levi decided to build his own. So when he saw the schematics at the auction, he immediately bought them. By then building it in the Tower of Dawn, not only he could use it, but other organization members could also use it in the future. Solving the problem once and for all. As for the Void God Crystal, it is also necessary for ascending to the 8th circle. The so-called virtualization involves using the virtualization ceremony to integrate the power of the Void God Crystal into one's primordial spirit, thereby shaping a true illusion soul. Thus, the difficulty of ascending to the 8th circle is even higher than that of the 7th circle. It is precisely these hurdles that have blocked brilliant wizards from becoming grand wizards. This time, he brought 2.5 billion ether stones, and just these 2 items cost him 2.3 billion. For the last 200 million, he bought a dark treasure map. The so-called dark treasure map is a treasure map located in the land of darkness, across multiple planes. Some traveling wizards, while exploring different planes, record the coordinates and clues of some ancient ruins they discovered but couldn't explore. Upon returning to the wizard world, for various reasons, they are unwilling to explore again and do not want to waste their travel efforts. So they sell the treasure map to others for a small profit. These places are often especially remote, and the authenticity of the ruins is dubious. Even if it's real, the ruins are likely quite dangerous. The worst part is, after overcoming countless challenges, obstacles, and dangers to enter the innermost part of the ruins, only to find, there's nothing valuable inside. After all, the wizards who sell treasure maps aren't fools. If something could be easily obtained, they would obviously keep it for themselves. Therefore, a dark treasure map is also known as a treasure gamble or relic blind box. Levi bought this treasure map because the clues mentioned something he was very interested in. Undying bird. According to the map, he knew that outside the ruins, there were charred pillars with undying bird carvings. And at night, a massive shadow of a divine bird could be seen flying out from the ruins. The traveling wizard speculated from this that something related to the undying bird might be inside the ruins. At the same time, he warned wizards seeking treasure. The plane where the ruins are located is particularly far from Nora. Theoretically, even a 7th circle wizard, traveling non-stop, would take 100 years to reach it. Considering rest and various unforeseen events along the way, it would take at least 200 years to arrive. Such a long journey harbors significant risks and uncertainties. Black beasts, alien races, and many unimaginable natural disasters can all claim the life of a primordial soul wizard. The ruins themselves seem to have been left by an ancient 8th circle wizard, likely with powerful trap arrays and ruins guardians inside. Thus, without the corresponding strength, one should proceed with caution. If any issue arises, no responsibility will be taken. After reading, Levi decided that once he advanced to become a senior 7th circle, he would take a trip. With his traveling the void ability, his travel speed is 30 times that of a normal 7th circle wizard. In about 6 or 7 years, he could arrive. Given his lifespan, it's entirely acceptable. His Death Ember Dragon still needed 7th level Undying Bird bloodline essence to advance. Having searched the wizard world for so long without any news, Levi had considered visiting advanced instances like the underworld himself. Now that there's a clue, he must give it a try. The items for ascending to the 8th circle are truly expensive, just one Void God crystal costs 1.5 billion. For the first time, I feel like a poor guy. He essentially bled financially at this auction, with little cash left. Fortunately, his 3 avatars had 2 billion in savings available as an emergency fund. Of course, Levi wasn't very worried. He had many organizations under his control, and the Fire Dragon shop was his reserve fund. It is foreseeable that the potion for breaking through to the 8th circle will be even more costly. Chapter 2090. Considering Levi's cultivation speed, he can no longer ask Triss for help with alchemy. For future promotions, he must either concoct a lower quality 7-circle breakthrough potion himself, or ask Ms. Lucy to refine an 8-circle grade 1 for him. As for bothering a grand wizard like the Black Abyss Walker, it's not within Levi's consideration yet. Blood Battle Store. Lo watched the departing airship and cursed inwardly. That damn Levi, how is he so wealthy? Just after ascending to the 7th circle, he's richer than me. My Void God Crystal, ah! Whether borrowing the wizard organizations or the official Nether Capital's virtualization array, one must prepare their own Void God Crystal. At this auction, he, along with several 7-circle perfection old antiques, fiercely competed for this item. In the end, a mundane 7-circle Levi barges in halfway, offering 1.5 billion ether stones, concluding it decisively. Dusk Palace Master. Now there's another reason to kill you, my opportunity to ascend the 8th circle is in your hands. Time flew by. 6 years later. Nora year 340. The 126th year of the blood battle. Levi hasn't gone demon hunting on the god-forsaken continent for 16 years. On the level 8 demon slaughter list, his rank has dropped to 5th, overshadowed by others. Among the entire top 10, besides Levi, they're all battle group leaders. Over the years, with the demon's backlash, every few years there's news of a primordial soul wizard fallen due to war. Of course, the good news is that more 5th circle wizards have seized the opportunity in this 100+ year blood battle to ascend to the primordial soul. Fresh blood is still enough to support the war's consumption. As of now, there's no news about any 9th circle wizards' fall. During special periods, even if they fall, the official may not necessarily announce it. War requires confidence. If the people below feel despair, morale will surely plummet. Ancient Dragon Continent. Dusk Holy Temple, the back mountain area. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds gather, a phantom of a giant dragon as black as iron appears. Steel Dragon Knight Andrew flies out. He holds the wrought steel sword, dons the steel dragon armor, and a shadow of a black iron fortress appears behind him, dragons hovering above the fortress. My blood tribulation is coming. According to the commander's experience, there follows the dark tribulation. The Steel Dragon Knight's original breathing technique was the Iron Dragon breathing technique, merely excellent quality. Later, he fused with the legendary bloodline factor Molten Steel Dragon, creating the legendary Steel Dragon breathing method. Though only legendary, but as a new bloodline, it goes against destiny. In the distance, the black armored swordsman's figure quietly appears, standing with arms crossed. Andrew is finally reaching level 6. Levi muses to himself. Calculating with fingers, Andrew is now over 600 years old. The once high-spirited youth is now an elder of the Dusk Holy Temple. The reason Levi pays such close attention, apart from his formidable wizard and knight talent, is his research ability. In any case, he must preserve Andrew's life. Of course, he believes that with Andrew's strength, even with the dark tribulation, it'll be fine. Andrew is smart, he has made many preparations for knight level 6. Besides divine weaponry and combat techniques polished to the maximum, he recently became a primordial soul wizard. Moreover, he's a 9 talents primordial soul wizard. Not long after becoming a primordial soul, he successfully comprehended the primordial spirit, completing all these before starting the knight's tribulation. Thus, as long as he gets through the blood tribulation, then the dark tribulation, with the primordial spirit and wizard abilities, naturally won't be an issue. Soon, Andrew successfully and safely slayed the Iron Dragon and Molten Steel Dragon phantoms. Flames like molten iron ignite on him, emitting a true level 6 aura. At this moment, beyond the crystal wall, a mid-level 6 black beast roars its arrival. Andrew has no time to rest, he swings his sword into flames, scorching iron pours out, and a fierce battle with the black beast ensues. Levi frowned, thinking, my dark tribulation didn't have a mid-level 6 black beast. For Andrew, it should be easier than mine, how could it be this way? Is the dark tribulation random, because Andrew is less lucky? Or am I too lucky and my dark tribulation was randomly set to an easy difficulty? Just having ascended is faced with unimaginable adversary, Andrew unhesitatingly uses wizard means. Suddenly, a 300-meter-tall knight phantom clad in a red cloak and wearing silver armor appears. This is his wizard form Silver Knight. Whoosh! A sword as red-hot as if freshly forged drops into the Silver Knight's hand. The sword is Andrew's primordial spirit burning steel sword. Primordial spirit and wizard form also achieve a kind of perfect coordination. Following battles, it becomes fiercely contested. Although in Levi's eyes, it's like chickens pecking at each other, for the Twilight Knights, it marks a milestone. Besides him, another knight has comprehended the primordial spirit, embarking on an extraordinary path. Ultimately, Andrew, newly ascended to level 6, independently slays the Black Beast. He's pallid, exhausted, spiritually drained, and upon consuming medicine, immediately meditates to recover. Levi applauds. Congratulations to the Steel Dragon Knight for advancing to level 6. Andrew gratefully says. Thank you for the commander's support over the years, at last, I have not failed your expectations. Upon hearing Andrew's promotion, the commanders patrolling across the ancient dragon continent send their congratulations. Steel Dragon Knight is the last to advance to level 6 among the middle generation knights. In previous years, the Silver Dragon, Dark Moon, Thousand Illusions, 100 Flowers have successively reached level 6. Even, the new generations Jade Elephant Knight and Snow Dragon Knight have ascended to level 6 earlier. These two were lucky, precisely having top-level 7th grade secret medicine, surpassing predecessors. However, Steel Dragon was the latest, mainly because of making myriad preparations for the Dark Tribulation. It turns out that his planning was correct. Given today's Dark Tribulation difficulty, if carelessly ascending, it wouldn't have been this smooth. After a simple celebration, Steel Dragon Knight consolidates his realm and then immerses himself in work. Having talent, being diligent, and neither arrogant nor impatient, staying steady and strong, he deserves such achievement. Levi continues his seclusion. Before achieving senior 7th ring status, he doesn't plan to return to the god-forsaken continent. Time swiftly passes, another 20 years. Nora year 360. Levi is also 784 years old, nearing 800. To quickly enhance his spiritual force, he instructed his organization members to purchase some soul artifact fragments from the Blood Battle Battleground market. Although their effect is not as good as the Soul Stone, it saved him considerable cultivation time. 20 years ignoring worldly concerns, focusing on cultivation. His rank on the Demon Slayer list dropped to 10th, becoming the gatekeeper. The top 3 on the Demon Slayer list remain those 3 old brothers. A while ago, Destruction Realm Thunder became the first of the 7 Circle Wizards to break past 100 million points, shaking the wizard world. To date, the blood battle has lasted for 146 years. This speed, apart from Levi, indeed no one can match. The second and third also exceed 90 million. Regarding the Dusk Palace Master's recluse, many are regretful. They believe that if he tries harder, surely he could quickly seize first place. But it seems this one is somewhat lazy, idling 3 days and working 2 days. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Beside the small stone pond, Levi's aura is steadier and his presence more immense than ever. His hand rests on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual Force, 9000/13079. Promotion to 7 circles took 80 years, finally a senior 7th ring. He stands, stretching his muscles, although he wishes to continue in seclusion, he has urgent matters ahead. 3 years later, after 500 years, the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm reopens. He needs to prepare. Chapter 2091. Although the resources in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm cannot compare to the Dark Ancient Tower, it does contain the demon dragon grass that Levi needs the most. Over the years of demon hunting, he has already obtained 6 batches of flame demon materials. What he lacks is the demon dragon grass. As long as he has the demon dragon grass, he can satisfy the advancement of the Holy Infant and Gondaf. He can also auction off the flame demon potion. This top-grade potion can be auctioned for 1 billion per vial, more than enough. The last time the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm opened, Levi obtained the fire dragon fruit, dragon scale tree, and other rare plants. This time, his strength is far beyond before, he is sure to reap a good harvest. Since coming to the God-forsaken continent, he has been cultivating in seclusion for more than 30 years. Finally, he has raised his spiritual force to the threshold of Senior 7 Circle. And he has only been advanced to 7 circles for 80 years. There are only 3,000 spiritual force points left until the limit of the 7th level. With Levi's cultivation speed, he is expected to enter the 8 environments within 300 years. By then, he will be just 1100 years old, with the lifespan of a 4,000-year 8-circle wizard, he can be considered rather young. Throughout history, those who can advance to the 8th circle before the age of 2000 are already figures of phoenix-like talent among primordial soul wizards. And many primordial soul wizards are almost 3,000 years old when they advance to the 8th circle. With only 1,000 years left, it's basically hopeless to become a grand wizard. Apart from the increase in spiritual force, his spell cultivation has also made great progress. The 2 major 7th circle killing moves, 7 Suns Falling Domain and Thunder Beast Technique, have all been refined to the limit of level 17. With his talent of Ether Dominance, and the aptitude of Thunder God Body, and the spell power increase from the previously refined Truth Oddity, plus the augmentation of Dark Death Flame and Black Annihilation Divine Thunder. These 2 7th circle spells have already become his most powerful means of slaughter. Perhaps only the full state of Heaven and Earth Destruction Fist can surpass them. Though he hasn't practiced them in battle, these 2 major spells should be enough to pose a considerable threat to an ordinary 8-circle wizard. Microlysis Technique has been cultivated to level 15, already effective against primordial soul wizards. But until now, Levi has not used this spell against real life. His test subjects are mainly some mountain rocks and dead things. Summon Hell King has also reached its limit, and Levi won another quota to summon 7-circle hell creatures. Heavenly Net Lightning and Undying Thunder, these 2 spells of the Letni family, have also been cultivated to level 16 in the 7 environments. The most difficult luck-changing coin has also reached level 15. In an instant, the 9-headed Emperor Dragon Witch Minister emerged, flashing with 27 6th circle witch marks and 7 7th circle witch marks, shining with colorful brilliance. After breaking through the small realm, the momentum and form of the Witch Minister also increased accordingly. Although he is only at a senior 7-circle level in cultivation, the witch marks have already reached the minimum standard of 7 rings perfection. Just need to refine the spiritual force to 11,000 points, and he can advance to 7 rings perfection. Compared to the rapid progress of wizard cultivation these years, the speed of knight's practice has been somewhat unsatisfactory. The Crimson Emperor Dragon has been advanced to level 7 for 150 years, yet has not entered the middle stage of level 7. And the Golden Brilliance Dragon and other level 7 breathing techniques are even further behind. After level 7, the knight becomes more difficult than the wizard, mainly due to the secret medicine. Regarding this, Levi has not found a good solution. There is no perfect transcendent path in this world, there are gains and losses. Knights rely on bloodline power, breakthroughs are much easier than wizards. Just look at the success rate of level 6 in the Dusk Holy Temple. But similarly, relying on bloodline power is also restricted by bloodline. Unlike wizards, who have more space for self-expression. However, the level 7 demonized Earth Split Dragon can soon be purified, then the cultivation speed of the Golden Brilliance Dragon should improve significantly. The current wizard cultivation is already on the fast track, no need to worry too much. Next, spend more time traveling to other planes, to the land of darkness, seeking more advanced sub-dragons to pave the way for the knight's practice and advancement. Additionally, the breakthrough of the Nightmare Dragon and Death Ember Dragon needs to be accelerated. After returning from the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, travel the God-forsaken continent for a while to hunt demons, gather 1 billion war merits to exchange for the Bright Moon artifact, then travel to the plane indicated by the treasure map. He opened the Book of Starforge Runes, intending to choose another rune language to learn. With his current spiritual force, he can learn many rune languages. But with limited energy and time, he can only select some of the most useful for research. He now masters 6 rune languages: Strength, Chariot, Hermit, Lovers, Moon, Fool, representing strength, speed, invisibility, luck, lifespan, astrology, these 6 dimensions. The Strength and Chariot runes were cultivated to level 15 some time ago, with an increase of 180%. Besides, the abilities of Astral Soul Horned Bull and Astral Soul Pegasus have each been enhanced. The Horned Bull is mainly offensive, Levi does not use it much. The most commonly used is Pegasus, also called Horse Carriage. Its travel distance increased from 6,000 miles to 10,000 miles. That means he can instantly travel 10,000 miles away. In addition to other level 7 techniques such as Scarlet Divine Palace and Void Physique obtained from refining Void Oddity, and his Void Travel method as a 7-circle wizard and a level 7 knight. 1 breath to travel Void 30,000 miles, is not an issue. What concept is this? If he were in some small planes, Levi could traverse the world in 1 breath. Chapter 2092. As long as Levi gets the chance for void travel, no one below a Grand Wizard could catch up with him. An 8th circle wizard can only traverse the void for 10,000 miles in a short time. Afterward, they need to recover spiritual force and enter a longer cooldown period. Of course, this distance is still far from comparing to a Grand Wizard. According to the information he got from the Black Abyss Walker, a 9th circle wizard can start at 100,000 miles of void traversal. And such powerful sorcerers often master various void techniques, actually going even farther. As for legendary wizards, there's no need to say more. Even more exaggerated examples, such as the Dragon Flame God. His legendary spells have already transcended the limitations of space. Can perform a nuclear strike on Nora across the entire map, which is beyond Levi's understanding of knowledge. It's worth mentioning that Levi's Lover's Rune is also close to level 11, and by then he should be able to summon a new astral soul. Levi is quite looking forward to it. Moon Rune and Fool Rune currently show no breakthrough, these 2 runes are far more difficult than the others. As for the Hermit Rune, Levi has no way to cultivate it, it's long since reached its limit. The most outrageous thing is that the proficiency panel also shows no advancement. Levi later analyzed this situation and believed it might be because its source of power is no longer there. If behind these runes symbolizes a powerful sorcerer, then the sorcerer behind the Hermit Rune, in all probability, is gone. But even so, the Hermit Rune remains Levi's most important divine skill. Stronger than most concealing breath and invisibility spells in the wizard world. After browsing through the Book of Starforge Runes, Levi selected the strongest rune language he could currently grasp. Magic Rune. According to the book's description, this rune can make the spell casting rhythm and speed of a wizard tool even better. Based on previous cultivation patterns, Levi reasonably inferred that this rune might enhance his casting speed. So he went straight to work, beginning to comprehend the magic rune. A month later, he opened his eyes, weary. Even with my 7-circle spiritual force and knowledge, it took a month just to get started, this rune is not simple. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Magic Rune, Level 1, 1/1000, Special Effect, Power of the Spirit Rat Constellation. Power of the Spirit Rat Constellation, Level 10. The rune language communicates with the Spirit Rat Constellation. The power of stars enhances your casting speed. Current casting enhancement is 10%. Sure enough, the enhancement is in casting speed, much like I guessed. Levi showed a joyful expression. Regarding casting speed, generally, a wizard's solution is to improve through some wizard tools. Whether it's the apprentice's magic wand period or some staffs used by wizards later on, things like scepters. The significant function of these wizard tools is to reduce casting speed and accelerate the casting rhythm. Levi's ancient tower scepter also has this function, although he casts most of his spells without a staff. The reason for this is that these enhancements are relatively ordinary, barely better than nothing. For a primordial soul wizard, the most commonly used means is the innate spell. These can be used as ordinary attacks, cast with a thought, without spell incantations, casting actions, materials, etc. And primordial soul spells are generally cast when controlling an enemy or with teammates supporting. Otherwise, the enemy isn't foolish. During your casting time, they can completely break it. So Levi's typical battle strategy is to use a primordial spirit or summoned creatures to restrain the enemy. Then either with wizard form, or casting primordial soul spells himself, delivering the final blow to the enemy. Most wizards' combat tactics are similar, except they have no primordial spirit, only wizard form, And magic rune gives him hope to use primordial soul spells as innate spells. Don't just regard it as a mere 10% increase, it may seem insignificant now. But once the level rises, enhancing by 100%, even 200%. This will play a crucial role for future primordial soul battles. Primordial soul spells have high power but the drawback of long casting time, and it heavily consumes spell power and spiritual force. With the magic rune, this casting time drawback will be gradually compensated until infinitely close to casting with a thought. In the near future, Levi could raise his hand to deliver Eamon's eternal blazing sun, slaying gods and demons, simply too thrilling. After initiating the magic rune, Levi came to the blood pool soaked with dragon descendant corpse demon. After decades of refining, the corpse demon's body is completely tempered, and all the essence of the blood pool has been absorbed. Although merely a dead object, Levi could still feel the vast blood chi equivalent to a level 7 late-stage power. Just one last step. Levi put away the corpse demon's body and stepped through the opened gate of hell ahead. He aimed to capture a sufficiently strong undead spirit worthy of this body. Hell's 7th layer. Dragonfall Valley. According to Ghostbone Dragon Edmund, Dragonfall Valley is the largest gathering place for undead creatures in the first 7 layers of hell. Both Edmund and Evil Spirit Monarch level 7 undead are not the strongest here. Deep within Dragonfall Valley, there are even more terrifying undead. It is rumored that there are not fewer than 1 level 8 undead strong beings in the valley. This is why those devil tribes in the 7th layer have been unable to capture Dragonfall Valley. Soon, the second brother and third sisters appeared. Purgatory Demon Sword exclaimed excitedly. Big brother, you arrived already within 100 years. Chapter 2093. Levi said. I'm here to handle some affairs and stopped by to see you. Not bad, I can sense that you are in better shape than before. How many witch marks do you have engraved now? Purgatory Demon Sword replied with distress. Brother, it's already 17. But I still haven't found that breakthrough potion. Levi took out several spell crystal balls from the burning school of thought and handed them to his second brother. He said. Don't rush. Keep engraving. You are a child of the Purgatory Black King Dragon, a child of the fire element, and can't settle for such minor achievements. I know it's inconvenient to find spells in hell, so take these spells and cultivate them without hesitation. Little brother, your talent is among the top I've seen among genius wizards. Since you already have 17, why not stay longer and aim for 22? Trust me, if you can achieve that, advancing to Grand Wizard will be easy for you, and even becoming a legendary wizard is not impossible. The spells Levi gave to Purgatory Demon Sword were top-quality masterpieces from the burning faction that he had collected over the years. He genuinely valued this second brother and sincerely wanted to nurture him. After all, over the years, his second brother had truly done a lot for him in hell. Just the soul stones and various precious materials he had paid homage with were numerous. Purgatory Demon Sword put away these spell crystal balls, with his eyes slightly red. Sauron said, a man sheds tears only when deeply moved, but brother, you truly moved me. Rest assured, I won't let you down. I believe that with your talent, you will surely reach legendary status and become a supreme existence. As your second brother, I can't fall too far behind. I am determined to become a legendary wizard. At this moment, Purgatory Demon Sword was full of grandeur and confidence. Levi smiled and clapped his hands. I believe in you. Before this second brother came to Hell, he was a top genius in the Burning faction, more renowned than Simon. His temperament surpassed Simon, and his talent was stronger than Simon's. The fact that he could dual cultivate both spells and body refinement up till now and invent the Purgatory Demon Sword path is proof enough. He is a mythical level dragon descendant wizard, with a lifespan longer than ordinary dragon descendant wizards, giving him the time and means to endure. Not to mention, Levi had arranged 3 delicate beauties for him to absorb. Thinking of this, he looked towards the Sky Realm Witch among the 3 sisters. Not long ago, she also reached level 7. His second brother, with level 6 cultivation, yet has 3 level 7 wives. Who would believe this? Even stories about over-the-top son-in-law wouldn't dare to exaggerate this much. To support his brother's cultivation, the 3 sisters have been broadening their hunting range. They've now gradually started to venture into the 8th level. Coincidentally, the cunning old fox, the demon fox main mother, also had similar plans. His second brother continued to play the role of a little man, enduring hardship for a greater purpose. Waiting for the day to fully control the demon fox tribe, in coordination with Levi. Shortly after, Isink arrived as well. He was still at an early stage of level 7, with almost no progress. It wasn't for lack of effort, but because the witch's gentle embrace was too enchanting. Isink said, Master, the Hell Expedition Army has already set off, targeting Nora's realm of Hell as well as the mortal continent. Levi nodded. It seemed that Hell was divided into 2 forces this time. Yet it had nothing to do with Levi's ancient dragon continent, so he didn't bother with it. Compared to demons, those undead are insignificant, and the Wizard Council can surely handle them. For the School of Death Wizards, Hell is like a delivery service. After a brief meeting with everyone, Levi delved into Dragonfall Valley. Before leaving, he acquired over 20 soul stones from his second brother. These were obtained by him and the 3 sisters from the countless desperate followers over the years. A month later. Deep within Dragonfall Valley. Here, the air was thick with miasma, and death energy in the heavens and earth occasionally formed terrifying storms. Wizards below the level of primordial soul would probably find their flesh decay and wither in an instant if affected. In this place, 2 figures were engaged in combat, with terrifying shockwaves reducing the valley walls to dust. One of the figures, wearing a black robe, appeared aged and held a withered wooden staff. Each gesture tore open menacing rifts in the sky with powerful negative energy magic. The other figure was a bald brawny man. His form was dim, with an upper body as muscular as a bodybuilding champion, while the lower half appeared mist-like. In his hand, he carried a blue oil lamp, exuding a decayed aura. Based on his spectral form, this was a formidable undead creature with strength at the late stage of level 7. The surface of the blue oil lamp was intricately carved, radiating a precious light, clearly a rare treasure. Damn wizard, you've come to bother me here multiple times. Are you tired of living? Strange smoke billowed from the blue lamp, forming a negative energy domain shrouding 50 miles around. The brawny man's spectre vanished within the smoke. The black-robed wizard was low. Shielding perception, hey. His spiritual force spread out, only to be met with silence. Suddenly, a hair-raising sense of danger struck. Behind him, a pair of blue giant hands, each 1,000 meters in diameter, appeared to slap down, like swatting a fly. Boom! Terrifying impacts resonated through the valley, shattering everything. In the explosion, 2 towering figures 1,000 meters tall appeared. One was a rotting giant in an imperial robe, holding a royal authority staff. The other was a skeleton knight clad in red armor, wielding a white bone sword. Chapter 2094. These 2 summoned creatures, surprisingly, are both at level 7 middle stage, with an overwhelming aura. Hehe, becoming a summoned creature of mine, lo, is your honor. Don't be ungrateful. It's unclear how much time had passed after that. The earth-shattering level 7 battle finally approached its conclusion. In the end, the brawny bald man couldn't match Lo. As Lo chanted the incantation, it seemed he was about to be subdued. Suddenly, from a far-off direction, a massive explosive sound resonated, as if a vast force abruptly erupted. Then, a death whirlwind shot straight into the sky, tearing the firmament apart. Moreover, that whirlwind was moving towards his direction. Lo was like a frightened bird. A level 8 undead. The brawny bald man seized the opportunity to struggle desperately, with blue light shining brightly. Lo hesitated for a moment, sighing quietly. Forget it, next time then. He decisively abandoned the level 7 late-stage undead, shattering the void with his form and leaving. Ah, if I had this undead, my chances of defeating the Dusk Palace Master would increase by a bit. Who knows which damned person provoked the level 8 existence of the Dragonfall Valley? As a primordial soul expert of the School of Death, Lo was not unfamiliar with the Dragonfall Valley. He had been to this place many times and knew the existence of many resource points. There was even a secret place where a rare death sect truth oddity was being nurtured, and he was aware of it. He had concealed the oddity with an array. But if he couldn't obtain the Turtle King fruit, given his lifespan, he would likely not live to see the oddity mature. As Lo left, the brawny bald man hurriedly fled the area. As one of the top 10 experts of the Dragonfall Valley, he naturally knew who the level 8 existence was. Death Banshee Shwemira. In the Hell 7th layer, even the 8th layer, she was a giant figure. Even the powerful demon tribe dared not provoke her lightly. Not long after, the whirlwind crossed the vast distance, catching up to this side. Tens of thousands of ghosts and undead wailed within the storm. A figure, 8 feet tall, wearing a crown, with open arms, donned attire similar to a slit cheongsam, sat on the throne. The figure's body was extremely graceful, naturally attractive, yet unfortunately, the head was a skull. The skull's mouth opened and closed, speaking coldly. That damned thief dared to rob this sovereign's netherworld soul date tree, truly deserving of death. Being one of the overlords of Dragonfall Valley, within its territory, a rare netherworld soul date tree was nurtured. This tree bore fruit once in 100 years, no more than 20 each time. It also benefited the growth of level 8 undead. It had dispatched a level 7 undead to guard it, to prevent other undead or wizards from stealing. Unexpectedly, just not long ago, a human wizard calling himself the Fiery Flame Servant attacked and killed the level 7 guard it dispatched, shamelessly digging up the netherworld soul date tree. Upon hearing the news, she immediately pursued. However, that junior had already run out of sight. The Death Banshee waved her hand, countless undead creatures flew in all directions like a swarm. Go find that thief. Somewhere in Dragonfall Valley. The void shattered, and a figure emerged from within, sweating profusely. It was Levi. On his back, Jin stood upright, similarly showing a look of lingering fear. Whew, good thing I ran fast, that banshee is too terrifying. It was just for digging up a tree, was it necessary? Besides, this tree was naturally grown, and it belongs to those with virtue. He opened up a shelter. After setting up the array, he entered the ancient Banyan fairyland. The land of the dead, Black Soul Demon Tower. In a miasma-filled valley, there were 2 trees. One was a date tree, and the other was also a date tree. However, these 2 date trees were different. The one as tall as a 1-story building was the Dead Soul Date Tree. The other crooked-neck date tree, as tall as a 3-story building, was the Netherworld Soul Date Tree. Judging from the surrounding soil, it was clearly newly transplanted. Countless vengeful spirits entwined around the date tree, with gloomy winds swirling. Ha ha ha, the Netherworld Soul Date, an upgraded version of the Dead Soul Date. With this item, my subsequent cultivation will be even smoother. Previously, Levi purchased a few dates at a Netherworld market for 10 million joss paper each. At that time, he thought how great it would be to have a date tree. Who knew, his dream came true. Jin squeaked proudly on his shoulder, looking smug. I know, it's all thanks to you. Levi stroked Jin. If it weren't for this little mouse, he wouldn't have found such a hidden place. Unfortunately, the fruit on the date tree has already been picked clean, so I'll have to wait for the next round. But with the golden fertilizer, it's not a big problem. Plant more 6th level fertilizer, and in a few decades, they'll bear fruit again. I'll use a portion, and let 100 flowers and the Holy Infant share the rest. To Levi, these things were just the icing on the cake. With his current rapid advancement speed, other enhancements were just trivial efforts. Infinite primordial soul is indeed a later stage profession. When others slow down, he overtakes on the curve. Overtaking on the curve is true speed. This month, Levi's gains weren't just limited to this, there were many hell specialties, needless to say. Guarding the Netherworld Soul Date Tree was also a level 7 early stage undead. It was instantly killed by his spell. Having witnessed the power of this spell, Levi became even more confident. If I find another level 7 late stage undead spirit, I can leave hell. He made some changes to his appearance, concealed his form, and began his search within the Dragonfall Valley. Chapter 2095. As time flew by, several months passed. During this period, Levi encountered a few level 7 early stage undead. He looked down on them, so he didn't intervene. He might as well wait for the Book of the Undead to advance to a 7-ring witch artifact before recruiting them. As for the level 7 late stage undead, he found none. Moreover, he discovered that the Death Demoness had not given up searching for him. It was using some weak undead and ghosts as spies, searching methodically. This gave him a sense of crisis. On this day, just as he was about to give up, a sense of danger struck. His face slightly changed, his figure flickered, ready to leave. An angry roar echoed between heaven and earth. Another damn human wizard, you never stop, do you? Do you really think the master of the blue lamp, Danis, is easy to provoke? Boom! A spectre giant descended from the sky, carrying a blue lantern. The lantern released endless smoke, locking down the surrounding void. Levi remained calm, staring at the lantern-bearing giant, murmuring to himself. Just like finding something effortlessly. Isn't this a level 7 late stage undead? The master of the blue lamp, he seemed to have heard Assassin mention him. Apparently in Dragonfall Valley, he was a strong figure to reckon with. But as far as he knew, the master of the blue lamp hadn't submitted to the Death Demoness. The lantern giant's eyes were wide like copper bells, its ethereal yet muscular form bulging. Though a spectre, Levi could feel a boundless force flowing within it. Without a word, its massive fist, like a sandbag, hurled towards Levi. As the punch arrived, a storm accompanied it, making the void tremble. It was already out of patience from being repeatedly harassed by Lo. Although this human wizard wasn't Lo, it also wanted to kill to vent its anger. If it couldn't beat the 7 rings perfection of Lo, could it not defeat the senior 7th ring of Levi? Levi's figure, like a wandering snake, transformed into a flash of lightning, dodging the mighty punch. It was precisely Wandering Snake 9 changes. He said casually. Your speed is too slow. He didn't want to waste time entangling with this big guy, to avoid attracting the Death Demoness. With the thought, a thunderous rumble echoed through heaven and earth. The clouds parted, and an emperor's phantom, clad in 9-colored armor, 3,000 meters tall, emerged across the sky. The emperor waved a hand, and Silver Mountain, Thunder Mountain and the Wind Illusion Realm descended together, alternating between wind and thunder without end. You lock me, and I'll lock you. No one runs, just compare true skills. The bald giant finally realized it seemed to have provoked an extraordinary opponent. But it was too late, and it could only brace itself to fight. Rumble. The battlefield quaked wildly, the mountains trembling madly. In the unbelievable eyes of the giant, peaks grew legs, shouting as they stood up and charged towards it. A full 4 mountain spirit weapons emitting level 7 early stage aura surrounded it. The giant was dumbfounded. Levi had now advanced to a senior of the 7th ring, and the power of his innate spell had taken another leap. As for his strongest innate spell, 10,000 Dragon's Birth, there was no need to mention. With 4 level 7 summonings at hand, they were invincible. As his realm improved, the strength of these spiritual weapons could continuously grow. Accompanied by a sharp eagle cry, the incredibly majestic Maya spirit also streaked across the emperor's head and entered the battlefield. Without even needing Levi to act, the 5 level 7 early stage summoned creatures were enough to hold back this giant. The emperor chanted, clearly casting some powerful spell. This made the giant quickly say, Sir, I just mistook you for someone else, not intentionally targeting you. Do you really want to fight to the death? Don't forget, this is hell. It still had some abilities and trump cards, but the person in front of it was unfathomable and ever-changing in moves. If this person could leave considering it was also a strong level 7 late stage, that would obviously be better. Levi sneered. Mistook me? If I didn't have some strength, that punch just now would have killed me. Enough nonsense, if you want to survive, form a summoning contract with me and become my summoned creature. The giant was shocked inside. How come there's another one wanting it to be a summoned creature? Was it really in such high demand? It revealed a grim smile. Human, do you really think I'm easy to bully? The blue lantern's light shone brightly. The blue smoke domain descended again, covering a radius of 50 miles. In the fog, the giant's figure vanished. Levi closed his eyes. Isolating spiritual perception. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. His figure disappeared like an eagle. A kilometer-long giant palm descended from the sky, causing the ground to quake and mountains to shake. 2 spiritual weapons instantly shattered, turning into nothingness. Another giant palm grabbed Maya spirit, crushing it. 7 suns falling domain. One after another, blue suns emerged in the smoke, the 7 suns breaking through the void, auras of destruction pervading. Explode. Boom. Like a vast ocean, the dark death flame exploded. The blue smoke melted like snowflakes in the face of absolute fire and high temperatures. The mist thinned, and the emperor held a great sword, surrounded by divine weapons, radiant with splendor. The chaos sword energy slashed through the mist, a wail echoed from the unknown depths. It was evident the attack had hit the giant. Immediately, a pair of blue giant claws appeared behind the emperor. Black tiger steals the heart. The golden shield and the golden force field suddenly spread open. Rumble. The golden shield was flung away, the giant claws pierced the force field but were blocked by the 9-colored armor. The emperor turned around, countered with a fire dragon tribulation, shattering the giant claws, dispersing the smoke. Chapter 2096. Levi stood high above, his gaze flickering as he searched for the brawny man's position. This blue lantern is quite a nice rare treasure, and the origin of this undead spirit might be unusual. However, I've found you. The blue giant claw was merely an illusionary attack created by the lantern. The actual brawny man was hidden somewhere in the mist. Sky whale path. Levi's body swelled, accompanied by the sound of a whale song, and his strength exploded. The Crimson Emperor domain opened, and the divine palace within him roared. Strength runes and holy image law flickered. Boom. His right hand, wearing the doomsday gloves, punched towards a spot in the mist. Rumble. Under such fierce attack, the entire valley was uprooted. The blue mist was also dispersed, forming a vacuum area. The figure of the lantern-bearing brawny man emerged from the mist, raising the lantern to form a blue defensive field to protect himself. Crack. The field cracked. The precious lantern, seemingly invincible, had a visible crack, indicating some damage. Although still usable, the reduction in durability is always heartbreaking. To know, it was precisely because of this treasure that he could contend with that 7 rings perfection wizard. Lo! Slash! The emperor's sword descended from the sky, slicing the lantern-bearing brawny man in half. The 2 halves of the spectre's body split apart, flying in different directions. This kind of undead spirit usually wouldn't be easily killed by physical attacks unless fragmented by spells. Levi and the emperor each blocked a direction, halting the spectre. Don't kill me. I'm willing to form a summoning contract. The bald brawny man pleaded in panic. After a battle, he knew he was no match for this person. Though he was a senior 7-circle wizard, his true strength was even more formidable than Lo. Boom. The emperor's large hands held the bald brawny man in his palm. Levi stood atop the emperor, looking down and said, "If you dare to play tricks, I will make your soul truly scatter." A golden beetle landed on his shoulder, and Leon appeared timely, licking his lips as he looked at the lantern giant. "Yes, that's right. Don't try any tricks." The lantern giant, despite not having seen Leon before, trembled instinctively and with fear upon his appearance. Besides, there was a strange sense of familiarity. Suppressing this instinctive fear, he said, "I sincerely submit, no tricks." As the contract array was established, Levi's heart stirred. Master of Blue Lamp, Danis. This lantern-bearing undead giant seemed unusual. Danger perception kept warning of great horror coming, certainly the death demoness pursuing again. This place was not suitable for a long stay. Levi took the Master of Blue Lamp and swiftly left. Shortly after he left, in the void, a throne appeared, and the death demoness looked at the aura of the thieves who just departed. Let him escape again. Cunning human. Now it seems, I can only use my spies in the wizard world. 2 years later. Nora Calendar 362, Blood Battle Year 148. 1 year remains until the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm opens. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. In the blood pool, light from the array shot up to the sky. Numerous spell runes lit up on the surface of the dragon-descendant giant's body. Bulging veins like metal tubes twisted together. The heavy breathing could blow away the dense chi in the sky. The 3,000-meter-tall giant body stood up, emanating an aura akin to level 7 late stage. Surging blood chi churned, causing the void around to tremble slightly. Levi hovered in front of the giant, asking, "Danis, how do you feel now?" Danis replied, "Master, I feel great, such a powerful body is simply a perfect masterpiece. Being in this body gives an indescribable sense of security. As a spectre, though without lethal weaknesses, it simultaneously meant its body was full of flaws. Without a shell for protection, once caught in prolonged combat, the spectre would quickly thin. But now, with the corpse demon body crafted by Levi, its shortcomings were compensated. Within the muscle memory of this body, many powerful combat instincts remained." Danis jumped up, moving casually, every move natural. Although a spectre undead, Danis excelled in close combat. Unlike most who rely on spell-like abilities to trick others. Therefore, this body surprisingly matched it. With a thought, a 1,000-meter-long spiked club appeared. This was King's Vibration, a level 7 treasure. It had no special function, just particularly durable and hard to damage. It could also amplify the user's strength, kill, and release intense shockwaves. Of course, it could vary in size, normally about 3 meters long. 1,000 meters was enlarged, otherwise, where to find so much rare material to make such a massive level 7 treasure? Even so, this club weighed 12,000 tons. Danis held the dragon scale shield in his left and King's Vibration in his right, paired with the devil muscle. Like a giant version of a Spartan warrior, unparalleled in bravery. Additionally, it could use its spell-like abilities as an undead spirit. It's a pity my lantern was cracked by the master, otherwise, it would be more perfect. Danis's lantern was a rare treasure he obtained early on, accompanying him to this stage. Hence he called himself Master of the Blue Lamp. But Levi has promised, if it performs well, he would repair the lantern in the future. This lantern treasure was clearly made by a wizard from the School of Death. Named the Insomniac's Lamp, a level 7 treasure. The lantern could release a huge range of mist, disrupting enemy perception and concealing itself. It could also summon Lamp God's hand from unknown dimensions to strike enemies. That 1,000-meter blue giant hand had the power akin to 7 Rings Perfection's attack. Overall, a great treasure, just not very sturdy. But it's no big deal. Fire Dragon Shop is currently openly recruiting artifact refiners and collecting artifact crafting traditions. Once talents are positioned, 100 Flowers struggle of the trapped beast and this Insomniac's lamp can be repaired. Of course, just repairs. Levi himself has no intention of crafting wizard tools. This item is not as practical as wizard tool, used when having, unused when not. Time flies, another year passes. Nora Calendar 363. Over the past year, Levi maximized his improvements and preparations. Danis's integration with the corpse demon body was also very smooth. On this day, he took out a dragon scale token, constantly trembling. The dragon ruin's mysterious realm has opened. A flash of light, his form vanished from the place. Chapter 2097. Endless Sea. Witch's family. Triss was also ready. 500 years, it feels like a dream. Now, Triss has been over 400 years away from advancing to the 7th circle. Not long ago, she had just celebrated her 1300th birthday. At the blood battle auction, she spent a fortune to buy the Morning Star level Oddity Sea King's ring. After refining it, her cultivation advanced further, and she even gained a special water element talent Sea King's ambition. So far, she has refined a total of 4 Morning Star level oddities, along with several Earth and Sky level oddities. She originally had the water element child talent. With the support of these oddities, her talent elevated even more, making her cultivation over the years smooth and unhindered. Unfortunately, the Sea King's ring did not give birth to an accompanying spiritual creature. However, Triss is already satisfied. With Blue Knight and Black Queen as her 2 protectors, what else could she ask for? In fact, Triss felt that ever since she met Levi, her cultivation had become smoother than ever before. Perhaps she's been riding on Levi's luck. Time has passed, and she has branded 6 7-circle witch marks and 12 6-circle witch marks in total, 18 in all. She stands out among the 7-circle senior wizards in terms of the number of witch marks. Her spiritual force has even reached 10,000 points, with just over 2,000 remaining before reaching the 6th circle maximum. Based on her calculations over the years, she estimates that she can advance to the 8th circle in about 500 years, before she turns 1800. Of course, this all depends on successfully advancing. However, she had seriously considered the suggestion from 100 Flowers and Levi about increasing the number of witch marks. Her plan is this. Give herself 500 to 600 years, and before the age of 2000, brand as many 7-circle witch marks as possible to see where her limitations lie. In any case, she must ensure that she advances to the 8th circle wizard before turning 2000. This way, after reaching the 8th circle, she will still have 2000 years to pursue the next crucial major realm. Compared to the threshold from 7 circle to 8 circle, from 8 circle to 9 circle is a sky chasm, an incomparable difficulty. 2000 years is her calculated safety line. Moreover, advancing from the 8th to the 9th circle requires overcoming terrible disasters, which will all require a long preparation period. I hope this trip to the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm can bring abundant rewards. Triss tidied her clothes, donned a light shawl, and casually draped a scarf around her white neck. She took out a token and vanished in the light. God-forsaken continent. Alexandra and Elsie also ceased their demon hunting. Years of demon hunting, they also grew rapidly, and now they should be quite excellent among the 6th circle perfection wizards. Mental state, combat experience, spell proficiency, these all made significant improvements. If not for the blood battle, they might not have had such good training opportunities. After all, the wizard world is too powerful, making it impossible to engage in prolonged wars with surrounding civilizations. It's always one-sided dominance. Recently, they just accumulated 5 million war merits. They had climbed to the top 200 on the 7th level demon slaying list. However, they hadn't had the chance to exchange for the truth oddity. After refining the Morning Star artifact, they planned to follow the example of the Master Fire Dragon and continue to cultivate in seclusion, aiming for the 7th circle. After all, with their current speed, accumulating 50 million for a Bright Moon artifact exchange is clearly impossible in the short term. The efficiency of continuing demon hunting surely can't compare to secluded cultivation. After the 7th circle, the speed of acquiring war merits will naturally surge. Then, they can aim for the Bright Moon artifact. This day, the two women returned to Gundor City. The Master is still in seclusion. It seems that unless the Master advances to the 7th circle, he will not come out. In the artifact refining workshop, Goldeneye, Silverbeard, and others were busy working fervently. Some were studying blueprints, while others were crafting parts. A group of 5th circle refiners, alchemy wizards, assisted by the side. They were researching alchemical creatures. Alchemy and weapon making, essentially share similarities, making it easy for primordial soul artifact masters to get started. They were developing the 3 6th circle diagrams from Lemur's alchemist hut. Ice God weapon, Golden Divine Weapon, Thunder God Weapon. According to the Master, to refine the 7-circle Giant Divine Weapon Titan, these 3 6-circle alchemical creatures are indispensable. By then, the 7-circle alchemical creature will be personally refined by the Master. Back in the secret room, the two women took out dragon scale tokens. Alexandra said. This time, the Master is unlikely to go, but with the two of us joining forces, there's nothing to fear below 7-circle. Elsie said. The connection between Dragon Ruins' mysterious realm and the immersed ancient castle is deep. Those people who have now betrayed the wizard world will surely act more unscrupulously. We have to be cautious. God-forsaken continent. In a certain cave. A wizard in a grey robe, with a hood obscuring his face, sat cross-legged in the void. A black whip coiled around his waist, and the shadow of a black ancient city loomed faintly behind him. He was none other than the long-vanished Soaking City Lord from the wizard world, a powerful 8-ring perfection wizard. Now that the demon dragon whip is in hand, it's time to awaken the sealed dragon soul. Whether I can advance to Grand Wizard depends on this. No matter what, from now on, the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm will become history. Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. After 500 years, Levi once again set foot on this black demon land. This time, he brought no duplication, relying on his strength. It should be completely manageable based on last time's situation. Chapter 2098. Last time it was opened, it seems the strongest was only a 7-ring wizard, no 8th circle participated. Moreover, now he has Danis, who is at the late stage of level 7. Even in the worst case scenario, if there were truly an 8th circle powerhouse, bringing a 6th circle level duplication, it wouldn't be much help. 500 years ago, I was only a 5th circle wizard. He sighed, not in a hurry to act. Before long, a figure descended quietly, appearing beside Levi. It was Madame Triss. She smiled faintly, her tone leisurely. You've advanced again, congratulations on being promoted to a senior 7-ring wizard. As of now, I'm no longer qualified to be your teacher, haha, after all, your realm is on par with mine. Every time she witnessed Levi's growth, she would wonder what she had been doing for thousands of years. But in reality, she had been working very hard. Levi smiled slightly. I see that Madame is not far from the 7 rings perfection either, and whether one can be a teacher is not determined by realm. Madame's kindness is heavier than anything to me. Not to mention, just in the field of breakthrough potions, Levi had much to thank Madame for. Along the way, various potion formulas of the demon series were basically given to him by Triss. If it weren't for meeting such a benefactor, collecting them on his own would likely have added a lot of setbacks and wasted a lot of time. Triss said nothing, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. Let's go, let's finish the exploration early and return to the surface. I heard that last time some unlucky person missed the time and was killed by the mysterious forces within the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. Although we have ascended to 7 rings, we must still proceed with caution. Levi nodded, snapping his fingers. A flying golden furred rat appeared, landing on his shoulder. It was Jin. Its small, bean-like eyes blinked at Triss. Triss asked in surprise. Is this a companion spirit? Levi replied. Yes, a little gadget obtained from refining an Earth-grade oddity long ago, not worth mentioning, it has a minor treasure-seeking function. Upon hearing itself referred to as an insignificant gadget, Jin strongly protested, chirping squeak squeak squeak. Triss laughed. So cute. She gently stroked Jin, who hid behind Levi's neck, looking vigilant. Levi laughed heartily. Let's go. With this little guy leading the way, perhaps we'll have some good luck. If there's any treasure you need, Madam, feel free to let me know, don't be shy. Triss, still amusing herself with Jin, chuckled. You're overthinking it. I wouldn't be shy, I'm not one of those thin-skinned young witches. The two gradually walked away, disappearing into the fog. With the experience of the last exploration, Levi and Triss's progress was very smooth. They did not linger in those surface-level catacombs, heading all the way down instead. During this time, occasionally some demons and demonic creatures attacked them. They were easily annihilated. Levi was surprised to discover that killing demons within the Shadow Realm actually granted war merit. However, due to the sparse distribution of demons and the lack of many demon lords, he wasn't inclined to farm them. With the guidance of an advanced Jin, overall, the harvest was somewhat improved compared to last time. Several 5th circle and 6th circle medicinal herbs were discovered. If Triss needed any, Levi would give them directly to her. He kept the rest for himself. But the value of these herbs was not great to him anymore. However, as this Shadow Realm only opens once every 500 years, leaving them would be a waste. Most of the herbs of relatively lower quality only have a lifespan cycle of a few hundred years. If not picked now, they would eventually wither on their own. 7 days later, Levi and Triss appeared in a large catacomb. In the distance, there seemed to be fluctuations of a battle, appearing to be primordial soul-level combat. Triss said, I have an impression of this place. I once found a demon dragon grass here, but it was scooped up by someone else. Levi's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Madam, for informing me. The situation ahead is unclear, I'll go investigate first. Triss said. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. She knew Levi possessed strong concealing breath and stealth abilities, capable of quietly approaching the vicinity of a 7-ring wizard, making him most suitable for reconnaissance. On the other side, Levi's hermit rune flickered, and the sound of clashing metal echoed through the sky. High above, a red and blue figure were battling a black-robed wizard. The black-robed wizard's presence was vast, clearly a 7-ring ordinary wizard. Alexandra and Elsie have come too. It was obvious that the two women's cultivation in recent years had progressed significantly. Joined forces, they could temporarily hold their own against a 7-ring wizard. Yet Levi saw that the two women were clearly exerting beyond their normal capacity, unsustainable for long. The sorcerer forms of Queen of Flame and Cold Dragon Lying River contended with the black-robed wizard's 1,000-meter-long swordfish Witch Prime. This was the Witch Prime Deep Sea Sword. Based on the sorcerer form, Levi remembered seeing this individual's details on the bounty list. It appeared to be called Deep Sea Swordsman Otto, a fugitive from the immersed ancient castle. Worth 1 Morning Star level oddity, and 100 million ether stone. This made his heart leap with joy. The base reward for this trip to the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm was already attained. As long as he killed this man, it would be a windfall. The Deep Sea Swordsman appeared nonchalant, chuckling. Impressive, truly worthy of being talented dragon descendant witches, able to contend with me for such a long time. But it's all in vain. I advise you to surrender obediently, sign the master-servant contract. The wizard civilization's great ship is sinking. Under the dual pressure of the blood battle and council of 10,000 clans, collapse is only a matter of time. It would be better to stay by my side as maidservants, serving me, and I will ensure your safety. Chapter 2099. Alexandra laughed. Ugly people cause trouble, you should take a look at yourself. She was not at all flustered, with her trump card, even if she wasn't a match for the black-robed wizard, she was confident she could leave with Elsie. She and Elsie chose to fight him merely as an opportunity to test their own strength. Elsie smirked and rare to ridicule. Exactly, we sisters spend our days with young talents like Master Fire Dragon, our standards have become high. An old thing like you with 1 foot in the grave, just forget it. Her personality had brightened a lot compared to before, and she would occasionally joke now. Partially due to Alexandra's influence, and possibly because of the fulfilling life she had lived in the Fire Dragon shop for hundreds of years. Deep Sea Swordsman was livid, as a 7-circle wizard, being insulted like this, he shouted in rage. 2 filthy bitches, given the chance and not seizing it, then die. He raised his hand, a black secret sword emitting a ghostly glow materialized. This was his sole artifact, the Black Sea Eye. Swoosh! As the long sword flew into the sky, hundreds and thousands of black eyes appeared in the sky. Thousands of black rays shot out from them, completely blocking the paths of the 2 women below. Alexandra's brow revealed a crimson scale, flashing with light, as a phantom of a giant red dragon appeared. The dragon phantom devoured the 2 women, and Alexandra chuckled lightly. Gone, old fool, choosing to trust the council of 10,000 clans was the worst decision your immersed ancient castle ever made. With so many legendary wizards in the wizard world, and with strong forces like the Gundor 3 heroes, Dusk Palace Master, and Destruction Realm Thunder, how could they lose to the council of 10,000 clans, who only dare to ambush young wizards, bullies afraid to fight fair? The black rays shot into the dragon phantom as mud plunges into the sea. The 2 women rode the dragon, quickly flying toward the entrance of the catacombs. That deep sea swordsman, embarrassed and furious, turned into black light and chased after them. Suddenly, his eyes shrank. The entire catacomb seemed to tremble. On the horizon ahead, a giant standing 3,000 meters tall, with 2 horns and covered in black scales, stood there. The giant grinned, holding a spiked club, flexing its muscles. As it warmed up, the heavens and earth trembled. The undisguised aura of level 7 late stage swept up the dust within tens of miles. What is this monstrosity? Deep Sea Swordsman's soul nearly left his body, hurriedly stopping himself. Swordfish Witch Prime splashed water, accompanied by giant waves, and shot out explosively. The black secret sword circled around, shielding him at the center, surrounded by layers of defensive fields. He resisted the urge to flee through shattering void, frantically running toward one of the exits. Under the demon land, void travel could accidentally lead into demon land, stirring those unknown mysterious forces. This is why even primordial soul wizards can only fly normally. Giant profound meaning, mountain burst. Danis wielded the spiked club, his veins bulging as he swung, and the world changed color, the sun and moon dimmed. The black shockwave swept away everything in its path, annihilating it. Without suspense, Swordfish Witch Prime was instantly torn apart. The black secret sword also cracked and flew back to its master, wailing. Bang! The shockwave continued, extending beyond a 200-mile gorge, breaking mountains and splitting plains, unstoppable. At the end of the gorge, Deep Sea Swordsman was slammed against the walls of the catacombs, his defensive fields shattered, blood flowing from his orifices. With just one strike, this 7-circle ordinary wizard was heavily injured. The giant's power was simply terrifying. Even Levi was somewhat surprised. The harmony between Danis and this corpse demon body is too perfect. After my special refinement, This corpse demon's power is completely comparable to its former dragon descendant giant form, even capable of wielding the giant's profound meaning. My enormous investment wasn't wasted. With this corpse demon, I might even be able to fiercely contend with 8th Circle wizards. Deep Sea Swordsman transformed into a stream of water, elementalized, and continued flying toward the exit. Unexpectedly, the exit he chose was exactly where Triss was. Triss smiled. Deep Sea Swordsman, long time no see, it seems like many people from your immersed ancient castle have come again. Deep Sea Swordsman's face changed drastically. Triss. Behind Triss, a black serpent stretching thousands of meters descended with an unceasing torrent of black water. The Black Queen roared out, engaging in a fierce battle with the Deep Sea Swordsman. At the same time, a heavily armored knight clad in blue armor with a resolute face wielded a great sword, slashing with endless water elemental sword energy. The Black Queen and Blue Knight deployed simultaneously, complemented by Triss's senior 7th ring cultivation, leaving Deep Sea Swordsman utterly defenseless. Before long, accompanied by cries of lament, a water-blue primordial soul flew out. Triss grasped a black whip, capturing it. Levi's figure leisurely appeared as he grabbed the Deep Sea Swordsman's primordial soul. Deep Sea Swordsman's face turned aghast upon seeing Levi. "It's you? Dusk Palace Master." Levi looked at him calmly, sending him into ancient Banyan fairyland. He arrived at the sea of the fairyland, choosing a place where water element was most abundant. This place is suitable to be your grave." Deep Sea Swordsman panicked. "Dusk Palace Master, don't kill me. I know the core secret of the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, it's of great importance." Levi looked at him calmly. "Oh, is that so?" The power of the Scarlet Dragon surged, engulfing his primordial soul. Before long, Deep Sea Swordsman was enslaved. "Master." Chapter 2100. Levi said indifferently. "Go ahead, tell me the secret." The Deep Sea Swordsman said. "This place is where a tremendously powerful legendary demon dragon fell. This dragon committed countless atrocities during its life and was one of the generals who followed the demons in their invasion of the wizard world during the previous blood battle. It was later slain by a legendary wizard. This legendary wizard was the first-generation city lord of our immersed ancient castle. Of course, back then, we weren't yet a dark wizard organization. To reutilize the dragon's corpse and benefit future generations, the first-generation city lord sealed the dragon's body in a super-large shadow realm, which later became known as the Dragon Ruins Mysterious Realm. He used the demon dragon scale to make a batch of keys to enter this mysterious realm and spread them across the wizard world. With a complete dragon skeleton and other rare materials, he created a 9-level treasure, the Immersed Ancient Castle, as the base for our organization. As for the most crucial dragon soul, he sealed it in the deepest part of the Dragon Ruins Mysterious Realm, serving as the power source for its operation. As far as I know, even though tens of thousands of years have passed, the dragon soul most likely still exists." Levi frowned and said. "I see, no wonder so many of your people from the Immersed Ancient Castle keep coming in. This Dragon Ruins Mysterious Realm is far deeper than he imagined. Who would have thought the builders were the ancestors of the Immersed Ancient Castle? And the descendants of this world-minded legendary wizard gradually became dark wizards. Now they've completely severed ties with the wizard civilization. Times change, the world is unpredictable." The Deep Sea Swordsman said. "Master, the Soaking City Lord has also entered the Dragon Ruins Mysterious Realm this time." The Deep Sea Swordsman's words sent a shock through Levi's heart. "What? Where is he currently?" The Deep Sea Swordsman said. "I don't know the specifics. We've been sent in to scavenge resources here. The City Lord said that from now on, the Dragon Ruins Mysterious Realm will cease to exist. I suspect he might want to release the dragon soul." Levi's expression slightly changed. "In that case, things are getting complicated. His situation isn't as safe as he imagined. However, now that he's inside, he'll have to wait until the mysterious realm closes to leave." Before coming, he also performed divination. Combining his danger perception, he confirmed there were no major threats. Of course, this could be because the Soaking City Lord's realm is too high, rendering divination ineffective. One can't rely entirely on divination. "Let's carry on, I have the Death Ember Divine Palace, so survival shouldn't be a problem." Thinking it over, Levi decided not to kill the Deep Sea Swordsman immediately. If he killed him now, the Soaking City Lord would likely sense it through means like the Soul Token, alerting the enemy. It's better to leave him be and deal with him in the ancient Banyan fairyland after the mysterious realm concludes. In the catacombs, Alexandra and Elsie respectfully watched Madame Triss before them. The lady was dressed elegantly, her smile exuding a mature charm, both captivating and mysterious. "Madam, I didn't expect you to come too." Triss smiled and said. "The Master Fire Dragon didn't come, did he?" The two women nodded. Alexandra asked. "Who was that giant just now?" While fleeing, she and Elsie had seen a giant on the horizon, an utterly shocking sight. Triss said. "That's the corpse demon of the Dusk Palace Master, there's no need to panic." Only then did Elsie relax, thinking internally. "That big guy gave me a terrifying aura of level 7 late stage, yet it's just the Dusk Palace Master's corpse demon? Could the true power of the Dusk Palace Master be nearing the 8th circle already? This is unbelievable." Although the Dusk Palace Master occasionally made earth-shattering moves, most of the time, he remained quite low-key, always shrouded in a layer of mystery. Sometimes, Elsie wondered if the Dusk Palace Master might be a duplication of a legendary wizard. In the distance, a black light streaked through the air and landed in front of them. It was Levi. Behind him, the giant figure stood silent as a mountain. "Greetings, Sir Levi." The two women bowed. Levi said. "The deep-sea swordsman has been executed." Alexandra said. "Thank you, sir, for saving our lives." Levi waved his hand, calmly saying. "No need, you could have saved yourselves without my intervention. I have other matters, so let's part ways here." Triss smiled and waved her hand, saying. "Goodbye, ladies." The two women watched the backs of the black-armored swordsman and Triss as they left, feeling sentimental yet not knowing where to begin. After a thorough search in the catacombs, Levi finally discovered his most important find of this trip. A small black plant grew at the base of a tree, its leaves unfolding like dragon scales. Demon dragon grass. A plant of demon dragon grass, once grounded into powder, could be refined into 3 portions of flame demon potion without issue. Of course, the prerequisite is 100% success rate, no failure. With Levi's current pharmacy skills, providing Ace and Gondif with promotion potions is no problem. If luck isn't too bad, it could even satisfy his second brother. Triss said. Demon dragon grass typically grows where ancient demon dragon remains have decayed. We can continue to look deeper, the further down, the greater the chance of finding demon dragon grass. We previously didn't have 7-ring cultivation and risked encountering powerful demon lords below. Now, with our strengths, this dragon ruin's mysterious realm poses little threat to us. Levi said. "Madam, I just learned from the deep-sea swordsman that the Soaking City Lord is also in the mysterious realm. He might want to release the dragon soul sealed within." For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.